Futures back to the downside here this morning as we get going on a Friday. About 0.5% right now for the NASDAQ in negative territory. Tariff talk back on the table in a big way this morning. 35% coming our way from the Trump administration. We'll see how Mark Carney responds, I guess, today, maybe, possibly not as well. Bitcoin, meanwhile, record highs. Obviously, we've been talking about that the past couple of days, but today, everything exposed to crypto back to the upside this morning. A lot of altcoins just absolutely exploding higher here in the pre-market. We'll talk about Tesla here coming up. Interesting, August being thrown around now as their first sales, potentially their first sales coming from India. So we talked about that going back about 6 or 8 months ago. They were getting into the Mumbai market specifically with talk about their first dealership. That is a done deal now, so hopefully we'll get some sales coming out of India for the first time for Tesla and crew. Google, kind of an interesting story this morning. It's not doing anything, down about 0.6% right now. Big time discounts on cloud storage. So I made the stupid mistake of updating mine going back 2 weeks ago and paid for the entire year, and now here we are about 50% cheaper. So whatever, it's like, it's Google. You just pay them and you move on.
Apparently, there's going to be a lot of discounts coming, Brando. Google starting the bunch here, but all these other cloud providers like the AWS as well as Azure are going to offer discounts of their own following suit, so we'll keep an eye out on that. Lots to talk about today, guys. Look, China's in focus again with Xi Jinping. With Jensen Huang meeting yesterday with Donald Trump. He is meeting with him right before he goes to China. He's probably on his way there now. Marco Rubio as well, meeting with his counterpart, I believe in Malaysia, in Kuala Lumpur, kind of setting the stage for what could be a Trump-Xi conference. And apparently, Donald Trump looking at doing the same thing he did in Saudi, which is bring a contingent of business leaders out there to China. So we'll have to keep an eye on that.
That would be brilliant if they can somehow swing that. Every time, have you noticed the past couple of days, every time Trump's on camera, Marco's in the background, just quiet.
Call him Little Marco.
Little Marco. Anyway, here's IBIT right now, about 4% to the upside. Bit of a reversal candle forming right now on a 15-minute bar. But I mean, 2-3 days in a row here, just straight to the upside for crypto. Hits 118,000 all-time highs for Bitcoin. Everything else across the board, guys, crypto-related, benefiting this morning. Happy Friday.
Yeah, happy Friday, everybody.
It's a crypto Friday, that is for sure.
Well, this is what we were just talking about, though. It's like, okay, the Nasdaq's only down 0.5, but for like most people, we've usually a crypto up when the market is up. So if we end up with like a down day in the market when crypto makes the highs, it's kind of like it washes everything out.
Yeah.
It's not that we're not happy that Bitcoin is up. I just kind of wanted the market to be up a 0.2. I didn't want there to be 35% tariffs on Canada.
35. Well, that's not going to stick.
Well, ultimately,
we got the letter. We finally got the letter.
Canada was always going to get our letter. We knew we were going to get our turn.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's that big.
Dear Honorable whatever Mark Carney.
Carney was unfazed by it. The RPM was unfazed. There's some movers around in the space of drones, and Tesla might try to make the 310 break again. Again, well, it did yesterday. Yeah, I know. It just didn't. I mean, it took 310. It just didn't keep 310.
This guy Randy's too much. All right. 310. When are you still looking to buy some Rivian there, Randy? What's going on over there?
He already has Rivian.
No, he wants to buy more. This guy's trying to put the whole paycheck into Rivian.
Lucid now.
No, he's not.
But you were lucid, Randy, for about 5 minutes on what, Monday?
Oh man.
Coffee.
I started taking a couple of sips of my first one, but yeah, I'll take another one. The thing that's why I put it in the Yeti. All right, cheers. Yes.
Although why I don't have one that's an actual coffee mug.
No one ever knows.
People think I'm drinking a cocktail. It's like
you probably are. What do you mean? There's gonna be some noise happening back there?
Drilling hole.
That's gonna be loud. Please save it for the 11 o'clock show. Yeah. Okay. Oh man, okay. Well, thanks for the heads up there. So if you do hear that something's going on in the background, it's Randy and Mark going crazy over there. Yeah, I mean, Because it's Friday, the market's trying to come down a little bit. I mean, we made, again, we're making all-time highs. It seems like, every single day the market doesn't seem to want to stick to bottoms. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening. Even right now, the NASDAQ is like, it's down, but it's, it's trying to get back up. So I don't know. Well, I think that 23 could be, key somewhere. We'll wait to see if we can get to 23,000 again. But I don't know why. I mean, we just have Rivian up, but it's really going to be the crypto show. And, we got Michael Noss on. Fartcoin's probably going through the moon, so that's going to be good. But right into here, the lagger is Solana. Everything else is crush. Like Bitcoin, 6.5, Ethereum, 7. I still think that's pretty net even there, getting out of Ethereum and into Bitcoin and more Ripple. But and then there it is right there. Dogecoin up 10% for Dogecoin. Shout out to Obi, who he
loves Doge.
Yeah, he loves Doge. He told me to buy it at 38 or whatever, so we'll see. 20 cents there. Cardano up 17%. So you guys know I'm pretty hyper with that. I saw Hyper Liquid and I said pretty. But anyways, yeah, they're all good, man. Stellar Lumen's down there at 10%. So again, high tide raising all ships here today. So Bitcoin, another big one. I don't know if people are losing. I heard Sharif mention this a little bit too, but, could be losing a little bit of faith potentially in the Fed. I mean, I don't know if that has anything to do with this run. I really think that the run starts with the break of the all-time high and then just the hold, right? I mean, this is what charts do. They retest, and then they got to reload so I can get a better chart on here. But here's Bitcoin right now. Let's go to a daily chart, and you're just we talked about this all yesterday, and it's just, there it goes finally. Like, you're finally getting those top breaks. I mean, this was a high that was made from December, so you're finally, like, Bitcoin is finally catching up. Like we've broken through. That's December. So if you sat in this since December, you're just now in the money if you have bought those tops, but it's giving you opportunities to average in, right? And so there it goes, man. Huge move higher here for BTC, and congratulations to everybody. I couldn't be happier. The Canadian dollar, the fact that I'm going to Boston, it just got killed yesterday on that stupid stupid letter. So I'm gonna have to. Maybe I can pay the whale watching guy in Bitcoin. Well, I'm gonna figure out if I can.
Well, maybe not. You know what?
Psych, we already pre-booked it on Visa.
Maybe not whale watching. So. But there's lots of things you probably can't. Whale watching.
No, there's lots of things you can't with Bitcoin. That's the point. You can't pay.
No, there are. There's something. Oh, I wanted to mention Ethereum because as you were saying that, before we get too carried away, ETH did take 3,000. Briefly, and then a little bit of a pullback, kind of the same way I think we got to like 119, whatever, depending on what exchange you're looking at in Bitcoin. But it's a distinctly different. I see in the chat everyone mentioning, of course, the stablecoin push, and that can be benefiting ETH. It's like a fresh breakout. It seems like here. I'm gonna have ETHA on watch a little bit, in addition to Bitcoin. Because I think there's a very good reason why, if you're just looking at the recent range, why we shouldn't not test 32. Like 28 resistance, 32 seems like it's going to be really next in there. So I'd like to be able to give us a chance to see that. And, it does good volume. ETHA, we can trade it here. So I'm going to start having that up a little bit more. I start tracking it, get used to how it moves, because we really only trade IBIT. And we're ignoring the fact that we can get involved in ETH.
All right, yeah, lots of names popping off over here. Yeah, what is SBET doing? Some of these, names that put out treasuries for Ethereum. We had GameStop as well. SBET's up 9%. GameStop, of course, had that Bitcoin buy as well. And I think it's smart for some of these companies. And it's not moving around. We talked about that earlier as well. It's like, if you're gonna, you got some extra cash lying around, or you can raise it on the back of shareholders, right? Like GameStop did. Then the next thing you know, if you get a pop like this in crypto, maybe there is, some value now to be holding, obviously, crypto onto your balance sheet. So we'll see if GameStop can go. I saw AMC got a couple upgrades or whatever today, so that's up 9% or so at some point. So it's wicked awesome. It's Revere Beach, isn't it? There, something like that. But we'll be in Boston. We'll be doing our thing over there. I got to go up to. I got to wake up tomorrow like 6 or so, probably get up to there, pick up the kids from camp. My daughter has one last hockey game up there. And then we go to North Bay for a couple of days, and then it's off to Boston. So we'll be hitting that up soon. All right, happy Friday, everybody. It's gonna be a good one. Bitcoin, we'll look at 120. I mean, we'll see what happens if it breaks that. Right now, 117.8. So I've got some ideas here. Some Mag 7 names, a little bit of a lower one. Oscar Health gets downgraded. We'll talk about that a little bit there. Yeah, it'll be a good one. Looking everywhere today. We're gonna have Michael Noss come on for some ideas. You'll see what he comes up with there.
Purposefully did not mention Fartcoin, so he will.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying. He talked about it on Monday. So I don't know. We could look it up and see. I'm sure he's going to want to talk about it. I was like, how is this guy even investing in Fartcoin?
No, but I feel like this, right? You know how sometimes we'll say, if you're, like when we have one of those rip your face off rally days, and we're like, if your stock is not up today, then you should be, you should have some questions about it. I would feel the same way about an altcoin today. Like if it's not up today, because almost everything is up percentage basis more than Bitcoin, even though it's like a technical Bitcoin move, which is leading a lot of this. So like if you're not up today, then I would be a little bit concerned. That's always my 2 cents. You want to see relative strength.
I can't believe I'm even looking up Fartcoin.
I only said it because I thought he'd bring it up.
No, because he will bring it up. But yeah, this is up as well. 8%. It looks like right there. So up to 130 and change right now for this name. I don't even want to talk about it, but he may come on here and do that. So, all right, let's go back over the desk and figure out what the boys want to talk about.
He does indeed want to talk about crypto today. We'll get to Mr. Noss coming up here in a second. I was just reading a couple of notes here. Lots of people on Twitter anyways, or X, discussing this Canadian job number that came out here this morning. 83,000 versus 8 the last time. So up from 8,000 the prior month to 83,000, unemployment rate 6.9%.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
I mean, if you look under the hood, as you were mentioning, 69,500 of that part-time jobs versus like 18,000 full-time.
And we've been having a lot of trouble with youth unemployment in this country because of, the heavier immigration rates that we've had over the last few years, and that's starting to settle down a little bit. I mean, like you and I were talking about this. When you walked into a Tim Hortons, it was a high schooler or a grandma, and that isn't the case anymore. Yeah. So there's a little bit of an issue with that.
I try not to walk into Tim Hortons too often. Sometimes you have to. Netflix here, one of a couple that Needham was writing about this morning. Amazon, the other one during Prime Day. So price target increase here for Amazon by Needham. Also Netflix going to $1,500, maintaining their buy on Netflix. I actually recently canceled mine.
Netflix.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. I wasn't using it.
I use my parents, Brendo. Yeah. I use my friend's YouTube Premium. I have my own Crave, which is included in the cable package. I try to pay for as few of things as I can. If we can share, absolutely.
Sharing is caring. Netflix, guys, $1,500 target.
There you go. So you finally know somebody that's canceled Netflix.
There it is. No, we've had this conversation.
I don't know anybody else.
We've had this conversation before, so there we go. Joe just put his hand up. Joe, you cancel Netflix?
He's on IPTV. You already talked about that.
Oh, you do that other thing.
Yeah. Brendan could just borrow Sharif Mom's Netflix account.
Yeah, well, exactly. Then you're absolutely fine.
And then we can get that over with.
Netflix has done look, man. It's done so well that of course it's gonna make some sense that we'll get a little bit of a pullback. I'd be more concerned if we went into recession or something like that. That people would the cancellations and whatnot, but they're pulling the right levers. It looks like things are going well with monetization. There's for all the people that argue, the content's not, they don't have as good content. I don't know. I feel as if that's not really causing a lot of people to leave. So it's like when when people complain about public transit that they still take every single day. It's kind of one of those things. You still use it, so I kind of feel you're getting to that point. As far as its relative weakness compared to the market, I know not today, but the last little bit it has been pulling back. I don't wonder if there's some kind of a correction that happens. If we get a down day in some of the stronger tech names, you catch a bit of a bounce. But I think this 50 period will be a pretty big test for it up here. Healthy pullback seems like it's happening in Netflix. I'm not terribly concerned about it, even though Brendo decides he wants to get rid of his account. And although I give Squid Game Season 3, 6.5 out of 10, but I'm kind of harsh when it comes to I really enjoyed I loved the first season. I loved it. Mm-hmm. So I feel like I'm pretty critical, but I was disappointed.
Squid Game. I like we're watching the Waterfront. I think it's pretty good. It's like a more like it's kind of like Ozark, but way more graphic and everything.
I
like
watched
that.
that.
It's pretty good. Yeah, it has a guy from Animal Kingdom, one of the kids in there, or one of the brothers.
And what's her name from Supergirl?
I don't know.
Is that what she played?
I don't know. There's some pretty good actors in it for sure. But I like that. Waterfront is a good movie. All right, Michael Noss, did you cancel Netflix? Let's go find out if he has Netflix or not.
He's got it.
He's Netflixing, chilling a lot. Yeah, so we're gonna go find out what's going on with Mr. the Handsome. You know, the beard is just what.
Well,
you know, like that's why I had to shave. I cannot compete.
No, you can at least pull it up. I can't do anything.
There's no, you know.
What can you do, man?
All right. From Central Ontario or Southern Ontario to the east part of this great nation of Canada. Did Michael Noss get a letter? I mean, you know, is 35%? We have to cut his time by 35% today. You know, I don't know. All right, let's go find out if the tariffs are affecting that man over there. It's Michael Noss.
Looks like a beautiful day in his background here. There he is. Happy Friday, Michael Noss. Yay or nay
Happy
to
Friday.
Netflix?
I do still have my Netflix account because I have, for the kids, right? If nothing else, you need a second. You put on some Trash Truck or whatever they're into.
Sorry, Trash Truck?
It's about a little boy and his trash truck, and it's calming, so it doesn't get him too wired up, so I'll take it.
Yeah, I think I canceled too soon. All right, 162, you say?
Yeah, it's a way for a target. That's kind of being bold, but we'll take a look at it.
All right.
So,
give us the technical perspective here for this breakout on Bitcoin.
Yeah, so this is a question I get all the time, and I think a lot of technicians do, where it gets really hard to project things that are hitting new all-time highs. If you're buying a stock and there's a resistance area at 100, you say, okay, maybe I'll target a little bit below that or something, or a moving average above us or whatever. But as soon as you hit new all-time highs, which we did yesterday on Bitcoin, you have really nothing to go by. So all you can do is look at potential past moves, how the stock has acted previously, things like that, and go from there. So I've brought a couple different ways that technicians will look to take these projections and project them out, and I've given you some targets, and then we'll take a look at somewhere else. So the first one is you just take the last move. So that kind of vertical purple bar that I have that happened on that initial breakout. If you look at it on a percentage basis, it's important you have your charts in logarithmic mode for this, but on a percentage basis, if you take that same move that we had last time we broke out from was like 75 up to 105, you project that out, that gets us around 162. That's a pretty common way to do it, just saying, hey, if we can muster the same strength we did at the end of last year, that's kind of what we're looking at. The other way to do it, next one here is I just drew a little bit of a bull flag, and the idea is that you measure the flag pole. So if you look at the last move up from the most major pullback we had to around 75, and you measure it to the top of the flag, this is how you'd read it in Edwards and McGee and a lot of these very old school technical analysis books, and that sits around 158. So you apply that to the breakout part. Next one here is a Fibonacci extension. So this one's a little bit different, but I kind of like this one better. It's a little bit more conservative. So what we're doing is we're taking that last down move that happened from 105 to 75, and we're drawing a fib on that. And then we're projecting that out to the 1.68. I'm not, Fibonacci's a magic number kind of guy, but essentially what it's saying is, what if we can't get all of that move? What if we can only get 2/3 of that move? Because quite often what you'll see in stocks is every breakout maybe has a little bit less oomph than the breakout before it. So in this case, if it has about 2/3 of what it did last time, that puts us around 131 or 132. So that's still quite a bit to go from here, even though I look down now and I see we're at 118. I took a lot of these last night when we were around 115. So yeah, got still some room to go, but that would be that Fibonacci target. So I like the Fibonacci one better. So I'm going to go and take a look at those on some of these other coins, which some have some pretty crazy targets out there, but just wanted to give you 3 ways to potentially measure if you've got a stock that's hitting new all-time highs, if you've got cryptocurrency, whatever it is that's hitting new all-time highs, just ways that you can project out so you can kind of have the give yourself that confidence, that energy potentially to hold for those moves. So first, let's take a look here at Solana. So Solana is getting going with Bitcoin, a little bit of a lagger here. This is one of those that is, again, super interesting if it can get going. I measured, just like we did with the last one, that Fibonacci down move. That took us all the way to 450 on Solana, which would pretty nuts considering we're sitting at 150 right now. So again, it assumes that we break out to new highs and then we kind of do 2/3 of what this last down move was, gets us to 150, which again is pretty nuts. Next one here is Ethereum. Again, did the same thing, measured that move. That extends us up to about 5,000 on Ethereum, which is not quite a double, but pretty close here on Ethereum, showing that there is some lags here on a lot of these. Last but not least is Ripple. Same idea, did that measured move from the top to the bottom of the latest correction, extended that out. That's like 450 or so. So Bitcoin already hitting new all-time highs. The question is, like we talked about in the equity market, are we going to get rotation down to these other coins? Because if we do, you can see just by the numbers I just gave you, there's a lot more room to go on these other coins than there potentially is to Bitcoin. So again, we don't know if that's going to happen, but the last couple of times, if you go back in history, it seems like Bitcoin moves first, and then we get this whole kind of crypto surge and everyone gets super interested. So Ethereum for a double is really interesting considering it's a tight stop here, and same with Solana. And then with Solana comes all the crazy meme coins after that.
When it comes to the opposite side of this equation, what do you want to see or what do you need to see to say this is definitely not working? When it comes to crypto, I mean, we've seen from Bitcoin's perspective, a move and then a consolidation, then a move and then a consolidation. From a technical standpoint, it's actually been quite predictable from that standpoint. The length of that consolidation is the unknown usually, but once we get that move, that seems to be the pattern. But what do you need to see here for this to definitely not be working?
Basically just a hold, right? So 110, if we really zoom in, I brought weekly charts, but if you really zoom in, you look at your kind of hourly chart of Bitcoin, we were struggling really hard with 110. We just kept hitting it and reversing, showing that there was someone selling there was someone shorting there. There was definitely a big seller just loading up in that area. When we broke that, it was pretty quickly to 115 and then now to 118 from there. So we have that 110, and this is something I know Neil loves to trade as well, is just that prior resistance acting as support. As long as we can hold 110 on kind of a daily or a weekly closing basis, I still think we can drift higher. Yeah, you can even see it there in the weekly chart, the amount of times we bashed up against 110 and just kind of failed. So I'm looking for a weekly close, first of all, that we haven't even done that yet. Technically speaking, for most exchanges, that's actually on Sunday night. So we need to see that, stick the landing and hold there, then that's my level, right? If we close any significant price below 110, then I'm going to consider this a failed breakout. I'm going to get out of my longs, potentially consider some shorts, but that to me, it seems like a very clean line in the sand just because it was really evident on that shorter term chart that there was a big seller there.
Weekend moves have been a thing over the past few weeks here, so we'll keep an eye out over the next couple of days as well. Michael Noss, have a great one, and we'll see you Monday.
Talk to you Monday.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Michael. I hope all of those.
I hope every single one of those targets
hits. One gets hit.
5K on Ethereum. I mean, I feel bad for selling it now.
Oh boy, yeah, that would. I would maybe a little bit of FOMO if that happened, because to me, like I started out 60-40 between the two, and I just gravitated over time to just preferring Bitcoin. And so obviously, if he gets to that, like and Bitcoin isn't something ridiculous, but but look, it's so easy to get FOMO, and it actually brings us to some super chats that we got here. First one here from the Mexico bobsled team.
Yes.
And all this, and thank you for the super chat, 4444, because today is the 4-year mark of you being a Trader TV Live member. Thank you all for the great content over the years. Thank you for tuning in. And also thank you for making me rewatch, because I'm going to rewatch Cool Runnings now at some point, and I gotta watch that with my daughter. I love that movie. It's a great and fun, inspirational story. Jamaican bobsled team that went to the Olympics, but it's just hilarious. And we were thinking about like who would they cast in it now, like the comedians that might have been in it if they did it today. But we got another one here. Be Free with a super chat, watching 5 years, and so there for the 5. I like the theme there. 4 years, 44,
5 years,
4,
yeah.
5 years, 5. Really love the show. Congrats on the growth. Thinking time to sell Roblox, add crypto. You've got BTC, XRP. You hate buying all-time highs. Blessings. Like anything else, like we always say this, the old disclosure, like we're not here to give financial advice. You should always consider, like are you talking about trading, a trade, a swing, or like long-term holding? Because I think if you're swinging or you're holding forever, DCAing into something, like adding to a position, say in Bitcoin over time, then you just want to make sure that you have your own plan of action. Like personally, my approach on Bitcoin is to simply buy support dips. Like when Michael says Neil likes those pullbacks into prior highs, yeah, because when I bought on the dip, I bought here and I bought, I believe, somewhere in here. It was like right in around there. Like it was the bounce off the prior high. That's the approach I like, but you can still work getting into things for the long term that you're holding forever, buying all-time highs. It does mean that it's relatively strong. As to selling Roblox, was it supposed to be a trade? Like, do you not believe in the company anymore? Is there something fundamental going on with it? Or is it just to ring the register because it's too high? Like, I tend to trim, 5, 10, 15% of things that I feel like have just gone so great that they've been too much of the portfolio. And then I like reallocating that somewhere. So in a general sense, it's something that I do. I just typically am more of in Bitcoin, I like to buy the dip into prior support. That's pretty much been my MO every time I've added to it. And I believe we are locked and loaded, ready to go for some upgrades and downgrades. Everything crypto upgrade.
We're going to start here with one that's kind of a surprise, perhaps. AMC with an upgrade from Wedbush, $4 price target. You can read more about this on our watch list, our Trader TV Live watch list. Then we have TXN here, Texas Instruments, getting upgraded today by TD Cowen. Levi's, of course, after their earnings, getting an upgrade from Piper Sandler. And then Canada Goose with a Barclays upgrade. On the downgrade side of things, Albemarle here with a negative note from UBS. We have Freeport McMoran. This is the second time it's weak. It's been in the downgrade side of things. FCX, of course, on watch here after these 50% copper tariffs were hinted at and then announced by President Donald Trump. Illumina getting a downgrade from Scotiabank, and last but not least, EF with a Roth Capital downgrade. Back to you.
All right.
That one I don't know.
I was
EF.
I was
Levi's,
distracted.
everybody.
I was distracted.
Well, that looks good.
But these are some Chef Joe.
Yeah, that looks good.
Yeah, here. This is.
That looks. You got mango in
Chef
there.
Joe, yeah, it's crab.
You have to show
crab cake.
Oh my.
Yeah,
That's not mango. It was corn.
Thanks, Chef Joe. Right there. Yeah, you want to show me some of the monthly specials that were going down there. Jesus. Yeah, that looks good. And then.
Well, now I'm just hungry.
Ravioli here too. He's showing. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hello, hello. There's the ravioli there. Looks pretty good. Well, what's up to Chef Joe? But anyways, yeah. Last night, I mean, the wife made this crazy salad from a Maddie Matheson book that she has there. And then this pizza that she made, I mean, there's so much of it left over, but this is on Pizza Stone. I put this out yesterday. This was amazing. No, there was shallots on here. Andre, you good? Cheese, all this kind of stuff, just going absolutely nuts there yesterday on a Pizza Stone too, just in the oven. But fresh mozzarella. I think I don't know. There's a couple other cheeses on there as well. I don't know if that's spinach or kale. I don't know what it was, but it was something else.
Hopefully kale.
All right. So unfortunately, I was not too focused there on the upgrades.
Levi's is the one that I think. Well, maybe people are interested in AMC.
Thanks, Chef Joe.
But like Levi's, like if you're gonna tell me that they're gonna raise their guidance and all this like raising tariff environment, and what I liked about, like they beat top and bottom and they raised their guidance. But what I liked about it is they gave you the conditions under which they were given the guidance, assuming 10% tariffs. They said, assuming this is what the guide is. So that way you can look at it and say, well, if a lot of these higher numbers pull through, I mean, at the end of the day, Levi's like I think 60% of their business is outside of the U.S. So you have to figure it might not be completely disastrous. They're at least giving you what it looks like if things stay the same, and if deals get made and things stay sort of as expected before all the tariff war, and Levi's is primed to break back out. It's already making a pretty good move. What's weird is the volume's a little bit light. with Levi's, it looks like a really good continuation play, right? Like the bull flag from the aftermarket has maintained, which you usually like to see, but light volume, I think you want to see on the open. Like, is there, like, let it settle down and hold this 21 the afternoon aftermarket high, or support, I should say, on Levi's. Yeah, but good quarter, good report for them. And I like the nuance of that guide. That way you can reevaluate as specifically the tariff situation change.
So yeah, I have Amazon written down as my #1 trade idea today, but I asked everybody this morning, you know, what are we trading? We got a bunch of replies. Yesterday, Adair and I don't know if you guys like this, or this is an alligator that someone cooked up on their barbecue with a little chicken there on Memorial Day. So we were talking about it yesterday, Adair and I, on the after show, but there it is. This is Mike DeRider. So Mike DeRider is in the chat right now, and there it goes, Mike. There he is. Yeah, he's loving this.
What's up, Mike?
We got some people there today looking, obviously everyone's looking at TQs and BBAI, IBIT as well. So some good talk there. I've had alligator before. I believe we had it in New Orleans. I was talking about that.
Yeah.
So we had some of that there. So that was pretty cool. I brought home like a little alligator head for Baxter at that point. But yeah, shout out to Mike P. Ryder. Where do you live, Mike? Are you from Florida or anything like that, or down south somewhere? Yeah, that alligator, I don't know. How was it? It tastes like chicken, maybe.
Everything tastes like chicken.
You know, that's the thing. So, all right. So people saying there's no way Mike cooked that, but maybe he did. Why not?
What?
Why couldn't
Why don't we
cook that? I like to barbecue up some nice things like that, but never an alligator for your boy. So, all right, look, we have lots to talk about. It's 9:01. You know, Bitcoin's heading off of 18 right now, but we'll wait to see if that gets going as well. Tesla, I have a bearish. Everything that I have here, I mean, I have one long, which is going to be Amazon, but then I have a couple of short ideas. I think that's what I'm leaning towards today, as the market may just be relatively flat from where we are right now. So let's just see what happens here off the open. Probably worth looking at stocks with catalysts. So we're going to do that right now as we go over and talk about our watch list.
63.25. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES September contract. But yet again, we lost 6,300 as that level of support with this new overnight tariff situation. So the overnight level, 62.75. We're showing currently 62.87. So we'll use 62.50 as our level of support if we continue to sell off and lose the overnight high. And then we'll use 6,300 as resistance. If we can reclaim 6,300 as resistance, we're going to look to the overnight high, Brendo, 63.30 as resistance.
All right, as we head into or get closer to the Friday open, make sure you take a second, jump down to the description of this video. Top link there will get you to the sign up page for the watch list. All you need is an email address, and then you just get that every single day delivered right to said email address. Has everything moving around in the pre-market on it, and why. Just seeing a couple of things popping up here. Chinese stocks moving around right now. But yeah, let's get into first and foremost, as we've been saying, yeah, Bitcoin all-time highs. What do we do with this today, or where are the opportunities? Because the Coinbases of the world, not necessarily participating with this, but IBIT up and away.
I woke up this morning, I'm like, what? 119,000? Okay, this is a good day. All right, guys, Bitcoin rose 4% up to a high of $118,872, marking its first record since May 22nd. ETH also jumped about 7%, reclaiming 3,000 level for the first time since February. Both cryptos continue riding strong tailwinds from institutional demand as well as macro catalysts. Bitcoin ETFs, though, Brendo, they pulled in $1.18 billion yesterday, the biggest single day inflow of 2025. ETH ETFs also saw about $383 million of inflows. That's the second best day ever for ETH spot ETF. The surge in demand for for these spot ETFs signals growing mainstream and institutional participation, but there is a sort of correlation now between the Fed and Bitcoin. So the rally momentum picked up on Wednesday after the Fed minutes revealed divisions over rate cut timing, and markets are pricing in a more dovish future Fed, especially with the leadership changes possible here being touted by Donald Trump. And since April 17th, when the Fed independence kind of became a hot topic with Donald Trump attacking Jerome Powell, etc., Bitcoin ETF inflows have seen $16 billion of total net inflows. These themes are resonating with funds seeking inflation-resistant as well as decentralized alternatives. And let's talk about the short liquidations, the people who got blown out yesterday. So in the past 24 hours, $650 million in Bitcoin short liquidations, $215 million, Brendo, in ETH. Liquidations.
A couple of things just quickly here. Holo, a couple of people mentioning this, HOLO, microcloud hologram, moving around, heads up on that. There's also GRRR, GRRR, NVIDIA deal today as well, also just popping up in front of me. That's $400 on Coinbase, guys, gets rejected. We're downside, still higher on the day, but nowhere near some of these other ones.
Yeah, there's some gaps to fill on a Friday. And like there's also, keep in mind, Robinhood is actually down.
Never heard of it.
Trouble, and it's on the list, and we'll get to that because I think at one point we're like everything crypto related is up, but the one thing crypto related that actually what is down that I was looking at is Robinhood. Like Ibit, like yesterday, obviously there's a bit of a different method to trading it when you're consolidating and trading around prior levels and all that stuff. When you have this kind of a move, I'm just going to lean into, here, I'll show you on, maybe go to a 15-minute chart here on BTC. For the 20.
Oh, there it is. Hey,
work is
holy
getting done.
shit.
They said they were drilling holes, everybody.
What,
so.
Neil? Pardon?
Huh?
Randy, that's not going to, that's...
Yo, that's a bit, that's not going to... 10 seconds, he says?
We apologize, and we would just want, it might not be coming across as bad, so why don't we just...
Yeah, okay, we'll keep going, everybody. Just so what I was sort of talking about is when you have that kind of a move, I just want to look back to the most reasonable like pullback into prior high levels that I can find and just be very patient, because I think I like the dip into a mean reversion idea, but you have to, like, 117 is a thing. I don't know that there's anything that's going to get us down into like a 115.5 or a 116. So I think for that whole like mean reversion play, it might not even be there. And then what I have to look for is what I was doing yesterday, which is after it settles down and gives the curl, if it trends up, just start playing the bounces into prior highs, especially the VWAP bounces. So unless it does a big gap fill that gives me something way back in there, like on ETH, it would have been like ETH A, like 21.85, which is an unrealistic price. You know, on IBIT, like we're talking about pulling back $1, which is, you know, I don't know how likely that is. But Coinbase at least gives us something. Because on a Friday, I think if you even try to break the 400 level, I said in my note, I'm like, the first time it gets there, I expect a fail break, and then it'll probably dip all the way into the volume weighted average price. So I think that's could be something, but when I wrote that, we were actually above VWAP and looking like it might test 400. Now it looks like the opposite. So I might be sitting out the opening range on these unless we get some price action changes, because it's not looking likely the coin's going to get to that 400 anymore.
Yeah, thanks for all that feedback, guys.
Okay?
I just didn't think it was. I didn't think it was that bad. I think our mics are pretty strong and pretty good quality, so hopefully we'll be able to kick that up. But remember, guys, we are going through renovations. So for those of you that are joining for the first time, no hamster. This show is not going downhill fast. It's actually going quite opposite. We're going to be improving the studio like it's an infinite amount of improvement that you're going to see. It's going to give you the visual experience that we're excited for. So get ready for that. And it shouldn't be too long, man. I mean, once they get it going, I mean, whatever, we'll see how it goes. But we're expecting bigger and better things for sure. Here it is right there. I don't know if I should be talking over this. Like, I don't know if there's music or sounds or anything like that, but there it is. Studio 8 is coming. Yeah, you can see the construction. Oh, there is no music for that. We should have some music for that, Andre. You know, like some, you know, build up music, like, you know, and push when it blows up. I don't know. Okay, so guys, thanks for all of that. Look, I wrote down IBIT here on the sticky note, but I'm doing the sort of break and fake thing, although I don't think it's a fake. It's just I think we can come back down a little bit here. So I just wrote down a zone of 65.50 to 66. And it's just, you can go get this at Trader TV, Sean. But I was just looking at it, thinking like, I don't think we're gonna get to where we were yesterday. I mean, that breakout's already happened. So the 200 period moving average, and I know it gaps up overnight, so I'm not trusting this yet exactly, but let's let it open up, see where the 200 period moving average lies. And right now, I think we could break a little lower through there, as there will be some profit taking. I mean, it's Friday, you know, I think that Traders like Michael or anybody that thought that there was a potential breakout happening sometime this week got it. So I just wonder if there's going to be a little bit of selling off the open, and there's nothing wrong with doing that. I mean, people have options expirations, right? I mean, shout out to Joe and everybody else out there. So there will have to be some realization of either selling those contracts, or I don't know. I don't think people will let them expire and take possession, but we'll wait to see what winds up happening with that. I think there's a selling off spot here for IBIT, and I'm just looking. I'm not looking short, that's for sure. I'm not going to short anything, but I will wait for a little bit of a pullback. And this strategy is like the first 10 minutes. Like, I just want to see what winds up happening. And then if it's all aboard, then yeah, man, let's go. We talked about yesterday taking that break of right here, and how good was that? That was its past highs right there, 63.80, and it happens in the middle of the day, so it wasn't here. But that's the breakout, and boom, we had it. Now you're just kind of on an island up here. Let's just wait to see what winds up happening. I think a pullback could be in store. That's the 50-period moving average on a 5-minute chart. It rode it pretty good over the last couple of days, so we can see if we can get a pullback. And that's where I'm going to be looking to really significantly load. Oh, see, my screen is off, but it didn't change. That's good. I'm glad that didn't happen for the show. My whole screen went blank. But yeah, I think IBIT back there, those are my buy areas. I don't think it will hit, but let's just wait to see what happens with the 200 period and what that first 10 minutes are for IBIT. But the trade ideas are over at Trader TV Sean, and then we're going to talk about some more names coming up here. But yeah, definitely crypto will be on like all of our minds.
Here's Hollow, HOLO, for anyone curious. 200 million worth of Bitcoin purchased for Hollow. So that just hit 1075, 1080 at the highs there. Let's go on to NVIDIA. After hitting 4 trillion market cap, we're downside here a little bit today. I mean, it was a sell situation right out of the gate yesterday. We did recover, but a little bit of profit taking.
Yeah, and at a very important time, too, because Jensen Huang met with Donald Trump yesterday ahead of his trip to China. So let's talk about that. As I mentioned, he was at the White House. The meeting occurred just before the planned trip to China for the CEO. Discussions likely centered around U.S.-China trade tensions as well as AI chip restrictions, but neither party offered any details. Trump's April restrictions halted NVIDIA's 820 chip sales to China, prompting criticism, obviously, from Huang. NVIDIA expects about $8 billion in a revenue hit in Q2 after that $2.5 billion shortfall that was already realized in Q1 and has removed China from its forward guidance. National security concerns continue to weigh in on the AI chip trade. Chinese firms AI DeepSeek had reportedly worked around, Brendo, the access to the H100 chips, which obviously undermined the effectiveness of the chip ban. I don't know if you heard anything that I said there.
Literally nothing.
But just Manad.
Guys, just please, again, be patient. It will be worth it. Trust me when I say it will be worth it. If you've noticed, before we put the curtain up yesterday, there was those 2 pipes, those 2 stupid pipes that were in the wall that we took down. So what they're doing is they're drilling the holes to move those pipes out of the way. So unfortunately, this has to happen, but we appreciate your patience during this time, guys.
Tell him, Randy.
Yeah, we're sorry about the racket, folks. About 15, 20 minutes. I'm sorry, but it's got to get done. Studio 8 has to happen. We're going to get her done. So
Yeah, get her
go
done.
for a coffee break. But we will be here.
No, we're not going for it. No one's going for any coffee breaks.
What?
They're just going to. You are,
Oh,
of
yeah.
course. Yeah.
I thought even they're going for a coffee.
Randy's got to go supervise the work that's happening over
Yeah,
there. So
and you need a coffee to do that.
shout out
That's
to
very
Randy.
important. Like,
I just love how he comes in and goes, guys, bear with us. You know, we'll be.
thanks,
Randy
TD
just
Baker. We gotta. TD Baker, is that?
Oh man.
I'm kind of hoping you're not. Maybe you're a Tampa fan. I don't know.
TD.
Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you as well. I think TD touchdown, Baker Mayfield.
Yeah,
maybe that's just nothing, and it could be your last name could be Baker.
I mean, he could be a baker for TD Bank.
Or you could be a Baker. There's a lot that could be going on.
TD Bank Baker.
Unfortunately, it's Friday, and NVIDIA has resistance at 165. So like this is the one day that it's not really on the list for me. Like when I was looking at it, but the only thing I was sort of thinking is usually if you pop and fade, which I kind of look, I'm looking short on CoreWeave, we're gonna get to that later, so we can talk about that at a different time. I just usually think if we get that strong of a move up on a Friday into a 165, you're very likely to want to revert that move. Like usually you're gonna fail that price, even if you break it by a little bit. a lot of times you're just going to have a lot of action drawing you there, and then it's hard to break through. So I think it's a little bit of a pause here for NVIDIA. Look, we've got exuberance here, all-time highs, and all that good stuff. What that wick is on the daily chart. But really, the last couple of days since that breakout, it's great news that China's going to get the cheap chip. And it's great news that negotiations are going forward. Obviously, you hit that 4 trillion mark. You have a lot of good things that have happened where you might see some ringing in the register at that 4 trillion mark. And that's why I'm not sure we're going to get through that 165 today. I think that'll be a next week type of play for us to be breaking that one out again.
Yeah, so I was just responding, got some nice messages from people here. People also saying, they tweeted at me and saying the noise is not that bad. So thanks for that. That's a nice way to communicate with us. Okay, so NVDA. Yeah, I don't have any chip names on my watch today for some reason. It's kind of falling with the market here, so I don't have a look on this. Like, I want to be long NVIDIA, not short. Can't wrap my head around going short NVIDIA and not short the NASDAQ instead. I think that I'd rather short an index, like an SMH or something like that, than an individual name, or if anything, we had a big run in the last week or so. Well, big run in all these names, but AMD kind of led the way yesterday, so maybe it leads the way back down today if there is anything here. So I don't know, like I'm just looking at some of these charts and we're not low enough for me to get excited to buy anything yet. Like I think this 138 and change would be something down there. As I said, like a big move yesterday. There's not really a breaking level down there. I don't know. I mean, I know, Mike, that's what I do, support and resistance levels. So I don't really see anything here on AMD where I'd like to trade it. Yesterday's Broadcom was a little interesting. It started to fall out of favor a little bit there off that $280, $300 mark. I mean, it was trying to break through to get to 300, and maybe now we see some turnarounds. We talked about shorting SMCI when they got the downgrade on a very similar look here where we were bunching up and then started coming back in. So I think if we're going to look short, this is a good one to do that, but you're already a little ways, maybe 277 and change right there for Broadcom to the downside as well. And then I'm only going, I have similar feelings to Neil of NVIDIA, so I'll just look over some other ones. The worst of the bunch, not that Intel has been trading like that recently. Intel's been off, that's for sure. It actually might be one of the better ones this week, Intel, trying to break through. But again, not really coming up to any key levels yet. I still think there's more room to go. But on a day where the NASDAQ is trying to head lower, I just wonder if people, again, will be taking some profits here. If you had weekly calls or something like that on Intel, at what point don't you get out of them right here on open if you're nervous about it? Finally, a day where we're down. So I think there is some downside push here happening for Intel as well. But again, looking at this, the short really doesn't start to happen until this 23.15 or so break. So we're getting close to that. So this might be the one that I favor. What about an Intel short around 24? So maybe there's something there. But yeah, chip names not really on play for me today, but we'll watch it. I mean, if NVIDIA gets nasty enough, yesterday it held that 162, right? So yeah, so down into here. So if we can get into this area, I think it's probably worth a try. And then the thing is that if you fail it, you just get out. Like you go long here at 162, if you break this 160, 150, you just shrug it off, right? I mean, it's I think that's worth it. But for me right now, I'm looking short to start the day. So the chip space is not where I'm at.
Let's go on to Tesla here. Back to session lows, or creeping back to potentially here session lows. We topped out around 310, basically where it went out yesterday. Huge day to the upside yesterday. I mean, you saw the headline there. Nothing significant, but this goes back 6 or 8 months, if you remember, when Elon first visited India. Maybe it was even longer than that, beginning of the year probably. First, he went there and came up with this plan to actually move into the market. So it looks like August, as soon as August, we could get the first deliveries over in India.
Yeah, and you remember what Modi told him. You want to sell here, you got to build here. And so that's what the infrastructure plans were for Tesla. After that, we'll have to keep an eye out on how that all develops. Another headline here, Brendo, Tesla looking to expand their robotaxi into Phoenix, Arizona. So they've formally applied to test and operate the robotaxi out there. The Straits Transport Department is expected to reach a decision by the end of July. Tesla applied to test both with and without a human human driver, signaling obviously ambitions for FSD. Elon Musk confirmed plans to expand robotaxi service as well into San Francisco Bay Area. He said on his X post, in a month or two, the move is contingent on receiving the necessary regulatory approvals, which are still pending. And by the way, California's DMV said Tesla has not actually applied for driverless testing or deployment permits in the state. So this could delay entry into a critical market where Waymo is already available. So we'll have to see how that all works out.
Going back to the beginning of the week, we were talking about the San Francisco angle as well. So Tesla in a hurry to get this going. Back to session lows, as we said here, guys. Again, we apologize. Please just be patient, guys. They're drilling 2 holes to move some pipes as part of this renovation. It's going to be about 30 minutes tops, and then we should be good for the rest of the day, guys.
What did you guys say? Oscar Health? What stock are we talking about over here? We're talking about Tesla. Okay. Yeah, no, we apologize again, as Brendan mentioned. Not much we can do here with that, but
we all saw in the afternoon that 310 level, right? Like, we took the shot at it, and ultimately I feel like that's the kind of level, especially on a Friday, it's going to be a big deal. Look, I'm not underneath here. I think if we're failing under 310, we're retesting back into 302. So, like, obviously 300's the big level, but I don't want to start thinking long back in until we're testing that 302 back into the 300 level. So I'm looking for the old mean revert. The way this got bought up in the afternoon at that price, I just think it makes sense. It's a Friday, we can hold out that 300. So yeah, it'll probably take a lot of patience here for Tesla. But if we break that pre-market low, I think we're going to head down to that 02 level and then look for a base in and around there. Obviously, look, if it loses 300, I want no part of it today. I think at that point, you got to be able to give it up. So yeah, that'll be the plan of action for me on Tesla. Maybe it gets down there. Hopefully it does for an opportunity to trade, and we'll see what happens if it gets there.
all right. Yeah, no, for sure. We're looking here at Tesla today. Again, kind of trading with the market. So I don't know. We're underneath everything. This is why we think about going short. Okay, there goes Oscar Health breaking finally through 15. So this is a level that I wrote down on the sticky note here. Oscar breaking through 15 on a downgrade today from Wells Fargo. So we're going to watch out what happens here with Oscar Health, already short this name. Let's go over to Brendan and get a read.
All right, we'll come back to that, guys. All right, well, let's come back to that. CoreWeave, first off, we'll bounce off 130 here this morning and trying to get back up to where we ended the day yesterday. It's been relatively weak all week long, and the downside move potentially to continue here. One of those trades, there's not a lot of catalyst behind this today, but one of those trades, if we do start to see some weakness in the overall market, might be a place to go for a short.
And we're seeing the breakdown on the technicals here, Brendo, on the daily. So that's something we've been talking a little bit about. This company, at least from a fundamental perspective, is a little overvalued. So let's talk about it. Needham downgrading CoreWeave today from buy to hold, citing valuation concerns. The stock is up about 283% over 6 months, now valued at about $73.5 billion. And it's trading, guys, at 41 times its 2026 EBIT. The analyst at Needham, Mike Psychos, he said, we believe the valuation is full despite strategic positives from the CORS deal. The acquisition, in case you're wondering, the Core Scientific deal, it's going to save about $10 billion for CoreWeave in leaseholds over a 12-year period, reducing operating expenses and lowering capital costs through the data center-backed ABS financing. But CoreWeave is still operating at a loss, Brendo, with an EPS of around negative $5.19 over the last 12 months. The high growth narrative priced in aggressively with profitability is still a few years out, and here's how some of the analysts feel about it. Mizuho downgraded them to a neutral, a price target of $150. Stifel also downgrading to hold at $115 price target, and Macquarie neutral was $65. So they're quite concerned about valuation.
Yeah, a lot of people following suit this morning as well. Selling, possibly, guys. A short, possibly, today, CoreWeave?
It's right at first support at 133 right now. And remember, just one thing, it was down. It did hit 10% down yesterday, very, very late in the session. So it will be, the uptick rule will be in effect for today. And most times when you get this kind of a move, like that double-digit move to the downside, even when there's a continuation, it's not as big. So I don't think you're shooting for it to fall as much as it did yesterday. But if it can't hang on to 133, like technically speaking, you're looking at about 120, if not even 100. That's the next leg down. So I think this is definitely headed for a massive retracement. I just feel you have to be much more careful with the short, because if it doesn't break down underneath this 133, like if that doesn't happen for the short, then it's almost like waiting for about 138 in here to get a look. This can easily shoot $5 up, no problems, on a relief rally. If you think about when this all started on the deal, this was 164. So it's given a lot back. I just feel like if it's not breaking down through lows, like every other day, it's like break down through lows, break down through lows. If it doesn't give you that look, the only way to short this is to sit out the up move and allow it to get to a resistance spot, show you some kind of a turn, and then go for it. The first place I'd look for that is 139, because it doesn't seem like it wants to make that breakdown. But if it does, I'm going to get it. And by the way, we had to pay for locates here on CoreWeave, but they are relatively cheap.
All right, the imbalances are now out. NVIDIA buy, a little bit of a bump up there. SoFi was here as well. But now there it is right there for a small buy as well, $21. Great job there for SoFi over the last couple of days as well. There's your AMC up a bit today, up 7%. But I'm just going to skip over. I have Oscar Health written here on the sticky note. And the break on here says $15. You can go find it at Trader TV Sean, up on Instagram as well, over on X and Instagram. So I'm already short Oscar right now. Gets that downgrade from Wells Fargo. It's been really beat up right down here. You're back. I'm still not in this name. This was a name that in the healthcare space I was looking to get in, especially at this 200 period. But today we take it out, and now we start to go a little bit lower. Price target for Oscar today in and around 1430, 1440, something like that, where I'm looking to get out. If it does come back into there, we'll scalp out a little bit right off the open. But right now, short Oscar Health again. Just want to see where we can go. Downgraded at Wells Fargo, broke through the 200, broke through the 50. Not really at any key levels. Like I would much rather have shorted it a little heavier if we were already breaking these levels. But right here, $15. Let's wait to see what winds up happening there. It could hold because we do go back here to late May and early June where we had some $15 action. So let's wait to see what's going on there for Oscar. Could be a good time. There, we struck oil finally. So there it is. Now we got oil. Now it's just blasting all over the place. The well has been found and the bottom has been hit. So there we go. With only 3 minutes to go. Hopefully this... Okay, I was listening to hear if I could hear what they were saying, but thank you for your patience and everything as now we, get ready to go. And I think that the idea is for them to be done around 9:30. So bear with us, and we appreciate everyone sticking this out. So there's another oil well found.
Before we go back, we'll quickly show you guys the balances because there's really not much there. Penny stock, WLGS. MP is here, MP Materials, a buy of 340,000. AMC got an upgrade and they have a buy of 300,000. So pretty light in terms of the imbalances for a Friday. So we don't really have to factor that in yet. We'll see what happens in a couple of minutes when some of the bigger NASDAQ names might start to flow in there. But let's talk about the one crypto-related name that was not looking so good this morning, Robinhood.
Yeah, downside once again today. Again, guys, we apologize. It'll be maybe another 15 minutes or so. I'm hoping they're on hold number 2, so there's only going to be 2. So just stay with us. Let's look at Robinhood here. Back to the downside, as I mentioned, Florida AG filing a case against the pricing model they're using, or I guess the marketing of that pricing model when it comes to crypto.
Exactly. They're touting their platform as the cheapest way to buy crypto. The AG of Florida taking issue with that, Brendo. So here's what the probe is going to examine. It's going to examine if Robinhood's payment system for order flow negatively impacts the fairness or the transparency in its crypto pricing and produces higher fees, in fact, for its users. This is not a new story. This was actually published a couple of days ago, being regurgitated today, sending this stock down 1 1/3 here in the pre-market.
These guys are hilarious.
Fantastic.
There's 2 pipes that we're moving. So yes, there's hole number 1 and there's hole number 2, guys.
I'm not sure doubling down is going to help, Brennan.
No, I mean that made it worse. But anyways, I'm not looking at the chat there. But yeah, Robinhood has the whole pull back down from 100 level. Like, I think it does have 100 in its sights, right? And I think that Robinhood on a market turn here, like if the market does get going, this is going to be one that I really think continues its trajectory higher. Like Robinhood yesterday was fantastic. It got beat up a couple days ago off that 100. We got down to $93. That's only like a 6% pullback from its all-time high. And then that didn't last very long, right? We got right back up there again. So I think Robinhood's going to be a long here today, especially if Bitcoin keeps on holding. And I don't even think it's a Bitcoin story. It's just, this is Robinhood. They've done really well. SoFi earnings coming up. We'll figure out what's going on with Robinhood. But again, I like the stock. I just don't love longs today. I'm going to stay away from Robinhood, but the market seems like it might want to go back up. Maybe my first trade will be shorting the TQQs other than this Oscar Health.
Yeah, we sort of talked about this, thinking Robinhood might be a next week breakout type play. I'm not too worried about a story that gets reprinted that's a little bit older. They tend to shrug these kind of things off. But I don't think we're getting that breakout today. And if there's a fade off the top, there's that 400 on coin level, which seems a little bit more interesting than Hood today. But Dara, for the last time this week, let's get that bell rung about now-ish.
All right, good. Yeah, man. Now we're open. There goes Oscar Health to the downside. So this is the one trade that I've got on right here. We'll start to take a little bit of profit. There it goes. We just got some 85s. We're going to get some 81s here. Hopefully there it goes. There's 78. There's 70. It's the money trade all ready to start the day there with Oscar Health. Some nice pull downs there for OSCR. Let's see where it goes from here. But so far so good on a couple quick outs there. We're going to get it going now to the downside. There goes Amazon. The one long idea that we had was Amazon. Look what these futures are doing, man. The futures are blasting. Like I said, you can't keep these stocks down for very long. Yeah, there goes Amazon, the long that we liked. And then, by the way, we also said I'm not shorting Robinhood. I guess that idea was good. There goes Robinhood. I said this probably has a $100 handle on it. Did you believe me? There goes Robinhood. Yeah, and then we're also short the TQQs right now as well. So this could be a good trade as we get ready for this. Nice pullback here on the TQQs. So we're ringing the register double time right now. My salute to you. Hopefully you guys are in some of these trades. You mentioned NVIDIA.
NVIDIA is making a move to the depth. To the upside, I should say. Sorry. I'm looking at Tesla off that 310 level, so that's moving down off the 310. I want this one short off 310, then long into the 302. But NVIDIA is absolutely powering up. It almost got to 165 there. Look, we didn't. I'm usually very skeptical about levels like this breaking. I thought we'd be shorting into 310 on Tesla, but if this gets to 165 and does a failed break on NVIDIA, then we might have to take that one instead. iBit, which we had said I want to be very, very patient because I think if we dip, we could go into a really big dip buy. That's starting to break those lows. So I think Bitcoin in particular, let it settle down that opening range and go from there. And CoreWeave, not at 138 yet, but it is starting to go. Remember, it's SSR. If this bounces, you get these big bounces when you're 10% down and the short tick rule is in effect, or the uptick rule is in effect. So I'm waiting for 138 to start looking for a curl on CoreWeave.
Okay, yeah, let's do this. I'm just getting some shorts out here again. I mean, there's Oscar Health, bang, bang, bang. To the downside there as well goes Oscar Health. Pipes in the back, don't stop this guy, man, because there it goes. Like, this is a big move. There's 25 cents right there on Oscar Health. We're almost at our goal already for the day, which is, again, I'm just pretty pleased with the way trading's been going. And here goes the TQQs as well. So we're also short the market. We talked about our tendency to feel short today, and that's exactly what's going on. So now we're short the futures literally at the top of the day. I have the high wick right there for the TQQs, and then Oscar trying to go as well. So let's just sit down here, see if this does have some continuation plays today. NVIDIA's popping. We talked about also, I see some loads there about Big Bear AI. I'm going to let this one settle down, although there's some decent volume going on right there. Nice move off Big Bear. Yesterday we looked at $7 for that as well, but it's an oh boy trade right now for Oscar Health, man. This is what we wrote down. We put down OSCR on here on our sticky note as a big trade. You can go find it at Trader TV Sean. There it goes to the downside. Plan your trades, and I think that's one of the most important things you can ever do right there. Amazon long, that didn't come in yet. We'll wait for iBit to fall down. We've got Oscar short 15, and we've got the TQ short here at $84. So it's like we'll go 2 for 2 with the ideas that we have listed up on there. I don't know if you've been in position. I've been sort of not looking around at that, but these are my two, and I'm going to see if we can ride together with these. Let's go downside now here with Oscar.
We're not in anything yet, but I can tell you CoreWeave is looking like it's angling to be the first. We'll get to NVIDIA in a quick little second. Nice topping tail, didn't get to 138, so it might end up being the breakdown that we're looking for. If you show me that we fail a breakout in the pre-market, like the pre-market highs, and we hold that candle back underneath this 134 and hold VWAP, then I want to continue the short. I want to get the short under there. I thought this was pretty unlikely that NVIDIA was going to do this, but it has at 165. If you see me keep looking up, it's because Tesla, I have an order on Tesla in front of 310, and if it shoots up, it's only a couple dollars away. It might actually get there. But if we fail this 165, I think a pullback into VWAP makes sense on NVIDIA. So that's what I have up. But I feel as if the two that have the bigger concern for me are going to be CoreWeave and Tesla, which I keep looking up at. CoreWeave's starting to look like it's setting up for that entry short underneath the volume-weighted average price. So I think we're going to nibble into it here. By the way, I see there's a lot of small cap names that people are mentioning in there, and we will get to them for sure. I know Big Bear AI is making some power moves, and MSTR, obviously, Robinhood, we will get to those for sure. Lots and lots moving as the market starts to come back in. I want to get my CoreWeave short trade. The thing about it when it's SSR, sometimes you got to let it make that first up move, because it can be really, really violent, show the rejection, and now I can give it to the 135 level on the weaved one.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, not much over here. I mean, we're still waiting to see if Amazon can come back in a little bit off of a huge run up there for AMZN. I mean, of course, today Amazon grabbed a upgrade. I think it's on my sticky note. I should probably know.
Yeah, it was a price target raise.
Yeah, price target raise there from Morgan Stanley. Raises price target in stock from 250 to 300 there. Improved macro geopolitical environment, so on and so forth. So we're gonna wait to see what happens here with Amazon. Pretty choppy though. Off the jump goes Amazon. The futures aren't choppy at all, though. We nailed this one, man. Shout out to Jay Lee and everybody else in the chat that's here trading today, because that trade there on the futures, so far so good. Oscar, we've only got out of a third of this. I'm not sure. Like, that first dump, that's kind of what you want to see continued there. And it looks like it's trying to get back to the upside. So let's stop out of this, man, if we break above 1530. So let's just put that stop in right now. 1531, just in case it gets going. You know, the best we got on here was 30 cents. So if we can get something in and around that area, I think we're doing pretty good. So we'll wait to see if we can short more of the top here if it does get going on OSCR. Of course, crypto's not doing anything right off the jump. You can see 17.6 right now. So we'll just keep that on our screen there and watch it to see if there's anything going on there. Coinbase with the pullback. Again, you know, not much. And then Tesla. Okay, so everything's kind of just flattish right now. I mean, not too much volume even off the open compared to yesterday's closing.
Especially for Friday.
Yeah, so that's the thing. So I don't know. We'll wait around and see. I mean, we've got the future short, which is going to be pretty important here for me for the TQs. This is the one where we're making all the money right now. We'll see if Oscar can keep going. NVIDIA is a straight line up, so there's that too.
Yeah, it's a straight line up over there on NVDA. It looks like the strongest one. At least that's on my board because you can't watch everything. But Coinbase, I thought Coinbase, a gap fill was more in the 80 range in here. Look at the bounce that you're already getting. I'm looking over to see Bitcoin's doing nothing. As Coinbase is absolutely flying. So, look, we'll try to get involved in this, but it was so far away, like $5 away from the bottom that I was looking for at 380 bucks. So I might just have to work a little bit differently here. It's a nice bottom and tail candle. We'll see if we can hold on to 390. Prior close is 389. So I think that could be the area that we look for it on a bit of a dip buy. CoreWeave, just to give you a quick little update, it's just breaking the lows now as 132. Yeah, I mean, pretty much breaking the low of the day right now at the 132 level. I am looking for a spot to add to this. I tried to grab it in front of 134.5. My only fill was in front of 134 evens. And just giving you the bit of a zoom out here, there's really not much to look at until you get down to about the 120. So I'm looking at each one of the even dollars, like the 130 and the 131s on the way in for some targets over there on CoreWeave. But yeah, Coinbase, I do want to try to figure out where we can join that move. And Tesla's finally starting to break down as well. Tesla breaking out the low of the day. But it's just, CoreWeave short for me. It's a buck in the money, but it's trying to break the low right now. It just bounced off it a second time.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, good trade there on CoreWeave, obviously. The NASDAQ is coming right back off of those levels. So, you know, any sort of a short there on the high side was worth it. I'm going to take another piece here at $83. I mean, there's the futures. There's the move down. So far, so good there. And all I talked about was weakness early. We said we wanted to be short. So it's too bad that Oscar's not really doing that move as well. NVIDIA coming in right here. Again, nice top. If you're looking to go short, you might have just found one there. At least it gave it to us. So something to build off of if you're short NVIDIA. Let's see what happens now. But there's the NASDAQ bleeding. And oh boy, do we have a great trade now. Dollar Club over there on CoreWeave, which is obviously great trade. And then we also got the Dollar Club right now as well on the futures. So drill, baby, drill. President Trump wanted us to do this in the back. So that's why we're doing it. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here on CAPR. This is Capricorn Therapeutics gapping down pretty majorly here. Basically what happened was the FDA rejected one of their treatments here. You can read more about this on our watch list, but either way, bouncing really nicely here. Double bottom pre-market right now. Trying to bounce, but certainly going to be hard to recover from that massive drop. Back to you.
Looking over at some of the Mag 7 names on this drop, a huge, well, huge is the wrong word. Meta down a couple of points here as it looks like it's selling off. NVIDIA is just built different as usual.
I know, but look at NVIDIA versus AMD. This is why I hate having that conversation every day because, like, as you mentioned,
look at this sucker.
And then look at AMD.
Oh, goodness, AMD.
You know, AMD is just completely the other way around. So I think we're nailing some of the right things to do. But,
I agree.
yeah, the market kind of had a huge move up, and then that's moved down. So now we're getting ready to go. Look, for anybody joining us right now, we are renovating the studio. It's going to be absolutely huge. We're so excited for the renovation, but we do have to go through some growing pains, and that's what's happening right now. So we'd say, look at this one. Now we're on the wrong sides.
Oh, yeah, but it's the right charts.
Right there. Yeah, that's all good. We got it. I'm just saying we're not used to that. So thanks, Fabian, for posting that. Hey, look, man, the more looks, the better. We like all of that.
No,
maybe AMD has bottomed out there at 140, 150. So watch out. Maybe a little bit of a pullback. But as Neil mentioned, man, they're not all built the same. NVIDIA making that move higher right now. So watch out now. Yeah, Fabian's trying to figure it out. I don't know if he can change our mics, if there's a setting or what to avoid this. Yeah, this is the best. This is the best we're going to get right now, guys. So, all right, Oscar, maybe get something out as it's coming back in a little bit here. I want to be patient with this name, but at the same time,
Can I give a quick
Yeah, go.
There was a monster. Okay, so first off, CoreWeave is SSR. There was a huge bottoming tail candle through 132 just now. So it finally broke the low of the day, got all the way down to 131.4. I slapped the trailing stop in through 132. It came back instantly. So like when it broke down, I'm like, okay, we'll give it back to that low, and it was like 50 cents. Like it was in the money about 2, and it was 50 cents underneath that even dollar, and then instantly got swiped right back up. So on an SSR name, if I was thinking long, I'd probably go long there if I was thinking long. But yeah, I just realized I was probably yelling this entire time. Okay. Yeah. So anyways.
Neil, lower your voice.
If I was flat, I would usually punch long in a situation like that and looking long. But I'm not, so I just got out of the short. I want to look to reload this if we get a chance. Just wanted to give the reason why we jumped out of that.
Below 100.
Tesla.
I don't think CoreWeave is going below 100.
Tesla just made a bit of a turn as well, so you're getting a nice little bounce here in Tesla. But really, it's got to be NVIDIA, everybody. Into a weak market, NVIDIA wants to blow out the highs again. It's unbelievable. How strong this name is. Like, it's just, honestly, there's no words for it other than it's real and it's spectacular, and it's the one day I didn't have it on the list. But just like yesterday, I was willing to join a move in AMD. I'm willing to join a move in NVIDIA, even if it wasn't part of the original 930 plan. Let's just say it just bounced so clean off VWAP. How can I not want a continuation? Please dip it back into 165 and play off that even dollar level, NVIDIA.
Yeah, and NVDA, yeah, exactly. So good levels there. We are, yes, Fabian, yes, boss. He just said, when they're drilling, please speak louder.
I'm incapable of doing that.
Yeah, that's the extent of the training that we get.
You got trained?
Yeah, it's like, you never got trained? No.
I got trained on how to work the green screen. Remember, they showed us how to point to the green screen properly, and then I didn't even get trained how to trade, man. This is all just coming au natural over here. But yeah, shout out to everybody today. Thank you so much for your patience as we work through drilling for oil to make this a much bigger and better studio for you. We did put up the black curtain there yesterday just to try to
prevent some of the sound, but it's working. Believe me, it's working, okay? But right down there, like if you guys were here, I've already taken like 4 Advils, so that's great. But $83, that's a lie, I only took 2. Right there, breaking now lower on the futures. Let's go. Nice downside push there, man. We're really super happy. The trade just continues to work. It's the only one I'm in right now. Amazon, though, is getting pulled back into a level that I believe should get bought. So I'm sitting here on Amazon. We're going to try this long now. Whether or not it goes, I mean, the market's pulling. I'll just try right here at, I was waiting at 25s. We're now at 54. Can we get that? Maybe not. Right now, shoot, we just might have missed it. All right, I'm just going to punch in. Oh, we just missed the punch in as well. Great. There, I'm at 67. Nope, I'm not. Okay, now we're long. There it goes. So I told you we were there. So now we're going to get longer. Hopefully in the 50s here. I'm also at 54. We missed that punch as well. So hopefully that can come in. You could see it's a little jittery right now on Amazon as the levels are just coming and going. So let's wait to see where this name settles down. You know, the bid that I had on here was on the note was 222. So we'll buy a little bit down here. For some reason I can't get that 54, but we should be able to get it. So we'll sit here and wait for that one. Futures coming down. We got a little bit of a hedge if we hold the future short against this Amazon, but I like the Amazon long, so I'm going to buy it right now, even more at 60. So we just did that. We did not get our 54. There we go. Now we get it, I think. So now we're long on Amazon. We've got 1 unit. So it's a starting of a trade. Let's see if it can get up from here. I like the Amazon long. I like the futures short, which kind of is not a great combination. There it is. Yes, sir. There goes $1 right now on the futures. And again, a posted up level, right? I mean, it wasn't rocket science. And then I don't know, Neil, like I'm not here next week, but I feel like I might have to cancel this Boston trip. Like we just bought Amazon right there. And then it just popped. Like, there it is, man, 50 cents on that Amazon trade. Boom goes the dynamite. Let's take some more out here at 05 and 06. It's Amazon, baby, and there's the trade for you right there. So there's 60 cents right in front of you on Amazon. As I liked it so much, we were marketing in to that. So far, so good right over there. I've got 3 positions. Neil's searching for some more. Let us know any ideas that you guys might have, but so far, so good here. I'm going to cover some more of this Q's trade, and hopefully we can see Amazon start to go to the upside. And by the way, ciao, we can do it. Wow, we're on fire these days. Oscar here as well. I mean, you guys have been watching, so you should know. But Oscar Health as well, making that move back in. We just take some more outs here around 80 cents. So yeah, man, today's a good day, and we want to thank everybody again for the patience with the drilling, which potentially
I think it sounds, knock on wood. Is this an update?
That's wood.
Well, yep. I knocked on wood because I was about to say I think it sounds like it's done.
I think we're largely finished. Might be a little background racket, but yeah, thanks folks for your patience and the noise, and it is what it is.
Well, that's why we say that saying. Because,
thank you, Randy.
Hey, it's all gonna be worth it in the end.
Randy, if there is another cup of coffee available, Randy,
that would be. Somehow that cup got cold really fast.
I know Randy's the one cutting the pipes and doing all the drilling and doing all the work. So if he does have a spare moment to get that. But there it goes, man. We are now in the money, $1. Like we just put this Amazon trade on, man, and we talked about it. We found it. Not only that, man. This is why. I mean, the next 7 days there's no sticky note, but you're gonna have Obi and Neil here. But there it is, right there, the Amazon long. So you know when the market comes down, as we actually wrote down here. Dip by zone if market fades. Like I can't do anything else. So that is exactly the trade idea. If market fails, what did the market do, Neil? Failed. We wanted to buy Amazon. So there it is right now. We've got 3 positions. We're at our daily goal. The bull rides again, man. And yeah, we've been really, like I said, seeing this market beautifully. My first Oscar trade of all time on the show is this. So there you go, man. Like, I like this stock. There goes the short. Trade idea number 1, Amazon. Trade idea number 2, Oscar. Top 2 P&L names there today, Oscar and Amazon. And actually, the TQs is also on here, the same trade. So 3 for 3 there, off the note. We won't be posting them next week, but we'll be back very soon after that. And right now, we got to go back to Adara.
This is INKT. It's about an $87 million market cap name, a little bit more expensive for a small cap, around $30. Right now, it looks like it's halted. This morning, they announced a publication here in, I guess, a thing called Oncogene. So keep an eye here on INKT, I guess, publishing some research. I want to let you guys know as well, we do not have any economic data coming at 10 a.m. And of course, we didn't have any at 9:45 either, because that has come and gone. Now, things to keep an eye on later in the day at 1 p.m. We have here, I guess, comments from Fed's Goolsbee. Then we also apparently have Peter Navarro speaking. That's going to be at 5 o'clock after the market closes. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adair. Out of my four, only one thing even set up at the open, so I'm kind of glad I only took one position. But I can tell you, when you're trading something that's short sell restricted, if you're looking to re-enter on the way down, it can get a little bit tricky. I did try to hit 132 when it rebroke, missed the fill. Well, I didn't really miss the fill. It was just there was no uptick, so I didn't get the fill. But it's already bouncing back. So I will look to the volume-weighted average price, which is pretty much where we got in the last time. That's what we're going to try to grab. Here's Tesla. It's about to break $310 because that's what it does. And I had canceled my order. I'm going to make sure we get it in there as we speak. When it was down at 306, I usually am going to cancel an order, but it just got up to that 310. And we had said this yesterday, that this level could come in, I don't know, 2-3 times, 4, 5, whatever it might be. And if it doesn't break the first time, you're going to take the second for sure. The other thing, while we're talking about it, Robinhood failed 100. And
look at Amazon.
Right back into VWAP and bouncing very, very nicely. The one I like was Coin at 380. I believe we got a super chat here from Eddie. I'm just going to go back over to Tesla because it's about to get to that 310. That's the one that I have to be on in the moment. Coffee, we don't want coffee. Thank you so much, Eddie Sarkeesian. I know you were in here yesterday, so I appreciate the super chat. Appreciate all our viewers in here, and thank you so much. We are definitely going to get some brews from our good friend Randy. But Tesla fading again off that 310. Doesn't look like it wants to break it yet. Maybe it gives us that dip into the volume-weighted average price to play into that level instead.
Oh boy, yeah, Amazon, really, thank you so much, Eddie, for that super chat, man. I know you had a big day yesterday. You talked about trading Forex and whatnot there today. There goes Amazon, man. I mean, I hope that you guys, I bought this 3 times down there. We only have 1 unit, but we just kept liking it. Like I was waiting, honestly, at 222.25. So I thought we could potentially get lower than that, but right there, man. Now $1.70 in the money right now. Huge trade alert right there. We still have 10% left of these TQQs. Debating a reload now, but I don't know. I like to get a little shorter, higher than this. So we're gonna wait to see if that comes in or not. But I'm gonna just hold out hope that maybe it does. But this Amazon trade is really something special because we found it. It's there. We got it. It's Prime Day, ends today, but that don't matter. You know, we're trading this based off of just some strength that we had seen. Was upgrade or price target increase. That wasn't that huge. The price target increase is not an upgrade really. It's an upgrade, but it's just, yeah, it's not like as much. Like if it was a little bit of a different catalyst, we could have potentially gone a little harder. But again, I was waiting to go hard down here. Not bad. Yeah,
it's not nearly as bad.
There we go. Yeah, that does make you feel like the dentist, actually. You're right about that one there. It's like a drill dentist there. But yeah, no. All right, let's just it is a little bit harder to focus, of course, when this is happening. But it has nothing to do with, I mean, we're still focused on winners, right? I mean, that's what we do here. That's the whole point of trading. That's the whole point of the show. Give you guys some winners, trade together. There goes Amazon right now, huge move higher. Oscar, nice move lower. We're 3 for 3 big, man. We've hit our daily goal right now. And considering that we've done that right now with this kind of noise in the background, I couldn't be happier than everything else. So, you know, thank you so much for that. But I'm coming in every day and trading. Oscar lows right there. I don't need no skill tests, my guy. I think we're proving the skills every day, but right there, we've got this going on. Again, it's the sticky note. It's 3 for 3. They're huge, and they didn't set up perfectly, like Neil said there. Not everything sets up perfectly. My Amazon came within 50 cents of the perfect trade, but you got to. I mean, I step in there and do that, and we're just gonna wait to see what happens. Now that reload on the TQs. Ah, man, could have been something there, but we missed it. So anyways, that new drilling noise is just there's something about it, like it's like hitting the back of my neck or something.
Yeah,
like that.
it's not as loud,
Oh,
but
boy.
it's a different type of sound that I can't
Go
describe it.
Amazon.
Just very quickly, Tesla, we said we take inventory into a 310 break. So I got some 309. Like immediately, it was like, no, don't want it all at that price. I'm still taking the 310. So I immediately flattened some because I was going to take more on the 310 break. Just to explain why I took a couple of cents really early on it. It did get up to 310. I took out the 09s at 110.15 and then took the 10 break, which immediately trailed out. Because I feel if we fail that trail break, we'll try to get back in on the 9s and maybe even into the volume weighted average price. So yeah, it's a winning trade, but it could have been a heck of a lot better if I just said, hey, let's just leave it all in that we got in at the 9 level. Look, Tesla it's now green. You can see it's literally battling, going red to green because it closed at that 310 level. But on a Friday with options expiration, this is going to be a level that's hard to chew through. So you can expect a pullback and even a second one in here at a VWAP. While that's going on, CoreWeave is setting up for a reload. So there's the lower high into the volume weighted average price. There's our topping tail candle. So I just want to see this one not close green and close under VWAP, and I'll take the reload into CoreWeave. So yeah, Tesla worked, but maybe not as, it wasn't clean. Like it worked because you went long into 310, but there was no follow through 310. So like I give it like a C+ in the fact that I wanted to see that blast through 310 and continue to go higher. CoreWeave just gonna let it settle down a bit, and going back over to the strongest name, I think, oh, it's only up 1%. But the way it went off the open, NVIDIA was incredibly impressive. It's doing a little bit of a dip now. This could be the opportunity to get into it. This was not on my note this morning, but when NVIDIA is going up, sometimes you just want to join the party. I don't see Coinbase doing anything that I remotely like, so I'm not really as focused. Crypto's not moving, so I'm just kind of replacing that temporarily with something that is, which is NVIDIA. So we'll see if we can't join the trend that we are seeing on NVDA.
We're just taking advantage, man. We're at the day's high. We're now at 1.5 times our daily goal. Oscar, we've really started to clean it up a little bit here at the 70 mark. I mean, it does get as low there as 60 OSCR, so we're trying to watch out for that. Thank you, Randy, for the coffee, man. I'm going to need a couple of shots of something in here pretty soon. And again, I want to give a big shout out to Eddie. I mean, yesterday you really dropped some bombs here with the super chat, so we want to thank you for that one. So, you know, big shout out over there to you, Eddie. There was some talk of getting some wings and stuff like that, so we'll probably do that for the midday show there today. So we'll have some of that going on for you guys all on the midday show, as Bitcoin Joe is excited for that. So we're getting ready for that. Congratulations, by the way, Joe, Sharif, everybody that is a holder of something called Bitcoin, because today we go huge. And there it goes. Now, okay, now it's trying to go again. So here it goes right now, IBIT. I'm going to get excited. We're trying to take out 18 finally one more time right now. So there goes IBIT. There goes IBIT right now, breaking through 67 and change. Look, man, we've got Oscar, we've got the TQs, we've got Amazon. So, you know, bear with us again. I am actually going to cancel the short idea on the NASDAQ. We're really long, man. We're almost now $2 in the money on Amazon. We already got a nice little high take there, but that was a really good trade. This is going to be P&L number one. Oscar's kind of, for me, Oscar's kind of right behind it. Neil's had some great trades there. Tesla, CoreWeave over on that side. Oscar, the futures, Amazon up into here as well. So the other name that I want to look at quickly, and again, is this talking loud enough, Fabian? I don't know. Should I louder? Okay. Yeah. Okay. They're now back into normal talk right here. Man, wow. This is going to be something else, man. I cannot.
You have to go from.
Why could this not have happened on Monday when I ain't here, man? You and Obi could have dealt with it, but no, it's been fun today. There's.
We gotta send you off in the right.
Yeah, yeah,
right
yeah. It's all good, man. We're having fun here today, right? I mean, we're just playing around. But look what I said with Robinhood. Robinhood gets to a hunch again and then turns around. So Robinhood trying to do its best, and I still think it does break that. We mentioned that earlier. I said right there on the opening part of the day, I was like, if there's any longs, I actually really like Robinhood down there. But we picked our poison, and oh boy, was that poison ever tasty right now with Amazon. And again, big banger trade here for me. I know it's not very, you know, humble or anything like that, but it's just like, I want to just talk about it because we put it on. We showed you guys this trade. You know, just like Sharif, Joe, Neil, myself, we'll all celebrate when we get some winners on board. This was a real good one, and I just feel better. I really feel good when it's something that we've posted up for everybody, because traders don't do that. You know, that's what we do here live on the show. We talk about the trades that we like and we take them and we work them out. And the thing is like, you're going to find some other streams that will say, oh, we're already long this name, or blah, 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 or I'm holding from yesterday, it worked out. Like, that's fine. Like, we're giving you live trades every single day, and I want to thank everybody for joining here. Yeah, we can't hold overnight. Neil and I are sitting here on a prop floor. We got to say thank you to Real Trading, you know, for the opportunity. I've been here 24 years, and it's been great, and this is going to be another fantastic year. You know it's good when every year your income just keeps on rising, and of course I hope that continues, because sure as heck no, inflation ain't going down anytime soon. And give it time. Yeah. Well, no matter what, there's always going to be inflation.
Well,
right? There's always going to be.
Governments will always spend more money than they bring in. Therefore, they have to print. So inflation is forever. The entire economy is now built on it. So just deal with it. The monetary system is entirely built on the notion of debt. So there's that, and you can't get around it. That said, what I do, okay, there's things I like and there's things I don't like. The thing that I don't like is that I had to chase NVIDIA before we got into it. The thing I do like is the market's breaking out, which is always a good sign. So like, I bought into this trend line dip, but it doesn't really give you a lot of wiggle room buying into a trend line dip like this. Because like, if it fails underneath 166, which, I mean, it's NVIDIA, so look, I'm long 166.07. I'm not stopping out at 99, but I am going to give it to this prior bar here. So it's like 165.70 or so that I'm going to give it to, because I don't want this losing the trend on me and then getting all the way too far down into VWAP. I also think it might be underneath VWAP where the real support is on NVIDIA. And it was, like I said, it was a little bit of a chase. CoreWeave did not, again, same thing. If you're trying to get it on the way down, I might have to try to take this, and I'm going to have just take this one against me on the way up next time, because every time it does a curl, I'm just not getting filled on the even dollar break. Like, I'm not getting filled on the even dollar breakdown. So it might not be that executable unless you're taking the fill against you. So I might try to do that on the way back into VWAP. And just one more note on Tesla, it just failed 310 again. So look, the better play was just to only long into the 310, not to take the 310 break. Let's go over to Adara at the desk.
Before we talk about what's happening now, because there's quite a lot, we want to take a moment to thank our friends at Top One Futures. Are you looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ SPY or even Bitcoin? Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. Pick your path: instant funded, challenge, or pro account, and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. In the last 90 days alone, they've paid out over $10 million, and they've earned over 1,000 5-star reviews from real traders. So just use that discount code TTV, that is TTV, to save on any account. Scan that QR code or head to top1futures.com. Start trading towards your next payout. Right now, as you can see here, S&P 500 and NASDAQ pretty choppy, still trading within their pre-market ranges. But certainly something that is not choppy is Bitcoin, IBIT, some of these other crypto-related stocks right now a little bit kind of flailing right now, but of course Bitcoin did make new all-time highs around that $119,000 level. So great look for BTC, and congrats to those holding. Here's Levi, LEVI, right now again pretty choppy so far this morning, but they did have that earnings beat, and they also raised their guidance. So good look here for LEVI. Then we've got TSLA on watch as well. Bloomberg reporting that the company is likely to start its first deliveries in India in August. They're also apparently going to start opening their showroom there next week as well. Then we have NIO, this name, Chinese ADR, very strong. No catalyst on this, but keep an eye on these Chinese ADRs in general. We're seeing some comments here from Chinese state media this morning. Apparently, China and the U.S. are going to try to come together here on some agreements and talks. So I'll have to wait and see how that unfolds. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Thank you, Adara. Yeah. Okay, so by the way, Amazon right now is officially in that $2 club. We just got two 24.50s, so nice move there to the upside here for Amazon. We're going to wait for that one. Oscar continues to go lower as well, so we're on that. And then we do have, the reason why we hit this is we have a new position right now. I did wind up averaging in now to this trade. So I was just looking at it. We did have a couple tops there. Obviously, the market gets extended a little bit there during that run, and we'll just wait to see if there is a pullback. I mean, I am bidding right now down at 72s. We just reloaded 86s there. You know, maybe I'll just let me take something out now at 76. So we just punched some out just to preserve a little bit there as it keeps on coming back in to the outside. Yeah, I wish that I'm going golfing on Sunday with my brother-in-law and my kids. So first time, my brother-in-law is a maniac, so first time that I'm going with him and my son, so that should be a lot of fun there. We'll see everybody on the golf course on Sunday. That should be fun. I mean, no better, spend as much time with your kids as you possibly can, obviously, and so that's a new tradition that we're going to be doing, golfing, so that should be a lot of fun right there. Oscar, yes, sir. Look at that, Phil. That's 50 cents there on a $15 name. That's a 10% right there on Oscar as it's coming. No, 10%, 1%. Nice move down there on Oscar, grabbing 50 cents there. What am I talking about? 4%. Move down for that into 14.50. Remember where our stop is right here. So this is well in the pocket now for us here as a trade. So we really like that Oscar play as well. We're going to talk about some news stories as we go and things like that. There are apparently a few super chats. So let me just go over and look at this right now. Now it looks like we are a little more focused right now. Yeah, happy Friday. Thank you, TD Baker. We got that. You're long on drill. That's good. So are we around here. All right. So we can look at, that's actual stock. Okay. DRLL. Maybe we'll have a look at that. The Buffalo. What's up, brother Howard? The Buffalo Food Festival. So we're not too far away from Buffalo here in Toronto, about an hour and a half. I'll be driving through Buffalo to get down to Boston. So that should be fun there. So we'll see everybody at the Buffalo Food Festival this weekend. You
Toronto
won't
loves
see
Buffalo.
me there, but Toronto does. Yeah,
12%. I think it's over 10% of the season ticket holders. The Bills are Canadian.
Okay, yeah. So again, a lot of population right there, right by the border, and then stuffing things. You're welcome. And then Eddie, of course, with the coffee money. So we want to thank everybody for all of that. We'll go back into the live chat. And this is where you guys can get involved, right? There's Robinhood. I mean, no surprise there, as we talked about Robinhood trying to break through 100 there today. And so bye-bye. See you later, man. We just got a great fill there on the TQs. There was a nice little reloaded opportunity, man. We got that fill. It's coming back in right now. So what's up to my good friend Phil? But yeah, so far so good here today. Robinhood, did it take a hundy there? Yes, it did. So bye-bye Robinhood right there. Again, congrats to everybody long Robinhood. Your boys long SoFi, of course. And we have over 100% profit in this name, and now about 103% because another nice move to the upside there for SoFi. Eddie says he hopes the team spends it on beers. Yeah, okay, we can figure something out today for that. I think that we're going to grab some wings at some point there today, was what was decided there. So we'll figure that all out. But yeah, so right now, man, just big time trading. There goes Amazon to the high side. We talked about that, Oscar and the TQs right now. Remember, we're stopping out of the TQs if it breaks back above $84. So that's going to be that trade. So we're just waiting for it. But yeah, thanks again for everything. Yeah, of course Amazon's breaking out, but who knows? We're gonna wait. Like right now, it could take this top, so we're gonna try to hold out for that. 225.50 was the top, and that was about $1 away from now. So I'm gonna put some more offers near that 225 marker. Again, just so you guys know, I only have 10% left right now of Amazon. So yeah, it wasn't a huge trade, but we are at a day and a half right now, so it's pretty good. It's only 10:06.
It is, and traders community, you just asked what the next stop is on CoreWeave. If you're talking about on the daily, we can go over that in a quick little second. It seems like at least where it's catching bids on every single move, just for today, you're essentially going like for about $3 on each little like really big stair step down, like the open, and then that push just got you another 3, like about the 32 break into 29. But I was saying before, like I've gotten zero of the breaks. Like I'm able to take the short when it's going up against, but not when it's breaking down. So I missed that short, and I missed that short twice at the 132 level. So I'm taking it in, I'm kind of taking it up into the 131, and they're just gonna play it like, $1.50 by $1.50, like that kind of a thing. I just putting a limit on how far this can go in a day trade is tricky. On a daily chart, I think we're headed to $100. 120 is like theoretical support because it's a 50-period moving average. I'm not sure why a stock like this unwinding will care about the 50-period moving average. So I'm more inclined to just put some faith in levels that were bought up for multiple days on CoreWeave. Because ultimately, the whole reason why it's going down is no one believes the valuation or thinks they can put a valuation on it. So why try to speculate outside of just some obvious technicals? So that's all really that I want to do with CoreWeave. Like we're short as a day trade anyway. It's like I'm not short this in a personal account or anything. So like it's not as if I'm sitting there trying to figure out where I want to cover it day to day. We're just going to take it step by step. I just know that I don't want the long in this stock for quite some time. Let's put it that way. For quite some time.
NVIDIA?
No, CoreWeave.
Oh, CoreWeave.
I was just flipping to NVIDIA as I was finishing the thought. So NVIDIA holds on to the trend, which I might not save all my trend lines because it's causing issues with my charts. Sometimes that's what it does, and it's just a me thing. So I draw a lot of trend lines sometimes. But I do think we're running into a bit of a lower high here. You got the Qs, which are, I don't want to say failing, but slowing down at the overnight highs. And when that happens, like you just saw the rejection, like you try to get some out there as it pops into the almost like the third to $0.50 and immediately gets rejected on NVIDIA. So if we can't even get another green candle in there, then we lose this support and then I wait out the next level. So this might be like, it's weird, like NVIDIA getting into the trend might actually be the first loss for me today, despite the fact that I do like it. Coinbase now really stair-stepping to the upside. I think it's going to make that run to 400, but just like the Tesla break, I'd rather be long into the break than trying to top-end break on a Friday. So you're just pretty unlikely to see me taking a 400 break on this one. But as long as we can hold this pattern of higher lows in front of VWAP, then I'll try to get into this Coinbase. I thought 380 today. Obviously, it never got down there. So we have to pivot to a little something else on Coin. And Tesla, by the way, with that 310 break, I saw someone saying it's dumping. It's pulling right back into VWAP. Like the long into 310, much better than sort of adding on the break, and then the 310 break giving you a flat trade at best. Maybe you could have got a couple of pennies if you're looking to scalp 20 or 30 cents. I guess you would have won on that breakout trade at 310. But if you didn't have any at 9s or somewhere lower, no good.
Getting out some more here on the TQs, of course, as we go. Shout out to Pro Trader here. He's saying, new traders, study Sean's style. Small caps, futures, big caps. Use this to create your own style. That's what I wanted to bring that up. But thank you so much for those comments. We don't have a red day this month, and it's been really, really successful. And we've been really focusing on small caps as well as big caps lately with Big Bear AI today and Oscar. Big Bear AI all week, Oscar. Other names like that obviously going too. But let me know, guys. Put some ones in the chat. I have a good poll idea. Let me see some ones in here, and I'll put up a poll for you guys, and we're going to see where that goes. But let me know what you guys are thinking. If you want one, there it goes. Okay, we're going to go to Adara, then I'll come back and we'll discuss what we're putting up there for the poll. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, right now there's LMT. This one got a little bit of a spike right now. Apparently the Senate panel is backing this proposal in the defense budget for 2026 for 34 F-35, I guess, vehicles or jets here for Air Force One. So LMT moving around a little bit on this headline. Back to you.
So, you know, part of today's trade, of course, is the fact that yesterday we did get news, and it was all over my Twitter, it was all over my Instagram and everything like that yesterday about these tariffs, right? I mean, and yesterday, President Trump, of course, signs that letter and sends it over to us here in lovely Canada, saying that we are now going to put a 35% flat tariff on everything, and that could be a problem for us, right? And so, but you could see today that the market did make that move down, and we were actually down quite a lot more than where we were. This trade has a name. This trade is called the taco trade. So right now, Fabian and or Andre, what I want to put up here as a poll is, what's your favorite taco? And you guys could figure it out. I think there's the fish taco. There's various different things that we can put up there, pulled pork or whatever. But I'm going to let the guys figure out whatever they want to put up. But I think we can do that for a little bit of a fun thing. And I'm thinking maybe instead of wings, we can order tacos.
I'm always down.
Maybe.
You know why. We've gotten tacos once from the caterer, and it was like one day that I wasn't here. So I'm down with getting tacos, but it's all about the classic for myself. Oh, the timing is fantastic on this. So quick look. As I said, I want to be inventory long into the 310. So we're trying to grab the long again in Tesla up in front of the 309. But this might end up just being too good not to take something a little tighter to the 310 level. Also, NVIDIA, I have to respect what's going on here. Like there's the sellers that just seem to be emerging and emerging and emerging off of the 166 like third level there. Like if it only goes like 20 cents on these bounces and we're putting in lower highs, let's let it settle back down and start making an upward trend before we get a little bit too aggressive on NVIDIA. CoreWeave might be making a bit of a bottom pattern there. So as I said, I'm going to take them sort of on the way up because I'm not getting the fills on the way down. But if I get that breakdown trade here, that's where my stop is. So just because I'm taking that trade after the move doesn't mean I change anything. When I'm looking for that bottom break, I'm stopping it out right there. So when I get it on the way back up, I'm stopping it out pretty much in exactly the same spot. Keep it tight. Don't want to give back what we made on the early short, which was obviously at a much better price. So I'm holding on to NVIDIA, but it is Tesla that is charging toward this 310 level for a potential second breakout. I'm still bidding in front of 309. If I don't get swept up, we said it could be 3 or 4 times that it breaks this 310. I feel like the next time it does it, it'll do it for good. But I'm also a Tesla bull.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, I think, Tesla just gets so much momentum behind it that there's nothing wrong with thinking that it may continue. Or, quite frankly, today with this move higher, the market's going to go green. We had written down there on our sticky note today that we'll get that taco thing up soon. Fabian or Andre, let's get that taco thing before it loses. There it is, perfect. Chicken, beef, pork, fish. Okay, good enough. Well, I was gonna, if we could say, you can only put 3. Or you can only put 4. That's the problem. Here it is, right here, guys. So we'll all order like our own tacos, whatever we each choose here. But for me, it's pretty easy. I'm gonna go. If it was shrimp or seafood or something, fish, I'm down. So that's what I'm gonna select right there. Fish taco, Neil. Which one are you going with?
Oh, I already we kind of asked this question the other day, and I said I'm just a classic. With a classic beef.
Okay, so good.
So that was my vote, but I'm a stickler. I want spicy salsa. Like, you gotta have some kick, man.
Well, that's what I'm gonna say. I'm going to.
I need some kick.
Yeah, these tacos might be an issue for me then with the spice because I'm like I can do tacos,
everyone do their own.
The sauce has got to be.
Adair has nothing. Everyone's gonna order their own. I'm gonna task Neil to order the tacos during lunch.
You don't want any of my tacos.
Everyone could just tell Neil or whoever, Brendo, what tacos we want. We'll find a spot. I'll hit the gym when I get back. We'll do some tacos.
Yeah, when I got the wings, we got wings for everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
You didn't have to have all. There was hot wings for me, but
you can get hot sauce on the side or whatever. We'll figure it out. Al Pastor, something. There's a lot of great Mexican places just around here, and there's something called Uber Eats, so we can actually get. First of all, do the tacos come with tequila? That would be the first thing that I have in my mind.
That'll work.
Right now. I might just bang the bottle over my head after a day like today. But look, we're having one of our better mornings. We're 3 for 3 again. Yesterday we were 3 for. Yesterday I think we're 4 for 4 there, and today 3 for 3 yesterday I think we only maybe had 2 or 3 trades again. This one could come out. There's 0% chance. And I was actually thinking about that when I asked Neil that yesterday he was saying that when you gave back and you lost there on that Tesla and you said it was different than the breakout the other day. I think that's the right way to start looking at things. I am not that smart. I do not look at it like that. I just look at every trade as a P&L trade and say to myself, if this breaks, where am I getting out? I don't really look, and it's probably the wrong way. I don't look at it and say, well, the last time I used support and resistance as a trade, that's what happened on a completely different stock. I just look at my stocks. I look at every trade. Where's my in? Where's my out? And that's that. I don't really think about how much I made or lost on a breakout trade the past days, but I'm just not that smart.
The trade should only be the trade. Like each trade, it's about.
But then you related. But then what I'm saying is you related it to. You said I lost on Tesla, but I didn't lose as much as yesterday.
Because you want it related to a P&L thing. So if I'm going to relate it to a P&L thing, it should be apples to apples. Like if I trade. Like an IPO trade, if I'm gonna compare, I don't want to give as much back that I made the IPO last time, then I'll compare CoreWeave to Circle. But in a general sense, it's more about if I'm long 310 in Tesla and my stop is 305, sorry, 309.5. You know that's not 305. That's not my style. If my long is in Tesla 310 on the break and my stop is at underneath this bar at 309.40, it technically is, and I'm risking 60 cents and then I want to make sure, like I'm trying to get out some at the 310, 50 to 60 area, and I want to get some off that high in front of 312, right? Like that's the execution that I care about. Like, how does that trade work out? And if I'm making a trade with the same plan, then I want to compare apples to apples if I'm looking at P&L. But all that really matters is this is where I'm getting in, that's where I'm getting out, this is where my targets are, and let's move on to the next. By the way, the market is stair-stepping to the upside, everybody. And like it's really, really nice. I want to get over to, like, there's a bunch of names we haven't looked at. Apologies. Meta, which was, I believe, the weakest Mag 7 name off the open, at least from what I was checking, right back into the volume weighted average price. That looks absolutely fantastic. And the reason I said Meta is because A.O. Lewis, Meta, question mark, y'all need to try Barbacoa too. Yeah, why not? But what was your note? You just said Meta, question mark? Oh, maybe you just wanted us to look at Meta? Was that it? Sure. I mean, Meta is one of the weakest of the Mag 7 names this morning. I can't think of a particular reason why. There was no news or catalyst that would, I think, cause it to be weak. But I just think it's a healthy pullback for Meta currently. And we've seen this with the Mag 7 recently, where you have some days it's one or two leading it and the others are weak, and they don't necessarily even follow the cues, and you got to be able to deal with that. Sometimes it's news-based when we have like an Amazon and Prime Day numbers or that kind of a thing, and every now and then it could just be some rotation. Like I don't have a story for why Meta is looking relatively weak other than I'm not concerned as a shareholder. Maybe it's just a matter of we're getting into the all-time high again and we're getting a bit of a pullback. It could be that simple, and I try to keep things simple. I like the stock. I'm not selling up any up here, but I also haven't been buying any up there on Meta. So NVIDIA, which is a strong Mag 7 name, that's powering through the highs, as it doesn't seem to want to get to the volume-weighted average price, but it is holding on to the trend. So now that I can draw a better trend line, let's see if we can break the top. If we break the high of the day, which it just kind of wicked it there, I want it to close above the high of the day, and if it can close above the high of the day, we can look for an add a little bit higher. But just to go back over to Tesla, I just noticed Tesla tagged 311 and is right back into 310. So it did give that first fill. I think I actually got in the 70s and not the 60s. I know I said 60s. I think I put the order in the 70s, so it is what it is. But it is not breaking out that 311. So we're not getting the follow through we want. It'll give you that like first about $1 move and not too much more than that. So far so good. Longs are working, but we're not really screaming upside. Maybe it's because it's a Friday that we're more tepid on these up moves. Let's go to Adair. We got some news.
First of all, I love the word tepid there, Neil, but let's talk a little bit about Meta. I do want to mention that before we get into small caps. So I did look into this around 9:20, so right before the open. It seems like Reuters reported that Meta is not going to be tweaking its pay or consent model anymore, despite the fact that they risk fines from the EU. So maybe fears of EU fines could be on watch there. That's the only negative catalyst I'm seeing, but it's worth noting Meta and some of those other names around that price point, like $700-800 stocks, they gapped, they traded lower off the open yesterday. A lot of them did the same today as well, so it could just be an odd tech-wide move in a very specific subset of stocks. Let's take a look here at IWM. The Russell 2000 here, as we get these pushes higher in the market in Bitcoin, is not having that exciting of a morning, truthfully. We've very much traded basically within the range of this first 15-minute candle. So nothing too crazy here. There are a lot of small caps to cover. I do apologize. We're not going to be able to go over all of them in this segment. But if you want to see them traded live, definitely check out the Midday show with Sharif and Joe. And that's going to be starting at 11 a.m. Eastern. Here's INKT. This is Mink Therapeutics. I mentioned this one earlier as well. They did basically come out here and announce they actually had, I guess, a publication in Oncogene, so it looks like they had some research published. NNDM, Nano Dimension, a name we've seen trading here before. No news, pretty stuck. We're right, maybe trying to break out here, but hanging out just below that 165 level. NNDM, and last but not least, SLNH. This is Soluna, and it is a crypto-related small cap catalyst. Yesterday morning, they announced they're securing $20 million to launch a new Bitcoin and AI data center. So good look here for SLNH. Also keep an eye on some of these drone-related small cap plays like UMAC, UAVS, and RCAT. Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Defense, actually announced that they're going to be trying to double down on their drone-related efforts. You can find out all about that on our watch list today at Trader TV Live. Back to you.
we were just talking about GameStop because I brought it up in the pre-market and I was like, why is this thing not moving? Remember, I was like, what's up with the treasury there? But look at Amazon right now. It's starting to go. We'll go to GameStop in a minute, but there goes Amazon. I'm getting lighter and lighter on this. We just talked about the 225 area. We only had 10% before. Now we get it pieced out. Now we got 7.5% left. I mean, I'm just sitting in here, so far so good. It's been having a great morning. The only stop out that we have all morning, and it's a profitable name, it'll be my least profitable name though, is the futures, and there it goes on the TQs. So huge. I mean, when we're losing 10 cents or 15 cents, when we get out on that break, we got out at 84.06. So that obviously it's a hit. I mean, there's the reload there at 95. So about, let's call it 15 cents after these plus that. But we just took 15 cents just for fun right there. But then there's the move down. That was the big cash right there. But Amazon, I mean, wow. The only long idea that I wrote down all day today, and then we already zoomed that out to have a quick look at where it's going. And I think that we could be in for, again, it is breaking out. We've talked about it. But maybe just at this level where we're at right now, there could be some stops. So we'll wait to see if we can get something back here on Amazon. But, again, only 7% left. But yeah, GameStop's starting to go.
Yeah, and look, GameStop, in like hindsight's 2020 and that sort of the thing, it's easy to say, well, if it's supposed to move with crypto and crypto gapped up, why not just take it breaking out and it plays catch up? But I think that's part of learning. Like the next time I'm questioning something like that, then maybe you just do like a breakout play with a tight stop and just say, well, if it tries to go, crypto has gapped up. And that's what GameStop obviously did. But let's move on to what's next.
Who next?
This is I'm undisputed heavyweight champion in the world, and I want who next. That's one of my favorite clips of all time. That's so old though. GameStop 24.50. I like squeeze plays where shorts might have exit areas and they get like scared. That's about 24.50, especially the 25. So if it gets there, maybe it pulls back off it the first time. But the resistance is obvious. Like I'm not showing you anything on the daily chart that that we couldn't just see by zooming out. And that's the first thing I always do. If I haven't looked at the stock, is try to zoom out. All right, Tesla in the aftermarket failed at 311.50-ish into 312. So you're getting a nice stair step to the upside here on Tesla. But if we do curl back in, this was a VWAP bounce. And I wasn't really thinking VWAP bounce. I was thinking kind of get it as it was breaking back out above 310. So that's not the best entry. You could have had something off 309. I feel if we fail here again, which it looks like we are, I might take the buck and go for the dip buy. It's Friday. I mean, ultimately, the futures are at overnight highs. It's not like nothing about this is as parabolic as some usual open moves in Tesla outside of the original dip buy. So I'm going to jump out. Instead of thinking 310, I'm going to go back to thinking the 309 on Tesla. NVIDIA, on the other hand, it's really starting to hold. Oh, yeah, I said I wasn't going to save these. It's really, really holding on to the trend on NVIDIA. I didn't get the refill after it broke. It broke the high and then didn't retest the trend line. So NVIDIA looking incredibly strong as well. A couple of points. And what I love about this, we like NVIDIA in general. What we love about this is like it was doing on its own. Now you've got AMD trying to go green, but NVIDIA has been strong the entirety of the morning. I pivoted to it. This wasn't on there. Like I like the CoreWeave short, and I said Coinbase wasn't really doing much, so I went over to NVIDIA, and obviously Tesla's been just fine. That's really all that I've traded. Speaking of CoreWeave, yeah, it just doesn't seem like it's as weak as it was yesterday. At some point, you go 10% down, you're very unlikely to go 10% down the second day as well. So it's 5 points to the downside, one good short, and then one kind of flattish short on that. We'll see if this one sets back up again, but we'll wait for it to do something. NVIDIA loves to churn, and it's doing great. And I want to take a look at NEO, which I see at 10% to the upside. It's back at $4, everybody. That's the good news. The bad news is the daily chart still stinks. But, you know what? There is no but yet. I think I'd be much more interested if this gets above the 200 period moving average, holds it, and breaks out from there. I just think when it's broken the 50, it hasn't generally been all that good of a move when it's breaking the 50 period moving average. Like it's actually been, hey, look, every time people are buying above it, it seems like it just sells it right back down. But it is a nice trend break on the daily chart for NIO. Maybe today we get into like 420 to 440 and look for an afternoon reversion trade. I think that's something I could look toward.
Okay, I just wanted to quickly talk a little bit, maybe a little bit more macro, just quickly here, because right now this is the dollar. So you can see the dollar trying to break right now through. So US dollar getting stronger. And generally speaking, of course, a strong US dollar is weaker for mega cap names because they need to bring the money back in. Sometimes over 50%. I mean, we can look exactly. I mean, different companies different, but like an Apple or something like that, as they start to get more sales outside, sometimes it could be up to 50% of their sales are outside of the United States, so they got to bring that money back in to the United States, and it's not really affecting the NASDAQ right here by any stretch of the imagination, but there is something about that story. So we're just going to sort of wait here and see if the TQs and the NASDAQ continues to go higher there despite having a strong dollar. It's not always, everything's not built the same, right? It's not like that's a complete fact that has to happen with the US dollar or mega cap names, but there goes TQQ. And on that talk, like Amazon's another one of those names, but we're just going to maybe top out there. So we're going to get some pieces out of Amazon, and hopefully we'll be able to get out of that relatively quickly. Just a quick little, whoopsies, just a little quick look here on some sectors that have been moving around here today as well. If we're going to go over to the sector watch, just real quickly here. It's almost 10:30, so we'll talk about crypto in a minute with Adara, so I'll leave that with her. But if you're just going to go on a percentage change right now in the space, hold on a second, something was trying to, oh no, we're not breaking out or anything. I'm not sure we have those orders out there for Amazon. But yeah, the S&P 500 energy right now up 0.3. The S&P utilities sector up 0.78. We'll talk about some names that are there as well. Consumer discretionary higher. You can see Amazon sort of trying to lead the charge there, upside. And then, you know, some of the negative areas to look at. If we'll flip this on the other way around, materials coming through. I wonder what's going on there. We'll try to take a look at materials for you in a minute. And then, yeah, leading the way there, the healthcare and then the financials. And the financials is pretty important because starting next week is when we got JP Morgan and the rest of them come running out there on Tuesday with their earnings. So we're going to wait to see if there's some pre-market buying on Tuesday. The market will already be open and their report will already be out Tuesday morning. So you're going to have to make a play today on JP Morgan or Monday. But yeah, down 1% again for JP Morgan. So yeah, some of the banks have come back a little bit there. We did have some nice highs yesterday in around 288, but I believe this was in the 298s or so. Yeah, so there's the high there, 297. So it's been quite a nice move down there for bank stocks as they come out and report next week. So get ready for that. BAC's been hit. They had not a bad report, but they had a downgrade a couple of days ago. It made the sticky note. That was shorting through 48, I believe, or 47. But yeah, it must have been that 48 level right there on the break on the daily. So since that downgrade there on EPS warn, right? That's what it was. They were wondering what the EPSs of these banks might look like in this following quarter or the past quarter. So there comes to the downside. Bank of America on a downgrade earlier on in the week. So yeah, the financials not really giving the juice that we've seen in the past in some of these names. So we'll wait for that. And of course, as we just talked about the US dollar, there comes the TQs just a little bit down, but I don't think we want to short the market just yet. But we do want to go over to Adara because right now, Bitcoin, it's not doing much, to say the least right now. But we did have, I don't have the button. You have the congratulations.
I don't have that one.
Oh, the do something. Oh, okay. I
want that one.
I thought we were going to do, because I was going to also say it's congratulations at the end of the day. I mean, IBIT today continues to make moves higher.
Chart.
I know, and that's what I was trying to call up. It's still a 4% move, still one of the better there today. But okay, let's go back over to Adara and find out maybe the stories behind some of these moves in crypto.
If I had to guess a story or a shot, I would just say there's a lot of excitement. We know we've seen lately a lot of these small caps trying to move into this space. Even this morning, we had, I guess, a blockchain, some company called Blockchain, collaborating here with Signing Day Sports. So another small cap related crypto catalyst story. We have a lot of these Ethereum treasuries. So it just seems like there's a lot of excitement in the space, in my opinion, that could be part of what's leading this exuberance here in Bitcoin. Here's the 5-minute chart in Bitcoin. Still not a bad look. I mean, slightly breaking out of this uptrend that we started yesterday morning, just a steady push to the upside in Bitcoin. Slightly lower, but we are right now trying to base out around that 117.3 area. Let's see if Bitcoin can make new all-time highs later today. We already did make new all-time highs today, of course, around that 119,000 level. Ethereum really strong as well. I definitely think that's worth reminding everyone. We're just around 3,000, and based on TradingView data I saw this morning, we actually broke above 3,000 this morning, up about 8.5%. XRP having an amazing day, up 14+%. Solana 7%. BNB 3.5%. Dogecoin 14%. Cardano 20%. Solana 18%. So we can talk about these awesome moves in Ethereum and Bitcoin. They're very much valid, but maybe we should also discuss some of these alt moves as well, because they're pretty notable. Make sure to like and subscribe, and congrats to everybody who's long crypto. Back to you.
Absolutely.
But still half of the people in our chat, like, we're trying to get people invested in this thing, but
Well, you know what?
let's go Ripple.
It just means that there's more money to come in, which is definitely a good thing. Money is definitely coming into the market as I screw-face look at Tesla that just went red. We'll get to that in a quick little second. So you know NVIDIA is strong when I'm sitting watching this. I'm watching the sellers at 167.5. I'm like, okay, what are we gonna do with that price? Key price level. It does like one John above, immediately sells back under, and like the second, it's like a second there's a punch out, and it tried to go back underneath that key spot. Oh my goodness! Just when it looked like it was breaking down, someone slammed it right back up. So NVIDIA is incredibly strong. We were buying off the 166 level just because at the end of the day, it was Coinbase that was on this for me. Like I did trade CoreWeave. We traded Tesla, that was on the list. Coinbase, which I like down and around like the 380 level, was going to be the jam for me, or maybe a play off of a failed break of 400. Neither of those things set up. And I have 4 level 2s and 4 charts, so I went over to NVIDIA because that was like the thing moving, and we're able to catch it. Doesn't go to VWAP, so we just went and just kind of looked at that 166, and when it held the trend, there was probably one shot in here that I think could have been an ad. Like that's probably the spot where I think you could add to it. If it holds on to the trend line, great. You could see like 169, 170. In the middle of the day, if we break the trend, my thought will be not necessarily VWAP, but the buyers that came in underneath 166. So if we lose this trend line, I'm like VWAP might be a little bit higher. It's where they bought in the morning that I might be more concerned with as far as getting back in. I'm glad we got away from CoreWeave on the short side because that's starting to really look like it's catching a bit of a relief rally. Remember, these guys, ever since that Core Scientific deal, which a company that is spending a ridiculous amount of money on CapEx relative to the amount of money that they're making, which was already considered to be very overvalued, from any kind of reasonable valuation standpoint, makes a big acquisition that immediately, by all the analysts, they start slapping downgrades on it, and it's made the turn. So there's a million ways that you could draw that this has broken the trend, but I think we can all just visually see that it has broken its upward trend. It doesn't mean there won't be bounce days. It's entirely possible that this one gets back in, and I am eventually shorting it at 138 today, in which case it would go potentially green. But that doesn't mean this downtrend has been broken. I think the street has spoken on this. And I mentioned this yesterday, and I will say this. Anyone that happens to be trading Core Scientific, it is trading at a huge discount to the actual conversion. It's 0.1235 shares that you would get, which I'm pretty sure at these prices now, whatever. At yesterday's prices, that was up at like $17. So it'd be a little bit lower than that. So probably, like that's the fair value up in here on Cores. So right now, there is no correlation between these. Cores shareholders don't want any part of holding on to it till the deal closes. So you can't trade these together necessarily. So I just want to give that caveat because usually you can when you're looking at all stock deal. CoreWeave's the one that's moving. This isn't going with it.
All right, here we go, guys. E-Signal, you know, you're looking at some of these charts today, wondering what's going on. Try and trade with the best. You know, the screeners that are available here, you can get E-Signal for 1 month free. Scan that QR code there. Any exchange you want, right? It's a completely customizable platform. It's based on entitlements, so you can get over there, talk to them, figure out which level 2s you want, which charting availabilities do you want, like who are you looking at, what are you looking for. They've got everything for you there, options, imbalance locator, all that kind of stuff. You can chart over 500 symbols. It's E-Signal. Again, the best of the best. Stay with us here. I've been using it for over 24 years. So we want to thank E-Signal for providing us with this opportunity to give you 1 month free. Trade smarter, not harder with E-Signal. So yeah, okay. On that note, I did want to just talk a little bit about what's been happening there today. We did get obviously the tariffs coming in for Canada there yesterday. So, things that could affect. Obviously, we look at, something like a Nucor or something there with steel and aluminum and all that, nice bump up there today, but then faded back out. That's why we have this, what's your favorite taco right now? It looks like barbacoa beef winning right now. Let us know what that is, as the lads and everybody around here, everybody, Adara, Ramin, everybody, we're going to have some tacos today. So let us know about that one, because that's the taco trade, right? So anyways, the Dow slides today. We did have good earning report from Levi. So Levi Strauss coming in today with a good report, up 10% and continuously going higher there on the double beat there from Levi Strauss, and raised guidance. So that's a big one there for Levi. Oscar Health is just coming back in a little bit. We did like that 15 break there. I'm getting out on a 15 break higher. So if that comes into play, that will be something that we'll look at, but I'll take another piece out there at VWAP and hope that Oscar can come back in. Obviously, Bitcoin today surged to all-time highs and bouncing off that 120 basically. Looked at it, then kind of got scared and ran away. I think it comes back up to there. Now you're finally getting through that 18,000, so that's good, man. Digital assets and some of the miners also going upside today. Here's Marathon, for example. So we'll wait to see, obviously, where that one goes as well. Marathon Digital right now trying to get to the upside. So that's over 3% there as well. And then we talked about how banks' earnings are also going to be in focus, right? So those earnings continue to come through every single day. So we'll wait to see where JP Morgan, then trading like the XLF starts it off next week. So if you are sort of looking for a trade here in the market, maybe swinging something in the XLF could be there as that comes through. That's about it, man. For all of those names. And then one of the bigger names that we haven't looked at today that's been really impressive is Robinhood, because there goes Robinhood. Again, taking out new highs, all-time highs, not, I don't believe, for Robinhood, right? Or is it?
It is. These are
it is.
highs.
Yeah, did we break through that $80 marker or whatever it was? Was it 84?
It was 85 was the prior all-time high from the IPO move, I think.
Okay, well, here's the Robinhood Daily. I'm just going to go over to, let's just go to a monthly quickly. It hasn't been around too many months, right? But there it is. That was that, 84, 85. Yeah, so 84, right there. We've now broken through that sort of irresponsible high, because that wasn't really it. I mean, we really got going once we broke through this high of $45. So, maybe if I throw my voice like that, you'd be like, holy crap. But there it goes, man, a double up there from that break on Robinhood as that keeps on going. And the next one to make a move. And, if you're saying maybe I missed Robinhood, well, SoFi, again, like right into there. That's that $25 marker. We'll see if that can get there with SoFi earnings coming, I believe, on the 29th as well. So some moves happening now in the financials. So watch out for SoFi and Robinhood. As we go a little bit more there, rather than just talking about our individual trades, let's talk about potentially what could be happening next week. Look at a little bit of names like in the crypto space and whatnot. So yeah, that's what we're doing, man. We're pretty light on everything else that we have right now. It's 10:40, and I know you guys are talking about BBAI. Andre, let me know if I have to throw it anywhere. BBAI, okay. Okay, good. Sector watch. So there's Big Bear AI again, starting to come back to the downside. I mean, we got everything that we needed from Big Bear AI. I mean, it's just a matter of how you guys traded it. We got out some at right on the show, man, 8:58 is where we got out of a piece live on the show as this was happening. So we got some pieces out up there on Big Bear AI, still holding, I think it was probably 70%. We got some out at 650, then we got out of 10 or 15% up here. So it's not like we got everything out and we're reloading. We're not. We're letting Big Bear AI settle down. That's part of this trade. So, all right, I know we have a super chat. Do you want to do that quick, and then we'll go to Adara?
We can go to Adara.
No, we're in no rush. Do the super chat.
Okay, let's get Rusty Dutch. We have a couple, actually. Rusty Dutch, a shout out to you. Thanks for the great week, lads. Thank you for tuning in. That's what it's all about. I mean, thank all of our viewers and thank our community for being the best trading community out there. You're not going to find anything like it, and that's why I think everyone's so positive. Paula, best week so far. Cheers. MD Nam liking it as well. And then we got Douglas, Gator Sound and Lighting. Lighting. It is lighting.
Yep.
CYN held for the long haul and now banking. We got a key for that.
Congratulations. Yes, we do.
There we go. Those are little mini Bitcoins, which I kind of wanted there to be some more fun stuff that we could do. So it's not always like the Coinbase.
Cardano's up 22%.
Yeah, well, we at some point we're like, we could ETH one, but then you're just making one for every single alt, which is fine. Look, CYN, look, this is, the Midday show, and obviously Shoot does a great job of it, they're going to be all over your smaller, lower float, smaller cap runners. So when you see something like this up to 19%, it's good. The volume actually, relative volume is big, but it's not nearly as big. Like, it wouldn't top most people's like top idea scanners, because before, when it made its rally, it was doing like 5-10x this volume. And just to give you an idea of where, and I saw you said you held it. One thing you can look for, and this thing is why we like Webull at 10, when they make this kind of a massive pullback, all you generally want to see is, it's hard to look. On day one, there's a red candle in here, and you can find this level, which was support, and then this level, which was resistance, and look what's key today. Right there and there, like resistance at both of those spots. And if you're looking at where this based out, I'll just draw a line so it's a little bit easier for everybody to see. Right in here, well, so parabolic move up, and it starts to consolidate right at about 850, and then stair step upside. So parabolic, stair step starts at 850. So where did it bottom out here? It looks like it just came in. Well, it wasn't 850. That line was at about 880 actually. So we call it 875, and that's where it ends up bottoming out. It's not to say that that's always going to work, but when you hold a low like that, bottoming tail candle, which traps shorts and then breaks out, and you already know that your first target was back around that like 11, and your second was at that 12. I prefer to wait for it to show a setup. Like, not hold on to it on the way down, but let it make that bottoming tail and then break out afterwards, instead of just going down and down and down, right? Like, it breaks the low here, but then doesn't take out the high. Like, it breaks the low here, but then doesn't take out the high. Like, you're waiting for it to break the low, trap some more people short, and then take them out. That's a great reversal pattern on some of these names. But, like, I know we're talking about only our trades. Heck, this market has been incredibly strong. NVIDIA's already gone. Like, I got it like 50 cents ago, which we probably should have stayed into it. But AMD has now gone green. Remember, they caught a $200 price target, everybody, earlier this week. And whatever you believe about that, the whole idea is a rising tide lifting all ships. So the fact that Jensen's going over to China, even if they are going to be selling their lesser Blackwell chip to China, the demand, what we're talking about is the demand. It's all about the demand. And so every positive story for NVIDIA, or every positive story where you hear that, like CRM, they're doing half their work, agentic AI is allowing them to do more than half of their work, Benioff says, with AI. When you see things like that, it's all positive for the space and is growing the pie. And I think AMD is more of a, you're winning because the pie is growing, not because they're going to be the best. So that's what this rally is. But you are starting, and why I think it's only up like nothing compared to what the rest of the market seems, well, not the market, but what the rest of the chips might be doing, is all of this resistance up here on AMD. But I do believe that you're going to start to see some other names with this great rally in NVIDIA start to play a little catch up. I think this is in a bit of a resistance spot. You've got ARM, which is breaking back out above the 150 level. Load. So that was in a bit of a pullback, and all of a sudden you can see this start to go again. So we're getting the rising tide lifting all ships scenario, it looks like here. And it's only starting to go for some other names, despite the fact that NVIDIA is 4 trillion and going higher and higher. It's starting to drag some things up. The same way Bitcoin dragged up a lot of the altcoins. Not that I would compare AMD to an altcoin. Let's go. I believe we're going back over to the desk with Adaira.
Here is the sector watch. Let's take a look, because it's pretty weak, as you can tell. A lot of this is going to be self-explanatory. Health technology, bright red here. Gilead down 3%. Couldn't find any news on that. We also have weakness in BMY. That's Bristol Myers. Yeah, there we go. BMY. We've got utilities a little bit mixed here. Transportation, some strength in CSX and DoorDash, but a lot of these other ones weaker. Process industries to the downside. Commercial services, distribution, health services, communication, consumer non-durables. Let's talk about where there is some strength, because there isn't much. I mean, retail trade, Amazon's trying to hold up this entire sector because a lot of these other names are red. Then we have electronic technology. NVIDIA, I was reading earlier today, apparently now it's closer to 4.1 trillion market cap than 4 trillion market cap. So we're already continuing to push into that 5 trillion level slowly but surely. GE, Boeing, and ANET all green. On technology services side, Palantir actually green today, but Meta bright red, Oracle red, ACN red again, and then Netflix as well. A little bit choppy, basically flat after quite the sell-off yesterday. Sold off earlier today. Let's see if this tech weakness will continue. Back to you.
All right, yeah, let's see if that tech weakness.
Which a lot of it was in the cybersecurity earlier this week.
Yeah, a lot of them, like because CRM can't work.
It's like when you have so when we say tech wreck, a lot of it is just high valuation wreck. Like if you're trading at a ridiculously high P, you're getting beaten up this week. Like PanW, Palo Alto. Palo Alto has been weak. Let's put it this way. Look at yesterday on Palo Alto. Sometimes a picture is 1,000 words. Zscaler, CrowdStrike, all with expensive PEs were getting beaten up. And everyone's asking why? Is there a story here? Has anything changed? And the answer was simply a no. Not at all. It just seems like things that might have a high PE are having a little bit of struggle holding to the upside. That being said, not all things are alike. Like the first thing you think about with a high PE that might be going down, look at Palantir. Palantir. I'm only bringing it up because it could break 145 again. It failed 145 yesterday. It's a Friday. Maybe it can't get through. I feel like this is one of those, kind of like Tesla 310, where you take multiple shots at it, or Robinhood 100, Palantir 145, same.
Yeah, we really like Palantir, man. Palantir has been a game changer for sure. Okay, look, this is what the stock heat map looks like. I mean, today it's very, very red. I mean, it's not, despite the NASDAQ not really being down too much. What are we down now? 0.13. Like if you looked at this heat map here, you would have thought potentially a lot worse. I actually just bought some Berkshire yesterday or 2 days ago, so that down 1% is not nice. We'll wait for bank earnings on that and see where that one winds up going. As right now, look at the financials, just real nasty. Right there, health technology, everything's red there. AbbVie, Eli Lilly to the downside. All of these names pretty red for sure. Amazon leading the way today, which you don't really, I don't know, like Prime Day ending, you know, you would think that maybe the other way around, but yeah, Amazon, nice move there. Got that price target upgrade. We talked about that. And then NVIDIA leading the way over here, but look what's down. Broadcom, I think there's some opportunities there. Remember, Broadcom and Marvell and things like that making, you know, helping Microsoft, Amazon and all that with their making of their own kind of chips coming through. So Broadcom, we had Marvell go to the downside base, not today, before. There's Intel, by the way, down 2%. We talked about that in the pre-market as well. Marvell got hit the other day because Microsoft was like they're going to start to do some more in-house stuff instead of getting them fabricated over there. AMD up, though, now today as well. Oracle's been on a huge monster run as some of the more expensive stocks. We talked about PanW coming back in as well as CrowdStrike. Salesforce, we can check out that chart. That's been bad, man. I bought some of that on weakness from earnings, but it really can't get going either as software as a service might be a problem. The name that I'm interested in buying maybe for a longer term play, Home Depot, down 1.51%. I feel like that, again, has some reasons with the housing market. If we can get a lower interest rate, potentially there will be some people borrowing to do home renovations or maybe even switching or getting their house ready to go to enter the market, something like that. So Home Depot, I think, still has some upside. Lows down as well, 1.6%. Here's Tesla right now down 0.33, so there's some movement there. And then the big one, I mean, I've been saying big one for a lot of these things, but there's Meta down 1.7%. So, you know, I'm surprised that the NASDAQ's actually not down a little bit more than that, as that is your review there of a couple different names, some sectors that we've looked at earlier as well. I did get out some more Amazon, like I said, with the stronger US dollar happening. Seems like maybe the tech names may come back in just a little bit, but the market, this is pretty typical. We weren't sure of where we were going to go today, and pretty flat on the day. It is up about 0.5% from its lows, but the NASDAQ giving back a little bit now, and we get some more out of Amazon. Now I have under 5% left of AMZN, and we're still on that Oscar Health, and we did get dropped out of the TQs, so maybe this is a time to reload. All right, I just talked a little bit about the US dollar. Let's go find out some more about money and what's talking with Money Talks in Adara.
Let's look here at the weekly chart for the DXY, because this kind of looks like its best week in a while. We did have, of course, that 4-week green streak in mid-April to mid-May, but this is probably, I would argue, our nicest, strongest green candle since then. Right now, it looks like we are up less than 1% on the week, but for the DXY, it's certainly not a bad look, especially when you consider this pretty vicious downtrend that we've been in. We're still in this downtrend on both the daily and the weekly, but the daily, it looks like we could be poised for a bit of a breakout. Last time we did this, we had that push, then we came into previous resistance, and we dropped. I would like to see what we do here just below that 100 level. 100 could be key support resistance. Let's see if we win that fight, should we get there. Here is the CME Fed Watch tool. I skipped ahead here to July. Still having about 60% of participants expecting this is not July, this is September. We're expecting 60% here expecting 125 basis point cut in September, 35% expecting a hold. July, we're still only have 7% of participants expecting that 25 basis point cut. July really does seem like it's unlikely to happen. We only had 2 Fed speakers say they're interested in July, and that was more or less confirmed here in the Fed minutes. They said a couple of individuals were maybe comfortable with July, a couple very likely referring to the people that have spoken publicly about it, so Bowman and Waller. If that is the case, it seems like more likely than not, we're still going to be getting that rate hold in a little less than a month. Back to you.
Yeah, I appreciated it, Dara. And I think there was, when we're looking at that heat map, I wanted to opine because a couple of people were asking about GE Aerospace. The one thing to keep in mind with these bad boys, it's like just a hair under a quarter of their revenue is defense spending. Which, you know my feeling on this, well, maybe you don't, but I've said this every single time it comes up. In the long run, defense spending only goes up, and the U.S. wants to cut back on it, and the pressure goes on Europe and the rest of NATO to spend more, which they are doing. Now, all of those targets, like that 5% nonsense, whatever, man, they weren't hitting the targets that they had before, but the point is that defense spending is going higher, and it could be, maybe that's the reason why Palantir has some strength today. But GE Aerospace, it's a nice little triple top here. I wouldn't necessarily say I'm a buyer. Okay, I should mention I own GE Aerospace. I don't know if I would be buying necessarily up here, but I like this trend, I should say. I understand some people don't always like things for defense. Obviously, this is not all that they do. Let's get that out of the way. But that's one of the strong sectors out there, and you're seeing it reflected in the movement today. Like the NASDAQ and the ES are both pulling back, and this is holding up. And it's not doing a ton of volume, but you want to see what's holding up on these types of moves, and it's definitely relatively strong. So it's a theme that I think continues to work, sometimes for reasons that we're not all happy with, but it's just, sometimes the truth is the truth. And look at, like, Palantir holds on to Google. I'm not saying it's going to hold on forever, but both of those names, you've almost pulled back into the volume weighted average price and about 50 points there on the Qs, and they're holding up pretty decently. Like, they're kind of the last things to be sold. So yeah, I like GE Aerospace, but that triple top is a big one that you are seeing. Only about 5 minutes to go. Nothing's screaming at me, with the exception that NVIDIA, obviously NVIDIA is great. You saw that sector board. It was like the only tech name that was up. It was NVIDIA and Amazon, and maybe it was like one or two other things. If this gets to volume weighted average price, we'll go for a reload and re-entry into NVIDIA, and that's about all I'm watching in terms of trading. But certainly, the market, we're red today. It doesn't necessarily feel like it if you've been watching NVIDIA and some other names, but yeah, we are red, and it's not looking that great anymore.
Okay, just real quickly here. Look at, I just want to talk a little bit because we have Cardano right now up over 11%. Cardano yesterday was 66 cents, now 75. So that's starting to go as well. I mean, if we're going to look, crypto is what's going on. Look at Ripple here. XRP just continues to make that move to the upside. The company is Ripple. The product is XRP. Look at that coin go. That's 11%. That's more like 25% from that. Bitcoin is actually the lagger here with all of these today. I mean, obviously it's not a crypto winter this time. It's trying to get to the upside there. Solana as well today. Solana, I got to go SLNAA there. Look at this move on Coinbase. This is just from a day, right? So you go from 156 to 166 as that's going. And then our friend Dogecoin, each one of these up absolutely huge. So there goes Dogecoin as well. Most of these up 20+%. Look, it's still nice that we have obviously some of these crypto names starting to bounce around a little bit and get going, because I know there's a lot of us that are in these altcoins, but there it is. Watch this 24-hour. Bitcoin lagging only 6%, Ethereum 8%, XRP 15%, Solana 7%, Dogecoin 14%. ADA, what's going on with that one? Up 20%. Would it be irresponsible if I hold as much Cardano as Bitcoin? Maybe. But Cardano, nice move there to the upside for ADA. Shout out to all my crypto bugs out there. I own every single one of those ones, except for Dogecoin, that I was talking about there. So obviously getting excited there today. Can't stop checking the account, but that's not necessarily a good thing because I'm not selling anything. So yeah, let's just let this continue to go higher. There's the pushback there on the TQQs. So yeah, so far so good. I think we had some absolutely great shows. Hit the like, subscribe, all of that, man. This is my last morning until next we'll see you guys in 7 days. So it'll be Obi in this chair for me next week. I'll be back today at 2 p.m. and then 7 days of Obi and Neil. It's like the 7 days of Christmas coming in right there. So you guys are all going to get a treat. But yeah, so that's that, man. Only 3 minutes left. Again, we'll go 3 for 3 today. Q's, Oscar, and Amazon, and a couple good stories that we've talked about. So again, congratulations to everybody that's been trading, especially these futures with crypto. And if you've been into the levered products or anything like that, it's been a great one.
No questions asked. It's been a great morning. And whoops, I had the super chat up there. Thank you so much, X. I love the name there. You got to get it first, right? Because only one person can do it. Just made 2K profit on the RH call options.
Oh yeah.
I guess you're not allowed. We're not supposed to call them restoration hardware, but we do. Restoration hardware took a dumb risk and chased it down and averaged down 45.45 and 100 strike. I posted the screenshot of the transaction on X at Trader TV. Well, it's at Trader TV Live is our account. I was trying to. I'll see if I can find it in there. And congratulations for sure. I will always say, like, make sure you have a bit of a plan. Well, the best part about it is, hey, you got the win. Congratulations. Noting you called it a dumb risk and chased it, that just means the next time you trade it even better, and you probably make even more with a better, tighter entry that you have more confidence in. So congratulations to you, X, in the chat. And I love that you use the X logo. Only about a minute to go here. I was going to point out, like obviously the market's not doing a heck of a lot. Like you had one big, you had a little bit of a move down, and then one big move up, which is now being reverted. But ultimately, very much inside most of the overnight range. Nowhere close to breaking what the range was yesterday.
Oh my.
And then when I look at what's going on, like yields aren't really doing anything. Look how quiet things are with the 10-year yield. It's a Friday, so I don't think you want to overtrade anything at all. So just be very, very patient. Like there's only a few strong names out there. So I think that's where you go for some continuation. That's why I'm waiting for that NVIDIA. Sharif just said, Neil, look at Workhorse.
Amazon at day's high.
What is Workhorse doing? Why? Okay, Workhorse. Why not? Sometimes it doesn't matter. Sometimes even these can go. I don't know the story here. I haven't looked at Workhorse. I'm sure Sharif's all over it though.
Yeah, well, he just sat down. He's looking at it, so good job there, Sharif. Look at Amazon right now, man. I mean, this is, for me, we already talked about 222. There it goes to the upside. What a great present before we leave here, Amazon. So, again, thanks, everybody, for watching. It's going to go over to the Midday show right now. For Neil, I'm Sean. Thanks, Adara. Thank you for putting up with all of our construction earlier on today. All right. We'll see everybody very, very soon. We're back at 2 p.m. It's Midday show. Let's go.
Peace. Yes. Maybe.
Gotta hop out of this trade, man. Yep, wrong screen.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That right there is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And yes, there is stuff happening right now in these here markets. We're going to get to that in a hot second. Let's just see what we've got for everybody over here weaseling in on out from the other stream. I'm just trying to manage my position over here, and then I'm also listening to myself echo because I've got the stream simultaneously. Yes, all right, everybody's racing in. We got Rishi, Desai, we got the OG Bovin. Shout out to Mike, P, D Ryder, the others, Dylan, Bilal Khan, and Ayo Lewis. We got the Hog Rider, baby. He's yelling about Amazon. He knows what the Katina Man's been up to. MAP, we got Paul Thomas, Covalence, and 420 Bud Monster. Shout out to the Skips 8 and Jezzy El Problema. All right, that should be you right there doing that whole thing right there. Unlimited potential. We got Hip, Durant, Stevenson, ATM, B-Trader. We got Doc Inc. We got Mr. Ian, Havana Woody, one of the OGs. We got Since Love, Travis Morton, Live, Love, and Sail, Jake Watson, Vinay Menon, James Willis, David Diaz, Derek, OK State, Blakely, shout out to Frank Trades, and the Wisdom of Life. Yusuf in the house. That's my cousin's name, and it's like his Arabic name. Aziz Al. We got Mike, Oliver, and Jugger-Nut.
Ooh.
All right, Jugger-Nut.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, well, that's kind of how that cookie crumbles, Adara. So we'll keep an eye out on that. I'm going to get to my positions in a second, but I'm just going to send it to you so I can manage all these.
Yeah, guys, what's going on? I hope everyone's having a solid day. I'm short the market. We can pull up my screen here. You can see that Google and Amazon are relatively strong. If we can pull up my screen here, then that's going to tell a lot.
Assassino.
All right, never mind
his
that.
screen, yeah, it's okay. It's okay. He was talking to Fabian.
Yeah.
No problem.
So I might have to hop in out of this right now because Amazon's really strong, Microsoft is really strong, and so is Google. All right, so this is really dragging things up right now. I'm still holding on to the majority of my position. I did have a bid out right here to see if we can catch a fill. But yeah, everything's super, super strong. We need things to cool down in order for this to work. And that's the thing about trading the broader market, right? You got to keep an eye on the Mag 7, especially the top names, especially when you're trying to short the Qs here. So that is our game plan. NVDA starting to come back in. Google will hopefully put in a top. And we need Microsoft to cool down a little bit. Otherwise, we're going to be in some trouble, Sharif.
Okay, sir. All right, so I was yelling about Workhorse when Neil and Sean were on. I'll get to that one in a second because I've taken out the majority of the position. I'm in another one. As you can see on the screen, we're in Z, sorry guys, sorry, I'm so sorry. ZEPP, it's having trouble with $9 over here. We've wet the beak a couple of times. We're long at double eights, $8.88. I perceive there to be support at around the two-thirds of a dollar, hence why I put a dip trade in and around there. Alas, it did not come down into that level. It's a bit of a spreadier one. Let me just tell you guys about this right now. 7 pennies, 6 penny spread on ZEPP, but we'll see if this one wants to clear 9. It's already got a 927 high, but it looks like the seller is hanging around that $9 area because we can't seem to shake them. Only about 25, or sorry, what is that? That's 48, 49 lots posted there at $9 that we can't seem to shake. So to me, it just screams of hidden buyer. We're going to keep an eye out on that one. Workhorse is the one that I took over here. I perceive this to be a bull flag, and that was the bull flag breakout. That's why I got in right on the top end of the range right there. I had an order to DCA into what I perceive to be a little bit of a midpoint between the top end of the wicks and the top end of the closing prints. It didn't come into that, so we've wet the beak there all the way up into 90. I've got a next beak wetter there into 97, so we'll see if this one wants to pop back up, but right now it is hanging out a little bit in the mid area between the breakout area and the area top. So I'm gonna leave this order over here active. We'll keep that on the lookout. Hey, yo, Lewis, I just need Sharif to give a shout out to PSG. Look, Paris Saint-Germain is the real damn deal. They walked all over Real Madrid like they don't even matter, like they don't have Bellingham, like they don't have Vinny, like they don't have anybody else. Mbappe, where are you at, bro? You're playing against your old team, and that's what you're going to come with. I get it. You're coming back from injury, this, that, and the other. You didn't show up yesterday. All of Real Madrid did not show up yesterday, and I predict Paris Saint-Germain walks through Chelsea like a hot knife through butter.
Wow.
All right? It's going to be that much of a shellacking. Chelsea is not anywhere near the class of Paris Saint-Germain, and that's just the way I feel. Unbelievable game. You got to see it was an ass whooping.
Was it?
It was an old-fashioned ass whooping by Paris Saint-Germain. They're doing it live in the United States because that's where the Club World Cup is.
Damn. All right.
All right.
All right.
So shout out to you, Lewis. I hope you got your money's worth and some.
Yeah, a lot of stuff going on here, guys. Sorry about that. I'm not feeling 100%, to be honest with you. But here we are, uplift markets. Hey, Joseph, I'm looking to place some calls on Google on the swing towards my price target 193. What are your thoughts for best strikes to go for? It all depends what your plan is, right? So if you're looking to gain intrinsic and extrinsic value, you can just go at the money. But if you really want to gain that time value, then you want to go out the money. But for starters, it sounds like I would most definitely lean towards at the money. It's the most simplistic, to be honest with you. You got to understand what you're doing if you're trading ITMs and OTMs, all right? But yeah. And thank guys for the hail, the shout outs on all that Bitcoin talk. Much appreciated. I mean, we've been cooking up those contracts. They're doing really, really well for us right now. So, but we don't want to get too ahead of our game plan, right? We have a specific price target and we're going to hold on to that. But other than that, I can't complain, right? It's working out really, really well. My average price is $9.30 on those contracts. I don't even know what they're trading at right now, to be honest with you. We can take a look at that. So IBIT, Let's pull that up. Let's pull up the options chain on that. I'm sure I'll liven up a little bit here, but like I said, not feeling 100%. Let's see what the 62s are now. We're $12.30. Let's go. Yeah. Cash money. Spin the. There we go.
Absolutely.
Spinning money. Yeah. We're doing really, really good on this one.
Doing it live, too.
But yeah. That's the game plan here. Let's see if we can catch a fill on the TQs. We're starting to head down. We're starting to come back in. If Microsoft starts to participate, then we're going to be looking really, really pretty.
I like it. Okay, here's the deal. ZEPP, zigging and zagging. I'm looking to get out of this position if it breaks prior bar low. That comes at around 879 or so. It's showing me 880s. I'm just waiting for a closing print. Let's see what this one does. We've taken out the majority of the position, but it looks like it is a bit top heavy. If I get out of this, I'll be looking to set up again at either the 10 exponential if it holds, which is around 58s or 60s. If that doesn't hold, then I'll be looking at around 820, 825. That's where VWAP and the 20 exponential are. I've got a lot more to look at though, so I don't really want to be managing this, quite frankly, if it's going to break down and lose 9. So I'm flattening out here, break even on the last little amount, and then I'll look to get back in if it is warranted. But let me bring in the trusty side charts over here. Let's talk about what I'm seeing move. So ABVE just absolutely lost the bid. It's halted to the downside right now at $3.20. Big move down there after making a new high there at 440. It lost VWAP, but here's kind of what I see. I'm not going to likely trade this below VWAP, but what I see are higher lows. And that kind of has been the case really since yesterday. So that trend line does seem to have some weight to it. So let's see if we actually bottomed out here at around 320 on ABVE. So that's number one. Number two, ZEPP, already I'm involved in that. INKT, another one I'll be looking at, a bit more expensive there and a lot more spready. Looks like the best trade is behind this one. We'll see what it does at $40 where the volume weighted average price is. INKT, big mover on the day. SLNH, this one looks really good. Okay, so this one respected VWAP, putting in a bull flag. It does have a tendency to wick into a new high of day and then sell off. Case in point, you got this one right here. The 1015 candle makes a new high into 140, sells off back down into 128. You got it again over here at 1040, makes that 143 high, sells off into about 126. So be looking for the reversal on the making of a new day high, but then it seems to be, at least for the moment, the best time to buy it, right after it makes a day high, after it retraces into a key level. So SLNH. There's also NEGG, okay? This is another one. It's more expensive. It's a bit more spready. It's not as bad as some of its counterparts, but it's got a higher low, higher high situation over here with looks like the seller stepping in aggressively at $40, despite the high being 40.65. So NEGG in focus. SFRM, another one that we've been talking about for a period of days. This one had a fantastic look earlier in the week, and it's continuing again. A lot of respect by SFRM for VWAP. So it's a beautiful retracement. Whoever took that at around, I want to say 1055 or so, rockets up the volume weighted average price, which was around 8 2/3, and now it's knocking on the door of 9 2/3, 969 being the high of day. So SFRM, another one to keep in mind. And then over here, SQNS, another one we've been talking about. We talked about it plenty yesterday. This one had a fantastic move up, and it's making higher lows and higher highs today. looks like a bit more of a choppy trade. Looks like a kind of convoluted bull flag, if I can say so. So that is there. And then Workhorse. Look at that big move up off the bull flag breakout, comes back in, retests that breakout level. I got out midpoint over here in the mid 60s, but it looks like it is defending the 10 exponential average, moving average for now. But when you look at the overall trend, at least on the 5-minute, lower high, lower high, lower high, and yet another lower high. So Workhorse also in play, but trade this carefully off the high. Joseph.
Good look there, man. Wow, look at Softy go, Sharif. Now 502 and change. Oops, let's pull it up here. And it's just driving strength within the TQs. You can see we took some more out as well, guys. I'm sitting on about just a little under half. We'll call it 40% or so of my main remaining position on this short. Let's see if we can get anything south of the volume-weighted average price on the Qs, and then we'll take the majority of it off. But look at Microsoft go, man. What a monster of a session here on the day. Gap down, filling it now. So that's a positive sign. Let's zoom out and see the absolute madness this name has been on since Liberation Day lows, and and most especially their earnings report too there, guys. So big time move. Boom, you gap up. And then you don't even look back. It says, no, see you later. We have other plans, Sharif.
Okay.
And I mentioned it. Multiple analysts have said that we're not pricing in that there's approximately about like 20 to 30% more revenue in Azure coming from the commercial space. So I've heard multiple analysts say this now. Yeah, Danny Ives was the first one, and then I was listening to another individual the other day, and he said the same thing. So maybe the market hasn't discovered something about Azure that's going to be coming with this next earnings report. So I'm very, very intrigued to see what's going on there, Sharif. And it can most definitely explain what's going on with this. So interesting stuff. You know, we love the cloud space, especially with Google, obviously, AWS. Those are most definitely fan favorites. But with that being said, Sharif, it's time to liven up a little bit here now, because we are taking those profits on the TQs. There we go. As we breach the volume-weighted average price and heading more south, a good short signal right there. Could I have gotten better entries? Most absolutely, definitely. There's no questioning that. But we enter, add into the position, we pull back, inability to construct a new low, we add more, boom, you get that flush. There was another I'm reloaded opportunity right there, but we didn't take advantage of that one, but that's okay. We're not complaining whatsoever, Sharif.
Yes,
Before
sir.
I send it back to you, let's see what we did on iBit. We took a little scalp on this one. Didn't work too well for us, so we entered here, really small size, giving it the low of the day as risk. Once it starts working out, we add to the position. We only took about 20% off, and then I got stopped out the remaining 80% or so. I'm like, all right, I'm not in love with it right now. And then sure enough, you see you can go and put in a new high of the day. But that's okay. I still have a lot of faith. I think we do continue. We have been on a pretty decent run the past couple of days, so I expect a breath here in Bitcoin. But I like what Michael Noss was telling us this morning.
What did he say?
160. Oh, let's go TQs as it starts to take. This is exactly what we want to see. We'll take a little bit off right here, folks. Okay, good thing I didn't take it all out. But there it is. TQ short, working out like a dream.
Work out for me.
Obi.
Work out for me.
No, I'm short TQs. Let's go. Come here, man. There you
I like the kicks, my boy.
Yeah.
Look at this guy's
Yo, this guy's dripping too hard with the gear out.
Drip too hard.
The past couple Fridays, he's been coming out hard and heavy, man.
Looking good.
All right.
Good, my man.
Oh, yeah. He's ready. Ooh, okay.
Oh, boy.
I like that one there, Obi. Oh, we're going to take a little bit more off here, guys.
Go, baby.
All right, there it is, Sharif. This could be a bottoming signal as well, too, so we want to keep an eye out on this one. But a nice short here in the TQQ.
I like it, Joe. I like that energy, baby.
Well, I'm trying, man. I'm struggling a bit today.
That's okay. Well, yeah, we all have those days.
Thanks.
All right, we're going to keep an eye out here. I took a good trade here on ABBV, took 4/5 out of the position for profit, got stopped out for the last remaining amount for a little bit of an L, still positive on it. This was an obvious break of my rules here, guys, taking this below the volume-weighted average price, but it was just like a good area. We opened up a little bit higher, and as soon as I saw the bid pumping up there, I'm like, all right, this is an interesting long. So we'll take a quick one there on ABVE, but full disclosure, it was a breach of the rules. So let's go back to Workhorse over here, because Workhorse is putting in, you guessed it, work to the high side. So here we go, right back close to the highs on WKHS. It doesn't dip down far enough to fill me on that one, so that's going to be a a useless dip trade, but this was a good one so far, but right back into the highs. So we'll see how this one is doing. I'm also keeping an eye on NEGG off that $40 area. Seems to be interesting. Again, SFRM is not going to be one that we can trade. It's blocked on the system for whatever reason, so we'll have to let that one go. But SLNH is open for us to trade. Where's my SLNH screen? It's going to be this one over here, SLNH. Let's go on the NASDAQ, I believe. There we go. This one is at the day high at $1.40. Sorry, the high of the day is $1.43. Oh, wow. There we go. $1.43. So, yeah, a little extended away from the entry level that I'd like. It's going to either be the 135 or the 130 range. And the reason I say that is because the top end of the bull flag is 135 and the volume weighted average price is 130. So I'll put an order. I'll put in an order around 135. So that's what I'll do. I'll put a starter position at 135, and then I'll put another dip trade at 131 to front run that level. Look at Workhorse go, guys. Workhorse is breaking out insane. It's at $4.20. Workhorse is on the warpath to the high side. Wow. It just took out 4. It held the 10 exponential like an absolute glove, and it is zigging and zagging with that $4 area today. Workhorse is on one. It seems to have continuity. It is the chosen one today, or so it seems. Let's see if it continues to get that momentum to the upside. Absolutely interested in getting back in. If we can come back in, possibly in test 4 after clearing it by some distance. 419. Hi, Joseph.
Anakin, you were the chosen one. You were the chosen one. Maybe I'll watch that. You know what? Oh, Sharif, guess what, brother?
What?
Your boy has the spot all to himself this weekend. Milo and Selena are going to visit her brother up in Ottawa.
So what's going to happen there?
Bro, okay, so I'm literally going to define cooling. Like chilling out, cooling,
yes,
I'm just cooling, right? Just
I was getting a completely different picture.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, hell no.
Tell him, Adara.
I was also really confused. I was like, Sharif thought some like wild Project X party was happening. And my second thing is, why is the dog coming on this road trip? Like, are you just gonna strap him up? Like,
he's going with Selena.
Oh, okay.
He's going with.
I was just confused. Like I'm like, that's really impressive. The dog's gonna do that road.
Because her brother has two Dachshunds as well, so he's gonna go meet his cousins, I guess there. But yeah, no, I fooled everyone on that one. Trust me, your boy ain't gonna be doing any partying. It's going to be the ultimate R&R weekend. This is what I'm talking about. We are going to be outside at the outdoor workout gym, and we're gonna be eating Gusto 101. For those who don't know who that is, I'm sure if you're a Torontonian, you do. That is some prime time Italian food. So your boy is just gonna be kicking it, just relaxing on the couch all by himself and eating a whole heap of food and obviously hitting the gym. So yeah, that's what your boys got going on this weekend. So doing nothing. Yeah, exactly, man. That's how we played it out there, Romero. But let's see if we can catch some more prints back into these markets. You know what's going on now. A nice move here. But Hood is strong, so way to go on that trade there, Gaurav. Starting to head towards that high of the day. We're holding up around that 100 level relatively well there, brother. So that is a really good trade on that one. And then you can see we're starting to get a little bit of a bid back into Google. Google heading back towards the high of the day. NVDA bouncing off of VWAP. And then we have Amazon and Microsoft still holding up pretty good here. So the MEG, pretty strong today, Sri.
All right, Joe, here comes Workhorse into $4. So I'm going to be watching intently here to see kind of what kind of buyers we have. So I'm flipping to the 5-second chart on the top screen so we can kind of gauge where the momentum is going at any one time on a very micro level. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on. It seems like Workhorse has some continuity on the day. And if that's going to be the case, then it really is incumbent upon me to trade it. Shout out to my boy in the chat, Iga Hauren. Always doing the absolute most in a good way. Shout out to that guy. And hey, man, I got updates for you. I've been killing these Mandarin updates lately too. Ooh. You know what I did, right? Because you know how that whole thing with the old platform kind of messed up.
Yeah.
With the updates and this, that, and whatever, Joe.
Yes, sir.
So I had taken actually a bunch of screenshots of the lessons that I had previously done. So I was able to kind of throw those back into ChatGPT, and it's been regurgitating lessons to me, man.
Oh,
so
nice. Nice.
Isn't that clever? So, yeah, it's been working. All right, here we're whacking the workhorse. Boom again, Joseph, again. We got 87s. It's popping up through 4. That was the dip trade into the bull flag breakout. I'm not going to let any part of this trade go against me, so it's going to have to continue on to the high side. Let me just make sure that I'm doing good, like sound beak wetters. That's what I'm trying to say ineloquently. I do apologize. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on. Into 9s we go. Do we have continuity? I'm waiting at 11s. Let's see if we can kind of blow through that cellar at the 10 penny area. Up we go into 9s. A lot of buying over here on WKHS, but unable to break through that 10 penny area. So I'm going to continue to watch. Just definitely don't want this to lose 4 again, then have to flatten out at a lower level instead of extracting profits at around this area. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now, Joseph. Workhorse.
You see the poll? Okay,
no, I can't,
guys.
gotta concentrate.
Okay, yeah, concentrate. All right, guys, the poll is now up. Do you believe Joe's weekend's plans? Yes, good man, R&R only, obviously. Sure, I'm gonna believe in myself and vote that one. So make sure you guys get those votes. Wow, I've seen how they're coming in. That is not good, guys. Not good. All right, so here it is. We're still sitting in this trade right here. Let's go over what else we were trading. I took a stab on DAL this morning, guys. One didn't work out, the other one did, and I totally fumbled this bag right here, and my apologies on this. I just got out a little bit too early, but it did run into one of my targets up here around 55.50s. That was one of my my primary targets right there. But Adara, what do you got first?
We have comments coming here from Lula here of Brazil saying that Trump is wrong and the U.S. does not have a trade deficit with Brazil. For the record, everything I've seen actually suggests that they do not, in fact, have a trade deficit with Brazil. That's what I've seen anyway, the U.S. and Brazil. But we're going to have to wait and see. I'm going to do more research on this. Either way, though, Brazilian leader not liking Trump's 50% tariff on the country, saying they don't even have a deficit. I'm going to do more research on that as we send it back to you.
All right, no, I got to cover this.
Sorry, yeah,
We're
ahead.
doing it freaking live on Workhorse, on SLNH. It's happening everywhere we go. Literally bottom wick on this at 35s. Scalped up, first out 52, second out 55. We're still holding a piece. SLNH is on the warpath to the high side. Workhorse is on the warpath to the high side. Got literally bottom wick on this retracement. Up into 410 we go. We'll extract it. We're taking profits at literally every level. And I'm going to leave this order here active on SLNH. Let's freaking go. We had a bad day yesterday because we're old and our hands aren't hanging no more, but we're not going to make that mistake today. Get the damn money, baby. Go ahead, Adara.
Money.
I did a little bit more research here into this trade deficit thing, and I want to say as well, the source for where I'm getting this information comes from the office of the U.S. Trade Representative. So definitely no argument of bias there. It is literally coming from the administration itself. So apparently, and this is just with regards to the U.S. and Brazil relationship. So in 2024, the U.S. here imported or exported to Brazil $49.7 billion worth of goods. Brazil here importing apparently $42.3 billion into the U.S. So U.S. here actually did have a trade surplus in Brazil. And furthermore, this surplus actually increased by 32% on a year-over-year basis from 2023 to 2024. So not only do they have a surplus, that surplus increased pretty steadily last year. Back to you.
Go ahead.
All right, then. All right, you got anything you want to cover
No.
there? All right, cool. Dylan Patel, yes, I will look at CoreWeave for you. You got to be careful about these calls, right? There's so many people who are thinking short. By all means, you got to come up with your own trade plan. If you think that you're prepared to take a long on this one here, then by all means, right? Look, you broke this neckline 142. Now you're trading around 129.50. For me right now, personally, I wouldn't be looking for any form of a long on CoreWeave. Let's zoom out to an hourly to see if we got anything. And I'm not seeing any indecision prints or anything from a volume standpoint that says, hey, we're ready to turn around right now. So for me personally, I'm not looking for any longs on CoreWeave. If anything, just the continuation to the downside. And that's just me. But you have to come up with your own trade plan. And if you think that it's a long, then come up with something, write down the plan, and then just try to execute it. Whether it comes into fruition or not, that is totally up to the markets, all right? So just keep that in mind. Let's see if we can catch another leg down here, Sharif. A lot of pullbacks. I mean, Google went and tested the high of the day here. established a new one, just a pure liquidity grab, and then now heading south. But I do like this name. I think at some point, considering where we are now, we get this break of 180. I do have a small position remaining from my previous swing. So if we crack 181, then I might add a little shares here. I'm not going to go contracts. I'll go shares and look for that move into 185, and then I'll just take off the bulk of that once again, all right? So keep that in mind. Google, not too bad, especially if it cracks that resistance zone. Keep talking, keep talking, keep talking. There we go, yeah.
I'm okay, Neil. Thank you.
Yeah, there you go, there we go. We're talking tacos. Taco talk. I put my order in there, Sharif.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Bless up. Yeah, we had hockey last night too. A little fatigued off of that one.
Give me my money, man.
Get out of here, man.
Give me my money, man.
Let's go.
Give me my damn money. Let's go. We're going to keep doing this, baby.
Give me
Let's
my
go.
money.
All right, workhorse, man. We just keep getting in and getting out. It keeps dipping and it keeps popping off predictable areas of support. 380. I get out. We're going to risk literally 1 penny on the remaining amount. So this is going to have to go. Otherwise, we're straight up out. Continuing to watch SLNH over here as we literally have bottom wick and we have top wick. And now it is literally in between here south of the $0.50. So I'm keeping my eyes on both these positions. If this continues to go, we'll add into the position above 150, but clearly has a seller at 150 on the day right now. So we're going to have to pack our patience for that one. Keeping my eye on workhorse because we don't even have a beak wetter here north of 4. So there has been a seller for whatever reason at around $4 that we can't really shake on a permanent basis. Sure, we've been above 4. We got to 4.33 on the day on workhorse, but we keep dropping below that $4 area, which tells me that somebody's looking at this area for a short. And if that's the case, that's fine. So we're going to literally risk 1 penny on my stop between my L. So I have my stop at 380. I'm long 381, and I'm going to take profits at 407 if that comes into play. Here's 403. Here's 405. Let's see if we can flatten out here. Boom again, man.
Boom.
Give me my damn money on workhorse, man.
Give me my money.
Let's go. So we're going to continue to take ins and outs on this piece of garbage until it drops below the volume-weighted average price. Yeah, I am angry today, and I'm going to be that way until I calm the hell down. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, good stuff here, guys. All right, let's talk about it. Levi, you made me do this here. Look what you made me do. Look what you made me do. All my Taylor Swift fans right there.
This guy, bro. This guy studying the P&L. I love it.
Yeah. Boom. That's a daily. That's a daily right there. We got some on real life. These are the contracts right here that we just grabbed the other day. Those are cooking up really nice for us. Levi, my guy Levi in the chat said this is where the money is made. Absolutely. This is what we like to do on this show. On this show, my guys. So yeah, we're cooking up. We're still short the TQs. Let's see if we can get a break of that low. What do you got going on, Shree? Adara.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Alibaba news, guys. BABA did get a little bit of a spike here. Their Quen account here on X, or Alibaba Quen, is apparently they're introducing Quen.ai. This is going to be, I guess, a new tool. It's an AI web chat bot. So these tools include Quen Chat, which is going to be brainstorming type AI. There's also a research AI and an API to help you build your own AI-powered apps. So Quen.ai, the new AI bot from Alibaba's Quen. Check this out. Check out the chart for sure here. BA. Back to you.
Actually, it'd be really interesting. Remember, they were apparently going to pair up with Apple for Apple Intelligence out in China. Remember, it was kind of between Baidu and Baba, and they chose Baba.
Yeah, I remember that one there.
The Chilean Nightmare says you're already doing it with ChatGPT and Gemini already, so we already got it. Yeah. You made all those little programs, like some of the actual program that we're using right now to count all your votes, which was a perfect segue. Make sure to vote every day, guys. It's super easy. I know I always forget to remind you guys, but $ and then the 3, 4, or 5-letter ticker is really that simple. Make sure you're voting. It automatically registers, so you don't really need to do anything other than throw in the $sign and the ticker. Yeah, so the Chilean Nightmare's been using all these. Which one do you use? Do you use the what's it called? The add-on to chat for the coding, or do you use chat itself? You use chat itself. Okay, well.
All right.
He crossbreeds Gemini with ChatGPT, uses both of them together. Yeah, well, that would make sense. You're not the first person I've heard say that, Fabian, by the way. A lot of people doing that.
Oh, yeah. What's up, brother?
Okay. Oh, okay. it's good to know. Guys, I'm just keeping my eye here on SLNH because it's coming right back down into my entry. I have one out left on this one, so we're going to hold this one. And if it breaches $1.35, my out is at $1.34, so it is literally 1 penny below my entry. I won't let this one go against me, but I don't want to take it out here either because I'm at my entry is where support is. So it doesn't make sense to take it out here. Now, what I will do is add to the position if it shows me a 5-minute candle to make a new high on a closing basis. So that's what I'm looking at here on SLNH. It's a good one on the day. It's certainly not the best one, up about 30%. What's the next level for Workhorse to get back in, says Paul. Well, Paul, here's what I see on Workhorse. Despite the fact that I've been, yelling about it, we have 4 candles now, lower highs. And if this one makes a lower low as well, it'll be 4 candles with lower highs and lower lows. Take this candle, the breakout candle, 11:15. That is the high of the day, 433. The subsequent candle has a high of 423. The candle after that has a high of 415. And this candle has a high of 411. So 3 lower highs in a row. And then we also have 3 lower lows in a row, with this one being possibly the 4th if it loses the volume weighted average price at around 3 high 60s. So I would say to you the volume weighted average price is the best entry for me at around 375. However, that has to be qualified by what I just said of the lower highs and lower lows. So we'll see how Workhorse ends up doing. If it wants to take out that third of a dollar, I'm all ears and we'll get back in. But ZEPP is headed back up. It's working its way back into 9. It lost the 10, and the money fills were between the 10 and the 20, and now it's kind of putting in 3 candles with a higher low and a higher high on the way to 9. Be on the lookout for that one, Joseph.
Yeah, good luck there, guys. All right, Bitcoin's heading towards the low of the day here. I think at some point it's going to break and fill this gap because that's just looking like what it's going to do. So I can't speak today, but there it is. You break through this support level, and then sure enough, this gap is going to get filled here on the day. So yeah, this is the ebbs and flows of it, right? So hopefully that is just not too deep of a pullback, and we can get some continuation because that breakout last night was really nice. I know we ended the day, it was around 13, 14 or whatever it may be, or 15, and then I look later on my phone, I'm like, yeah, it's 118. I'm like, let's go. So yeah, that was really nice to see, but we still got a ways to go for our target on IBIT contracts. So let's take a look at Microsoft. Yeah, Microsoft did put in a new high of day. This one's looking really well, and so did Google. Google's just on an absolute monster tear, and we were just talking about this name. I know some people in the chat were mentioning it, so I just wanted to bring it up one more time. Oh, I didn't want to do that, and thankfully it worked, and this is what I'm referring to here, guys. If we break this 181, you can see that we've had multiple tests, and then we sit on top of this range. I think there's going to be a good opportunity to get involved in this once again, and then even take a little bit more shares up into 190 even. I know someone in the chat was mentioning that, and I agree with you on that front. I was in here, and then now we're looking for that continuation. This pullback wasn't as deep as I was expecting it to, so that's a positive sign of strength. And then once you clear those resistance zones, I think you are going to make a move in towards this gap, and that could be as a high of around 193. And then you're talking about that. By the time we get there, you're leading into earnings, which I think is going to be extremely important as well too. And who knows what that report's going to bring, Sharif.
Well said, Joseph. All right, still keeping my eye here on SLNH because it keeps coming into 35, and there seems to be a buyer at 35. It's still not primed for an ad in my humble submission because it doesn't show you that the bid is starting to step in, where the buyers are starting to overwhelm sellers, or I don't even see an equilibrium quite yet, okay? So we'll see what this one does. We've got another, I'd say 1 minute, maybe a little bit less. Let me check the clock here on the side. We've got 2 seconds until the next green candle or the next 5-minute candle opens. Let's see how this one does. What I'm looking for here to get me back into SLNH is a candle to close green above $1.42. The prior candle high on SLNH, I believe, is $1.42. So I need the first 5-minute candle to make a new high on a closing basis off this level. And if that means getting a worse price because I don't get in the high 30s, I'm okay with that. But I need confirmation that there are buyers there, so much so that, you know, this one couldn't breach a 1 penny level. I'm talking about the $1.35. Quickly, just before we send it back to Adara, ZEPP is on the warpath to the high side. It just took out highs, 949 high. It's showing me 50s on the ask right now. It's up 56%. This thing is flying. I didn't trade this one correctly because it lost the 10, but that doesn't really matter. It's heading to the high side. Be careful with this one. It is a little spready. Speaking of people who like spready tickers.
Transition, Sharif. I kind of got the feeling you were going there, and I really liked how it did. So get it, Midday team. Here's NVS. This is Novartis. This one's going to be on watch here. Apparently, they just lost their bid to block the MSN's generic version of their Inestro. Apparently, a Delaware judge ruled that Novartis failed to prove infringement during the trial. NVS here chopping around. I also want to mention we still have more comments coming in from the leader of Brazil talking about tariffs, saying that Brazil will not lower its head to anyone. And if the U.S. tariffs do take effect, Brazil is going to reciprocate. So more reciprocal tariff talks coming through from Brazil. Let's see what ends up unfolding here. But either way, lots of tariff tensions right now, to be sure. For the record, Trump has not released any tariff letters since the Canada letter. And also, if you're interested in the too late Powell and Trump drama, I do have another infographic series coming very soon. Stay tuned. I will be debuting it later during this midday show. Back to you.
There. Anything you want to cover there, Sharif? We got some questions.
Yeah, the OG Bovin keeps telling me about UMAC, and he's very accurate. So let's cover UMAC here, because OG Bovin, he's bang on with this one. UMAC, guys, is the ticker I'm talking about. It's also at highs. It's 37%. It's not too expensive. Shout out to Bovin. Fantastic call out, Bovin. I don't know why I'm not getting that on my scanner, Bovin. I should be getting that. That should be like entry number 3 or 4. Oh, there. It's all the way down there. Okay. I missed it. That's on me. So this one seems to have some support, guys, at the 20 exponential moving average. It didn't really hold up at the 10, nor did it hold up over here. Kind of wicked a little bit below it. This one's going to be a bit tougher to trade, Bovin. Tell me what you're seeing here, Bovin. What's your move on UMAC? Because I don't see... Okay, so now it seems to me it's less the 20 exponential on the 5 and more about this top-end wick over here at $11 that ended up holding this up. So if that's the case, then this wick over here at 1175 should be the next support level, but you haven't cleared it by far enough. You're 1194 high. So maybe 1150 would be the area, because that would be the closing prints. So maybe an entry Bovin off 1150 on UMAC might be appropriate. Currently, 1150, obviously the psychological area of support. In addition to that, though, it is also the 10 exponential moving average right now on the 5-minute chart. So I like this one, Bovin. It's earned its way onto the side chart, quite frankly. ABVE has lost it, has lost VWAP, and it's lost its spot on the side. So we're going to throw in UMAC, shout out to Bovin, for this one. UMAC, we're going to keep an eye out on that one. And I'm going to be looking for an 1150 pull, at least from what I see now. So let me see what, Bovin's long from 11. So Bovin's already long at 11, and that's an excellent entry, dude, because you literally got the bottom end of the range here, this area trough. So you're $1 in the money. We're going to hit the dollar club for the OG Bovin there in the chat. Fantastic entry. And let me know how it goes. Got stopped out for the remaining amount over here on my friend, what's it called? SL. No, actually, I haven't been stopped out yet because 34s haven't crossed. So I'll let this one stop out naturally. I don't need to flatten out. What I do need to do is cancel this dip trade over here. So if SLNH wants to stop me out 1 penny, we'll let that one go. ZEPP continuing to the highs, 970 high there. Also, Workhorse right back into the highs. It did make this current candle did make a new high, but not on a closing basis. It's wicked into 420. It's still closing below the high of the previous candle. So Workhorse could be interesting at these levels. We'll continue to watch that. And then one that is blocked on our system.
Can I say? Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let me interrupt you there. Yeah, dude, look at Google Go here, Sharif. Look at this volume really start to kick in.
News there.
Yeah, I don't know. Something maybe going on. Could be also a technical break. I'll break it. I'll zoom out one more time so we can get a better look from the outside. But here it is, guys, from the outside, from a daily perspective, more or less what I was getting at there. If we run into this zone and we break it come Monday morning and you're sitting on top, watch out. I mentioned that this name is still down about roughly 15% off of those all-time all-time highs. So 13 to be exact now is lagging the overall market for, I guess, for good reasons. But Google is a monster, and I'm not going to be too quick to throw this one under the bus or underestimate what Google could potentially do. But it's helping drag the market right back towards the day's highs. And there you've seen, I got stopped out of my last little bit. I only had about 20% remaining. That's fine. We were short from here, but it's at this pace with the likes of Microsoft climbing higher and Google just on an absolute tear right now, Sharif. This market is looking really, really good for a continuation in strength. And then someone else in the chat said, Bitcoin's looking like it might break down. Yeah, I think at some point we're going to. It's just taking a long time. Once you crack this support level, I think you're going to get a nice short, maybe into the top end of this range, and then maybe you get a bounce around that. So I'm just going to be trying not to look at the P&L on the contracts too much, because when you got that on there, you're just, the ebbs and flows can be a little intimidating. So that's why for me, swing trading, it's just like, all right, you buy that, put it away, you have your orders out, and then you just monitor it from your screen instead of micromanaging the position there, Sharif. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no worries at all. Okay, Workhorse is breaking out. Here we go again, guys.
Again?
Yeah. It's all guys. Here we go. We're 25s right now. The high of the day is 33, so this could be the interesting entry. Let's see if we can break above that 33 level. It seems like it is the appropriate time right now, unless that 33 seller is going to keep us down into 18s. We go. Adira.
One thing on watch here for GeoOGL, this was in the watch list. Someone mentioned it in the chat as well. I'm not sure if this is why it's pushing, but we did have the Financial Times report this morning that Google is going to be offering significant discounts to the U.S. government for its cloud computing services. We know Oracle previously announced the same thing. I'm not seeing anywhere that Google has announced this. I'm only seeing, as of right now, just reports here on Financial Times, but I'm gonna have to wait and see. I'm not seeing, usually if there's an announcement like this, they'll put it on their blog. I am not seeing anything as of yet, but either way, these discounts here could be what's pushing this higher. I don't have any other news on the stock, but I just wanted to provide that context. Back to you.
Workhorse is breaking out, guys. Go ahead. Here we go. We're long 23s. We've wet the beak again. Here we go into 40s. We've already made a new high day. 42's now the high day. Watch out for the pullback. Here we go. Boom. All right, good look there on Workhorse. So we'll continue to take this one as it breaks out. Look, I didn't get the best price on this one, but the read is good. Workhorse is the chosen one today. It seems like 51%. It's not the biggest percentage winner on the day, but it's got great continuity on the day. Go Workhorse, go. 448 high now. And what's the short float on this? It's got to be large, because I know this thing from back in the day, 15.06% on a float of 9.44 million. Let me just compare that super quick to what I've got on my other platform with respect to the float, not the short float, because for whatever reason I don't get that on my platform. Are you able to find the short float on IB, by the way?
I don't
know.
No,
right? I always look for underselling in the Fundamentals Explorer. Okay, so IB is telling me a float of either 340,000 or 9.4 million. And Trade Ideas is telling me 9.4. So I'm just going to go with the 9.4 there. Joseph seems to make a bit more sense. So there it is. Workhorse at the $0.50. It's going to clear the $0.50 here. There is a seller of note, though, with about a few hundred lots, but that's only what we can see. It's still defending that $0.50. The short sellers are, or the profit takers. Wow. So be on the lookout for that, guys, right now. Fantastic look on Workhorse on the day, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. And Google's starting to cool off a little bit here, too, guys. This is going to be a potential massive signal. It's really engulfing. Look at the size of the volume. This is a lot of volume being printed right here. I don't know why it says 135K, because that is extremely wrong. There's probably over 1 million shares traded on this 5-minute print. Let's zoom in and see what we got going on from a 1 minute. Okay, there's nothing that says we're ready to move lower yet, but just be cautious, all right, guys? Because this is a big time move, and we don't want to be going against the grain just yet, right? There could be a good potential short on that one, but look at Microsoft as well too. Still steaming and heading towards a new all-time high, I believe, which is roughly around 506. So maybe not yet, but we're only a couple points off of that. We're really strong today, and just don't stand in front of a moving train, all right? So that is the game plan. Robinhood's working out really well. I mean, this thing is now holding $100, which is absolutely insane. I can't believe it. I wish that I had as much money in Robinhood as I did, I mean, in Bitcoin, Bitcoin as I did in Robinhood, or in Robinhood as I did Bitcoin, I should say. But again, you can't have it all. But a really, really nice move off of those Liberation Day lows, guys. We're up probably over 220% in this name at this point. Well, not me personally. I'm just saying from those lows. Yeah, 242%.
Amped up for you
Yeah.
there,
And, well, I'm over 100% now return on that thing. And yeah, exactly. Just boom, brush your shoulder off. And that's what we got going on, right? We're just trying to do the things. You know, I'm long Google as well too in the swing account. So I got IBIT, NVDA, and Google in the swing. I closed Apple the other day. I'm like, you know what? I don't need another headache, and I don't want to spread myself too thin either. You know what I mean? So it's just like, all right, we're gonna just let these positions cook up for us. And I think at that break, there's going to be a good opportunity to even add some more Google, to be honest with you. So this is a good positive sign of strength. And we're just going to look for the continuation and momentum, because that's what we do. And then what do we also do around these neck of the woods?
What do you do?
We look at the options chain to see what the options market is telling us. So this is Google right here. And I'm not seeing anything substantial from an open interest standpoint. At that 180, we did reject 181 almost to a T. And this is on the 0 DTE. So 182.5 has 23,000. I guess relative to all of this, it's substantially larger than what we got going on. So who knows? Maybe 182.50 could be in the works today on goggles.
All right. Good look, Joey. I've got nothing on at the moment. I'm continuing to watch UMAC over here. Shout out to the OG Bovin. Look, this current 5-minute candle has a higher low. So we got one measly red candle. The one that closed, I want to say exactly at the 1140 candle. Currently, we're on the 1145 candle. I'm obviously talking about the 5-minute chart. So the 1145 candle has a higher low than the 1140 candle, but it also has a lower high. So what I'm waiting for is a move into 1160 or 1150, 1160 being the 10 EMA, and 1150, the area I perceive to be the area support, where both these candles rejected off on a closing and opening basis, right? They both wicked above, but that's what I'm looking at right now. Now, what looks like what the market might be doing is basing support off this wick. The area wick over here is in the low 70s, 11 low 70s. If that's the case, then I missed the trade, because I'm not going to punch in at 11 low 70s. It's just too close to 1194. So I'm waiting for an 1160 pullback or an 1150 pullback. We'll have to see which one comes first. Let's go back and have a look at Workhorse, see how Workhorse is doing. All right. So this current candle is below 50 pennies, so we are rejecting 50 pennies for now. But we're also putting in a lower high on this current 5-minute candle. The current 5-minute candle has a low of 415. The 1140 candle has a low of 406. So it's a higher low, but not necessarily a higher high. That means the buyers are stepping in still at higher levels. So we could get a 450 break over here. We'll have to wait and see. I'm not involved in Workhorse at the moment. But if we get that clearing of 450, that could all change. I'm really trying to focus on UMAC and the possible entry on that one, because that's also got a good bid under it today, being up about 35%. Bit more expensive, right? 11 bucks. So it's not expensive. It's not Tesla or anything like that. But what I mean to say is, you know, if you're looking to size in substantially a few thousand shares, 10, 12,000 shares, which is, you know, what these small caps require in order to make money off a penny's move here, it's a bit more expensive, obviously, so you won't be able to punch in as many if you're trading at home. Not really a big deal for us here on the prop floor. It's not our money, it's the firm's money, and that's kind of just how that all works. SLNH, the only one I'm involved in right now. I still haven't been stopped out, so I put my out at 34s. It still hasn't stopped me out. We're in at 35. The reason I haven't taken it out here is because we're holding above VWAP. So if we continue to hold above VWAP and I have a one penny risk on this bad boy, I'd rather just wait to see what it does. Does it make higher highs and higher lows? Kind of give me maybe that curling effect, that rounded bottom off VWAP, or it loses it. It loses it, I basically stop looking at it and focus on something else. But what right now it's showing me is 3 higher lows in a row at the volume weighted average price. So I like it. I'm going to continue to hold it. People are talking about RCAT. So let's bring in RCAT over here and let's see what this one is doing. Okay, well, it's not bad on the day. RCAT up 22.25%, but you know exactly what I'm going to say about this. What is this over here? 930 candle, 906. We're making lower highs, even off this area, so area crest. Let's just forget about this wick. Let's just go with this one over here, 867. High, lower high, lower high. It looks like a downward channel because you're also getting lower lows. So unless we can change that tune and make a move above the 8.5 on a decisive closing basis, I don't get involved in RCAT, okay? I don't want to be dealing with the downward channel. It has to change trend and show me an 8.5 close on, again, a closing basis. Otherwise, I just don't get involved, Joseph. So that's what I'm looking at, my man.
Yeah, good call outs there, guys, across the board. You can see that we're getting kind of toppy here on Microsoft and Google. Now you can see that aggressive selling on the Qs. I'm going to wait for a retest. Hopefully we establish a lower high, but you can also see on the 5-minute time frame, guys, this is big. A double top here, right? So you head right into those levels, have the inability to construct a new one, and now you've double topped right at 84.24 there, and that's going to put us exactly at, let's see it on the Qs. Yeah, so that's going to be around 555.42s there, guys, on the NASDAQ itself. So keep an eye on that. Robinhood coming back in. Microsoft still holding up strong. I mentioned to Gorev that I'm just going to be patient on this one and wait for another potential liquidity grab before we hopped in. But I mean, this was a good enough short, right? Like, we get this move, you add into this position, and then sure enough, you only get stopped out about 20% or so. So I'm not overly in a rush to get into another trade right now. I'll be patient to see if we get in anything around 84.20s, wait for that curl over, and then maybe take that move back into the volume weighted average price. But if Microsoft wants to stay strong, we got to watch out for that. Guys, also keep an eye out on IBIT. I mentioned this before. Once you crack that support level, you can see we've dropped another 10 cents or so. And I think at some point, once we crack this this opening print on the session, 4 a.m., bright and early, once that's broken to the downside, I think that we're going to fill at least half of this gap here on the day, or maybe eventually at some point, maybe not today, maybe Monday, but one day, as my guy Brandon Marino would say, you say, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but one day I will be champion.
Oh, I like that. I like that. There's good confidence there. All right, guys, just having a look over here.
Any truths or what?
You know exactly what I'm looking for,
Yeah, I know what's going on.
No, I had to message the Mom Dukes again today, man.
What'd you tell her?
Well, why would I message her, though?
BTC,
Let her know, Joey.
What did she say?
It's another 119,000. Another one-word answer, bro. Okay. Smiley face. Yeah.
You don't want to hear it.
It's like messaging a girl like who's not interested in you at all. You know what I mean? Like, it's just one-word answers.
So you just got to give up eventually, I guess.
Yeah, that's what it is there. All right, so we're I added guys to SLNH over here as it is curling up a little bit. I like the way that this is looking with 4 higher lows in a row. So that's what I'm looking at there. Shout out to OG Bovin bringing UMAC to my attention. I'm watching it, Bovin. Into 68s we go. I'm going to wait for a bit more of a retracement here on UMAC. It's still a little bit above the 10, Bovin. The 10 exponential on my chart anyway is like in the high 50s. And here we go. We're dipping into 61. Is this time to buy? Good question, man. It's a good question. I'm going to keep my eye on UMAC Bovin. It is an Amex stock, so these ones, I don't want to speak badly about Amex, but, you know, they've been known to have a bamboozler or two, and this one is losing the bid. Here comes the $0.50. There's a buyer here at the $0.50. We've stalled momentarily. We've lost the $0.50 over here. Do we find a bit of a bounce now? So here, let's just continue to watch this. Let's see what this one is up to. Reclaiming the $0.50. Now, does it zoom up super quick? What's the low of this candle? It is 45. The low of the candle is 45. Bless you. We're just, okay, so we've got another minute left on this one. I'm going long, and then we're putting 11, so basically 11:43 will be my out. And then we'll give it to 35s. And we're already moving up Joseph Wilson into about 63s. Let's wet the beak there. Let's set up also at 73s over here. So we'll look to take it off that level. And then I'll wait at 88s ultimately. So we'll see what this one gives us. Up into 64. We go anything below 45, which is the low of this candle. We're gonzino. Let's go look at the other one that we're involved in right now. SLNH kind of curling up. I'm waiting at 42s. It's showing me 41s. So this one, keep an eye on it. It feels like it is using the volume weighted average price as support, but we'll continue to watch and see what this one has to offer. Showing me 42s now on the ask. It's got to cross for me to get filled. Guys, I'm also seeing INKT really break out. OB bringing this to my attention today. because apparently it has a headline for men's testicular cancer, which is an awesome headline to hear. But this is, sorry, that's UMAC, excuse me. Here it is, INKT. It's a bit more expensive. It seems to have a lot of support at the 20. A lot of higher lows. I missed that. I completely missed that. A lot of higher lows on these candles, and it just took 55. Ultimately, though, the sellers stepped in at 58.50, and we couldn't print anything above that. But this one looks like it might take out that level. So INKT, be on the lookout for that one. That could be a big boy banger if it gets moving. A bit more expensive, though, Joey. Obviously, 53 bucks and change.
Yeah, for sure. All right, guys. Yeah, let's see if we can get this pullback. If Microsoft just slowly grinds higher, I think we will get that eventually. But a lot of these big names are starting to come back in, and there's that breakdown on Bitcoin that we were talking about earlier. I think the momentum is going to start to pick up. So as soon as you break through that support level, there it is. See you later, right? So now we're going to head into this gap. There it is, and this is what I mentioned. I'm not short this name, nor am I going to short it, but I think this was a good opportunity. Sharif brought it up to us this morning. Over $600 million in liquidations in Bitcoin alone over the past 24 hours or whatever it may have been. But a big time move. Now you're going to fill this gap, which I think at some point will get completely filled, and then look for a potential bounce off of those levels. But a slow grind in the morning. We couldn't establish any new highs, and then boom, 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 boom. It would have been just too good to be true if Bitcoin put in another 3, 4, or 5K day. I didn't think that was going to be the case. That would just make it slightly too easy, and there's no way the market makers are going to allow that to happen. All right, so just keep that in mind. If Microsoft breaks down, CoreWeave looking weak, 129 there, Sharif, and so is the Nasdaq. So someone mentioned that Netflix is tanking. I want to pull this up and look at it. Are you short Netflix, Adara?
Bro, she's constantly short.
Yeah,
constantly short.
that's simple. All right.
Adara, tell everybody what you call it.
What did I call?
What do you call Netflix?
Oh, yeah, Netflix.
No,
Oh,
you don't call it that.
What are we? I'm sorry, I feel like
What do you call Netflix, Adara?
Oh, I call it Flakes. Yeah, but that's also
I thought you called it Flex.
No, it was Flakes. Like Netflix.
Flakes?
Obi calls it Netflix, and
Well,
then I kind
apparently
of
Obi
shorten that
calls
to
it that
Flakes.
too.
I can't even take. I mean, Netflix is maybe better.
Way
Because
better.
right now that stock is Netflixing on the haters.
Oh.
Because all-time highs and stuff.
I swear I thought you called it Netflix. Yeah, okay, Flakes. Okay, all right.
Netflix is crazy. I mean,
I like the Flex.
I like the obviously we like the Flex one more there. Sharif. I think it's Netflix too. To be honest with you, up 50% off of those Liberation Day lows. Market's still coming back in. Double top coming into complete play on the Qs here, Sharif. I want to catch something around 84.10s, but that might be a little bit of a prayer there, my friend.
A hope and a prayer, baby.
All right. Neil Roberts, taco order is in too. Watch out for that.
Joey, I got to cover this.
Go ahead.
All right, guys. INKT has just taken out highs. So we were just calling out this one moments ago. There it is. It's a $60 high now. INKT is on the way up. 60.59 high. It's taking out levels. It's moving dollars at a time. Be careful with this one, but it's got a hell of a pattern under its belt over here, with the buyers really showing their hand with the higher lows on every successive 5-minute candle. We take out the prior intraday high. I swear I can speak. So we'll keep tabs on that right now. So let's go back to UMAC because I'm still holding a position on this one. Up into 67 we go. We've got 54s on at the moment. I want to see if we can test 12. I've taken a couple of beak wetters so far. I don't want to take out too much too quickly. So let's be on the lookout here for UMAC to make a 5-minute candle to make a new high. To do that, we got to get above the prior bar high, which is 1175. Here's 1172. Can we continue going? We already have a higher low, because the prior bar low is 1144. This current bar low is 1150. So we made the higher low. Can we make the higher high? We're gonna have to wait. The seller at 72 right now may have other ideas. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Keep an eye out on UMAC. Okay, back to SLNH because we added to this one at 38. We take a print at 42s, and then it comes back down to test my entry. My move doesn't change here. I put my order out at 33s. If it loses 33s, that's the end of the matter. I won't be DCing or doing anything like that. So I'm continuing to watch UMAC, continuing to watch SLNH. All right, UMAC at prior bar high now. Can it take out prior bar high? Not yet. Again, as I've mentioned, 1176 is the prior bar high. This current bar high, 1175. So we can't shake the seller there. I'm going to continue to pack my patience. I like what I see from this one. I'd like to get a print in the 90s, a print in the 80s, something like that. Back into 75 we go. We're going to continue to watch this one as we send you to Adara with happening now. And Neil's lesson of the day, we took out prior bar high, Joseph Wilson, UMAC heading up. Let's go.
Get it, Sharif. And also, I mean, get it, NASDAQ, maybe. I think it is worth noting here. Here's the 3. I'll switch to the 15-minute chart because I like to use these when we're looking at the market during these segments. We do have some higher lows. And I have a flat top, actually, at this 550, 550, going back to pre-market. So if we can crack that 550, 550 and maintain these higher lows, maybe the market gets a little bit of a push to the upside. Let's see the S&P 500 and see how this one is doing. Here's the SPY, looking almost identical to the NASDAQ, though notably missing that flat top break setup. And we'll take a look at our friend IBIT in this crypto space. This one actually pushing into pre-market lows right now for IBIT. And also weak here is MSTR. All these crypto tickers are really working lower here. Bitcoin reached a really notable all-time high here, around 119,000, but it cannot hold it, at least not for now. Here's NFLX. I do want to mention this because this is the second day in a row Netflix decided either a downgrade or an upgrade or a price target increase. So second day in a row where we've got a positive analyst note for Netflix and it's sold off. The same was really strong compared to the market, so could just be a bit of a cooling off. But either way, NFLX, new pattern of it getting an upgrade or a price target increase and falling on the day. Lots to talk about here, taco trades and actual tacos. But before we get back to the midday, we have Neil and his lesson of the day. So without further ado, and we also have to thank our friends at Top One Futures. Are you looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, SPY, or even Bitcoin? Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital, pick your path, instant funded, challenge, or pro account, and start trading your way to real payouts. Even a live account. In the last 90 days alone, they've paid out over $10 million, and earned over 1,000 5-star reviews from real traders. Use the discount code TTV to save on any account. Scan the QR code or head to top1futures.com. Start trading towards your next payout. Lesson of the day, take it away.
Thank you very much, Adair. Before we get to the lesson of the day, I just want to let you guys know that I voted on this poll. Do you believe Joe's weekend plans? I voted, yeah, sure. A young man who has a free weekend and is going to just sit and chill? I don't know about that, Joe. I don't know about that. But you know what? Sometimes, I'm just saying. But no, sometimes you do have to just sit and chill. And oftentimes you can have whatever plan of action you want for trading. You can do your prep in the morning. You can have the ideas that you want out there, and you can sit around and like this doesn't set up and that doesn't set up. And the example I'm going to use here is everybody was looking for. Look, everybody's the wrong word. A lot of people were looking for the continuation or some big moves in some crypto names, and maybe to the bullish side. But let me just start with what I bid. The entire opening range, did Bitcoin do anything? The gap up, that's great. If you hold Bitcoin, great. But what did this do for us at the open? There were some small moves. You want a little more than that at the open, and there was no continuation. And as a matter of fact, we break down. I figured if we weren't going up, we'd have like some more massive moves off of the open. Part of the plan of action was to play off of 400 and 380 in Coinbase for that rubber band trade. When that wasn't there, and it was obvious early on Bitcoin was doing nothing and that it wasn't there. Okay, I can sit there and I can stare down Coinbase because I wanted to trade it and try to come up with some trade, or I can look at what's going on around me and note that NVIDIA is going ham. And just say, okay, well, NVIDIA wasn't part of my plan today, but while Coinbase is doing nothing, NVIDIA most certainly is. And the best thing about it is it wasn't even that complex what was going on with NVIDIA. You just had another all-time high, a consolidated top off 165. There's your 2-day inside after the breakout. It broke out again, so you missed the breakout. You take the first available dip buy, which wasn't even much of a dip on a 15-minute, and play the momentum into the top. You just try to keep it relatively simple. But the most important part was you can't get too overly aggressive just because you want something to happen. just because I wanted Bitcoin to make some fresh highs, just because I wanted Coinbase to get to some big levels that we could trade off of, the market doesn't care what you want. And if that stock isn't in play the way that you're hoping for, you do need to pivot to something else. And the most simple way to do that is not necessarily to hope that you can pick something out that's the best. Go back to what was working most recently. In this particular case, it was, well, we've been looking at the chips every day, and NVIDIA and AMD, and NVIDIA is going ham. Just go back to the most basic concept that you can, which is something that we were trading to the long side when it made a similar break. And that should be familiar territory. Just try to keep it simple. At a minimum, don't force the action just because I wanted to trade Coinbase. You can't. You just have to be where, A, the opportunities are, B, where the opportunities are setting up the way that you intended to trade or with your trading plan, and then just go out there and execute. And then to the last point, because you know I'm going to do this every single time, as I want to put up CoreWeave here. The other thing I always like to be, that's not self-deprecating, but when you do have something that's part of your plan, you want to make sure that you are giving it, you don't want to let the stock off the hook. That's the best way to think about it. There's no better way to say, do not let the stock off the hook. I got a little too wrapped up with the notion of the volume-weighted average price for continuation on CoreWeave. And a lot of times, something that you really like can cloud your judgment to what's actually happening. So obviously here, failed break of the high, we're entering when it fails the break of the high. Simple entry there, that makes sense. I missed the VWAP trade because I missed the punch down here. It's SSR, I explained that in the morning show. But look what happens when it screams through VWAP. Double top at 133. Volume weighted average price at 131.8. That's the level. Sometimes you can get so laser focused into this and say, I don't want to take that trade anymore. And then you completely miss that it's just double topping off the same level as before because I'm looking at that VWAP trend line hoping that it holds. And part of that can just be because the day before VWAP held so well, right? So it's a bit of recency bias in my part. And again, this is why you go over things like this. Because it doesn't matter. To me, it doesn't matter if I traded 3 things and won on all of them. I don't care. I care how I traded them. I care that Tesla and NVIDIA shouldn't have been better than CoreWeave. CoreWeave should have been better than both of them as a short trade. So that's the way I'll grade myself. I'll grade myself like a D on this because it was my 3rd best stock and it was the best setup of the 3. So you got to know the setups that you like, and if it's not there, don't force it. If it is there, make sure you give it an opportunity and don't let that stock off the hook. But don't force the issue if the stock is doing nothing you're expecting. And on top of that, if you happen to have a weekend where it's free and you're young, get out there and enjoy yourself. It's summer, it's fantastic weather. Don't just sit there on the couch and watch Netflix or whatever. You know, get out there and enjoy it, get a patio or whatever it might be. And I'm not talking to anybody in particular. I'm just sort of saying in general out there because you're only young once, everybody. There's your lesson of the day. We'll see you back at 2 o'clock, everybody. No, Joe, man, we're just having fun. I'm just having fun. Back to the desk, guys. I'm just saying. Get out there,
It's
man.
all good.
You brought this on yourself, bro.
I did,
Nobody
man.
forced your hand.
You know
let
what?
everybody know that the boys are going to play.
What is this, though?
When, when
What
the
BS?
loved ones are away, so to speak. Like, you did this to yourself, my guy. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my days.
How is that,
There's this guy's ready to go.
Do you remember Mr. Brain from what's it called?
The Pinky
Ninja
in the Brain?
Turtles?
Oh, I thought you were saying Pinky in the Brain.
Oh, yeah, well, there's that too.
Obi's ready. Obi's locked and loaded. I feel like that guy wants
Obi
to turn up.
scared the hell out of me, bro.
Screen. Sorry, I didn't mean to AAO you. That's crazy. I apologize for that. But there it is, guys. We're short the TQs again. We took a little bit off there. We don't have too much remaining. Actually, that's a lie. 66%. If it comes back to my break even, that's fine. 8402s, and then we'll just hop up. But the primary target is going to be the volume weighted average price. Bitcoin really weak. Google coming back in towards VWAP. NVDA just slightly south of the volume-weighted average price. What's holding this market up right now, I believe, is Microsoft. But let's take a look at Meta, because I haven't looked at that name here today, Sharif. Oh, wow. Okay, well, the market wants to head lower, some of these names, Sharif. Meta looks like it wants to break up. That's crazy. And if this decides that it wants to climb higher, watch out. We're not going to get the VWAP in the TQs here, guys. So keep an eye out on that. So come on, Meta. Actually, no, don't come on, Meta. Wow, I love being in these push and pull scenarios, Sharif, because I have it from my Jimmy Carter days and then our plays there. And then I also wanted to break down because I want TQs into VWAP there, brother.
Okay.
What's going on?
I can support that.
All right,
is that a short?
A short?
Yeah, would TWAP into VWAP? That would be a short. TWAP into VWAP?
Fetty WAP into VWAP.
TWAP into VWAP.
Yeah, that's the game plan.
All right, guys. UMAC trade. Look, it was good, but this is a filled break. Okay. What I'm still keeping my eye on, though, Bovin, is that it's still defending the 1160, 1150 area, despite this. You can't really see it on the white chart, so let me bring it in from the black charts over here. See this move on UMAC? So we were in at 1150, 1160, and then it shot up all the way to 1211. We got 12s. We didn't get 1211, but we got 12s. But there you go. Dropped all the way back down. What I found notable about this is that the wicks are still putting in generally, with the exception of this candle here, higher lows. And this current candle actually has a higher low. So I don't think that the filled break is the end all and be all right now on UMAC, but we'll have to wait and see what it does there. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on. But INKT is all freaking gas, no break. Oh, that's an ominous high of the day, Joe. 66.66 high a day right now. I'm not punching into INKT. Shout out to Anuview. Great trade by you, my friend. You were letting me know that you were in there. Hope you printed up multiple storms and are having a fantastic day. Shout out to Anuview. $20
Yeah, we got a couple
super
of them,
chat.
Sharif, that we missed out there.
All right, we'll get to them. Let's get to them right now. So this is probably for you, Joey, because I see some calls here.
Yeah.
Got 715 call when Meta dropped to 710 LFG. Let's go. Let's get Joe some chamomile, lavender, peppermint tea for his relaxing weekend, and a protein shake for Sharif for Sunday's final. Oh, much love and God bless y'all. Thanks for the vibes and the knowledge. God bless you, my friend. Hope you have a fantastic weekend.
You know what's funny? When I say Ayo, I always say to my friends now, Ayo Lewis. Yeah, I'm always
So
like, Ayo Lewis. Yeah, so.
Do they wonder what the hell you're talking
like,
about?
Yo, what, bro? And I'm like, yeah, Ayo Lewis. So yeah, thank you very much. You know what?
What happened?
Chamomile tea, lavender, and peppermint. I'm going to be honest, I'm not the biggest peppermint fan. I will like a tea, but it has to be like a mango or a peach tea. You know what I mean? I think a lot of people can get behind that one. But let's go. Come on, market. Break down. Get down. But yeah, Microsoft has other plans on the day, Sharif. It's just living in its own world right now. It's nothing up from a percentage metric. It's nothing crazy. We're only up about 0.6 or something along those lines. But this thing does not want to stop whatsoever, which I'm like, okay, at what point are we going to slowly curl over? But maybe it wants to make that move for the all-time highs here today. So just be cautious of this one. Don't stand in front of a moving train, as I like to tend to say, whether it be a falling knife or something that's just absolutely going to the top side. But watch out for a recovery in Meta and in Google, because if they climb back towards the high of the day, I will get stopped out of my TQs trade. But with that being said, let's take a look at the options chain to see what. Hold on. What do you say?
Well, we're going to have to read this
read it first.
You know
let
exactly.
me go over Microsoft first, and then you can read that. Today's expiration cycle, nothing crazy. So, I mean, there is a path of least resistance. The highest level of open interest I'm seeing is at 510, and that's small potatoes, only 7.6%. Sorry, 7,600 contracts at 510. So I would not be surprised if we head into that realm there, Sharif. What did
I got to read this out.
All right.
Joe Homer, what bath bombs you got for this weekend? Weekend without the lady, or for the boys, put that upper decky in and a blue Kalahala.
You know what he means by upper decky?
I have no idea what the hell he's talking about.
This is what he's talking about, an upper decky. How'd you know, my guy?
I just asked you about that today.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
The first time I've actually seen you with that.
So this is what he's talking about, a little upper decky there. Yeah, we're just chilling out. That's what the boys do. My one hockey buddy before his game, he'll have 3 of them in his mouth.
I'm telling you, Calcanis like smashes
I'm like,
3.
dude, I'm like, dude, like.
Isn't that the move though? Everybody's saying that's the move. You get like apparently you get like a crazy high off. You're
like that after. You know what I mean? It's like I'm like, bro, how are you gonna play? Yeah. You don't get it started.
Interesting.
So, yeah.
I ain't about that life.
Trust me, you don't want to be a part of that life. But anyways, back into what we got going on, man. I think let's take a look at the VIX actually, because I'm curious if the volatility is really starting to pick up here, because the ebbs and flows of the overall market, I hate it when it does that. VIX, I don't want the chain, even though I love the option.
Leave him alone, man.
Who?
The chain.
Yeah, the chain. Yeah, that's my guy, chain gang. But here it is. The VIX all the way down. I'm surprised that it is. I thought that maybe we'd climb higher, but the market is slowly grinding.
I don't know why. I'm hysterical today. I'm like delusional.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's probably not a bad thing.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm still in this SLNH trade. It's super uneventful, but I'm actually looking at possibly weaseling back into UMAC. I don't know how you feel here above it, man. We keep making lower lows. We're still at 1150. We just touched the 20. I'm going to need a 5-minute candle to make a new high on a closing basis before I get involved on UMAC. Now, that may leave without me because we know how this one trades. Currently, the prior bar high is 1170. The current bar high is 1161. So we're going to have to close above 1170 for me to get involved on a closing basis. Closing basis, always, guys. So that's a look there. Let's go back to Workhorse, though, because I don't know if this one's done. In fact, I don't even think it's done at all. And here we go. We are about a few pennies away from the high of the day. Here comes that 4.5 again. It's been a higher low, higher high kind of situation. It's been all off the 10 EMA on the 5, but that seller at the $0.50 has been quite stubborn. We haven't been able to shake him. So it feels, I don't know, you never really know with these ones. It feels like it's a matter of time. And there it is, Joseph, into the high of the day. 54 showing up. I saw 55s momentarily there on the level 2, but it did not cross. Be on the lookout here for a possible breakout right now on Workhorse as it moves up right into the high of day, up 56% and change. Very, very respectful of the 10 EMA on the 5, and I'll show you exactly what I've been yelling about here. Look at all these holdups here at the 10 EMA. I mean, you got wicked maybe once or twice, and there goes a new high of day, 460. I saw somebody in the chat say that this one was done, and I wanted to respond to them and say, well, you know, I wouldn't be so quick to say that. But there it is, guys. I mean, just let the technicals talk. Let's not make guesses as to what this one's going to do because it was still above key technical levels. And continue to put in higher highs and higher lows. So it's away from my entry now. We'll see if it wants to come back into the 10, and we'll assess it at that time. So this SLNH trade back into 45 as we go. And yes, that's all I've got for now, guys. It looks like UMAC is breaking down again, though, into the 20. So I likely will not be getting into that. Down we go again. So this one can't make a new 5-minute candle to make a new high. Drive and Discover, WLGS. Let me have a look at WLGS, see what this one's all about. 1 second, WLGS. Okay, so this is below VWAP, brother, and it's below the pre-market high. So see these highs over here that took place before 9 a.m.? My rules are two very simple ones. Got to be above the pre-market high if it traded in the pre-market, and it's got to be above VWAP currently. This fails both of them, so I wouldn't touch it. Let's look on the daily super quick and see. Well, this is the kind of stuff that usually we see when it's south of $1. So I'm going to say no to WLGS, but I hope you do well on it, whatever you're doing.
All right, guys. Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P with Beta Pro 3X daily leverage ETFs featuring the built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the markets. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Yeah, Who am I gonna bring this out here? Martel Hardy? Do I ever? I mean, yeah. I mean, come on, man. Like, look, this is a trade earlier in the day. I'm just not as active. I'm not hopping in the names. I look for precision, and that's just my style, right? Do I ever trade? The answer is absolutely yes. I think I trade quite often, if you ask me. But there's our one trade. We've been in 3 names today: 2 green, 1 red. My red one is going to be DAL. You can see I was looking for this grind higher up into 56, but we just got out too prematurely on this one. This grind was a little bit more difficult for me to sit in, so I just took somewhat of a break-even stop on that one, and then I took a small loss there. With that being said, I also traded iBit as well. Don't forget, the majority of my trades are put on in the morning when Neil and Sean are on. So in the afternoon, if I have a nice comfortable day, then I'm more precise on my entries. All right. So there it is. iBit. We took a long on this earlier as well too. If you want to ask one more time if I trade, there it is. Boom, boom, boom. iBit. We add into this position, and then we eventually get stopped out, break even. It's the exact same thing, same narrative. Short on the TQs. You enter, add. Pulls back, doesn't break through this high where you have the bulk of your position, you add some more, and then you trade a little bit right here, and then you move lower. Look for another entry, which is exactly what we did. You add into the position, you take some off, and then eventually you get stopped out there. So that's the name of that game. I think eventually we will get to the volume-weighted average price. As you can see, we're slowly starting to construct these lower highs. So there could be a good opportunity. One more test around here. Maybe we'll look for an additional short. I don't know how much higher this market can climb, but just be cautious on this. This is also a good positive topping signal on MSFT as well. So you can see that a nice engulfing candle up here, indecision print, and then now you have that doji right at an extreme high, and then look at the extension from the volume weighted average price. So what are you going to do? You're going to probably put your stop slightly above that previous high, aim for some range lows. That would be a primary target. This is going to be another target as you head into some of this resistance right here, and then your final is probably going to be the low right around the volume weighted average price if you can get around those neck of the woods. So that's a game plan. Wait for this. You might get one more liquidity grab just due to the strength, and then I would look for a small rollover. But again, you don't want to be trying to short this continuously just in case it is going to be an all-day trender. You want to give it 1 or 2 attempts, and then after that, if it's not working, if your thesis doesn't work out relatively quick, then you just want to hop out and just pay no mind to it. Find something that's relatively weaker.
All right, let's talk about FTFT because you guys keep messaging about that one. Look, it's a nice one right now. I mean, it's up 122%, but it breaches one of my rules, and I just won't trade it. Okay, so this one was doing volume. In fact, it had the most amount of volume. You guess what time, Joseph? Don't look at the chart. Guess what time it did the most amount of volume?
Today?
Yeah.
10:30.
No. 4:20 a.m.
Oh, 4:20
There was a 5-minute
okay.
candle that did 3.6 million shares of volume. Look at that volume bar at 4:20 a.m.
4:20, yeah.
So you can't say it was lightly traded and the bag holders are only in for a few 100,000 shares.
Yeah,
no, there's plenty of bag holders
Lots
from up
of
here.
shares.
So the rules I have for these small cap gappers, again, I'm going to keep repeating them, and if you've heard it before, I do apologize for sounding repetitive, but there's only 2 rules. Above the pre-market high, if it traded in the pre-market high, well, this one certainly did, and it's above VWAP. This one meets one of the 2, but fails the other one. So it's above the volume weighted average price, which is showing me 303s, but it's well below that 479, 480 pre-market high. In fact, it is a 480 pre-market high. So I will not trade this until it gets above that 480 level on a closing basis. But it's a good look for whoever was picking this up off that 232 and a quarter level because it's been stair-stepping up. The reason it's up so much is because, well, it closed out at $1.50 yesterday. It's up. The current technical high of the day after the bell is 337. But as I mentioned, it did plenty of volume and traded plenty at 4 a.m. And so I just won't trade it until it clears that level. But thank you for pointing it out. FTFT, fantastic look. UMAC is back, baby. It held up beautifully at 1140. It was essentially the 20 exponential and rockets right back up. And here we go again into 12. We're showing 1197 now on the ask. The high of the day, not far away from where we are. $12.11. Here's $12. There's good size posted on the level 2 there on the ask side of level 2 at 12. I would say I just throw a guesstimate out there, maybe a little bit less than 1,000 lots. That's from what we can see. But as we know, the what's it called? The hidden orders are sometimes operative on these ones. It's what we can't see that gets us into some trouble. So UMAC already in the way out. Shout out to Truth and Giggles. He's in for 219. Shout out to you. That's a great trade, Truth and Giggles, because you're well over $1 in the money right now. Hope you print up multiple storms.
Dang, all right then. We got another behind the scene look at Trade the Pool there, Street. But this time, we're diving into the community side of Trade the Pool. As you know, each trader gets his or own hub, and inside one, you'll find Trade Talk, a powerful charting and analysis space where traders map out strategies, break down setups, and share predictions with the community. And if you're looking for real-time interaction, the Trade the Pool Discord is the place to be. It's packed with active traders sharing insights, trades, and tips to grow together. At Trade the Pool, you're not trading alone. You're joining a firm that invests in your growth, technically, mentally, and financially. Head to tradethepool.com or scan the QR code. Check the link in the description. All right, guys, so Microsoft is really strong today.
Look at this psycho. That's a good story, Ram.
Yeah.
Look at him, bro.
There you
What
go. Obi.
the hell is that,
Obi,
bro?
yeah.
What is
That is
that?
crazy. Yeah, Obi's either had a really good day or it's the end of his day, essentially. So that's how you know he's just chilling out. I'm sure it's probably the first one there. He's probably had a really, really good day because I heard him talking about some trades. So nice work there on Obi. And you know that guy. Everybody thought I was the bad influence. It's Obi-Wan Kenobi himself.
I can testify he is really, the tower days get, there are some days where the towers are very enthusiastically requested, for sure, on Fridays, for sure.
Yeah. They're definitely in the works. Anything can happen, you know what I mean? So you just got to be prepared for that. But your boy Joey O will be just chilling like a villain this weekend. I just want to just hit the outdoor workout gym, just get on some runs.
We're all believing that, huh?
Yeah, bro, I'm gonna have to document this stuff.
Document it.
Yeah.
I like
24 hours. There's no faith at all. But that's okay. But we'll prove them wrong. The only person you need to believe in is yourself. There it is. Microsoft guys still hovering around these highs, slowly cooling down. I mean, that's why you want to put your stop slightly above these signals. This is a now dual kind of indecision print, and then also you have the second largest volume print right here. So just keep an eye out on that. A slow turnaround, but the pullbacks may be a little bit micro, right? You can see it here displayed. There's only a couple red candles on the 5-minute, and if we zoom out to the 15, I guarantee there's one in the pre-market. Okay, 2 if we're going to classify this. So a really strong name. Maybe just avoid it at all costs for the short, regardless if it looks juicy or not, Sharif.
All right, man. We're back into Workhorse. So let's give this one the old college try. It's got a couple of candle hold up here at the low 40s. It's now showing 50 on the ask side of the level. It's about a 2-penny spread, not too bad. Let's see if this one can decidedly break above the $0.50, because every time it works up into the $0.50, it's met with aggressive selling. So I've got a super tight stop because I don't want to give almost anything back on this one. If it loses 40 pennies, we're in at 8s. Well, we'll get out of this one super quick. So let's see if we're able to shake that seller now at the 50-penny area. For now, we cannot. So there we go. Up into 51s we go.
Yeah, this screen is crazy. This drape is being
pick it up from the bottom.
Oh, bro, it's making them flex a little bit too. That's how you know.
Okay, bro. Taco. This guy opened up in my area. Eh? He opened up at a bar that closed down lately. So is this a new thing?
Free advertising, Gus.
Get it, Gus.
Get it, Gus.
You know what we're doing over here, Neil?
Doing it live.
Boom!
Now we're gonna have
into Workhorse. It's still going, Neil. It's all gas, no brakes on Workhorse, and it's a perfect analogy because they make cars.
That is
Hey!
Yeah.
Three Piscato, jamming with Joe coming up momentarily. You're gonna get that rating on these Gus tacos. They're pretty good. The one thing that I will note is that they cheat out a little bit and they don't put the cheese in the burrito tacos, and I think you need that when you're going down that road. Sharif, I know you're cooking up there in Workhorse there. I'm glad that's working out. Me personally, I'm good. So if I put on any trades here this morning, it's going to be with relatively small size. But let's go Bitcoin. Start recovering. I like this one a lot. Boom! Show me what you got going on. Show me what you got going
bro.
on, man.
Oh,
man. I'm trying to wake up here. Maybe I need to do a couple of push-ups to get alive here.
Work out for me. Work out for me. All right, bro.
What's Workhorse doing?
Workhorse?
Yeah.
It's working out, Joe. I don't know. I don't know what else to say, bro. I have nothing to say. Workhorse is a rinse and repeat trade, guys. It is on the warpath to the high side. It is now up over 65%. This one just keeps going and going and going. Go, Workhorse, go. All right, we're doing it live. We'll continue to keep the tabs on this one for you guys. We'll continue to scalp out so long as it is the right thing to do. Keep your eye on Workhorse. It's giving you the right trade right now, okay? All right. So just keep your eye on that. We're also still holding, guys, SLNH. We're in at 38s. It's now showing me 49s. You know, we've got some good prints there at 55, so we've seen what this one can do. This is the second trade on it. Got an initial over here, scalped up. It dipped back down. I added once it showed me that it made a 5-minute candle to make a new high on a closing basis. I added, and it continued to make a higher move. So we'll see if we can get maybe a print above that 55 print that we have on the day. I certainly wouldn't mind taking that out. So that'll be continuing to look at that. Nothing else for me at the moment, guys. I'm going to continue to watch these two. These are the ones that we've been executing on. Well, SLNH and WKHS, continue to watch that. There are others, though, so I'm just going to bring in the side chart so we can talk a little bit about them. UMAC, I've had trades on that, but, you know, not the best. INKT, haven't traded this one at all, but this one is a really good one on the day, and it's been quite respectful, Joseph, of most of these moving averages. The 20, I want to say most respected one there. What I want to look out for here, Bovin, is since we've made a 68.83 high, do we hold 60? Look at this area crest over here that we couldn't break through 60. So previous area of resistance may act as a new area of support. In addition to that, you have the $10 level being $60 a psychological area of support. In addition to that, you've got the 10 EMA showing me 59 mid-80s or mid-70s, can't really tell. So generally around that $60 area. So there could be support here at $60. And for a possible move for a $10 winner here, I mean, 68.83 is the high of the day. You've got to assume we probably clear that high of the day, and you're hitting 70-something on that one. So I'm going to continue to watch INKT. If it holds up at 60, I'm a buyer. We'll continue to watch that one, Joey.
Good look there. Can I ask you a question?
Always.
If you could own any Mag 7 right now, it has to be the Mag 7, but it has to be at the current price. Which one would it be?
The current price?
Yeah, current price right now.
All right, let me just have a look. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll let you.
Neil yelled out Amazon.
Neil said Amazon.
And I'm gonna say I think that's a good buy.
Yeah, I think
you
that's
know
a
the
good
tariff
one there.
stuff maybe behind them now, Joseph.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
there is that. I'm gonna say, but give me some more parameters. Like, what's my window here? What's my window? Investing?
Internal.
Or swing?
Yeah,
like, what's my window?
It's forever. You have a forever window.
All right, so then I buy Tesla.
Tesla?
Yeah, always.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I don't like the volatility that comes with it. Don't get me wrong.
But obviously, there's a massive upside potential.
There is exactly it, right? And especially if you can just shut the hell up for a little bit, bro.
Yeah, just like for
I love you, Elon,
we
but
like
just
you.
shut the hell up for a little
for
bit, bro.
like a couple months at least. You know what
All
I
right,
mean?
this is the behind the scenes look right there. There's the Chilean nightmare with all the tacos. There's Neil. There's Adara. There's Ram. And there's a lovely gentleman who I just got acquainted with there, who I don't know the name of. Shout out to you, my man.
Oh, what's up, my man?
He's taking care of business back there, as we all know.
He's having a good time.
So yeah, we're all having a good
that's what we
time
like,
here,
man.
guys. So that's it.
Wow.
I buy Tesla. What do you
Tesla?
You're gonna buy Google?
No, I would go Amazon with
Amazon? I respect that, man.
Neilage
I
there.
absolutely
I like
respect
Amazon.
that,
I think there's a lot of potential.
They got a good
there.
comment today. We'll read about it when they do the news. They got an upgrade today, and part of the reason for the upgrade was kind of the digesting of the tariffs and thinking kind of, those 145% tariffs that we had on China. That's not going to happen again, is what the analyst is saying. And so they're looking at some good upside potential. So I completely agree with you.
I think so too. I think I wouldn't be surprised if AWS beat actually this quarter as well too. All right, guys. Wow, DAL, what a move heading right into that target. I was looking at this, and this is what I was saying wow about earlier. So really nice move, and it's still slightly negative on the day. So watch out for DAL earnings day earnings day 2. I bought 70. Okay, Shane D, what's up, brother? I bought 75 shares of INKT at open 22.50. Closed out last 20% for $68, my best P&L trade of the year. Okay, let's pull up INKT Because I don't know if you mean like, was that 60 something dollars, or you just put on a 60 something dollar trade? Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, that is a big time best trade there, brother. Really good look. Oh, my days. That is a big time move. Congratulations, Shane D, on that.
What he wrote to me.
Who said that? That's crazy.
Of course he is.
That's
right?
crazy. That is wild.
I don't want to read that one all
Whoa, that's
What's
all right.
happening,
She would never do that.
Yeah.
555% on the day? That is crazy.
What is that one?
This is
INKT.
IKT.
We've been talking about it all day,
You've been
Mike.
talking about, have you? Wow.
Yeah,
I mean,
I love that you're listening
You know
to
what?
it.
Honestly, my selective hearing is really, really
But
bad.
you got to concentrate.
Yeah, well, I am concentrating on something. That's why.
what I said. You gotta concentrate.
Yeah, exactly. So 555%. Congratulations on that one, Shane D. I'm sure you're going to have more of an R&R relaxation weekend than I am.
That's the testicular cancer headline that I was talking
Oh,
about.
okay. So thank you very much for that. So yeah, I'm sure you're going to have a pretty good weekend there, my friend. Don't blow it all in one place, and don't do anything I wouldn't do. All right?
Oh, that's not saying much, man. Look what he wrote.
What are you saying now?
Look what he said. He knows we're talking about it, man.
Yeah,
Shout out to Big Spa. We love you, Big Spa. Go ahead, Adara.
Let's talk here about Tesla. I know we just talked a little bit about Elon Musk there, but they actually just officially teased this Tesla India announcement. This has been kind of been previewed for a while. We also know that previously there were reports from it earlier today, but yeah, Tesla now saying Tesla logo, India, July 2025 for the record. So people are saying the showroom's going to open on July 15th. That would be Tuesday. And then, of course, we have, I guess, deliveries for India teased to start out here in August 2025. Also, you guys are mentioning what Mag 7 name you'd invest in. I have a question as well. If you could invest in a person like one Mag 7 CEO, who would it be? I think right now we're eating tacos anyway, but back to you. Yeah.
You said you're opening your own floor as well?
Yeah. That's awesome. You want to come on the show, man? You want to say what's up?
Come say hi. Come,
yeah. Can we
step
get?
on.
Let me just get the mic for you.
Yeah, let's get this guy a mic here. We'll talk.
All right.
Or
We got
here,
our buddy
bring him on.
Anderson.
Anderson, what's up, brother?
I'm good.
Introduce yourself to the folks here on Trader TV.
Hey, how you doing? I'm Anderson. Here with Joey Options,
Hey.
Trader TV Live.
Yeah, he knows what's going on. Well, tell us a little bit about the floor. You say you're opening up a floor.
So yeah,
I tried to get you the mic from the other side there, but it's not.
Yeah, sure.
It's plugged in on that other side.
right on.
So yeah, you're opening up your own floor, man.
Yeah, so it's been a journey for about maybe the last 3-4 years. I seriously decided to start taking trading seriously. Been watching you guys since COVID from episode number 2.
Wow, you're before me,
Episode
then,
number
man.
2.
You're
Yeah,
before me.
I watched all you guys come on.
Wow.
And watch you guys growth, and yeah, it's been a definite journey for me. I trade options. Bang! Let's go! So I'm an options trader. Yeah, it's one of those careers where I decided that at the end of the day, I really want to take it seriously. So at the end of the day, you seek out the best, which is real trading.
Ooh, there we go.
You know, and at the end of the day, once you seek out the best, you just go for it. Forget about the rest, man.
Yeah, that's it.
So what do you like to trade, Anderson? Like, what's your wheelhouse?
So for me, my wheelhouse is I do a lot of mega cap stocks. So I'm into the Mag 7 heavy.
Fantastic.
I do Mag 7 and I do a little bit of scalping and stuff like that. But my main bread and butter is swing trading.
Oh.
So
Talking his language.
yeah, buddy. I love swing trading and leaps.
Yep.
Leaps are where it's at, the big percentages and stuff. And then I usually, at the end of the day, I'll take opportunity when everything's overextended to the high side or low side. That's when I'll,
Fantastic.
mean reversion style trading on the day or whatever. I mean, I'm telling people right now that trading is a career, man, that if you really take it seriously, you can definitely make a career out of this.
100%.
Literally, I came in here, I from watching you guys on TV. I'm here now next to
Hey, hold on. Before you go,
Yeah.
give people a little bit of a view on your journey, because you know we always have newer viewers that
definitely.
are coming in, and you
For
know
sure.
it's new for them. So give people kind of an idea of the ups and downs and how you
Correct.
manage with everything.
Right. Okay. So here's the thing. A lot of people don't understand that this is a job where sometimes you come into work and sometimes you might leave with no money. You might leave negative. Absolutely. But here's the thing. Through all those trials and everything, as long as you follow a consistent plan, you have your formula. And for me specifically, I had to find my niche, which is like I said, mean reversion trading, swing trading, and leaps.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, once you figure out a structure that you need to follow, you just stick to that game plan. Every trader is different. Every risk tolerance is different, guys. 100%. So at the end of the day, for me, my journey started, I used to be a chef before.
Okay.
And then COVID hit.
Fantastic.
When COVID hit, I decided to pivot. And like I said, I've been watching the show since COVID. And I just watched and seen that, hey, these guys at Real Trading are structured people who are real people in Toronto, just like me.
Literally, right? That's what I felt as well. Same thing. Yeah.
And it's not. Don't get me wrong. I don't know if anybody here is trading $1 million a day, but it's not only about Ferraris and Lamborghinis and all that stuff. That's what's sad. The real, honest truth is at the end of the day, as long as you take this career serious, it can be something that can blossom. Location freedom, especially location freedom. And it's a good career where, you know what? Literally, Sharif, Joe, I seen them on TV and look at me here today.
There you go, man. I love
this is where trading's got me. And also at the end of the day, the decision to open my own trading floor and stuff like that came because I started to understand. I'm originally from Barbados.
Okay.
Caribbean. Yeah. And salute to all the people back home. Barbados in the building. But yeah, I'm originally from Barbados, and the thing is, when you're there, opportunity is scarce, unfortunately.
100%. Yeah.
So my thought process is, okay, come to Real Trading, learn the basics, learn the foundations, educate myself, and then I always believe in paying it forward.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so once you pay it forward, so my grand scheme of things is I will be part of the Real Trading community. I'll be part of the Real Trading with you guys as well. Come in here and liaisoning with you guys to take all the education that you guys have brought to the table.
Appreciate that.
Absorb it, and then take it back to my people back in Barbados.
There you go, man. There you go.
Yeah, man.
Location freedom.
Yeah.
Thanks for being on. Appreciate it, Anderson.
Thank you.
Likewise.
It was great talking with you. Yes.
For coming on. There you go, guys, man. We always got the realest guys coming on the show, and there you go. Another very real individual. Shout out to Anderson. Thank you for coming on and telling us about exactly, your journey. A lot of people. We got one.
One more second, because I'll get killed if I don't do it.
Go for it.
I'd like to shout out my lovely wife, Marie.
Hey, come on now. There he is.
Money.
Oh, you asked for it, you get it, baby. You asked for it, you get it.
Yeah. So yeah, I'd like to shout her out because she supported me through all of this. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate you guys.
You too.
And you got some love in the chat. You're getting plenty of love in the chat, Anderson. Shout out to Nimrod. Throwing money your way, too. Hey,
Towards you, man.
Shout out to Nimrod. No problem.
Thank you, Anderson.
Thank you, guys. Again, thanks, Anderson, for being on. Nimrod, thank you for the 60 shekels super chat. All class, as always. Shout out to everybody there sending love to Anderson's way.
Yeah.
Always the realest people on the show, man. Absolutely love it. What do you got there, Joey?
Yeah, good look there. I'm just looking at Ramin starting to distribute the tacos, so I'm waiting for mine over here, Ramin, so I could do my jamming with Joe, and then we'll get that review going. But no, all the love. Thank you guys very much for that one. Neo's cooking up. We're still waiting for another potential short opportunity here in Microsoft. I'm sorry, in the queues, but I want to pull up and see what Microsoft is doing, still hovering around those highs. Meta put in a nice indecision here as well, too, and you can see it took a little bit of a pullback, so that's a nice inverted hammer print right there, and then you kind of get this shallow pullback, but as long as you don't breach that, maybe you'll get that move back into the volume-weighted average price, so that is that game plan, and there it goes. If I'm not catching the top end of this range, I'm not going to be shorting it just yet, right? Even though we may break through some of these support levels, it is roughly around my previous entries as well, across the board on these entries too, but I don't want it down here. I would prefer middle of the range or the top end of the range, so that is my game plan here on the TQs. And I mentioned, guys, I've had my trades earlier in the morning. I'm not going to be putting on too much, and if I do, it's going to be relatively small size because we want to end the week with a positive note.
Yeah, man, straight up. Yes, I agree with that 100%. I'm still watching Workhorse. I mean, there's not much bad to say about this. It keeps defending all these key levels. And, you know, sometimes I'm entering, sometimes I'm not. I'm not taking every available opportunity, but look at this. Look at this respect here by Workhorse for the 10 exponential, man. 493 high a day, dips back in right into 450, holds the 10 EMA, which could also be price action. Previous area of resistance, rockets right back up into about 480, 475. Currently, it's off the high of the day. It's up 62.5%, but it's been excellent. Workhorse has been excellent, and I gotta say, I did not anticipate this from Workhorse. My experience with the stock has been that it's quite the bamboozler. It give you a bull flag, maybe two, and then the retracement comes in fast and furious. I guess maybe don't judge it too quickly is the lesson I've learned from that, because Workhorse is continuing to put in higher highs and higher lows. We'll see where this one ends up going on the day. I don't have a position in it now. I'm still holding a position, though, in SLNH, as this one continues to put in higher highs and higher lows. I'm looking for a break of that 150 decisively. Last time we worked into 150, we did reject it by about a penny. We're about 2 pennies away from it again. Let's see if we're able to take it out this time. UMAC as well. All gas, no brakes. INKT, Joseph. All gas, no brakes. This thing closed out at $8 yesterday. It's got a 71.37 high. It is up 815%. This could be the first quadruple digit winner above $1 on the year. I still don't recall another one that's actually been over 1,000%. That's above $1. On the year so far, and we trade these small caps every day, saving except for the days when I'm not here, which is not that many. So, I mean, I probably won't execute anything on INKT at the moment just because it's really expensive, and well, we're doing the show, so I don't want to be managing that kind of risk, but there's others as well. UMAC continues to go. Shout out to Bovin, who's been holding this thing since $11. This thing's put in 12.28 high. It's up 38%. Generally respectful of the 20, it looks like over here. There's your first pullback into the 20. There's your second pullback into the 20. All of them held quite well, relatively speaking, if you gave it the requisite room for your stop. So there's really nothing bad to say, Joseph, about these small cap gappers today, despite the fact, and this is the ironic part, don't look, who's the best performing major average on the day of the four?
The Russ.
The best?
Yeah.
It's the opposite. So that's why I was almost setting it up. The small caps are not giving it up, and the Russ is down 1.2%. So the best performing one's the NQ.
The NQ.
The NQ best performing.
I suck at these.
It's okay. Followed by, it's not a big deal. It's followed by the ES, the Dow third, and the Russ the worst.
I swear every question you ask me, I get it wrong. I
don't think that's a big deal, dude.
No, it's not. Obviously, I'm joking. Oh, what do we got? The picture in picture
Oh,
there?
I love it.
There
I
we
absolutely
go,
love
man.
it. Assassino, can I just show this chart real quick? Because SLNH is breaking out to the high side. This is where we wet the beak last time at 54s. We did add over here. I won't be taking anything out until we take high day. There's just absolutely no point for me to take the same out that I took last time. I'm going to wait for a 155 break, or I'll get stopped out. Simple as that.
Good look there. Oh, man, I thought, like, I'm heartbroken here. I'm heartbroken here on this one here. 56% says, yeah, sure, whatever, Joe. I'm heartbroken. No, I'm only joking with you guys. Yeah, let's take a look, man. I'm telling you, it's going to be a lot of the same thing, but my guy, Charlie Taff, people don't forget Charlie. No, in all seriousness, he's talking about that 320. He's right. There's a lot of size there, brother. So what I would look at this here now, I want to pull up Tesla's daily. I'm just going to pull it up on my side chart here, and I just want to see it from a daily perspective on what we got going on. Are we potentially in a bull pattern right now? And I think so. There's a lot of noise going on here with this name. So I'm just going to delete some names. 320 may be in the works, right? So for next week, I would keep an eye out on that. And then any potential floors as well, too. So 300, you have 22,000. That would put us roughly south of this support. Well, no, actually not quite. But it would put us right around this support level here, around that 300 there is what I was talking about. Is that what I said? Yeah, 300. So that's where the other size is on the put side right here. But then also we have a call wall. They're both relatively close. I mean, one has 34,000, the other one has 22,000. not substantially different, but those are the levels that I'd be looking for. But the real big thing is to wait until the rollover. And if this size increases, then maybe we get that magnet effect. And the exact same thing here. If that starts to decrease, maybe you do get that move higher. But other than that, I'd just be keeping an eye out. But a potential target for 320, I wouldn't be surprised at all if Tesla got into that realm by next week. But you want to wait for this contract to expire, this expiration cycle, and then you can just look come Monday morning where that open interest lays, and if it is at 320 still or slightly lifted, then maybe you can have somewhat of a bullish week on TSLA. But there it is, guys, a nice move down on the TQs. I think you can continuously sell these ranges today, so any move towards the top side, then I'm going to be looking to fade this name one more time. So it is Friday, and I would not be surprised if the volume really started to cool off here in the latter half of the session, Sri.
Absolutely, Joseph. All right, guys. Workhorse is continuing to put in higher highs and higher lows, man. I mean, it is just on the move up. It's now up 69%. I think we're 3 or 4 pennies, maybe 5 off the high of the day. The high of the day, 497. We're showing 92s right now on the ask side of level 2. So it's been a good one right now, but where to enter, I'm going to say next time this dips into the 10 EMA on the 5, you hit the buy button there. At least that's where I'm gauging the support is for on the support on Workhorse. Nothing for me, though, on this one currently. Still watching SLNH as it popped into 53s, back down into 50. So that seller at 50 re-upping their position, it kind of feels like. So we'll keep an eye on that. Wisp away. Oh, man, background changed behind Sharif and Joseph with an image of Trump. Donald? Is Donald here? I don't know. I don't know what the production team did for a second there. I didn't see it, but apparently there was an image of Donald Trump there behind us.
What's up,
so
brother,
we'll see.
man?
Oh, there it is. It's too late to apologize. It's too late. It's too late to apologize. It's too late. Yeah. This is fantastic. You're doing it all, Katina, man. How was the swim, brother?
How was it?
It was good?
What else? You do anything else?
Oh, my man's going to the bank,
Did you walk
baby.
to the Eden Center there and get it, or? Oh, what's up, shorty?
Why would he need to go to the Eden Center?
Well, you get a better exchange rate there. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Can I say the best exchange rate is this platform over here, but you got to need 3 days to withdraw it,
Yeah,
right? Have you seen that before? Or you get the spot price?
Yeah, but then you have to take it out of your bank, though, after, no?
Okay, so you transfer it from your brokerage in your bank. What happens with that?
But then don't they charge you?
No.
Oh, okay.
Why would they charge you for withdrawing from your own bank?
I don't know.
No,
That's what
Joey,
they do.
come on, you're saying
Come on,
stuff
man.
right now. Come on,
Easy, man.
Come on, Joey, let's go. You see that? Why? That's why I was wondering why you came with the food, Katina, man. You're not going to get any tacos?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's plenty of tacos back there. All right. All right. We're having a good time. All right, guys. Yes, I know I won't give up my day job. I know I can't sing, but I just don't care. That's the thing.
I already know I can't sing. Yeah, our guy was
Jacques, you guys are truly the best ever. I feel like I'm working anymore. Shout out to you, Jacques, man. I hope
Shout
you're
out to
doing,
you, man.
you're having a great day. Katina, man, is in vacay mode, says Andre Arnett. He's always in vacay mode, he says, baby. I don't know I don't want to read that one out loud. He looks like a Canadian Mountie. All right. Well, that's
Who
fine.
does?
I don't know. Katina, man, maybe?
No.
Nobody's
Have you
wearing
ever
red.
Yeah.
Nobody's
Have
wearing
you ever
red.
seen a Canadian Mountie? That's not what
that's kind of the
those
thing
boys
right
look
there.
like.
Joey, what do you got, man? Because I've got nothing on at the moment.
I'm like.
Okay, let me cover this.
Go ahead.
All right, because can you guess?
Just keep
Can you
going.
guess which one
Workhorse,
we're talking
man.
about?
It's working, man.
Workhorse
We're going to Adara.
continues to work. I didn't hear that we need to go to Adara. Are we going to Adara?
I think that's what I got there.
Andre,
yeah.
are we going to Adara? Oh, I'm not plugged
He's
in.
not
I'm
tapped in
sorry.
there.
Go ahead. All right, Adara.
We alluded to, I do have a new fun infographic for you guys. I had a lot of fun with this one, and it is about the relationship between Fed Chair Powell and Donald Trump. Now, people might remember, hey, Adair, didn't you do one of these a while ago? I did, but it was only about Trump's Truth Social post about Powell. Now, this one, we go back even further. We go back to 2017 for this because I did an entire deep dive into the relationship here with Powell and Trump. So let's get into it. The first infographic here with a purple background in honor of Powell's purple ties is really covering here the start of the administration. About a year in, we have Trump nominating Powell here to serve as the chairman of the Federal Reserve, but it doesn't even take, it's about 8 months into his term when Trump starts criticizing Powell. He says that the Fed raises interest rates, quote, every time we do something great. By the next summer, he's getting really mad. He's saying the Fed has insane policies. But then by November 2020, he was actually pleased as punch with how they responded, hello, Sean, to the pandemic. Then we get the 47th presidency, and as you can see here, tensions are at an all-time high, much like the market. You can check out more details on this one in our other infographic, specifically with their Truth Social post. That is also linked to this post. But basically, yeah, lots of tension here for Powell and for Trump. Also, interestingly enough, I think these men were only photographed once together during one day, because if you notice, they're wearing the same ties in all three of these photos. Back to you.
All right, guys, workhorse just doesn't stop. It is a 525 high. Right now, that's my favorite number, not going to lie. 525, the high of the day. The 10 exponential showing up at 475. We got a 3-candle green setup right now, all with higher highs and higher lows. And here we go again into 525. Joseph, do we take out this level? Showing 24 is the profit takers, like obviously coming in at the high of the day to wet the beak, but here we go again with that high. And there's a new high of day, 527. WKHS feels like it might end up being a triple-digit winner. It's another high day, Joseph, 530. Joey's going like this. He wants the belt. Workhorse gets the belt here.
Is that mine?
No. Oh, God. All right, Siesta, Mike. I'm scared. No, I didn't want. I've got a lot of food.
Okay, Ramin, may I please have
We're just going to do the super chat. Siesta Mike, 44, dropping $20 there in the chat. Thanks, legends. With your help, I am full-time trading and crushing it. Leaving the desk now to go to Siesta Beach to soak in the Gulf. Aloha. Siesta Mike, I really liked you until you started rubbing in the fact that you were going to the beach, but we're going to spend the money for you anyway, my man. Fantastic look. Shout out to Siesta Mike, man. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. You looks like you printed up a multiple storms on the day, and it looks like you're going to print up more storms on the beach. So shout out to you. And I hope you have a fantastic weekend as well, and be safe always. We're in
especially at the El Playa there. Be safe at the El Playa.
We should probably be telling you that as well, though. With your weekend coming up, we got to tell you to be safe.
I'm probably in the most safest environment. Man, stop this noise. I'm telling you, I'm in the safest place there ever is.
I don't know. Ribram, are you buying this guy's story about, he's going to have like a low-key weekend? You're not buying it, right?
I'm going to put up the poll.
She's the one that put up the poll, and she says cap. Absolute cap.
Man, they used to call me low-key back in the day, right?
Low-key. Well, that was back in the day, though.
Yeah. But I mean, Joey Options was a little bit more wild back in the day, but not anymore, man.
And he's gonna make a comeback on the weekend, isn't he? Yeah, he is. I might find myself at Humber Bay Park. Who knows?
Hey, brother,
right?
you let me know. You let me know. All right, guys. Now it's time for the hottest segment of the day. That is Jamming with Joe.
Are you spicing it up?
I spiced it up.
You got mild.
She's laughing at me. All right, guys. All right, here it is. This is the Berea. We're going to test this one out here. We're going to give a real rating. All right? One bite. Everybody knows the rules.
Here we go. I love this. How we doing? So give a grade on everything. Give a grade on like the actual wrap itself and then the meats and you know what I mean? We need it all. Wait, man, come on, bro.
Ooh. All right. Tortilla. 7.5.
7.5?
7.5.
It's up there.
Good one. Bang. Onions and parsley in there.
Yes, fresh?
8.5. I love onions. Very fresh.
Good.
And the beef.
Now that's the most important part, Joey.
We're going to give
very detailed
a
here.
7.6. A 7.6 on the meat and the burrito taco. So there it is, Jamming with Joe.
All right, so Gus can do it then.
Gus got it.
Gus got it. Gus has got it. He opened up in my area, man. I was telling you, Neil, off camera. I just noticed this morning, actually, that he was opening up in the area. So I might have to pay him a visit on the weekend, Joey.
They're very good.
Very good. Very nice.
Relatively authentic.
All right.
You like that?
All right, people are talking about BBAI over here, so let's have a look at Big Bear because I didn't see this one moving today, but we'll have a quick look at Big Bear AI. Where are we at with the Baird one? What we're selling off, man. What are you guys looking at here? We're down 7.2% on Big Bear. It's more profit taking. This thing's been a rocket ship lately. So this, to me, looks like a bear flag. I don't get involved here as a long, but there does seem to be a buyer for whatever reason at the $0.50, give or take. You're still rejecting the 20 exponential moving average on the pops, putting in lower highs, not necessarily lower lows. I don't get involved in Big Bear. I don't really short these small cap gappers either, even though Big Bear not technically a small cap gapper anymore, is it? And here we go again, Joseph Wilson, right up into the high of the day again on SLNH. We're about a penny off that 55 high. I packed my patience on this one. I've been holding since 38 on the reload, and I'm not going to take it out until we break that high a day. Ideally, I'd like a 69 print, you know what I mean? Just so we can make it, very apropos. We're going to go ahead and wait at 69, actually. And I might be a little ambitious because that would probably push us up another 15 or 20%. I'm just going to leave it there. And then if we end up rejecting at the high again, I might change my tune. But we're going to continue to hold SLNH as we move back into 54s. Joseph Wilson, UMAC ahead again to the high side. Shout out to Bovin. Bovin, I think he's been reloading this, the OG Bovin, on the dips. And there you go. You get a 2-candle pullback. But that's all the sellers could handle at the moment, or muster, excuse me. And then we make another high of the day. So it's $12.40 the high on UMAC, which has been insanely respectful of the 10 for the shallow retracements. The deeper retracements, as you see, they're holding up at that yellow line, which is a 20 EMA on the 5. So great look today for whoever's been in INKT, UMAC, SLNH, WKHS. It has been dealer's choice today in this market for small cap gappers because they've all been kind of doing quite well and not really giving up the ghost. So we'll continue to watch these, Joey, as we move into the last hour of trading.
Time flies, man.
Sir.
Time flies when you're having fun with great people and eating burrito tacos. That's for sure. Oh, yeah.
Get it, Joey.
There we go. Time flies when you're having a good time chilling with great people, eating burrito tacos. Yes, guys, I know I said parsley, it's cilantro. I apologize for that.
It's all good. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Well, apparently in the chat.
Yeah, but it's like, right away you're going to get fact checked, bro.
Easily. But no, guys, Tesla's a pretty good look off of the lows, right? I mean, we put in a low of around 305 here on the day, and we talked about the open interest at 300, so we couldn't even quite get to that level on the put side, that is, and then you bounce right off it. So Luis Martinez, my guy, is saying he wants 320 today. I don't know if that's going to be in the works, but also anything can happen. So just keep that in mind. Yeah, we don't have any of the burrito sauce, unfortunately, there, Riri Jordan. So yeah, the broth is obviously the way to go, and you need the cheese in there. But my guy Gus ain't cooking it up like that. But it's just onion and a little cilantro. I think that's a pretty authentic taco. We got great cuisine down here in Toronto, man. You can get everything. Whatever you want, we got it. That's for sure. But yeah, Tesla, really good look here, guys. And this is what I'm talking about in the likes of Microsoft. You don't, it's going to be really tough to short this name, right? Because how strong it is throughout the session. And then when you do have those definitive signals to the downside, it's just essentially almost a micro pullback. So you do have to be slightly more patient. And for some reason, I don't know why the VIX has spiked up, but the volatility has kicked up a little bit here in the overall market. I mean, you can see it just from our intraday price action here. We run higher, we sell it off, we run a little higher again, we're starting to sell off. So somewhat of a choppy mess in the overall market. So just be cautious, right? Don't be looking for those big time breakout moves because I don't think that's going to come into play here. So again, that's the name of the game. Excuse me, Mike P. Yeah, we got a lot of good stuff down here in Toronto. I can't complain about this city whatsoever, to be honest with you. It's a fantastic one. But then again, I haven't also been to too many major cities either, so maybe I got to work on that one before I give it a rating. But I'll give Toronto a solid, in the summertime, an 8.2, a solid 8.2, right, from a city perspective. You got everything, whatever you're looking for from a party standpoint. We got festivals every weekend. especially right in my neighborhood too. I live in like a kind of a popular neighborhood, kind of where it's a lot of youthful individuals, relatively big as well. So there's always something going on there. There's music constantly playing. Some people are slightly subdued though, right? Like, I think that's a lot in the Canadian nature. Sorry, I'm not talking about stocks, talking about Canadians, but we were at a pool the other day and it's like a nice hot day and everybody's out on the rooftop, etc. And my girlfriend's cousins, Selena's cousins, are a part of this Facebook group for their condo, and there's like older people who are just writing in like, yeah, people are saying essentially people are having too much fun outside, but it's like, get that garbage out of here, right? Like people are just want to enjoy the summer. We only have a couple of months of it anyways, so just keep that in mind.
Someone beefing you?
No, we went to, when we went to the pool on Sunday, people were writing in the Facebook group that like, yeah, everyone outside is too loud, but there's obviously a lot of people. It was a really hot day, and people were just ordering drinks and stuff, but they were just being party poopers.
Well, it's better than people sitting outside the pool and taking pictures of people inside the pool.
Oh yeah? Is that what they do over in here?
Like you and I didn't talk about that already?
No. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. I see what you're saying. I feel you on that one.
Dude, that was making the rounds online. People were taking videos of those dudes
just doing
that.
Yeah.
It's unbelievably creepy. Are we talking about the same pool?
No. Condo pool.
Condo pool. Yeah. Okay,
condo pool. Yeah. So that's
because that was crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, I mean, here you go, guys. You're getting across the board here. Let me pull up my whole chart so you guys can display it, see it a little bit easier. But we're getting that bounce, right? So you can see the NASDAQ starting to recover here, the Q's there, and then the SPY heading back in towards the high of the day. So whatever's being sold is being bid right back up. So a really, really strong market on today's session, guys. There's no questioning that.
All right, guys. Everything is really, close to highs or at highs, whether it's UMAC, INKT, Workhorse, SLNH, even Z or Z, sorry, my American friends out there. ZEPP, we had a quick trade on this one, but not really participating all that much. It's not that far off as well. I want to say the 950 area is really the area of resistance, despite the fact that the high of the day is 970. Look at that. Just a lot of respect today with these chart patterns, but it's really Workhorse that seems the most destined to take out, these next levels. Maybe UMAC as well. Let's weasel on over to Workhorse and see whether there is a trade that we can have at the moment as we inch up a lot closer to that 550 area. 547 high a day. We're showing 46s. Goodness gracious on the level 2. There's 47. There's a new high a day on Workhorse. It's now up 87.25%. It's all gas, no brakes. Be on the lookout for the pullbacks. Mike P. DeRider calling it out excellently in the chat, saying classic stair-step pattern. Couldn't agree more, Mike. And with a lot of these classic stair-step patterns, where you have 3 or 4 candle green, 2 or 3 candle red, you're likely going to find support, not always, but you're likely going to find at least that initial area of support when you see that stair-step pattern on the 10 exponential moving average. And that's exactly what Workhorse has done on the day. It's been insanely respectful of the 10. There has been no closing print below the 10 EMA for as far back as I can see. Let's do this together over here. Let's see exactly where the last time we did close below the 10 EMA was. Let me just zoom in on Workhorse. See below the 10. Man, we're going to have to go all the way back to about 1040 when we were kind of consolidative on this. But once we started getting that breakout and we broke above that 350 area, which I would say was that initial area of resistance, at least for the first hour and 50 minutes of trading after the bell, 930 to about 1045. Then you've got this candle at 1055, which was kind of the breakout candle, and we haven't looked back since. Sure, you got a 2 candle pullback into the 10. You moved up again, and then you held the 10 beautifully, and you've continued to hold the 10 the entire way through. So the last time was around 1040, where we just had a momentary breach below that 10 EMA. Otherwise, Workhorse has been putting that stair-step up pattern. I want to bring your attention to INKT. This thing is up 764% was more at the highs, but it's pulling back into another predictable area of support. Look what it did over here at the 10 EMA. It held up and then it made another new high. So here we are again at the 10 EMA on the 5. Be careful though, because it has shown its propensity to lose the 10 like it did over here from around 11 to about almost 12, 1150. It held the 20 and then it kind of rocketed up and made new high. So be on the lookout for a hold of the 10. And then if that doesn't hold, be on the lookout for a hold of the 20, Joey.
Wow, Sharif, look at AMD on the day there, brother.
It's a great look, man.
Wow, what a session AMD is putting on throughout the day there, guys. Man, what a big time recovery. I mean, we're still some ways off of these all-time highs here on AMD, sorry, 35% to be exact. But what a big time move in AMD, up 90% off of Liberation Day lows.
Crazy.
You know what's crazy, dude? I was thinking about just grabbing some at the lows, obviously, as a thought now, hindsight 2020. But just to do how slow this price action wasn't around this area here, and then off these lows, $76 you could have been grabbing some AMD for. So I think that was a really, really good grab there. People were slowly starting to allocate shares at the lows. So yeah, really good luck, Mike Peter Ryder. I love and use AMD Ryzen chips. Yeah, I have a Ryzen 7, I believe, or 5. I know I have a Ryzen 5. To be exact. So yeah, TQ is still grinding higher. Not going to look for the short on this one just yet. Who knows what's going to happen? It could be an all-day grind. Google's starting to slowly curl over as well too, so keep that in mind. As well as, excuse me, the likes of NVDA. Potential double bottoms right here. Right there. See ya, brother. Take care, eh? So 165.90 there on NVDA, Sharif.
Oh, sorry, I was charting.
No,
sorry,
cool.
Yeah, all right, guys. I'm just looking at INKT. This is the first time I've actually looked at it seriously today. I'm hesitant to want to trade this because right now it's about $1 spread. Okay? Yeah. INKT, Adara, come on.
I'm looking
You got
right
the
now.
spread. You got the small cap guy. No, she's going to look at it. It's so funny. All right, guys. So INKT. I mentioned it, Adara, but you know when it's a small cap gapper, it's I know you're not a big fan of these ones, and I don't blame you. Yeah, that's fair. So I'm watching this one. I want to see if it finds support at the 10. It's finding support for now. The prior bar high, guys, is $70.95. So we're currently 69.20. Yeah, 69.20 is the current bar high. Let's see if this one, it's already holding on a wick basis. Whether or not it makes another new high, that's a different story. So INKT is still all gas, no brakes. You got a bit of a pullback. You got to pull back into the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. But just the cost of doing business on this one gets to be prohibitively expensive at times. So make sure you are getting it at the right area and you're using sound risk management skills so that you don't end up blowing up your account. So I'm seeing the 10 EMA right now at about $67, give or take, okay? And that seems to be where the money fills are. There's a seller at 69 here that we can't shake on INKT. We zig and zag. There we go, right back into 69 again. Still can't shake that seller at 69. So we're still putting in lower highs. Okay, so we still haven't cleared the prior bar high. And there we go now, 69.20, 69.46. Good look here for INKT. Looking to take 800% again, but right down. Again, Joseph, at 69. So that short seller or profit taker doing his thing 25 here at 69 keeps showing back up.
Yep.
So be on the lookout for that. I mean, that's what it is.
Yeah, good stuff there. Yeah, just
UMAC high day. Shout out to Bubin.
Shout out to Bubin.
There it is,
yeah,
man. Look at that,
there.
Joseph. Look at that, bro.
Honestly, Sharif, just from me kind of analyzing and just monitoring some of these trades, man, you put on really good trades with these small caps, but I've noticed that they run really, really well in the afternoon.
And that wasn't always the case.
Yeah.
And you know RC doesn't trade these in the afternoon. You know that.
He's right in the morning. Yeah,
he's right in the morning. And then they have, well, why? Well, it's not for no reason. It's not just because he wants to punch in at 7:30 and then move on his day. Maybe he does do that, but that's not the reason. The reason is there's no volatility halt parameter, Joseph, in the morning.
In the morning.
And in the aftermarket
as well. That's how he has the ability to take care
You're
of it.
getting 3, 4, 5 baggers quick as you like because there's no volatility.
That's fair. Yeah. Really, really good look there, guys. All right, so we're short this market one more time. 84.50, I'm going to hop out, so that's about 16 cents or so. I'm not going to give it much. And I mentioned that I'm just relatively small right now, all right? So not going to put on nothing crazy from a share standpoint. Okay. Because we're just relaxing. and having a good time. But NVDA heading towards some key support levels. I mentioned this time and time again, and I don't know why I do this sometimes. It frustrates me because I'm like short the Qs, but then look at Google, right? Like you can just take a look at Google and it's like, okay, should you be shorting the Qs when Google is kind of double bottoming and then heading towards the high of the day? No, and it's my fault for not looking at that. Just be really cautious, guys. Either trade the individual names or just be careful of what's going on. I'm fortunate enough to have NVDA selling a little bit, so that is helping me be a couple pennies in the money, but we're going to wait for this lower end of the range or we're going to get stopped out. I'm not going to be micromanaging any of these trades. Hey, brother, what crypto are all the meme coins created on? Sola or ADA? Hey, man, I absolutely have no idea. Is it?
Most of them
Hey, brother,
Solana,
what crypto is Solana?
Yeah, that's my understanding.
That's your understanding?
And I'm not no expert by any means.
I'm
but
far from any expert. Like, I have the most simplistic reason as to why I own Bitcoin is just because there's a limited amount of it.
Where's your friend?
Who?
Copilot.
Oh, Copilot?
I thought that would have been a definite Copilot move right
there. Yeah. Okay, so
come on, Copilot, show yourself.
So what do you want me to ask it?
What are most meme coins or altcoins, whatever you want to call them?
What are most meme coins?
What
blockchain?
blockchain?
Yeah, what blockchain? What blockchain?
There you go.
Chain are most meme
coins built on?
Built on, better word.
People are gonna harass us in the chat. You're using the LLM wrong.
Yes, so whatever. The mother
prompt engineering time.
Okay, I think it's BNB, Binance,
well, Katina,
Smart
man,
Chain.
you're gonna see some of the comments I see in the chat.
And Solana Museum. Yeah, so there are similar name projects called Museum of Meme.
Sharif, I shorted your friend INKT.
You shorted it, Dara? We're not talking the rest of the day. I'm just joking.
I can't.
I'm going long, go.
And Ether.
No,
yes,
you're
Solana,
actually, you're not the first person, Adara, that said that. Some other person in the chat said they're also short. I think, hold on, let me call them out over here because I think, yes, poor Robin Hood. INKT just short now. So you've got poor Robin Hood with you there, Adara. I hope you both print up storms. I'm not involved, so I don't really care.
Oh, okay, all right then. So there it is, guys. TQs still short this up here at these highs. Maybe we get that move back in towards the volume-weighted average price, or if these big names continue to climb higher, then we just get out of that trade and don't fight the trend, Sharif.
Shout out to poor Robin Hood. He's short at 67. My man's $1, 2, 3, 4, $5 in the money. Great short by poor Robin Hood, short at 67. This one is losing the bid quick as you like. Look at INKT. It does possibly have support at 59.60 area, so be on the lookout for that. That's a prior area of previous resistance, so be on the lookout, guys. 700%, but it looks like maybe the short is in. We shall see. The one that I'm currently involved in right now is SLNH, and we've been holding on to this one for a long time as it comes right back into that high of the day at 55s. Initially got in at 34s. We added there on 38s as we had exhausted the shares, and this one headed right back up. So be on the lookout for that. But you know what? The other one that's been all gas, no brakes is Workhorse. It is now knocking on the door of that 100% area as it breaks through that 550 now on to the 560. 561 high of day. Fantastic look right now for WKHS. It does seem a little bit top heavy here. A couple of topping tail candles forming. This candle that closed at 110. This was a doji candle, a candle of indecision, so be on the lookout right now as we have a couple of topping tails, which could be, could be indicative of some selling coming at this level. We'll have to wait and see. But there goes SLNH into the high of day. 58s. We're now 20 pennies in the money on a dollar name. Keep your eye out on this one. This one did have a tendency to squeeze. So something tells me over here there were some people short because this one rocketed up in a way that we haven't seen it do basically all day. Okay, and a super random area, 1120. For it to rocket up in that way, and it didn't hang out there for that long as people probably took profit, but we are above that level now decidedly, and there's another high of the day. We're now now 159 HOD. This is also closing in on 50%. There's 161 high. Here comes the squeeze now on SLNH. Let's see if we can get 62s. Good look. I'm waiting at 69s, Katina, man. We're just going to leave it there, and if we miss it, we miss it. 64 now, the high of the day. Go, SLNH, go. Let's see where this one has. I'm going to be keeping an eye on that one. Let's see what INKT is doing, though. Let's see if I'm going to jump in that short. Okay, so it did find at least momentary defend here at 61, so be on the lookout for that. It popped up back into 66.5. It's still putting in lower highs, though, when you look at the candles. Oh, no, Joseph!
No, what
we
happened?
got into 68s. No! I'm always trying to take it out at 69s. It popped into 68 and it didn't print. I'm flattening it out here. Let's just take it there. No, I can't.
All right, yeah,
There,
Penny, you don't
so
want
we
to
just flatten it out there.
Fight. You don't want to fight for a penny, that's for sure.
No, but let me go back to INKT for a sec. For those who are short, you're still putting in lower highs on the successive 5-minute candle. So even though it did get a pop up like that, let's not start thinking long too quickly here on INKT. Have a look. This candle of indecision at 12:45 has a high. Well, that is the high of the day, 73.50. The subsequent candle, let's bring this into center. Subsequent candle, the high of the day, 72.83. You see where I'm going with this? 72.12, 70.95, 69.20, 69.46, 66.90. Lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. You guys gonna guess? Another lower high.
I wasn't gonna guess that one. I was gonna say high or low. Yeah.
Guys, you're such trolls, bro.
All right, guys, it's time.
Yeah,
go
ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead,
Yeah. It's time for tomorrow's trade today. I did that.
What happened?
I did that on purpose.
No.
On purpose. This guy.
What
All right,
happened?
that's enough.
Man, there's something I'm missing here. Tomorrow's trade today.
That's another segment brought to you by yours truly, stolen by Jay Real over there.
They did it
I have a new nickname for you, Jay Real. That's your new name, Jay
see
Real.
how quick
No
it
one
was
keeps
to
it more real than
He
Joseph.
jumped quick there. Katina, man, I had never seen you move that quick, bro. Like, what's going on over here?
I got some bok choy stuck in my teeth over here.
There you go.
I'm out here.
The best show, man. It feels every bit of Friday.
It does.
Every bit of Friday, right?
I'm in so R&R mode,
man.
it's not even
Great
funny,
day,
man.
great day.
Joey giggles. Yeah, you can call me that if you'd like, man. I like to smile and laugh a lot because smiling and laughing is good for the health. So, all right, guys, we're still in this TQ short. Let's see what we got going on. AMD is just going absolute parabolic here, guys. A big time move, and you can see from the lows, 141, now trading up at 147. So this is an absolute monstrous move. Google heading right back towards those high of the days. Amazon is cooking up a storm as well, too. So what a positive. This is bull market stuff, right? And that's what Katina Man was saying to me yesterday, is that we're in a complete bull market. And leading into a Friday when the volumes are relatively cooler, you can see where that strength is laying, and that's to the bullish side here, guys. So I'm not going to say be buying things, but just wait for any dip that you get to look to get involved, honestly, because it's been such a phenomenal run. And if we're talking about Amazon, wow, okay, I really like it even more as we sit on top of this on top of this resistance zone right here, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
225, we'll call it flat. And I mean, we're still probably down about 5 or 6% off of those all-time highs. They're 7% to be exact. Okay. So a really good look in Amazon. I think it's only a matter of time until this thing makes a new ATH, and that's going to be in the likes of Google as well, still down about 13% off of ATHs. So yeah, if these big boys start to play catch-up, then just watch out for this market to take another leg higher. So down 13% to be exact. Sure, you're playing footsies with me.
My bad, bro. I didn't mean to do that. Why is your foot on my side,
I don't know, but that's all right, man.
Yeah, man. I need a little room up in this, you know what, bro.
All right. No, I'm honestly playing. That we got a kick out of that one.
Ram.
But that's
888 views, baby. We're up. We're almost at 1,000 views, Ram. Let's go. You did? Oh, thank you. Well, don't share it on our account because we're going to get in trouble there.
More views on that one there, Sharif. Nice look there, brother. I gave you a good idea for your other video tonight.
Yeah, that's fantastic. It'll get me a nicer, younger audience.
And some stablecoin talk there.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's not really my niche, though, to be quite honest with you. I'll talk a little Bitcoin. All right, we're going to do the news now, Joey. Do you have anything you want to cover before we weasel in?
Let's hop right into the news.
Let's do it, baby. So there was, look, it wasn't a light news day, but there was some stuff, macro, that we can talk about with tariffs and whatever. Your boy Donald back at it. Of course, how can he not be? He's got to maintain the drama. And today, Canada is the focus of that drama. Trump will impose 35% on Canadian imports effective August 1st, citing Canada's retaliatory duties and its role in fentanyl trafficking. More on that to come. The new tariff is in addition to the existing sectoral tariffs that could be raised further, he said, if Canada responds in kind with reciprocal tariffs. Trump warned any retaliation would result in matching tariff hikes on top of the base 35 that he's already slapping. So obviously issues for us. Trump cited the flow of fentanyl across the northern border, using it to justify the tariff escalation. I said I'll get to that in a second. About 101 pounds of fentanyl were seized, according to official reports, between the Canada-U.S. border in 2024 and year-to-date so far in 2025. Trump offered to consider an adjustment if Canada cooperates with on more fentanyl enforcement. Canada had earlier imposed 25% counter tariffs on a range of U.S. exports, for example, steel, aluminum, food, computers, etc. Ottawa, though, which is the capital of Canada, emphasized that its countermeasures would remain in place until the U.S. steel and aluminum tariffs are lifted. Just to give you some idea of how much our countries trade with one another, U.S. and Canada goods trades reach about $76.8 billion in 2024, with about a $62 billion U.S. trade deficit, meaning that you buy more from us than we buy from you. The deficit has grown nearly 10% year over year in the first 5 months of 2025, so it's something that's getting worse, not better. The tariff letter follows resumed trade talk on June 29th, aiming for a deal by July 21st. That was when Mark Carney, the new Prime Minister of Canada, also said he was looking to strike a deal. I think it was like 30 days back in June, late June, he made that statement there. That's why the July 21st date there's. Joseph, anything you want to add?
Yeah. I mean, I think Mark Carney is going to handle this pretty well. 35%. It's just a letter. Nothing's for certain just yet, but I do think that the Canadian government will handle it.
Okay, so let's get to the fentanyl issue now. So a lot's been made about this fentanyl thing. And initially, commentators as well as myself were of the opinion that Donald was using that as the legal foundation for the tariffs.
That's correct.
More information has come to light. Whether you believe this information or not, that's not the point. More information has come to light that the Mexican cartels have been buying the fentanyl precursors directly from China and having them shipped into the port of Vancouver to be synthesized and processed in Canada because the border, the northern border, that is far less guarded and obviously, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because
they don't track
vast.
it nearly as much. It's huge, it's vast, and mostly unguarded. So the fentanyl, according to intelligence sources, has been coming in from the north, and this number that I just read out, 101 pounds, is a grossly underreported number because there's no official stats. Whether you believe that or not, I'm not stating that either way, that is what is now being talked about. But you can also make the case that that narrative could be released by those who are looking to rely on it.
Yeah, totally. So to add to your point, I heard it was just a small percentage point. I think it was like less than 3% of it was coming from north of the border into the United States. The majority of it was coming from Mexico.
That's what I heard as well.
Yeah. So again, it was just obviously a means to kind of implement the tariffs onto Canadians. So,
And the Chinese obviously have some responsibility here. These precursors are mostly coming from China. And they block some, but the let's call them the chemists figure out different precursors to use, and so the ones that you put on the blocked list are all of a sudden not being used anymore, and you have different ones. Anyway, digressing a little bit.
And we know that, unfortunately, Western Canada, BC, has a bad
it's horrible.
It's really, really bad.
Let's go on to Bitcoin. Fresh highs as ETF flows surge. So Bitcoin rose to a high, an intraday high, I should say, of $118,872, marking its first record since May 22nd of this year. ETH also jumped well higher, nearly 7%, reclaiming, at least for the moment, the $3,000 level for the first time since February. Both cryptos continue riding strong tailwinds from institutional demand and macro catalysts. Just to give you an idea here, Bitcoin ETFs, the spot ETFs, pulled in $1.18 billion just yesterday. Just yesterday, the biggest single day inflow of the 2025 so far. ETH also saw a nice, respectable $383.1 million in inflow. That's ETH's second best day, ever. So good luck there. This surge in ETF demand signals growing mainstream and institutional participation. The rally momentum picked up on Wednesday after the Fed minutes revealed there were divisions among Fed members over rate cut timing. Markets are pricing in a more dovish future Fed, particularly with leadership changes now being possible, with Donald Trump basically attacking Jerome Powell every day now. Since April 17th, when the Fed independence became a hot topic, with basically Donald Trump saying that he was going to fire or possibly fire Jerome Powell, Bitcoin ETF inflows have hit nearly 16 billion. That's since April 17th. These themes are resonating with funds seeking inflation-resistant and decentralized alternatives. And in the past 24 hours alone, the shorts have absolutely been wiped out, Joseph. Yep. $650 million in Bitcoin short liquidations, mostly forced, as well as $215 million in ETH short liquidations again, as you get that margin call or that margin message on your phone.
Boom.
Nobody likes
you
that.
You wake up with nothing in the old account there. No, just to add to your point, Shree, IBIT was the most successful, not let alone the inflows from yesterday. It was the most successful ETF launch of all time. So that just shows you the adoption of this name. And now that you have the ability to use this and trade this vehicle within the markets, and you're not necessarily in that crypto, in the world of crypto where everybody's like, it's kind of sketchy, etc. Well, now you can actually trade it like a regular financial instrument. And I'm not saying that it's not regular, but now you can trade it on the actual exchanges, which I think is really important. And you can see here now, if we pull up my screen, we do have some consistent downtrends on the day. We do get that nice recovery, but with a high of around 67.56, and I think that's going to put it around that $118,000 mark. I don't think this run is over just yet. This underlying will need to take a breath before it does take an additional leg higher.
Well,
but I like what Michael Noss said this morning. Well, I like it because I'm obviously bullish on the underlying. Is that 160 is his bull case, and then I think 136 is his base case, which I like a lot.
Okay. Love it. I like both those numbers. Let's go on to NVIDIA. So Jensen Huang was in Washington, D.C. yesterday. He met with Donald Trump. That is ahead of his China trip. He's leaving there today. There were no official details disclosed by either party, but it's widely believed the discussions centered around U.S.-China trade tensions, as well as obviously AI chip restrictions. I can't imagine them talking too much about anything else, maybe golf. Trump's April restrictions halted NVIDIA's H20 chip to China, prompting criticism, obviously, from Jensen Huang. NVIDIA expects about an $8 billion revenue hit in Q2 after already taking a $2.5 billion shortfall in Q1 and has removed China entirely from its forward guidance. So China no longer part of NVIDIA's forward guidance as a result of the issues with the tariffs. The national security concerns obviously continue to weigh on the AI chip trade, with Chinese firm DeepSeek kind of throwing everybody a curveball in the beginning of the year, who found workarounds to get their hands on a bunch of H100s, the Hopper, which is not the leading chip anymore, Joseph, which is undermining, obviously, the effectiveness of the U.S. chip export ban.
Absolutely. Well, you know where I stand with this NVDA stuff. We talk about the golf deals. Fantastic. That's what really led me to start swinging this name as well, too, because I think that's fantastic for NVDA. But also something that I found out and I read the other day that was really interesting is that NVDA's autonomy sector is a sleeper. And did you know how, like big time, do you know how much data those things can chew up in an hour? So when one autonomy vehicle in 6 minutes, I think in 1 hour of driving, feels as much data as 260 iPhones can hold.
Wow, that's
right?
crazy.
That's crazy.
That's insane.
It's crazy.
And
right?
let's not forget about the robotics too. Remember the Jetson? It's like a super small GPU, and it's supposed to be made literally for these autonomous robots and humanoids or whatever. And what I loved, what it was, they called it Jetson.
Jetson. There you go.
So close to Jetson.
To Jensen.
Right.
So
maybe nobody saw it. All right, let's talk about Rubio. Your boy Rubio out there in Malaysia. He's in Kuala Lumpur. He's meeting with his Chinese counterpart. Wang, who is the Chinese foreign minister. This was the first face-to-face between top U.S. diplomats. I know that Scotty B did meet with other Chinese counterparts in Switzerland, but this is the highest level meeting so far since Trump's return to office. The meeting, though, is seen as a groundwork for a potential future Trump-Xi presidential summit. to be announced. We'll wait to see when the date is. The dialogue here aims to build on the recent U.S.-China trade truce, despite ongoing political tensions.
What happened?
Your boy Chilean Nightmare there poked his head through. The market-sensitive sectors like semis, autos, industrials, etc., could see relief on easing tariff risks, so be on the lookout for that. And Xi Jinping, he invited Donald Trump to China during that June phone call. U.S. officials are reportedly gauging the business leader interest in joining Trump on the trip. So like when we had Huang, Musk, and everybody else weasel on over to Saudi, Qatar, Dubai with Donald. Donald is looking to see whether American business leaders want to weasel on over with him to China to meet Xi. I think I would not mind seeing that whatsoever.
I would love that. I think that'd be fantastic
for the market.
I think that'd be absolutely fantastic for the market. There's no questioning that. And I think the better that these deals get made, then obviously the market is just going to give more of a tailwind for these markets.
Well said,
so
man.
yeah, a lot of positive things maybe on the horizon or not. It could go totally south. You never know with Donald. This guy could say he went into a meeting with Xi, said the meeting went great, and then 2 hours later say, no, this guy is horrible. China's been treating us horrible. Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely, dude. It's so good. That's just the truth of the matter.
Yeah.
Get it, Donald. Show him who you are, baby.
Show him.
All right, let's go on to Levi's over here. I didn't really review Levi's because I knew Brenda wouldn't put it on the rundown, and I was right, but Levi's did well. I don't know where they're up or down, whether it sold off, but Q2 adjusted EPS, Joey came in at 22 pennies. The street was looking for 13, so it was a beat there on the bottom line. The top line here came in at $1.45 billion in revenue, which was up 6% year over year and ahead of the consensus, $1.37 billion, so a beat on the top and bottom line. Net income as well rose to $67 million. That's up from $18 million that they printed the same time last year on the quarter. Gross margins as well hit a record high of 62.5%. 62.5% for a physical good is very high.
Retail,
That's very high.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, man, like usually you see that in a SaaS or software. You don't typically see that with a physical product, save and except for NVIDIA, that still has somehow 75% gross margins, which is insane. That's why it's a $4 trillion company, baby. What the hell was that?
I don't know. What the hell?
So with respect to the guide for Levi's, they're guiding full year EPS now between $1.25 to $1.30. That's up from the previous guide of $1.20 to $1.25. So the street likes that. Revenue growth as well. They raised it 1% to about 2% year over year revenue growth. Again, ahead of the previous forecast, which actually was guiding a decline. So everything would look good there. I'm not going to talk about their direct to consumer business. I don't think too many people care about Levi's. If you do, you can do your own research. Anything on Levi's, Joseph?
No, not anything on Levi's, but I seen someone in the chat mention UNH. UNH getting a big volume spike and a breakout through from that 300 level there. So some big time moves on UNH. Thank you guys for pointing that one out as always there. So a big time move, and then look, here it is. 300, we're holding that base, so maybe just a technical move off of these lows. And I mentioned that eventually you're going to probably fill this gap up, but it's just only a matter of time until when, right? I shouldn't say only a matter of time, but I think eventually it will. UNH will get into that realm. But we still got this TQ short working out relatively well for us, Sharif. Yeah, we're going to take a little bit off right there. Is your thing not working or what? I heard you. Oh, did you hit it though?
Yeah, it did.
Oh, okay. What did Brenda say?
Because I said he wouldn't put Levi's on the rundown.
Oh, he
heard me and he messaged. All right, he messaged what he messaged, but it's funny. Anyway, Adair, get it.
This is a UNH. I'm not seeing any news on this. Looks like potentially you could argue a breakout here of that at that 301 level. But some people here are talking about some, I guess, 307.50 calls on this for next week. I'm not an options person, but people on X are getting, I guess, a little bit excited about this name. If there is any news on it, I'll let you know. Apparently, they announced a new head of Medicare last night, or Medicaid last night, but nothing huge. And we're going to send you back to the guys for the ad read.
All right, guys, new traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets all at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description right there, folks.
All right, let's go on to Amazon. They got a price target hike today from Morgan Stanley. Morgan loving Amazon says the worst is behind them. They boosted the price target to $300, up from $250, maintaining Adara that overweight rating. Their new target implies a 35% upside from the previous close of $222, but that's not their their best case scenario. Their bull case for Amazon is actually $350. That's a 60% gain, making Amazon the firm's top pick. That's a statement right there from Morgan Stanley. They also adjusted what they perceive to be the 2026 EPS forecast. They raised it to 9% to about $8, back in line with the Q1 estimate before that 145% tariff kind of changed things. That's been, at least for the moment, priced out. We'll have to wait and see, obviously, what happens. But for the moment, they're pricing that out. You want to cover something?
Oh wow! Did I just?
Did you go along?
Yeah, obviously I.
Of course.
Did that.
Well,
Yeah,
that was my day yesterday.
Wow.
2027 EPS forecast also revised upwards by 6%. So they're looking 2 years deep here, and they like both years. 9% for next year, 6% for the year after. And they're saying the macro and the geopolitical outlook has significantly improved since the mid-April kind of chaos, helping ease tariff-related downside fears. And they also cite AWS as a key acceleration driver. They like to increase enterprise demand. They also like Azure's generative AI strength, and they like the CIO survey, which confirmed to them the adoption of the Momentum Adara.
We have to talk here about Kraft Heinz, KHC. So I need to provide some context here for this as well. Basically, in 2015, we did have Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway and 3G Capital merging H.J. Heinz with Kraft Foods. That's when Kraft Heinz Company was created. Well, I had to provide that context because the story is apparently Kraft Heinz is weighing a breakup plan just a decade after this merger. They're considering spinning off Kraft grocery unit into a separate $2 billion entity, and they would retain sauces and spreads, including Heinz and Grey Poupon. So So keep an eye here on KHC. Again, a decade after that merger into Kraft Heinz, are considering actually splitting up the company, including a potential $20 billion sale of its grocery unit. Again, this is not confirmed. It's just a report. Back to you.
He's, I think, what is it, welterweight?
That's got to be super welterweight. He's got to be 154 or 160.
He wants to fight heavyweight. Yo, that's one of my favorite boxers.
Heavyweight?
He wants to fight heavyweight, yeah.
Who does he think he is, Roy Jones?
That's exactly
crazy,
who he
bro.
said he was trying to be.
Yeah, and Roy Jones said fighting John Ruiz was the worst thing he ever did because he had to cut all that muscle, and he didn't give himself enough time to drop to fight 175, and he's been complaining about that since then.
Yeah, Edgar Berlanga, one of my favorites, right out of Puerto
Fighting
Rico.
this weekend, that's what Joey and I are talking about there.
Pull up my chart here, guys. I messed up large right here. You can see that we were short, and then I accidentally sold. I bought back too much, and it flipped me long, and then sure enough, I just punched out right there, but I was just going to piece it out, put some orders down here, and look for that move back towards the volume-weighted average price. So that's unfortunate. But again, I didn't have any much size on that one, so it's okay. We're not going to lose too much sleep about that trade. But it was a nice short off of those highs. And unfortunately, we made a little fat finger mistake. So that's all right. I was too focused on my burrito taco.
All right. People loving the way you said Poupon there in the chat there, Adara. Get it, Adara. All right, guys, let's talk a little bit big tech here. Google looking at giving the government a discount on cloud, looking at getting Donald's good books. And as you'll see in a second, other hyperscalers are looking at doing it as well. So Google plans to offer steep discounts on its cloud computing service to the U.S. federal agencies. The deal is expected within weeks and aligns with Donald Trump's broader efforts to slash federal spending. The government-wide adoption could drive about $2 billion in savings for the government on a yearly basis. Oracle already doing that. They're already offering a 75% discount on license-based software and substantial savings, according to them, on cloud services through November. This sets competitive pricing precedent for peers also seeking to get federal contracts. And as I mentioned, discounts from Amazon, Azure, and Amazon's AWS are expected to be announced soon. A senior GSA official said all major vendors are totally bought in, quote unquote, and aligned with the mission. The deal could lead to large-scale cloud migration across multiple federal agencies, and April's Google offer of a 71% discount for its business app suites highlights the aggressive positioning. So you got to wonder here, is this about making money, or is this about getting that government monkey off your back, off your shoulder.
Yeah.
Because you don't want Donald, you know, investigating you, so you throw him some savings here and there. So that's what is being talked about by some of these cloud providers.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's going to be two big things that the street is going to be looking at. There is cloud growth, and then obviously how much market share they're losing to ChatGPT via search. So I think those are going to be two very, very important metrics leading into Google's earnings report. And I think if cloud beats and they don't lose as much of market share to ChatGPT. Excuse me, this thing's going all time.
That's a good taco there.
Yeah, they're all gone now.
Oh my God. Let's talk some Tesla here. They're eyeing a robo-taxi expansion. I gotta love this. This is what I want to hear, Elon. All right. Tesla has formally applied to test and operate its robotaxi fleet out in Phoenix, Arizona. The state's transportation department is expected to reach a decision by the end of July. Tesla applied to have both with and without a human driver, signaling obviously ambitions, I should say, for full autonomy. Elon confirmed plans to expand robotaxi to the San Francisco Bay Area on X. He said in a month or two. The move is contingent, obviously, on receiving the necessary regulatory approvals, which are still pending. But here's a little bit of a wrench in what could be, what is otherwise a good story. When questioned, the California DMV said Tesla hasn't actually applied for driverless testing or deployment permits in the state. Huh? What happened to a few weeks here in San Francisco Bay Area? Did San Francisco move out of California? This could delay, obviously, entry into a critical market where rivals are already operating, i.e. Waymo. So this is not what you want to hear. And I did anticipate, just personally here, beef between the California DMV or the regulator and Elon. Let's just call a spade, okay? Elon has a very contentious relationship with Gavin Newsom, who's still at the head. And he probably doesn't have a lot of love lost with a lot of these bureaucrats in California. That's just kind of how I see things. So I don't anticipate him to have an easy time with California regulators. Anything you got on this one, Joey Options?
I do not right this
Okay, let's go on to the next one over here. CoreWeave downgraded on valuation despite a strategic acquisition gain. So Needham, this is yesterday. CoreWeave actually got an upgrade today, but as you can see, still down. So Needham downgraded CoreWeave from a buy to hold, citing valuation concerns. Until yesterday, anyway, the stock was up 282% and change over 6 months and was valued at, I don't know where the market cap is now, it's about $73.5 billion, which was trading at about 41 times their 2026 EBIT. The analyst at Needham, Michael Sykos, noted, "We believe valuation is full stop, despite strategic positives from the Core Scientific deal." So that Core Scientific deal, guys, the acquisition is expected to save CoreWeave about $10 billion in lease overhead over a period of 12 years. And it's projected to about have $500 million in annual run rate savings by the end of 2027. It's also reducing CoreWeave's operating expenses and lowers their capital cost through the data center-backed ABS financing. However, CoreWeave still operating at a significant loss with EPS at negative $5.19 over the last 12 months. The high growth narrative here has been priced in aggressively with profitability still a few years out. And just to give you an idea of how other analysts feel about this, Mizuho downgraded them to neutral, but did raise the price target to 150. Stifel as well, downgrade to hold, raising the price target to 115. And Macquarie maintained neutral with a price target of 65.
All right, guys, listen up. VinFast is making big moves. After locking in 40% of Vietnam's EV market, they're now entering India. They've teamed up with MyTVs and others to expand service and charging access. Their edge, a full EV ecosystem, cars, charging, and ride-hailing, tickers, VFS, one to watch in the global EV race there. All right, now we're off to Adara there, folks.
To opine a little bit here, I did some research into the robotaxi permit situation. So apparently Texas is a lot easier than California to get these permits approved. Apparently, I couldn't find exactly how long it takes, but it does, of course, take some modicum of time for them to go over and review everything. But yeah, apparently they did actually issue the first series of permits as required by Tesla in California back in March, but they have not applied for any further permits. So they've done part of the job, but certainly not enough of the job for Elon to say they're going to open like next week or whatever. Well, yeah, so that was the California Public Utilities Commission. It's unclear. Apparently, so far it has a transportation charter party carrier permit. But here's the thing, Sharif. That's what's really interesting here. The only permit they have, which is that it's called a TCP, that's the Transportation Charter Party Carrier Permit. That very long mouthful of a permit is apparently typically associated with chauffeur-operated services. So what it does is allow Tesla to control a fleet of vehicles and transport, apparently specifically employees, on prearranged trips. What it doesn't do, though, of course, it doesn't include the autonomous aspect. It doesn't seem like it includes the taxi or customer aspect either. Again, I want to I'll do a lot more research, but I just wanted to provide that quick little window that I just read here. Tesla apparently might have a little bit of a battle here for California because Texas is apparently a lot less stringent in how it regulates these autonomous vehicles. Back to you.
Reporting it, Adair. Thank you for that. Yeah, good look there. Good to understand exactly what's going on here and what the different permits are. Guys, Adair, I'm going to shut you out, by the way. Over here, INKT is on the way down, guys. It just lost $60. It had been defending $60 for a little bit. Here it comes. It looks like the short might be in right now on INKT. Be on the lookout for this one. It's still up 663%, but it looks like the shorts are in control now. This one, zigging and zagging, just lost the 10, just lost the 20, and I'm about to get that death cross right now between the 10 and the 20, which is about to cross it to the downside, and here it goes down into 57, Joey. So this one, it looking like it's about to lose the bid and lose it aggressively, baby.
Yeah, nice look there, brother. Someone in the chat mentioned a bull flag on NVDA. Maybe, possibly, but I just want to note this, and I got caught in this the other day. So let's look at the difference here, right? So this is the one where I was actually short, and it turned out into a long, and I kind of want to compare the two scenarios to see what's going to happen out. All right, I like these talks. So on this one, you can see we're continuously forming these higher lows, right? You can see it on there, and the flat top is approximately right here. So higher lows with the flat top on the top end of the range. All right, so you have that wedge forming right there, and then it eventually breaks up. So what is my comparison here today is that that's kind of the opposite of what we're seeing. We're seeing lower highs, right? So you can see these continuous lower highs with the flat bottom being obviously at the lower end of the range. Now, for me personally, obviously you can get a program to step in and you break through this downtrend, you sit on the backside of it and you start ripping, but you need volume to really kick in. So for me personally, I don't know if this is going to be a bull flag breakout. Obviously, if I did, we would be able to put on a really, really nice trade on that. But for me, what I had from previous experience is that I wouldn't be surprised if this broke down, because what's happening, we're having the inability to construct any new higher highs, all right? They're all lower highs, opposed to the other scenario where I went wrong, and just learning from our lessons is that we have these higher lows, right? And then eventually you break out. So what is that telling me? That we don't have the ability to construct any new lows, and buying pressure is slowly getting slightly more aggressive as you are forming these higher lows. And that's the inverse scenario of what I see going on. We're having a hard time. There's no buying pressure. It's sellers continuously selling the top end of this channel or the top end of that range there, Sharif.
All right, Al View wants to know what kind of protein we use.
I told him I don't even, I just eat my protein. Oh, okay. I don't even, consume other than the odd muscle milk, yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah.
I just get the Costco one, man. I think it's called Slim Fit or something. It's got 25 grams per scoop. It's nothing. Yeah. It's nothing crazy. It's got some BCAAs in it. It's got a little glutamic acid.
I used to drink, I don't know, you've probably seen this one at Popeyes, ISO XP.
Yeah,
the most popular one.
Isolate. Yeah. So it's got whey. It's got isolate instead of whey.
Yeah.
There you go.
So
yeah, I mean,
that was my favorite.
Yeah, there's all the different ones. I mean, I don't think that's really going to make or break. It's really going to be about the consistency, and that's really what it comes down to. I don't think it's really the protein selection. I know a guy that gets a 1 pound tub for $100.
Oh, really?
He's just super
cheap.
No, it's a 1 pound
tub.
Oh,
1
pound.
Oh, yeah.
$100.
Yeah.
It's super expensive.
That's the expensive stuff.
Yeah. So I mean, I just don't personally think that's.
Yeah, because the ISO XP is $120 for the 3.5.
3.5 pound.
I think one would. I think that's whenever it comes in, right?
I mean, it's expensive, obviously, but it's better than a pound. So yeah, that's kind of all I use. But I do take 5 milligrams or 5 grams, excuse me, of creatine twice daily. So you guys know that I work out at 5 a.m. I do my morning session super quick, half an hour session. As soon as I'm done that, I have my only protein shake of the day. And with that protein shake, I'll take 5 grams of creatine. And then later on, when I work out again after work, I'll take a creatine, 5 grams of creatine again, so total 10 in the day, and I'll take my branched chain amino acids, my BCAAs. I'll sip that while I'm working out. That's literally the only thing that I take. So I have 1 protein shake a day, 2 times I take creatine, and 1 time during my workout I have branched chain amino acids. That's really all that you need. I mean, I know some people are looking at EAAs now as opposed to BCAAs, essential amino acids. To me, it's like, whatever, bro. It's worked for me, and I don't really feel like changing it. So that is my my look there. But really what it's going to come down to is day in, day out. Are you willing to be restrictive on your diet?
Yep.
And are you willing to kind of push that next rep and try to get better a little bit? Because your body's not going to change if you don't push harder, because it's just going to adapt and be like, okay, well, I handled it yesterday, so I don't really need to improve. I don't need to cut weight. I don't need to burn more calories. I don't need to add more mass. So
absolutely,
make sure that you're always trying to, just like with trading, you take a little bit more size, whatever, you're always improving, so to speak.
Yeah,
So,
your diet is immaculate, I must say.
I'm going to smash some tennis. I'm going to the clay courts again.
Today?
No, Sunday morning.
Sunday morning.
Going to tennis. We're going to play with the membership person there. And but it's hilarious, bro, because she was actually better than me.
Yeah.
Because she's a country club baby,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So she's been taking tennis all her life, and so she was actually better. She could place the ball better. She had better cuts, and now I'm starting to improve. But she always getting mad because I smashed the ball too hard. And she can't
there you go.
handle it. She's not fast enough. I'm sorry, you're too slow.
So you
girl.
haven't had any issues with the tarp since you've been back?
What tarp? Oh, yeah, no. I keep it on now. And it was so funny. I took my shirt off one day while we were playing tennis, and then the club manager goes up to her and tells her, your guest has to put on his shirt. I was like, I understand English.
Yeah, you know
I can respond. It's not a big deal. I don't understand, Neil. People were getting upset. I'm like, okay. No, well, Ram. I mean, I'm a kind guy, right?
I am kind.
I wasn't going to touch anybody.
I am kind.
But yeah, that's we're going to
game.
smash some tennis, probably be in your backyard tomorrow.
Oh, yeah?
Humber Bay area. My cousin's coming down.
Oh, nice.
Going to probably
Head over to that neck of the woods?
Yeah, we're going to rent some bikes.
Oh, you're
Probably
gonna rent the bikes?
Yeah, we're gonna
let's
rent the
go.
bikes
That's my
all
new
day.
favorite thing to do, man.
It's actually sick, man.
I seen the funniest thing ever. Sorry to digress.
Yeah,
So,
go for
anyways, in Liberty Village, there's a lot of these bikes that you can rent in the city, right? And there's probably a station about 100 meters away from another one. You know how they have the racks? I'm literally walking Milo. I see this guy hop on the bike, drive the bike to the next station, hop off, and then go. And I'm like, all right, that's actually comical, because he's like, hey, it saved
Probably
him.
has unlimited.
Well, probably has unlimited, but it's 12 cents a minute. It probably took him 5 seconds to drive from point A to point B.
was that?
And he's like, yeah, that's it. But I figured he was doing that to get to his house, which is gets closer to the other one, right? But it's like, okay, that's how crazy this was. It's literally like 150 meters from point A to point B.
My only beef with these things is sometimes, like when you rent one and you come to drop it off, there's nowhere to drop it off, so you got to keep going to other ones and keep going.
Yeah,
that's kind of a little annoying there.
You know what? You know what's sick though? They didn't charge me for a couple of my rides.
How come?
Yeah. I don't know. For some reason, it said that I docked my bike early, and I didn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's not bad.
Yeah, we'll take it.
Go ahead, Adara.
Just keep an eye here on PENN. That is Penn Entertainment. Apparently, there's a report from Legal Sports Report, which seems like it's a sports-related website here. They're saying that there is, quote, increasing probability that Penn will be exiting its ESPN bet deal. Not super moving the stock here, but just be aware, apparently, Penn potentially, or very likely, apparently, possibly exiting its ESPN deal. Back to you.
Yes, K-Dub, I do not wear wife beaters. I don't think I even have one, man. Yeah, I've got tank tops, Katia, man, but I mean like a tight white one, you know, like the old school was. I'm assuming that's what you meant by wife beater there, but all right, guys, look, there's one exception to the retracements that we're getting right now on all of the small cap gappers. Take your pick. There's 2 exceptions, excuse me, UMAC and Z, or Z, sorry, my American friends again, ZEPP. These ones are still hanging out at highs. So is NEG, NEGG. So I'm lying. 3 exceptions here. INKT is on the way down. SLNH on the way down. SFRM on the way down. Workhorse straddling VWAP on the way down. SQNS lost the volume weighted average price. This one needs to be removed from the side chart. So UMAC, ZEPP, and NEGG still putting in higher highs and higher lows. It does, though, feel like UMAC might have some selling here at 13 bucks. Because you're getting a bunch of topping tail candles all above 13, but just be on the lookout for the break of the 10 and then finally the 20, because it did have two areas where it found support at the 20 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart on the way up. So if it did that once, it did it twice, it could realistically do it a third time. Currently, the 20 exponential moving average on the 5 showing me at around 12.5 on UMAC. With respect to ZEPP, this one's a bit more spready and a little more volatile. As you can see, it's kind of had a propensity to put in new highs and then retrace. Kind of did it over here as well as it got to that 1010 area and then dropped back down into about 960. But it held all these levels. You can see it held the 10, and the 20 as well. So that one, it could be one going into the afternoon if you're trading these small cap gappers. The other ones, I would be careful. I would definitely be keeping my eye on Workhorse because it's been super strong on the day. And right now, Workhorse has been putting in a 4-candle hold up at the volume weighted average price. It's neither popping off above it or dropping below it, but it's something to keep an eye on there. WKHS, and then last but not least, Joseph, SLNH. This one was good to me all day, and it did defend the volume weighted average price over here at 1045, again at 1135, and yet again at 130. But we are now putting in multiple lower highs in a way that we did not do all day. So be on the lookout for aggressive selling here. It looks like the seller is maybe in control now.
Yep, thank you for the good stuff there, Sharif. All right, guys, let's do it. We only got a couple minutes left here. Let's just go over a quick trade review. We went 3 for 3 on the Qs today, so that's not too bad there, guys. This was our first one, definitely the better one of the session. So there it is. You enter, boom, boom, boom. You add into this pop, and then you get stopped out about 20%. Same thing here. You get in there, boom, boom, boom. You get out break even, and then sure enough, you get into that newer high, and then a little bit of a fat finger mistake as it came right into the volume weighted average price, but all 3 of them slightly profitable trades on there. Now let's pull up our other one on the day. That will be IBIT. Continue to recover. I think once it breaks that downtrend, then we're going to have ability to continue to climb higher. But we just go 1 for 1 on this one. You can see we enter, add a little bit there, it takes them off, and then we did get stopped out. Oops, the majority of our position there, guys. So that is okay on IBIT. And then our final one of the session was Delta Airlines earnings. Day 2. This was a really nice trade. More of a slow grind though, guys, but a nice recovery back into these pre-market ranges. I mean, that's a really good look, and this is what your boy did. So bag dropper right there. Fumbling the bag is what we would like to call this one, and that's exactly what happened. We take it first attempt, get stopped out, and then we take that second attempt, and then we didn't get stopped out. We chickened out essentially right there. So Devin Haney hands on that one there, guys. Yeah.
Oh
so, yeah.
my God. I don't know what the hell to say. Some of these comments, bro. Assassino,
what happened?
Are we able to do it soon or? Yeah.
What are we doing here live?
We're doing it live, bro. All right.
Go ahead.
Looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, the SPY, or even Bitcoin. If you are, Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They give traders the chance to manage up to about $1 million in capital. And you choose your own path, guys. You can choose instant funded, you can choose challenge, or you can even choose the pro account and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. And in the last 90 days alone, they've paid out over $10 million in real profits and earned over 1,000 5-star reviews from real traders just like you. So if you're interested, use that discount code TTV to save on any account of your choice. Scan that QR code or head on over to top1futures.com and start trading towards your next payout. The show is over, Joseph. It's 2 o'clock, but we're going to weasel on over to Dara before we go over to the big boys. Solid week.
Yes, sir. Yeah, very solid week. Yeah,
has a fantastic weekend and be safe.
Make sure you be safe, guys.
So I want to let you guys know we did just get the U.S. federal budget balance. So it came in at positive $27 billion versus the forecast here of negative $30 billion. Just a quick update there. Not a huge number, but worth noting as we send you over to the guys in the afternoon show.
Thank you very much, Dara. I got to admit, the taco's very filling. I attempted to have my regular lunch on top of it and wasn't quite able to finish it. Which usually I can throw that down even when we get stuff. I can still eat the full salad lunch. But Taco Fridays, everybody. We certainly
thank
enjoyed
you for
it.
all the super chats.
Great midday. No, did Joe crush that while you guys were? Oh, okay.
Yeah, Joe's loving the
Yeah, Joe was absolutely loving it. And thank you guys for all the super chats so we could do that. It's always enjoyable. You know, we like to have a little bit of fun around here. We appreciate it all. And,
up the chat.
and everyone in here.
Oh boy, indeed.
I just heard some oh boy from Adara. Their mic, I think, is still on, everybody. But yeah, welcome back. The market is looking Friday, very Friday-ish. When we left you, Bitcoin was at 118. Well, I have Intel up for some reason. Who cares about Intel? Let's put something up that matters. Sure, I had a reason for that.
I mean, yeah.
Oh, no, I was going to say. Bitcoin was at 118 or around there when we left you. The futures were the NASDAQ was pretty much just barely red. And that's exactly where we are now. I kind of feel like, you know, we've bounced a little bit, but we haven't broken the range. Bitcoin has been an abject, look, it was a great flyer, gapping up overnight and dragging all of the altcoins with it. But the actual party today, unless you bought like a deep dip buy, it's exactly where it was at the open, though looking a little bit stronger. My eyes in the afternoon is on some of the crypto plays because like you're starting to round into higher lows and maybe we're just gonna get the breakout late. It actually looks like it's about to do it right now through 67. So yeah, maybe we make this run past 118 in the afternoon on a Friday.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. Only a couple more hours left until the end of the day. It'll be Adair and I on the recap show. We should have some fun there. We'll have Steve Talman joining us from Trade the Pool as well, so we'll get some ideas from him. But yeah, welcome to the show. We're excited to have you guys back. We're still in this Oscar Health. It just went down to the lows of the day. We took some more out, so we'll wait for that one to fill out. And unfortunately, we don't have much left. But Amazon, right there off 222, still going higher as the market tries to go green. And yeah, crypto not doing a whole heck of a lot right now, but today's been definitely a day for the cryptocurrencies and especially some of these altcoins right here. We'll just run through some of them right now. There's Bitcoin at 17.6, up 3.5. Ethereum at 29,999, almost at that $3,000 mark. XRP, hallelujah for that one, up another 13% today. Over 280 right now. You guys know that we were trying to buy, well, we were buying some down there, 220, 230. So that's turned out to be good. I don't want to sell any of these though. Solana up 2.5% as well. Binance Coin up that 3 points as well, 3 percentage points. Dogecoin nicely cooking as well, up 13% to 21 cents. And then Cardano, what's up? That's up 12% as well. And then Stellar's the biggest one now for some reason, up 25%. So hey, there's not an Hedera coin, it's a Hedera coin. There it is right there. Hedera coin, yes. Hedera coin right there. Yes, really. Yes,
10%?
that is for sure. With an H. Right there. So, yeah, the over/under on the old boys next week is 500. You set that, Neil, or someone did in the chat?
No. Somebody said it. I just said over. That's all.
Yeah, me too. I'm way over that number right there. So we have
7 days, 70.
Obi and Neil in for 7 days.
No, it's not.
That's
it's
why
72.
it's over. Yeah, that's why it's over.
Wow.
If you're talking about if you stop counting the half day, maybe that would be right. But anyways, we're ready to go for Obi next week. Should be a good one. Yeah, we'll get to all these super chats. Mark the Realtor wants us to look at Aura on the chat. Meme coin
Aura
going
Alpha.
crazy. So Aura meme coin. Okay. I mean, we can look at, I guess you want me to look at coins then, right? So let me just check this out just real quick. We're just getting ready. Sharif's going to get all locked and loaded here in a minute. AURA. Okay, Aura coin. Yeah, okay, up 16% there, yeah. Without knowing too much about any of these coins, right? I mean, there it goes right now, near the highs as well. Wow, yeah, this was literally 0, 0, 0, 0. Like, this is the thing. Like, wow, man, anyone that's on this Aura coin, you just made like thousands of percent. Like, what is up with this coin? Shout out to Mark the Realtor right there. Wow, this was trading at an 0.0008. is what it is down here. And then now it went to 20 cents. What kind of how do I figure out a return on that one? But anyways, wow on that. What is this coin, by the way? But wow, okay, Aura.
Usually ones move like that.
That one has good
knows.
Aura. I don't know, but that's a big one there. Wow. But okay, shout out to Mark the Realtor. Congratulations on that one.
Oh my God.
Yeah, man, you rich. You rich, if you long on that one, man. Forget making Bitcoin look silly. Aura coin, Neil.
Aura coin is
Yeah, that's the.
That's all you could do.
You don't need to win on any dice games for that one. That's
not at all.
That's a big one, man. That's what we're all hoping happens. Yo, Mark the Realtor, man.
You gotta get
Super chat this one. It's at 0008.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying? And then, you know, we'll put up a couple $1,000s in that, and then we'll have party real nice like.
And we'll go to Vegas.
Kind of stuff. We'll go more to Vegas, man. Buy some hotels, man. Joe always dressed like he's going to the clubs into Vegas.
Which is exactly why we know it's capped that he's not going to do anything this weekend.
I mean, not do anything. What's he supposed to do?
Oh, Joe, in the Midday show, Joe was talking about how, yeah, you know, it's the summer, he's got the weekends, girlfriend's is away, so, you know, obviously he's just going to sit around and do nothing and chill because the weather will be gorgeous.
Yeah, he'll be working out, he'll be running around, he'll be taking Milo out.
So he said he was going to be sitting on the couch like this.
Oh, good. So that's better. That is exactly what I'd be doing too, but I can't get away. We have our fourth date night is tonight. We're going to go grab some Indian food. So we're ready to go. So the wife and I have been doing it all as the kids are. When the kids are away, the adults
Katinas will play.
Yeah, we play all the time, but we're playing even harder. I mean, golfing this weekend, and then a whole bunch of fun stuff for Boston, including hockey and just a whole bunch of stuff. So we're really excited. I went to the bank and got some USD, 140 they charged there for that. So you know,
back to when we started.
Got some US dollars in the pocket right now.
That's what it was when we started. It was like 140. And it got to almost a par, and then right back to here. When I say when we started, I don't mean when the show started. I mean when we started trading 20-something years ago. Sharif is locked and loaded and ready to go.
Mark the Realtor calling $3 there.
$3 on Aura.
He's like, yo, dude, get it now. It's 20 cents. Might as well get it until it goes to $3.
Okay.
All right. On the Midday Show, you guys vote for what names you want us to look at. So let's go over to Sharif and figure out what exactly those names are.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys are locked and loaded, and they're ready to look at the takers as decided by you. But the only way to get those takers up there is to join Joseph and I on the Midday Show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite takers every day. Super easy to vote. Throw in that $sign and then your 3, 4, or 5-letter ticker. Let's start by looking at all 4 major averages. The NQ just went flat on the day. It's the best performing of all 4 major averages, with the Russell 2000 far underperforming its peers, down 1%, the ES down 0.2, and the Dow down a bit lower than 0.6. So a bit of a sell the news kind of day today on the market. NVIDIA, the number 1 name as decided by you guys. Jensen Huang meeting with Donald Trump yesterday in D.C. at the White House before his trip to China, guys, where it's expected that there will be announcements for new China-specific chips. We'll keep you guys posted.
Oh, 100%. And like that's going to be the big story for sure, because this is the big, everyone wants a China deal. It happens. There we go. Everyone wants a China deal, and NVIDIA chips are the bargaining point. So until you figure out until China gets theirs, ain't gonna be no deal. So everyone wins.
What is going on with Amazon?
Well, everything's breaking higher. I haven't heard.
No, the market's not doing anything.
I haven't heard news in my ear. I think all day. Like, it's weird.
I don't know. I have the news.
Maybe there isn't. Maybe there isn't anything going on. Oh, just very quickly. Look, NVIDIA. It wasn't on the list for me to trade, so that's the only excuse for not having this breakout, which, in hindsight, seems obvious. Because, like, look, it seems obvious. But we joined it when it got to 166. It played up to the 167.5, and now it's relatively weak. I tried it back in here at the 66 level, and it just couldn't work. Like, once in and out, just small loss, another time in and out, more or less flat. It's just not really holding on. Like, the market is at the high, probably being dragged up by Amazon. Well, Tesla's actually kind of strong today. But the market's at the high, which I would say we're in an uptrend. It's flat, but we're in an uptrend in the NASDAQ, very much. And all of a sudden, NVIDIA is no longer the thing driving it, despite the fact that it's up 1%. So we get to wait over the weekend. I don't hold anything against it that it had a bit of a pullback and might not hold on to all these gains. We're talking about all-time highs here, and every breakout is just another one, and over the 4 trillion mark and all of that good stuff. So there's going to be profit taking. It's going to slow down. That's just how a gigantic name, when it breaks out like this, is going to behave. You know, like it's difficult to sustain meme craziness for a full day. It's not that kind of stock anymore. It's too big for that. But it's still fantastic when you do get that rush.
Yeah, we're going to talk about Amazon in a minute, but it just ripped up there. We're almost we are $4 now. Okay, maybe a couple upgrades in there came in midday. Okay, well, Shreve's going to go back over the desk, and we are going to discuss Amazon in a minute. But just, yeah, thanks, Mark the Realtor, for another super chat there, mentioning that Amazon's going aura crazy. And yeah, it is, man, up to 226.50. We'd written down here 222, but let's go find the story from Sharif.
Yeah, so I reported to you guys about the Morgan Stanley upgrade where they raised their price target to $300 with the bull case guys being $350. But Piper and JP Morgan also coming in late on the day today with comments of their own. Piper maintaining overweight rating, raising the price target on Amazon from 212 guys up into about 250. JP Morgan also maintaining their overweight rating and raising the price target to 255. I believe the previous price target was 240. So 3 upgrades today, or maintaining of high ratings and price target increases, boys.
All right, so I have it written down here as a #1 trade idea for me today. There was Amazon, long dip by here. If the market drops, let's take the long. And it was the upgrade there from Morgan Stanley. Shreve just, described a few more things there. So we have this written down. It's a big trade, obviously. It's going to be my... Yeah, well, this and Oscar are battling, and Oscar's not on there, but it's in the account still. But anyways, both these trades hit real early, right? This was 940, came right in. We said, what about if the market tanks? And that's exactly what happened with the NASDAQ there early this morning. You got to have some kind of ideas, right? And there it comes all the way down. And of course, when we went to the downside, we wanted to get long on Amazon. So that's what we did. We actually got 3 times there. And if you guys rewind it to exactly 940, you'll hear me say like, all right, I'm waiting to get more. We weren't able to. I punched long, then it still wasn't going down, then I punched again, and we actually wound up getting 3 fills right there on Amazon, and then it just took off, and we were getting them out at what I thought was a good level around here, around 225 is where we got out of a lot of the shares. It dipped back in. We had not rebought this, but we should have bought it off the 200 period every time. But there goes Amazon. I talked about this is one of the largest positions for myself. Now we've been talking about getting longer in this name, and yeah, I've liked Amazon for a while. I actually dubbed this thing, if you guys remember back down here when it was at 160 or 170, it was actually back into here. This was back it was near the end of the summer, and I was calling it, this is the Katina family vacation trade. And we were buying it there, and then it went all the way up, and I really didn't get anything out. Then it came all the way back down, and I was just like buying more, and now it's a Katina vacation trade again. So yeah, let's wait to see what winds up. Now we're going to Boston, so there you go. But yeah, anyways, continues to work. We've been liking Amazon for a long time. It's everything. It's, we've got more deliveries today coming. We've got everything going on for Amazon. I like the space. If retail is going to work, it's going to work on the back of Amazon and Costco and Walmart. So why not take Amazon when it has so much more than just retail? So yeah.
Oh, to that point.
Like the stock.
To that point, because it's blowing it up right now. As a matter of fact, it's probably one of the 2 or 3 things that's actually holding the market up. Like, I know it's not a big move to the upside, but the NASDAQ is trying to go green, and it's one of the things holding it up. But remember when we were getting the Prime Day numbers, and we were getting these shocks to the downside when the early returns on Prime Day were coming out, and then it was just getting bought back up, and there'd be another shock, and it was getting bought back up, and then you looked over what was happening to Walmart in pretty much at the same moments when they were getting Prime numbers were coming in, and it's like, oh, that's bad for the consumer. Let's go down. Let's go down. Let's go down, and it's not holding on. Well, why could that be? Like, which one is more reliant on just retail? That's right. And that's what Amazon's all about. Like, I still like Walmart, nothing against it, but at the end of the day, that's one of the big differences. And you always want to remember when you get stories like that, when you get a catalyst like that, which has that much selling action on it, and that is initially treated so negatively, and the response to those dips is to be immediately bought back up and bought back up again, then it's telling you something. It's telling you there's buyers in the stock and there's lots of room to go. I think Amazon's headed to do what Microsoft, Meta, and NVIDIA were able to do, which is, of course, get back to the highs. And it's in the midst of the breakout now. We're going to get this close above 225, and that just means next leg up for next week. Amazon looks like a long to me. And I'm going to shout out to, we got a super chat here, and we're going to go back to, oh, shoot, this one's on the list. Inkitt's on INKT. I actually have no idea what the company's called. It just looks like Inkit.
Inked.
Say that. Inked?
I have no idea.
I don't know, but a great call, Dara, great call on Inked. Thank you. You're welcome. I like Inked better, so we'll just go with that. And let's go talk about advanced money doubler.
Yeah.
So Goldman taking the opportunity to, I don't know how many years AMD's been active as a company, but they're finally initiating coverage on AMD. This is yesterday's news, guys, announcing a $140 price target. They like where AI is going. They see a good cyclical pump here for AMD. So Goldman initiating coverage, AMD having another good day.
What's up? We just had, I know on the Midday show, shout out to, right here he is right here. And he told me, he's like, I'm from Barbados. So what's up, Barbados?
Yes.
Right there, Anderson, thank you for coming through. Thanks, Neil, Brennan, and Sean and Trader TV Time team for having me on today. It was nice meeting you. It was great to be part of the Trader TV family. I appreciate everything you have done in leveling up my trading. You are welcome. There, spent a couple minutes with Anderson, as we all did, and it was really nice to have him come through. He's from Mississauga, and he's from Barbados, but lives in Mississauga and is looking to open up either a trading floor or just trade for himself for a little bit and see how that turns out. Here we go, man. Thanks to Ramin for putting this up. Neil and I here. I just retweeted it. This was the tacos. We want to thank everybody again for all the super chats as we talk about Taco Day right here. It's Friday, baby. And there it was. So everyone got a handful of tacos, and Obi came in and grabbed some. Anderson had one. The whole team. So again, thank you again for all of those super chats, and we're putting it to good work. That is for sure. But yeah, okay. So any thoughts on AMD? I didn't really look at it today, but
you know what? This was a miss, because I think yesterday, to the long side, was willing to trade, like early traded AMD, and then when Nvidia was stronger, I think like flip from one to the other. Trade Nvidia early, and then when AMD showed strength, they flipped to that stock. And then today, what's interesting is when Nvidia pulled into VWAP. Well, we were talking with Anderson. I'll admit it was busy, the taco thing. I wasn't really at my desk for most of the midday. Like I usually spend enough time there, but not today. And so AMD ended up being a miss. But I think the theme that we've all talked about is just a rising tide lifting all ships. And AMD was almost bad and weak. Weak is a better word. Weak for so long. Like look at how long the downtrend was. And if the chip space is going to rally and AI demand is going to be pushing through, then there's a lot more that this can do. The first step would be taking out this local high that we got at the end of June, but like 148 and change. This will be another big test next week. Like I don't want to jinx anything, because we just keep saying, oh my goodness, this is like we said, like we're going to get that breakout at 150 on Palantir next week, and we're going to get this one through like 148 quarter on AMD, and then all of a sudden they don't happen. That's the thing with a breakout trade. If it doesn't break out, you don't have to have it, and you just eventually it will, and you take it when it does get there. But a rising tide definitely lifting all ships. I just want to go quickly over, because I had SoFi in here. I just want to show you. We had SoFi on, there wasn't really a catalyst on SoFi this morning. It was just strong. Right? SoFi was just strong. And I didn't really notice it until it was holding the trend line. So I bought off the trend a couple of times. The last one just came out. I don't know if I'll get back in unless it's maybe at or just underneath the volume weighted average price. It's another one of those another one of these fintech names that's just been so incredibly strong. And I really think going into these earnings in a couple of weeks, it's probably due for some kind of a pullback, which I might wait until we're a little closer to the earnings to start thinking about short on this. But yeah, great runner. But I'm waiting until it gets at least to VWAP to try it again. And now we can talk about INKT.
Yeah, Mink Therapeutics, guys, announces publication of Oncogen titled Salvage Therapy with Allergenic Invariant Natural Killer Cells in a Heavily Pretreated Germ Cell Tumor. That's the headline. And there is a price action.
I understand. I mean, like here's the thing. I mean, you have to be able to easily understand these types of headlines 100%. And, and it doesn't really take a heck of a lot of training to understand absolutely none of that as far as I'm concerned. But when a stock is up 760% and done 40 million shares, I think you're just working.
There's some news about PayPal.
Yeah, I just heard that as well. Let's just go there in a quick little, do you have it up?
I have PayPal.
Okay, let's go to PayPal. Let's go there. We'll come back.
I don't know what the exact story was right there, but we're going to get it. Oh, and Block.
And Block.
So.
Oh yeah, it looks like Block's being hit maybe. Yeah, Block's getting hit maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, something here. No.
No, it's about the same.
Yeah, I would say it's. I think this is a PayPal related story. It's what I did here first. So we'll wait to see. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, PayPal down to almost. Actually,
Oh, it is.
oh,
yeah, that
JP
is-
Morgan, some kind of comments here. Maybe downgrading this space would be my guess. Here we go. Here we go. I got it. Okay, fintechs need to pay for customer data now. Apparently, that's what he's.
Oh, that was
that's what
the
he's
wick on
saying. So
SoFi
I don't
too,
even know
then.
what that means. Like paying for customer data. Okay, let me just sign up and say yes. Here's my life. But we'll have to wait to see what happens with PayPal right now, pulling back into the 50-period moving average on the daily chart. PayPal's been okay from the bottom, but we just bounced off of the 200-period moving average there on PayPal to the high side. So yeah, I wouldn't. Again, prime for a breakout, fails, comes back in. It's PayPal right there. But if you are looking at VinFast, it's making big moves. After locking in 40% of Vietnam's EV market, they're now entering India. They've teamed up with MyTVS and others to expand service and charging access. What's their edge? A full EV ecosystem, cars, charging, and ride-hailing. The ticker? Simple, VFS. One to watch in the global EV race. Thank you to VinFast for sponsoring this part of the show. But yeah, we'll wait to see what winds up happening with PayPal. All of a sudden, straight to the downside there. And yeah, just to the point about that INKT, it's like this is not really going to be a trade that anyone's going to be a part of unless you have insider information early on, which would be good. Yeah, but not for us, of course. But right there, nice move upside. I would always think about when these plays are going VWAP. So it's kind of good that it breaks through the VWAP there, and now you buy it again, doesn't break, and any kind of a dip into VWAP, I think it is a buy, and that's just what you want to do. It's up 740%. I zoom this back out. There's nothing to look at. It's already gone. So this is a big breakthrough for these guys. I would say it's probably a short from up here, but that's not. They could get bought out on Monday. Like all of a sudden, you have a Pfizer or somebody that's looking, AbbVie or somebody that's looking to acquire, some new discoveries, new science, and they buy these guys out. So I don't know. Let it settle down. So for right now, I wouldn't be short. I would be long, and I'd be waiting for a dip, right? And so either you use the 200-period moving average there that's already held, and we're coming into that, or you wait for a little bit of a bigger move VWAP. The spread right now is 50 cents, so it makes it kind of hard to deal with. A stock that doesn't have much of a spread usually and does a lot of volume and has a lot of levels and is something that's traded by a lot of us is Tesla. Let's go find out the story.
In today highs it goes, Sean. A couple of headlines today. Let's start with the one on the bottom of the screen there. Goldman Sachs maintaining neutral on Tesla and lowering the price target down from 315 to 285. Separately, Elon Musk taking 2x today to announce that he is planning on expanding the robo-taxi to Phoenix, Arizona, waiting for approval from the state regulator, guys.
Yeah,
let me just
we're just talking about why it's so hard to trade.
Yeah, because here's the thing: during the meme days, when you had reasons to be looking at certain stocks, so like traders, like we would be on like Funware or GameStop or whatever it might be, and if it had this setup and it did this, like a gap up and a consolidation, and then right off the open halted up, we'd all be trying to grab the first halt because we had like reasons to have been looking at it for the last little bit. So, but unless you had a really good reason to be watching for this to make that kind of move, like it was on your top list, which of course it wasn't for us, that's really the trade. Because when you get that first halt trade, it's your best risk to reward, and that was the game in the meme days. Like how many times we would just take the opening halt up and then just see how long you could hold it. But just going to Tesla, which just broke the high of the day.
I was just gonna say.
All right, so look, it just broke the high of the day. The prior 2-day high is like 311.50 into 311. Please retest that because Tesla's on the churn. Ever since, look, we had I don't know what we call these things anymore, but there was the next spat. Like it was the America Party, and then some of the posts on X. Since then, Tesla has been higher low. I understand we did have on Wednesday, kind of a weekday on Wednesday, but that ended up just being a nice consolidation and a further breakout. So we've been grinding higher to fill in the gap that got put in. So I think we're at the gap point right now at 313. So yeah, it could pull back as we get to the gap point at the 313 level. Tesla was an early long. I said middle of the day, wasn't at the desk for most of it because I'll look back at this and say, wow, that was really good coming off of VWAP. Let's see if we can't figure out where the long is going to be in here without having to chase it at the absolute high. When it did make this kind of a parabolic move earlier back into the 312 the first time, it was a hefty pullback. I'd just like to see kind of a measured pullback. 311.50 makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I do like, we do like Tesla. Yeah, I think we're at the point now where there was nothing. Remember we said if we got nothing else distraction, that it's a distraction on Tesla past the first couple of days in the week, that everything would be fine, and there really hasn't been much. They just got some solid numbers and some solid news with the robotaxi expanding. So we'll take that. I'd love to see us get back above the 50 and the 200 period. Then I think you get a little bit more explosive to the upside on Tesla to retest that 360. So looking all good right now.
Yeah, for me here, I just have a 20-minute chart up right now for Tesla. Maybe this 313 is not that bad. That was this goes back here to July 3rd, where we broke. This is e-signal charting, where we broke through right there. This is still a 200-period moving average, right into there, and then we dropped down. We never got a chance to really trade through some of these levels that we're at right now. So yeah, maybe this is something right there, especially if this market wants to go to Greensville. Maybe it already is. I don't know. But right there, 313 could be something for Tesla. So yeah, I'm debating, is the market, yeah, almost green there. The NASDAQ, is the ES green at least? Let's see. Oh, ES is worse. Okay, so yeah, we talked about that Amazon, maybe Google. Now Tesla helping out the NASDAQ here as well. Tesla up 0.8 right now, so we'll have to wait to see on that. Google's not up? I thought it was.
Oh yeah, Google.
Yeah, Google's a monster. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Okay, so good on us there for finding that Google. But yeah, for right now, yeah, I like Tesla for sure. Oscar Health is another name that we nailed right off the jump, man. This was a big one for me today. We put this on our sticky note down here at $15. Let me just put a bid here at 40. So we just punch out and get some 39s. So there it goes, man. Oscar Health near the low of the day. And often we don't put on, well, I put on whatever I see. And Hal asked me in the chat there, you know, when I'm looking through the sticky, when I'm making the sticky note, what's up to tacos again? When we're making the sticky note, what exactly are we kind of looking at there? And, you know, Oscar was on there today because we did have that WFC Wells Fargo downgrade there today. I never saw that movie or show, Fargo, by the way. And then, you know, we had wrote down here, where was it? Oscar right there. You know, just, it was breaking through $15. Sorry, I shouldn't have said $5 there, $15 to fade that rally if we do get one. So we never got a rally. It just came in. There's the $15 break, and here we go to the downside right now for Oscar Health, and still going. So we'll see if the market can beat up this name even more. Still short there on Oscar Health, and we're still long on Amazon. But we're going to go over some more names here as we go. But for right now, we've got Adara over at the desk.
Just keep an eye here on CVNA. Apparently, the top shareholder of the company is reported by Bloomberg, filing here to sell $245 million in stock. Separately here, just keep an eye on the market and these big tech names. I'm seeing here, apparently Europe is, or the European Commission here is planning to drop or is dropping plans to levy a tax on digital companies. So this potential digital tax here in Europe apparently dropped, as I'm seeing on this report from Politico. We know that Europe is likely trying to get a trade deal here. So if it can kind of do anything to help itself in the eyes of the administration, definitely good look. And we know that these European taxes or fines on American companies have been an issue for the administration. Back to you.
Yeah, well, I can tell you that waiting around for SoFi and the like to get to earnings to take profit, which yesterday seemed like the right thing to do. Well, all of fintech on that JP Morgan headline telling fintechs they have to pay up for customer data, this coming from Bloomberg. Affirm, I mean, we showed you Block, we showed you PayPal. I was in SoFi. That's why you have to stop everybody, because SoFi was just kind of cruising at that moment. And they're all headed to the downside. 2 points down now on Affirm. And this, it's interesting because it feels like the nice rally that Affirm has been on. Look, everything's been on a rally. I mean, this is the thing with these April lows. Like, everything's been on a pretty nice rally, but a lot of it is continuing or consolidating. This is setting up for a breakdown. If we don't hold on to 66 here on Affirm, I could see that kind of a headline. Whether or not it ends up being a gigantic deal, when the stock is over a double from the lows in just a few months, you got to figure there's going to be a lot of profit taking in this. And I only say them because I venture that they are like a Robinhood are probably up a heck of a lot more than a Block. You know, like instead of being a double up, Block is up like 50% from the lows, and PayPal probably very similar. But I think that puts under threat some of the names that have gone parabolic for some profit taking to come in. If this can't hold on to 66, I think a firm could be in at least some short-term trouble here, momentum-wise for sure. So we'll see how big the headline is, but for people to take profits on such a banger, if they were buying that dip, yeah, that's just logical to me. I see Roger in the chat just said SoFi is recovering a little bit. I think the names like SoFi and Robinhood, maybe they can have a little bit more juice because there's more people that I think love them for the long term than a firm, but that could just be my bias speaking. SoFi trying to bounce off of prior day lows, at least so far. Yeah, it looks like it's not a very good one for fintech. As the market was trying to go green, maybe it's that little sliver that's going to prevent us from getting there.
We've got some super chats here, and it is, you know, the hack ETF, which of course is some of these cybersecurity names. You know, a lot of these have been getting hit. I don't know how bad this ETF is. I haven't really looked there yet, but you're almost down, I guess. Today you're down another 2%, but $88, all down to 83. So we'll have to look at this hack ETF here. And I think part of the reason why, I mean, look at stocks like Zscaler and things like that. I don't know. Let me know if you've read anything about this, Neil, or anything. But continues to get hit down here over the last couple of days. I think it's just profit taking in the space, as you know. Traders noticed that, you know, some of these highs we weren't really breaking up there. Now you're getting a pullback. So Zscaler has been super hot. I mean, Zscaler since that bottom was 176, so it doubled up, all the way to 320, almost a double there. And now he's starting to come to the downside. I mean, stocks also like Palo Alto. I think there's opportunity to buy some of these, especially today, down another 2.5% there for Palo Alto. I mean, some names are just coming back into levels that we're pretty comfortable with. That's the split, so we're not worried about that. Right into there for Panda. And then we also have, CRWD. This is the one that I'm most in, and that's just kind of by accident because I was buying some on that July dip that was 2 years ago. Rates, what it shows right into here, and we just never got out, and it just matured into a bigger position than I had in Palo Alto. But at the that might not be true. It's probably pretty close. But at the end of the day, I feel like it's just pulling back. And I was trying to find out some reasons why this. I mean, just AI has been a really big driver here so far this year, and just cooling off is all that I'm really seeing here. Not really affected by tariffs, analyst downgrades, people nervous, I guess, about more outages, possibly. Like, what if CrowdStrike or Palo Alto or somebody else had a hack or an outage? How would that affect the businesses and everything like that? So let us know in the chat, or I don't know what your opinion is there, Neil, but there is something going on there with some of these names, and I don't. I've been looking, like I asked AI.
Zscaler with no PE and an 85 forward.
Yeah.
You know, and CrowdStrike. Let me just.
I mean, it's true. Like the 2025 so far this year.
147. 4P? No, that can't be.
That's probably right. Their PEs are ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean,
I thought CrowdStrike was closer to 100, but
it's not even that much of a sell-off. I mean, most of these stocks are up 40, 50% year to date. So the fact that you're getting a little bit of a haircut here, 5% down, makes a little bit of sense. But this is from Grok. It's just like tariffs aren't a concern. There's no conclusive evidence of why these are going down. Rising cyber threats, but short-term volatility drives market rotation. So they're just saying that potentially there are some names that are just rotating out of cybersecurity. But yeah, good opportunities. And thanks for that note there, Chill Vibes. Oscar is paying nice right now. Yeah, the first time I've ever traded this on the show, or just period, I don't even own any shares. So first time I looked at Oscar, and there it is, man. There's that 15 break that happens in the pre-market. Like, we took it in the pre-market, and we took it with a good amount of shares. You know, not as many shares as Big Bear AI when that broke through 8, but there it goes, Oscar paying out as well. And that's another thing, sector rotation, right? UNH broke through 3 bills, I think. It was dancing around. Okay, so it's still at 300.
Oh,
so
it broke.
Yeah, it broke. Yeah. I don't want to let people scare people there, but UNH having some kind of ways as well, and thinking about this $300 break level there as well. And then plus, Justin Bieber released another album. I tried to listen to it. It's all R&B, so it's not really my thing there. But shout out to Justin Bieber, new album, Swag, right there, release. So get that swag in there. All right, what's up, Adara?
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know we actually do have Donald Trump apparently participating right now at Kerrville, Texas. He's going to be holding a roundtable with Texas flood first responders. Unlikely, of course, that this meeting will be market related, but we know questions can always be asked, things can always be mentioned. I do apologize. This was not on our Trump schedule today. In fact, we didn't have one because this was, I guess, incorrectly initially said to be on Sunday in the schedule I looked at. It is today, so just so you guys know, this stream is live right now. Trump has not yet arrived. I'll let you know when he begins and starts speaking. Back to you.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing you want to be aware of because, especially on a Friday with like 90 minutes to go here, like what catalyst might actually give us an extreme move instead of like the regular afternoon, you don't want to overtrade type of vibe. And certainly a headline could do it. I'm still holding out some hope that I don't think we'll get the kind of rally in any of the crypto, Bitcoin in general, because that's what I'm looking at right now. I don't think we'll get any of what we saw in the afternoon or obviously overnight. But that being said, like we've been asleep for so long here that I've got my eyeballs on this. It happens to be like 67, but there's some support down here at like 66.7, and it'll be 117.5, and obviously we're having trouble getting through 118. I think if we can chew through that 67 level on IBIT, there's definitely something there. And you know what, Britt Burden, AMC is ready. Hey, let's call it what it is.
Yeah.
AMC got an upgrade today. It's not up 11% for no reason. There was a positive analyst notes that were not about mean. It was not about the mean status of AMC, everybody. Basically looking at the film release schedule, looking positive and stable and having some good titles coming out. And obviously the stock has not done very well lately. But when you think about it, sometimes you just need it to have stopped selling and bottomed out and then get a little bit of positivity, because when you've been bled so far, there's shorts that have been winning for so long that they just need to cover at some point. I think this could be something that we're seeing here. Of course, you'd like it to go more than just one day. I'll note the last time it had any kind of a move like this, it started around the same spot, got to $4, and didn't take that long to get back to the bottom. So this is worth keeping an eye on for a continuation. I don't like the fact that for this afternoon, doesn't look like there's any volume, but I think you got one that has a potential next week because it was an actual positive analyst note. Usually when we talk about AMC, it's because it's meme stock related, or it's on Monday because there was like some nice box office over the weekend. I can't remember the last time we were looking at AMC up double digits because an analyst was speaking positively about the business. I mean, I'm sure it's happened. I just don't remember it happening in any kind of a recent time frame. That's all.
I think that's probably a fair comment there about AMC. I mean, we talked with Michael Noss. I mean, he's not going to be on TW, Steve Talman, and myself and Adara on the after show. But Adara, do you mind just like maybe reviewing the PayPal story one more time? There's some people in the chat want to know about that. But let's just go over who's making money here at Real Trading. You know, we did have Anderson come through here today, and you know, he wanted to just let everybody know that he's starting the journey there. I think he's going to start in the campus program. I kind of advised him to do that, just because again, our campus program gives you a great sort of pathway to success and start about the training. And I think that that's pretty important. You don't just make $12,000 by, well, some people do. You didn't buy 12,000 shares of Amazon this morning or whatever. That's up $3. Actually, you only need to buy 4,000 shares of Amazon this morning to be up 12 grand. But yeah, right there. So yesterday, these are the traders that we have here. And what I'm noticing yesterday is a lot of Canada right there. So I don't know what was popping off there yesterday, but you could see we had Amex, the number one trader in the company yesterday. These three markets, these are the markets traded, right? So here, for example, today I've traded NASDAQ New York. So, that would be there. And if I added TSX, it'd be there as well. But that's what we're doing. So Canada yesterday, pretty popular all the way down. Venture exchanges as well. So that's like it's not like the pink sheets, but it's just a junior market. So, like junior miners and some of the companies that we've had on have been on the CSE or the TSX Venture, as you guys know. And just means that they haven't met the criteria to uplist yet. So that's fine. That's where they go. Amex, New York, NASDAQ. Okay, there's CBOE Canada. So again, just sort of junior markets. Then you have Amex, NASDAQ. So Amex, of course, is NYSE America. But you have stocks like that. BMNR is on the Amex and things like that. NASDAQ, NASDAQ, so on and so forth. So these are just what's up with the traders today, but it's yesterday at Real Trading. So, all right, yeah, we tasked Adara there, and she's the best. So this is gonna happen for all of you right now. Let's go find out. Before I go to Adara, just quickly, that's PayPal. I just want to show you some of the fallouts of some of these stocks because there's PayPal, there's Block that's come in. So both these names down. And if you're looking for catalyst this afternoon, this may be where we look. So also Affirm. So some of these, you know, very well known now fintech names getting hit. Let's go find out why.
Basically, oh, I have the wrong ticker. I was like, why is this up? PYPL here. What happened was, according to Bloomberg, JP Morgan is telling these financial technology companies that they're going to start charging fees that could amount to hundreds of millions of dollars in order to access JP Morgan's customer bank information. So that could actually really hurt this industry's business models. Apparently, JP Morgan actually sent out pricing sheets to data aggregators, which is basically the third party here, the middleman between banks and fintechs. And these sheets apparently outline the new charges. This is citing people who are familiar with the matter. The fees will apparently vary depending on how many companies are using the information or how the information is being used. Higher fees are going to be related to payment-focused companies. So that's likely why PYPL and XYZ and the like are getting hit particularly hard in this. Apparently, if the company's related to payment, they're going to get charged a little bit more based on these fees. JP Morgan actually commented to the Bloomberg on this report. They said they've invested significant resources to create a secure system for customer data. That doesn't really answer the matter of this, but either way, PYPL, etc. to the downside. Visa and MasterCard also dropping. I couldn't find any news. And I also want to mention, we have maybe not great news here coming from Fed's Goolsbee. He's saying that new tariff threats could delay rate cuts. Well, that's certainly not what President Trump wants. Back to you.
Oh, boy. Yeah. So, well, get ready for a round of more criticism of the Federal Reserve. Oh, there is a somewhat interesting story with the Federal Reserve because there was a letter concerning the renovation of the new Fed building. Was, let's just say it's the budget is ridiculously high.
Right.
And when Powell testified, like, this is what's being done and this is what's in it, apparently some of what he said was not in there is there and is being paid for. And so some of the speculation could be that because you can't fire him legally, but could this have been a way to find it for cause? You told the taxpayers, and you told us that this is what was going to be done, right. And then this
kind
was
of like
not
the
true.
Epstein files, basically.
Like, whatever it might be, it's just to find a way around it. So I've read it this morning. I'm like, yeah, you know what? Either way, it's just, I think it's another push to put more pressure on.
Yep.
That they're just using something to push another button. That being said, remember that the bond market really doesn't like all of this. And like usually I would have thought that we'd have a negative reaction. So it might be a nothing burger because the NASDAQ's kind of doing okay. But that was my first thought when I read it this morning, that, yeah, putting a little bit of extra pressure in a way that I'd never heard of this whole firing for cause thing because you lied to us story before. But hey, if there is a path, maybe we'll find out. Just back to the fintechs, sometimes the price action doesn't lie. Like the fact that SoFi didn't fall anywhere near the way that PayPal, Block, XYZ, and Affirm were heading to the downside. That just tells you everything. We are looking at volume, which is not really continuing that much. So I don't know if this is going to be, I don't know if we're going to get a big rollover if we continue dwindling on volume. I want to be short. I don't want to be long this name. As I was talking about, this one feels like on the daily chart, it's the weakest one. And what I see where it bounced to, it essentially bounced to where it was doing nothing in the pre-market right in here, which is adjacent to yesterday's low. So there's a decent technical level at 67.60, 67.5 to 67.60 to work off of on Affirm. I just realized we don't always have free locates on Affirm. But we do now.
Yeah.
Well, we do today, but we don't always. We definitely do right now. So I'm thinking short on these, at least back into the 67.60. I might look at something in the 30 range here on Affirm. And just picking on that over like SoFi. Like SoFi rebounds all the way to VWAP on that. Why? Because they're not a payment company. Well, I mean, they're not primarily payment, which that's why XRZ, XYZ, Affirm, and PayPal are taking it in the chin. So I want to get short this one and see if we can't Yeah, run to the downside. I mean, I want the market to go up, but this is a pretty negative story.
I was looking to maybe short the futures here because of where we're at right now with these futures, kind of like at the top. And, you know, you don't have, as far as risk is and reward are concerned, it's not that, like we talked about 23,000. Could we get back up to there today? Well, that is where we're at. We were talking about that at like 8:30, and we did have that move higher. I've written down that I'd like a TQ short into this area. So maybe we could go short. Instead, we have a new trade alert right now. It's Intel. And the only reason I'm shorting this one, again, you're right back here into some of these pre-market highs. So if we break down through 2370, again, I just think this is a decent risk to reward. If the markets do fall down here, I mean, Intel's weaker than the rest. So not the rest of just weaker than the market. So we'll figure that out. NVIDIA, I just want to see what they were doing today. I know they're up. Up 1%. Yeah, I just want to see, because AMD was the one that was weak to begin with, and that's up again. So yeah, so Intel, you know, we're going short. We're going to like, basically, when they say when you're in real estate, you want to try to buy, what do they say, the ugliest house on the block or whatever it is there, or the nicest house on an ugly block. I don't know what it is, but you know, it's just like, we'll wait. It may go against us because Intel has catch up to do. So if the whole space is going, that's fine. But we came right back into here. You're also at the 200 period down here on the 5-minute chart, on the 15-minute chart, 5-minute, sorry, chart rate down there. So I don't mind this, but it's also, we're going to go to Adair in 1 second. It's also a play here off the top for TQs. So we had shorted. We're up on this today, not up that much because we wound up breaking right there, but not a bad situation right there to get in and out of if we do fail. So you could try to short the market, but I'm going to pick on Intel for now. New position there, Intel. Amazon, we have a very, very small piece left. If this breaks 225, then we'll potentially, 225.50, we'll potentially get out of Amazon. But this is carrying the day for me, man. It's Amazon to start the day, the #1 trade idea on the note, and then Oscar as well. That's been big for me. So Oscar, Intel, TQs, and Amazon, all that we've been trading. And Dara's got something for us.
Just keep an eye here on this market. It looks like, I mean, right now they're kind of shuffling everyone around here in this Texas roundtable. Trump still isn't here, but potentially could be coming soon because they just did make everyone move to a different side of the room. I looked a little bit into the whole firing Powell debacle. So for one, firing for cause is really hard. You have to prove, of course, a cause, which is difficult in and of itself, but this is also not the first effort that the Trump administration has made to try to fire Powell. In case you guys missed it, we did have last week Bill Pulte, who leads the Federal Housing Finance Agency, of course, Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae. He actually wrote a letter asking Congress to investigate Powell. Peter Navarro, who, of course, senior counselor for trade, he wrote an op-ed saying Powell is one of the worst Fed chairs in history. Analysts say, though, that if Powell does end up getting fired, it's not going to be a good thing for the market or for rates. Back to you.
No, that's the bond market's been telling us that.
Yeah, we don't want Powell fired.
It's the independence of the Fed that's going to be important there, that everyone's interested in. But I just want to shout out Beta Pro from Globex, sponsor of the aftermarket show as well. Because savvy Canadian traders, hey, we're in Canada. If you're looking to boost your exposure, you can now tap into the NASDAQ 100, the S&P 500 with the Beta Pro 3X Daily Leveraged ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This is going to aim to amplify short-term market moves and minimize the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish, bearish, these ETFs are built for active traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Scan the QR code that you see right there in front of you. Big shout out to Globex and that product, Beta Pro. I know everyone, you know, it's always exciting. People love those leverage ETFs, and here in Canada, we have access to them as well. So shout out to them. Just one quick thing. I need to Refrain in a second, but you're talking about the chips. I actually didn't realize this, that yeah, because like, NVIDIA lost its trend from the morning, is slightly downward trending. Micron up a point, holding the highs, much like you were just showing Intel. Like, oh, that's, yeah, I was going to say, I'm like, what? No, I looked at my daily chart, and you know when you've seen a stock before, I'm like, Micron did not do this. So I looked over it, just a couple of bad dark pool wicks, because I knew it had held a higher low, so at least that's right. But Micron seems like it's going to be hard to tell because of that. Seems like it's making a big rounded bottom in here, and it might be a potential breakout play. Like sometimes we sleep on this. At least once or twice a month, Micron is the chip name that you want to be on. And it's usually when it's breaking, you know, when it's breaking a consolidation or something, and then it just starts, then it goes for a couple of days and it's better than the others, that kind of a thing. And you've got a little bit of a lower high consolidation around the 126, that's all. So on that fintech story, my stop on a firm, I think I said, yeah, I told you guys, 67.60, like right in here, if we zoom it out. Again, obviously, this is not good news. You're off the lows where you're shorting it, and you're right into some resistance areas. So if we do break out the low from, that'll be Tuesday, on what was a disaster day, obviously, for this stock and many others, and I want to get some out in that 67, just underneath that 67 range. But yeah, it's one of the weakest names affected by that story, which is why I went over to it. Didn't want to be picking on something that didn't really fall as much. A firm looking pretty weak. Anish saying, and this is a good one, buy the dip in MP Materials. So here's my concern with MP Materials. I'm not sure the market knows how to price this DOD thing, because we go parabolic, or that is just a ridiculous amount of profit taking. Look at the way this is retracing every time it pops, and what happens at $50. So like, you're seeing some nonsense, which is unbelievable selling at 50 on MP. I think this just needs to settle down for a few days and figure out just how much strength. Because when you get a move like that, it's like a wow move, and it was heavily shorted, 25% short float. There's probably a lot of short covering that happened, and you're not getting the follow-through buying. So maybe no one wants to buy it up here, and it just needs to pull back to a more reasonable price. So that's kind of where my head is at with this name. Ooh, Tesla came back to the 350.
Yeah, this sucks, guys, because we picked Intel, which was so stupid, but that's on me. I'm going to stop the fail, because the reason why I was like, we could short the futures, but, you know, we'll just pick on Intel, ugliest house in a beautiful neighborhood. Yeah, Mr. Rogers' neighborhood right now, because we should have gone short the futures, and we would have at least had, you know, maybe 10 handles, 15 handles now, but that's okay. You know, this trade, the Intel trade is just gonna be too boring. So I'll probably slip out of that. And I'm now offering up here in the 30s for the futures in case we come back in. I just hope that you're joking here, Gerald Fitz. Shout out to you, because we don't have a Discord or anything. So he says, Sean, I joined your Discord, but I need that $400 back. Any refund available? I mean, I hope that's a joke. If there's anything that Neil and I or the show is ever selling or wanting you guys to join, we would be telling that to you immediately. So do not join any sort of a Discord or anything like that that looks like a Trader TV Live one, because especially if there's going to be some fees associated with it, nothing to do with us. So do not do that. Just like there's numerous fake Twitter accounts and Instagram accounts and all that. So just try to follow us. And, you know, it's because we share a lot of personal information and stuff, so people do know stuff. So, you know, don't ask them questions. Just find our official accounts, and it'll be all good. My brother-in-law always messes with all these guys all of the time, and I'm like, dude, he thinks it's for fun, but
there was the best one happened. I'm trying to, I kind of lied to the guy, but it was kind of true.
Yeah.
You were up this was months ago. You were up doing a walk, and I got DM'd by a guy claiming to be you.
Oh, really?
So you look, man.
It happens to our friends all the time too.
I'm one of those people. Like, it's not. I'm not going to take too much time out of my day, but I'm going to have at least a little bit of fun.
Right.
Because I was just like, oh, that's crazy. And so I was like, he's like, you know, it was something about crypto, and I'll give you some call, blah, blah, whatever.
It's always crypto related. It's
always crypto. And then so I sort of said to the guy, oh, that's interesting. Like, man, why didn't you just give me that call 2 minutes ago when I was talking to you about?
Right.
He's like,
right.
Yeah, because I'm sitting next to Sean. It's just whatever.
And then the guy's like, see you later.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden he disappears. It's the usual scam nonsense.
Shout out to Britt. So Britt goes, so Sean, that wasn't you who asked for feed pics? No, that was me actually. No. Yeah, no, we're not doing that.
No judgment.
No, I do like my brother-in-law. What I'm saying is that he plays around with those guys. Like he'll be like, oh yeah, so you're coming up to golf this weekend. Like he knows it's not me. So that's the end. That's the idea there.
Yeah,
but anyways, just be safe out there, man. I mean, the trolls and all that kind of stuff. I mean, we see them with here now as well. But I know there's. Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned it, because now everyone's like $400 seems like a good deal. Now you're gonna give me some ideas. But no, just, you know, stay comfortable with, you know, what we have right now. If there's anything else coming, we will definitely let you guys know about that. We're working on a few things, but we'll, you know, we'll give that a little bit of a break for now. And then just, I wanted to bring that up because there are so many times that people ask us.
And we'd always tell you here.
Yeah, all about that kind of stuff.
If you didn't hear it from our mouths live on the show, then why would you? No reason to trust.
Yeah, no, don't do that. And then, but you know, we're going to be here. You can always ask us a question. That's why I want to do that. If you ever think there's anything suspicious, just hop into our chat live and ask us or tell us so we can report or ban it. You know, earlier this morning when we did this little recap here of what's been going on in the space, you know, we had so much red everywhere, right? We had Berkshire down 1%. The credit cards still are starting to get hit even more here. As again, you know, the stablecoin threat I think is somewhat real to some of these credit cards, as you know, transferring money becomes cheaper if you're using crypto, and it's just, there's something about that, right? Ripple up 20% today, so we're gonna watch out for XRP. But yeah, finance down today. That might be overall the worst sector. Healthcare is not looking too much better either, with Eli Lilly, AbbVie leading the way. Gilead down as well. We had some news from that with Adara. So these guys getting hit here. And again, some interest rate sensitive spaces, right? You get the idea that they're not cutting at least until September at this point. So we're going to have to wait to see if that's going on. But Tesla turns green, which is nice. The energy sector, I mean, how good is this today as energy continues to get green? And we've talked about that energy bottom. I didn't call it, but we pointed it out, that oil down there at 64 and change, right? That was a really good level. So the CL right here, I was using the August, I think, contract. Yeah, so wow, now it's at $68. So we did have that bottom right there. As this was happening, I remember calling this up. And again, you know, this is why I say, like, I like, it's fine, great. I'll take it. It's a win. We called that bottom, but like, I didn't trade off of it. I don't have any money involved in that, but that was a good dip buy. And the minute that we heard Trump say after Iran and everything like that, something about supporting oil prices and not letting them drop, you know, that's sort of where we got some support basically. And that's what's been happening down there at $64, $65. So nice move back to $68. So that's going to be a good one as I drive. We're driving down to Boston, so you know I like the oil prices to get down a little bit. But that's another look there for oil. One of the better sectors for the day, energy. So we'll be talking all about these sector plays again on the recap show. But I just wanted to give that one a little look here. And then the retail trade, right? I mean, Amazon today up 159 as we end our last day of Prime. I don't think Prime was very successful. I mean, it was successful, fine. We got some reports earlier that they were having some negative numbers coming through on Amazon, so we'll see, but still up 1.59% here. And remember, some of the chips that they're working on, Amazon and Microsoft and Meta and all that, trying to keep a lot of that in-house. So I could see these stocks have a little bit more room to run. Someone said Sean always loves the Mag 7. Yeah, I do. I mean, they've made me a lot of money, and a lot of the catalysts that we look for in this market are obviously available to Mag 7 names. But I do like retail names as well. I want to pick up some Home Depot. We talked about Target breaking through 100. That really hasn't happened yet. Well, what the? It's at 104. Okay, so this was actually, I'm supposed to be in this trade actually. What the heck am I even doing? What the hell? I was supposed to be in a trade of Target breaking through $100. We talked about this for a while. Oh no. Okay, so we've missed a little bit of this trade. I don't think, nothing's ever too late. I mean, going up to 104, could be back down to 100 in a minute, but there's the break. Okay. What am I doing, man? This broke earlier this week. There's the 100 break right there that we liked. It got up as far as right now, 105. So maybe now we play this break of 108. But I think Target, again, a little sloppy down there on TGT. I think there is more room to run here on Target. Still good.
It's like when you drop it something on the ground. Still good. Still good.
Yeah. How long was it on there? 5 seconds on the ground? But yeah, right there, Target. So my bad. Thanks, chat, for letting me know about that one, but that's a name that I've been looking at for a while. Target, obviously not looking close enough, but I like that name. Get all that garbage out of there, breaking through $100 to the upside right now, 105. So we missed out a couple percentage points, but we could still get in. We'll still get in. I don't want to keep my mind too much on all these trades as we take the next week off, but Target on my mind now. I know we'll be doing a lot of shopping at Target, by the way. It's a family favorite whenever we travel
when you go to the US,
down to the States. Them leaving Canada saved me thousands and thousands of dollars because the amount of money that my wife was spending there was probably irresponsible. But she loves it there. And there goes Intel, so hallelujah. We'll do a little bit of money on that. It's only 5 cents, but here it comes down in. Remember where our stop was, man. We were talking about 70s there. So, so far so good here on Intel. I don't feel so bad anymore, but look at the futures. We also talked about going short these bad boys as they continue to go to the downside. So I'll just do the Barry Horowitz, man. We'll tap ourselves on the back. Couple good calls there so far today. Here this afternoon, shorting the futures and shorting Intel. Bang, there it goes, Intel as well. So Neil short Affirm. We've got a couple positions on, and yeah, good so far.
PayPal's going to be low of the day, I think.
Nice.
I think PayPal's actually falling more, so we might have backed the wrong horse. Well, I guess if you're shorting, you're not really backing a horse, are you? You're going the other way. But PayPal just broke the low of the day. Seemingly, it's taking it on the chin the most. I kind of felt Affirm. Affirm will probably follow suit. But if we're already breaking the future VWAP, if it's not the one, I'm going to see if we can't get out the low of the day here on PayPal. I want to jump over. Someone asked where the stop was on Tesla. You know where? Well, I did. I said where. Maybe you weren't. Again, maybe you just didn't hear. When I was looking for this the first time, which I didn't get it the first time off the 311.50. If I'm taking a reversion back into that prior high, when it does this bottoming tail candle, and let's say I want to be in here, that's where my stop is going to be. So the fact that I take it 15 or, well, it's not 15 minutes later, like 10 minutes later, I'm still looking at the same place for the stop order. I don't really change it in that. Unless something's changed, I don't really move the stop. It's the same principle. It's just the second time through. Now, obviously, I like it a little bit better if I catch the first move, but in this particular case, I think there's a little bit more juice in these fintech names and maybe the market pulling back in here a little bit. I'm looking up. I just want to see, look at, Block and PayPal are just a little bit weaker. Like both of them are weaker than Affirm at this moment, which I kind of thought Affirm would get to the low the fastest. And again, maybe that's just my bias. Like in my head, Affirm was too frothy. But very clearly, it's the other two names that are going a little bit further. So I'm going to take advantage of that. You can see I'm trying to get out right at the lows because the other ones are really, really accelerated to the downside. And this is just following like two heavier candles in the other two names. So I want to take advantage because I'm not in the weakest one, which I thought I was going to be. So going to ring the register there. If you went into PayPal, which was the first one that got shown, you do a little bit better, but you still get a 1% move to the downside. And I think this is in trouble. Like I think next week, it needs to break 66, but I think next week Affirm is in trouble. I'm going to be looking to be short this as long as it closes under 66 next week. And a lot based on that headline and how far this has come up. Adara?
Keep an eye here on this market pushing a little bit lower. More comments from Fed's Goolsby. He's saying that he prefers to wait until the market anxiety lessens because the Fed still wants to make sure that the U.S. economy is heading towards a stable, soft landing. Previously, as I mentioned, he did express some anxiety, not anxiety, but caution as well with these new tariffs being announced, said that that's even better for the Fed to have this wait and see approach. They might even have to delay rate cuts. Over to you. This Trump event still hasn't started.
Delay them cuts.
I'm just tweeting this out about Intel because we wanted to get that short in there, and we did. So there it is right there. And I was just highlighting that on the tweet that we were looking at these levels with good reason, I feel like, too, right? I mean, just coming back in here, look at what we're talking about, right into the pre-market level of 2360 on a run. We just got fifth. Like, this is our stop was 7 cents, so it's not like it's a monstrous trade here or anything like that. But we'll take a little bit out, man. We just got 10 cents on that. Now we're coming back in again. It's gonna go 2-to-1. Here comes Intel. I'm a little bit shell shocked here because we did talk obviously about shorting the futures right there. All talk, no juice because we don't have it, but we should have had it. And silly me, we don't. But there goes to the downside here. Hope you guys are enjoying your Friday, and you guys have a lot of plans hopefully this weekend, and you can figure that all out. But yeah, a lot of people were telling me when I was taking that position, they were like, nah, man, the short's not in. And yeah, them them shorts be in right now, as there it goes to the downside. We'll capture some more profit here on Intel, actually making a little bit more than we thought on this trade. I even sat here and said Intel will probably be, you know, like maybe a snooze fest here heading into the close and yada, 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 but you can quite clearly see that that's not happening at all. Seems like maybe an opposite there as Intel continues to make moves down. Now, mind you, NVIDIA probably cracking lower as well. Yeah, everything trying to break, but you know, Intel just seems like a little bit more of a off the cliff. So right there we did short sell the ugliest house on the block, and it is making us a little bit of money. Probably percentage-wise, maybe the best out of all of the moves down there in the crypto, in the chip space. We also did have some negative news right there, but we'll go diamond hands on this one as we get out of our last little bit there. Just 2.5% left of our trade, but there's Amazon, rode it from the morning, 222, just got a piece out, I'll get it all out right there to end the day, because hey man, if the market's doing, that's too bad, man, because that's a really good trade there. 50 handles, should have had it. I hope some of you guys do. But all right, Big Bags AI, yeah. Big Bear AI, again, like, some of these trades have to be hit it and quit it trades. I mean, we talk about that all the time. You're not just going to get in a straight line here, guys, with some of these trades. So just be careful with what you're doing on Big Bear AI. I mean, we got out of this at 850. I mean, not out of it all, but out of some shares there live on the show when that was happening. This is a long, we're still long at $4. It's at 650. Still a good return. I'll take it, but it is falling back in. And remember, there was no news. And even as this was going up, I was even putting there on Twitter and everything like that. Good job, Angel. Right there in the chat. Thank you. That's a great one, man. Awesome trade there. Thank you for the TQs. You got it. Good job there, Angel, man. Great trade on that. So congratulations. But, you know, you're welcome for me talking about it, but you're the one, I mean, you took the trade. I feel like there's not enough times where you guys take credit like for those trades. Those are your trades, so good job on shorting that TQs. Wish I would have pushed the button with you, Angel. But yeah, Big Bear AI, where's the support level someone just mentioned? Honestly, like when it's the same way when I went up here and found this $8 mark, it was just looking to where we had some consolidation. Remember, my first out was in and around here. We got some out at 7 on the way up. I believe it was actually 685. So similar to where we are now. And then it ripped up into this level. And even when we were down here, you guys were asking me for the bull case on Big Bear AI, and I gave it to you, and I said the max might be in and around here, $8. But that was sort of scoffed at because we were talking about it at 4. So when it doubled in a week and a half, that might have been your indication right there. But Big Bear AI coming back in a little bit. Again, no news, but that is what it is. True story. We talked about this at 3. We talked about it at 4. We talked about it at 5. And it went to 850. So congratulations, anybody that captured that on Big Bear AI. I'm not here for the next little while, but when I get back, you know, we'll see what levels these things are at. And you guys just continue to look at them, Neil and
I wrote one note for myself for Monday, BBAI SSR, because that's exactly, if it goes down 10%, then on Monday, it is going to have the uptick rule in effect. And you show me a squeeze name that has the uptick rule in effect, and it's not that you're automatically going long, but if you find a long setup that fits your repertoire, they can be a little bit better. Before we go to Adara, look, PayPal just made another big leg down. Like, look at this. It just goes another $1 down, so that's over a full % to the downside here. And kind of one of the reasons why I jumped out of Affirm is Affirm bounces off the low. So like for whatever reason, Affirm is hanging on better. I roll my eyes because I'm like, whatever. Like it just, that wasn't my take. I thought Affirm would be like infinitely more, but Affirm just goes down like, you know, 1.25%, and PayPal's done that twice now in that time. So maybe with the wrong one, but at the same time, remember, no one else is bringing you that story live and showing you all the stocks that you can take advantage of. All of the fintechs are going to the downside, but you do, like, you're going to pick one. Like Robinhood, you could argue maybe it's not as big of a deal as this news to them as it is to Block or to PayPal. But remember the other aspects going on here, that's not just about that negative story. It is about the fact you've double topped 100. Look how far it's gone. Excuse for profit taking to come in. So yeah, we're out of Affirm at the low of the day. It refuses to break it. Let's go to Adara.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know I don't really have any news for this market moving. We did have, of course, some comments coming in from Fed's Goolsbee, but the last note I'm seeing from him is actually kind of optimistic. He said that if the Fed gets a few more months of excellent inflation reports, that would persuade him that they're still on the golden path. I also want to mention, Trump's still not at this event. The stream is live, but it's just basically a screen. He did, though, like 5 to 10 minutes ago, or I guess 8 minutes ago, he posted on Truth Social a video of himself getting out of a helicopter, it looks like. So it looks like he may have just arrived. I will keep an eye on it, and I will let you know what's happening here with regards to this event and the market in general. Back to you.
Yeah, we're just asking what is that golden path? That
Yeah, like if you don't
talking about exactly.
You haven't been talking about it a bunch and outlining what metrics you need to continue on the golden path.
I think they're just trying to avoid a recession, and they're just trying to make sure that inflation stays where it is, between 2 and 3, even hopefully a little bit lower than that.
Labor market's okay, man.
Labor market is okay, so maybe that is the path to gold.
Hopefully.
Crypto not doing anything. I mean, 117. I mean, it was been a big day for Bitcoin as we broke through all-time highs today, or last night, and then it continued into today. But I had written down IBIT longs around $66 today, thinking that there was going to be maybe a pullback. There was a pullback, but it wasn't that major. So right now, Bitcoin 17.5, 17.6 still continues to hold some of those levels upside again. I did want to look at the DXY again real quick to get a look at this. Here's Dogecoin. We looked at Dogecoin earlier. Get out of here, ad. Right there, up 7% now and trying to come back just a little bit. The dollar strength has been something that we've talked about a little bit and not doing a whole heck of a lot. I mean, it's kind of matching the market right now, but you could see only up 0.29. But if we go over a daily chart, you're going to see that there's been a lot of weakness in the dollar, and that could have been attributed to many things, especially some of the back and forth, the push and pull that we just talked about with the Fed there. But, at the end of the day, Bitcoin, in gold have been hovering near the highs, and obviously we just got the breakout. So yeah, with a weaker dollar, that's part of the story as well, as the dollar strength losing and Bitcoin gaining as maybe more of a store of value now for Bitcoin. So we'll just wait to see. I mean, people sitting on US dollars have lost this, right? If you're just sitting there on US dollars as a trader. So you got to be careful with that kind of a move, and that's the DXY. Other names like Cardano today continue to shoot upside as we look at some of that. So there goes Cardano on a daily chart. But this is what happened, and this caught me by surprise. I mean, I'm a holder of Cardano, and I don't even know basically from very, very long time ago. But at the end of the day, it got this bump up right here out of nowhere. This is when Trump, I guess back in February, announced the crypto reserve, and Cardano for some reason was mentioned, and it got going there from 66 cents. It was up 100% basically, up to $1.20, and then it just fell all the way back down. So it was Ripple, it was XRP, ADA, ETH, and BTC, and Solana too as well, also mentioned there. But you are coming up to a pretty key level here with ADA, going back to just over a year ago, back in March, where we did struggle to break through 80 cents, and that's sort of been a top again. So now that you're breaking higher here on the daily, the 200 period moving average, it's still not very constructive. I mean, you still have pointing down 50 period. I don't like when one day happens like this. You'd like to see a little bit more continuation before you jump in and buy some of these things. But yeah, Bitcoin strength today for sure. And then, names like a Hut 8. This is a name that I was actually talking with my father yesterday, and he's like, man, we were into this name at $4 or $5, and now it's $30, Hut 8. I mean, huge move there. I'm not even talking about this move. I'm talking about Hut 8 down into here. Canadian company, again, yeah, right back into there. There it goes, big move up, back into there, man. $8 up to 30, big, huge movement still coming.
You know what I was just thinking?
Coinbase also.
Like, WonderFi, like the acquisition of WonderFi that it was like 37 cents.
Who ended up even buying them? I don't even remember.
That was it was Hood, right?
So was it Hood that bought them? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, okay.
No, but I'm just sort of like when you wrap your head around the timing of when this happened and what this probably would have been like how perfect was the timing for this? Like anyone that was hanging on to this as a bag hole probably gets it.
I don't know if WonderFi is actually making any money though.
Yeah, but I still think on just the pure momentum of what's going on, it probably would have tripled. On that, one of those. It does before. Like it had already done. One triple up.
It would have been better than that price.
Yeah, and I just, oh my goodness. And I'm sort of saying that. Like I probably have some old shares of WonderFi that got punked myself. But let's go back to Adara. We got a new story.
I think I might have figured out why we had this drop in the market. And it's a weird one. So basically what happened here was about 14 minutes ago, exactly 14 minutes ago, we had Bill Pulte, who is the leader of the Federal Housing Authority, of course, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. he posted, or he shared here, a statement, I think from himself. It was actually from himself here on official Federal Housing Authority stationery, and I'll show you guys the note. He shared this note here for some reason, both like on the stationery and on X, saying that he's encouraged by reports that Fed Chair Powell is considering resigning. The thing, I haven't heard any actually reports that he is considering resigning, so I am unclear as to what Pulte's sources are. Basically, he posts this. The market made a bit of a move. I'm only seeing this circulate now, but yeah, it looks like Bill Pulte is hearing some reports that Jerome Powell is considering resigning. I need to look further into this because, again, I've heard no reports of that nature. But interestingly enough, here that coming out around when that market took that big drop to the downside. Wanted to let you guys know. Back to you.
Well, I mean, maybe Jerome just wants to get out early. He doesn't like the pressure. That's one of those, are we really dropping on that? Maybe that's why the NASDAQ came back the way that it did a little bit here. Like if you look at the 15, like there's our drop, we're kind of snapping back because if that's the reason we went down, it doesn't seem like a very, very strong one because it's so speculative and we're having such a wishy-washy day. Look, these fintech names are still bleeding to the downside. So JP Morgan saying that all these payment companies are going to have to pay up for. I believe the quote was pay up for the client data. No specifics. Not a ton of specifics, but across the board, they are all down. Whether it's PayPal, whether it's XYZ, they're not looking too good. There was a question. I know I didn't want to interrupt what was happening, and someone asked, "What do we do about Datadog now that it's added into the S&P 500?" And look, some of the reality is about these additions into the index. You're gonna rally into it. You're going to be, like, if you're getting added a lot of times because it's strong. So, like, whether it's, like, Palantir or Uber or when Tesla gets, they're already going to be strong going in a lot of times, and then you're going to get a big gap or something along those lines. And remember we were talking about it, if it can't hold this level when we made the gap up on the announcement and then it goes in, you're just likely to fill in and let it settle down a little bit because it gets front run and there's probably always somebody that knows there's enough money that probably knows it's near enough next in line that it's getting bought up, and then there's a lot of profit taking coming because they're just trading for that moment, and then it becomes a sell the news event. It still hasn't put in a good day. I also believe there was the day after they came in, there was a couple of analyst downgrades that were criticizing the business as well. Bloomberg report had it there. So you're still waiting for this stock after the sell the news to put in forget a flat day, a green day, a green day or a flat day or anything that shows you the buying has come back. And the gap is now filled. I think this would be a nice, reasonable spot to look for it next week. But once we lost that support, I'm like, yeah, I'm not even thinking about that for the long. So unfortunately, remember, oftentimes it's a sell the news type of event, and it was true. I mean, Uber is a good example of it being true in the short run, and then everything was fine in the long run. But you still have that sell the news event that'll happen on something like a Datadog there as well. And yeah, Kip, PayPal is getting chopped, but now you're just seeing it's forming a bit of a bottom here. I don't know if we're going to get a bit of a relief rally in some of these fintech names. Like the only trade we put on since we came on, I had the Tesla, which was. Of course, I take the hit, it's at the high of the day, and then Affirm was fine because obviously all the fintechs went to the downside there. But I was in a SoFi that we had just kind of added some more and had my stop. I didn't even realize it was that news. But I was just in it here and I had my stop. I'm like, oh yeah, SoFi just kind of came back down and broke. In hindsight being 2020, if in the same moment that it's hitting my stop and breaking the trend line, I'd known there was news on it, I could have quickly fired short, but I didn't know. Like I said, if you really knew right away, you could have absolutely hammered it. The only other play you can make is let it bounce, find some kind of an entry, and play a continuation play. Sometimes you're going to get it really quickly on the news, and you'll be able to smoke that trade, no question. But at the end of the day, if you're a little bit slow, you don't always want to chase the bottom. In that situation, it can end up working out, but it bounces back 1.5%, and you now be in the money like 0.5% if you hit that low. So you probably don't want to be doing that, especially on news. Like the algos like to chop you up down there. So let it settle down a bit before you jump back into the play. Oh, wow. Tesla is
Nice
right through
recovery.
313. Good recovery there. And the NASDAQ with a good
330.
recovery.
Oh, no, that was that level.
Because I feel like, yeah, like if that's the reason why the market headed down, then yeah, I guess it would make sense they bought it back up. Like some weird speculation that Powell's going to resign, coming from a place that we wouldn't expect it.
So, yeah, that doesn't make too much
Doesn't make
sense
too much
at all. But it's so funny how it's like, I'm so mad that, and I wasn't that mad, but you know, that we didn't short the futures and instead we shorted Intel. As the futures make the move all the way back up, Intel is going lower. So we will say, wow, Sean, that was a great idea. But I just want to say to everybody out there, like this whole Jerome Powell nonsense, remember when everybody was saying that, you know, Trump should try to run for a third term? Remember when everybody was saying that, but it was only Donald that was saying it? And he came out and he was posting like, wow, some people have mentioned that I should probably run for a third term. We're going to look at how this is possible. You know, things like that. And I just think that that's probably what's happening with Jerome Powell. I've never, ever heard that this guy is thinking about resigning or anything like that. He actually has come out and said he's seeing his whole term full. And to the point where I thought that when it was even discussed that Jerome and company were potentially being pushed out, that he was looking to seek legal advice to see if that was even possible. So I don't necessarily think that anything we hear as far as Jerome Powell and company is going to be true, especially if that talk is coming from, you know, some of these people that Trump has appointed there. It's kind of just like, hey, yeah, you know, put that letter out and see what the response is, right? So I would be very, very careful about that. And if Jerome Powell somehow does resign or is fired, I don't think that's great for the stock market. You know, you want the right people at the right spots. You don't want the president. I mean, he's even said there the other day during that press conference that, you know, he had heard that maybe he would make a good Fed chair, Donald Trump himself. You know, so let's just take it for what it's worth. And obviously some of these tactics that are being used, even by Mr. Jamie Dimon himself, saying that, you know, you guys are going to have to pay up for this on PayPal and Affirm and all that, the customer data. I feel like that's just another bargaining tool and another tactic, right? So we always got to be careful. I mean, the stock market, obviously here, capitalism and all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of money involved, and the rich keep wanting to get richer, and sometimes they don't care about who they hurt in the same time. So just be careful about all of that, right? And so that's just my little talk there about what I think is happening in the market, and Jerome Powell is going nowhere. And in fact, it wouldn't surprise me if by that time the market, you know, by next May, the market's at all-time highs, everything's rocking and rolling, and somebody gets their term extended. So that's going to be my call.
I don't think he'll be extended.
There, no, I don't think he will either.
I think he makes it. I think he makes it to there, but extended.
Oh, he's definitely making it. I just think that it's puff, puff, pass on Donald Trump, and this guy will change his mind just like he changes his underwear. What's up, Adara?
Hey, keep an eye here on FNF. Speaking of Bill Pulte, who is the person who said he heard these rumors of Powell resigning, he actually just posted a new post on X here literally less than a minute ago saying that he had some good conversations with industry today, including the CEO of Fidelity National Titles. So that's why FNF is running. He said that Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae will be collaborating with Fidelity and encouraged other industry participants to do the same. So FNF, nice pop there. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara, and always got to get that news when it comes in. Look, it's starting to give it a little bit back of that FNF. And I see this faux hammer. There is still a law in place that prevents prevents charging for customers' bank data. I'm not entirely.
Yeah, I was going to take Tesla.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, at least based on what JPM was talking about, that would apply. But again, like I'm not some kind of legal expert, so I won't pretend. I'll let the price. The way I would see it, if that was the immediate response, then you'd probably see the fintechs bounce a little bit better than they are right now, because the algos would read that and think of it as a nothing burger, and then would buy it up and take advantage of all the selling that's happening right now. So that's usually my take, is that the money tends to be right, even though I'm not a legal expert, and I wouldn't even pretend to be. I do see we're literally at, and we've gone back and forth. I don't know.
What is it now? Ooh, 118.
No, but see, it's like it's frozen, man. Like, we're just right there. We get right to 118, at least on Binance, on Bitcoin, and to the point that another person in the chat had said, "Why do we always keep talking about IBIT with reference to Bitcoin. Why don't we just talk about Bitcoin in general? That's because here at Real Trading, we're trading IBIT. And we're trading, well, I mean, I've never traded ETHA, but that's what we would trade if we traded ETH. I do believe, like, we still quote, like, if I pull up, pretty sure we still quote it. Like, I can still quote it directly. But I know when we beta tested this, it's just easier to trade the ETF. When you're an equity trader, it's just easier to trade something that looks and moves like an equity. You're just doing all of the same stuff. But like if I wanted to, I can show you guys this chart, but I'm never executing on it. I will always be, and all of us will all be executing on IBIT, right? So we're at 18,000 and trying to break through. This local high is 67.20. I call it 25. I'm taking the long through 67.25.
Yeah, we have, so just that siren just means new position. We're in the Tesla right here at 300. So, or sorry, 300, 313. It was the level that we had talked about breaking there. We actually pulled down. We have this bad wick up here, and I can't edit it on the longer time frame, so that sucks. But right, it will take too long to do it. But right into there, 313. So that was sort of this area that we had focused on before. So we're in it. There it is, man. We just take a little piece out there on Tesla, 25. So we'll take a little piece out there on the X as we try to break through now on Tesla. We'll see if there's an upside play or not here for this. I'm getting out at 212 break, 212, sorry. 212.50 break. If it breaks through 212.50 right there, we're going to get out of that one. So we're going to be long on this, and we're going to see what winds up happening. Our first, actually, what am I talking about? We just got out at 40s right there. We got 313.40 there. I was not 25s. There it is right there. Okay, so we get 313.40s. So perfect. So that's close to 1-to-1 to what we're looking for. So we'll wait to see if we can get more. Obviously, we're waiting for much higher. That was just to take out 10%, like we always do when levels start to go. Because you know, the last couple of days we don't really see anything here on Tesla. So that's why I was dropping down this bigger chart. I mean, now Tesla's trying to get going. We're back up on the week. You know, this Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So nice movement. We started the week down here in the 290s. You know, Chef Joe and all, and everybody that's been trading Tesla with us. We talked about 290. I'd written down 290, 292 on the sticky note numerous times. Here we go, right back up to the upside. You know, now we got to look back to last Thursday where we left you guys before July 4th. And yeah, where that closing price was right there is 313.25. So we're already kind of getting past there. Then you level it up and you say, where's the next sort of spot? It is going to be 314.50, 314 and change. So we'll wait to see if we can get back above there. Some nice upside momentum here into the close for Tesla, despite the market kind of not doing too much. Again, we'll see where it goes. Like, we could wind up losing on this trade. It's not very big piece at all. It's about 1/4 of a unit. Not even worth 1 unit for me here at the end of the day. Just trying to, again, top up a little bit. It's 330, so we still have to battle with those imbalances that are coming out pretty soon. So we're just going to wait on that. Oscar Health just continues to, honestly, man, diamond hand gang on this one. We're near the low of the day. I'm just going to put a piece out now. We're at this low of the day right now on OSCR. So let's put something out again. We'll sit on the bid and see if we can get this fill down. Oh, well, we just got the fill. I bid 31s and wound up punching into it. I never like to hit into a trade, especially when the market's coming down. Like, I would have rather bid 30 there, but as soon as I put the 31, it got hit. So we're out there at 31. Hey man, 70 cents on $15 as it was written. Shout out to Nas again, but that's the trade that we wanted. So good move to the downside. We do average in to Tesla because, again, we don't have a big position. So we're going to give it another 25 cents. If this breaks through 312.50, I'm going to be out of it. I just, you know, it comes right back into past support. The support's a little bit lower than that. I mean, we can change it to 39 or so, but I'm just going to stop out. This was a momentum play. You know, so it just, no momentum right now. It tried to break through 313. It had come from so far. So we know proper trading on this would have been to get long either the 50 period or the 200. We always talk about those things. So yeah, to talk about how much we make or lose on an individual name, it's just like for this one, it does not piece out to a perfect trade. So it's just worth a little bit of a dance here. If we can top up, fine, but it looks like we'll give it back here. A couple more pennies and we'll break down and we'll lose that 40 cents here on Tesla. Again, spread not that spready, so we're fine. We should be okay getting out there on a break. And I don't feel like there's any problems there. So 212. Look at that. Wow, what a mistake. I put 212.48. So it's a good thing I looked at that because... All right, now I'm going to change it to 39s. So right there. So wow, good on me. Good on me, I guess, for talking my way about that trade because we almost did not get stopped out. I would have looked back and been like, what just happened? Why did my stop not trigger? Wrong price. Right there. So yeah, fix your price. All right, now we're right back there. Let's just see if Tesla flushes or not. Now, amazing 10-cent winner. We're not going to take that. Let's see. It's just back and forth here on Tesla. So yeah, I can see. I don't really like this price action. The fact that it's moving like this with nothing happening in the futures, not really my cup of tea. But we'll wait. We just put an offer up there, 313. 20s or so. So maybe we'll get that fill on the way back up. But yeah, there it goes. That's what we're doing. So 312 right now, 48. So but my stop order was at 212. So I did screw that up. All right. So that's about it.
It's only bad if you walk away with, because at least
I could sit here and watch it.
That's what I'm saying. Like if you've ever been in the position as a trader where if you do that and then you get up to go to the bathroom or go to take a walk.
It ain't great.
Sometimes I'll get up, take 2 steps, come back and be like, wait a minute, double check your stop order, and it's 100%. So I came back to the 18 level because someone was like, can you at least look at Bitcoin when you're trading IBIT? I'm like, okay, fine. I came back and wanted to buy in front of 18 to take a breakout. And as I'm watching paint dry on the NASDAQ starts to pull back. So I took a shot that we'd bounce off 18,000. And ultimately, you know, if I'm long at 12 and because the round number means nothing on IBIT, when it broke 18,000, we're like, it's like a random price. You're like 67.06 or something. So it ended up working like 6 cents loss. But I was just looking to bounce off of the 18,000 level. I have it up so I can see 18,000 going off and where the price action is at that particular point. But I also wanted to get to the super chat from Brother Howard. Just had to show you that first. Caps, study up. You'll be 300% higher. Well, for your sake, I hope so. Look, caps don't... My first thought is usually that when you show me a dollar stock that's done absolutely no volume and that we're going to be making ridiculous amounts of money on it, and I look at the chart and it doesn't look all that impressive, is if we'd have a good short float or something. It's a 4% short float, but it is a low floater, 1.6 million. So that does mean if you ever get a catalyst, the float is so tiny it gets soaked up in a heartbeat, whether it's by a hedge fund or like a group of traders, and then essentially like any shorts can't cover because they soak up the entire float or a big chunk of the float, and there's no shares available, and then it acts like a short squeeze because of the lack of liquidity. So there's always the potential with these, but guess what? It needs a catalyst. Like, why would it happen? We've seen that's why we talk about low float names as good sometimes when they get momentum as a stock with a 20 or 30% short float. But I don't see any reason why this would be going. I think that's the other side of the coin. Like, what's actually going to get us to go to the upside? But I mean, good luck is all I will say to that. Still really nothing going on in addition to the initial moves down over in some of those fintech names. PayPal, same low as before. Don't know if we'll get any reload action. I mean, Affirm's slightly lower than when it double bottomed when we got out. This might be setting up for some continuation down here because it bounced off the prior low and now it's consolidating off of the low. So it's 330 now. I'm going to maybe slide in because that's not a bad look here, 66.5 to jump back into the momentum on the fintech downside names as it's showing you the stair step down. If you can bounce off the even $1.66, which it has, let's hold this high, which is about 66.5, and look at this fintech name. I do believe someone just said BBAI. But we looked at BBAI. Maybe.
Yeah, everybody wants to talk about that one, but we want to talk about awesome right now because there goes Tesla. So right now we are that quarter in the money. We did take some out. We just talked about where we got some out. 313.13s right there to the upside. We did get some out at 313 at first right there because I was just like watching this thing bounce against that all the time. So I was like, you know what, man? It's 333. If this wants to go, fine. We'll take some out. We are still holding for more, but we did reload it down there and averaged in. Actually, it wasn't reloading. It was more dollar cost averaging to get a little bit of a better price. We came very, very close to getting stopped out. That's the day trader there right there. I mean, sometimes we get just ticked out. I'm going to take another piece out right here. I can see, I mean, we're up on the stock. So why don't I just take a piece out here? 95. Okay. Oh, we didn't get filled there at 95. All right, come back up. What am I bidding? What am I offering? Oh, 92s. Okay, we got the 92s. All right, anyways, we got 92. I thought I hit it when it was at 95. There it is, so well, we would have got 95. Well, okay, we'll take 20 cents. Look, we're still hoping for more, right? So we'll hold on to that. We've still got half of our position, so let's wait to see there on Tesla. Hopefully it can mature into a closing price above that 314. That's kind of what we're waiting for, and we're going to figure it out very, very soon. So, yeah, some good looks there. That's Tesla. Oscar, Tesla, Intel. Intel's still working for us, but not really doing too much again. So that's what we're doing right now. Any plans for this weekend over there?
Well, I'm hoping, I'm actually really glad.
Rain?
We had a great practice last night, despite the fact that like one very small section of Brampton, where I'm in, got torrential downpours.
Yeah, we noticed
right
that.
before practice. So our practice diamond was like everything was. When I left my house, it was gorgeous. We got to the practice diamond.
Yeah,
the
it
infield
just
was an absolute mess. So a lot of what we want, we did some infield drills because that's what we've been trying to hammer on. It is just like field to ground ball. And one of the things that was working really well at the 6-7 age group, some kids can make the throw from third and short, and other kids can make it from like the pitching mound.
Yep.
So you make sure that you get, like, if you can make the throw from pitch, we want to practice, make the throw you can make accurately, and then build from there. Because trying to have
overextend.
Yeah, little kids trying to make the throw across the diamond, you can't do it.
So we have a game this weekend,
no
or
point.
no?
We're playing on Tuesday, but what we're going to do, we did a lot of hitting drills. And one of the things that the kids loved, and Aaron was all over it, was soft toss.
Right.
We usually, like we do, like it's been tee or I'll do a pitching, but if you don't know soft toss, it's a really cool hitting drill. I love it, but I'm going to.
I have one of those hitting
we're going to do
nets.
a bunch of that.
Yeah, we hit into the hitting nets. Wiffle balls.
Yeah, I have a ton of wiffle balls.
I throw like 100 of those at Geo.
I love the wiffle ball, but I love soft toss, and so she's all over it.
Yeah, good.
Just very quickly, there's nothing on the early imbalances, absolutely nothing. There's a couple of names that are small for about 1 million shares, like Gap. 1.4 million. We'll let you know if anything shows up. I'm going to double check because I didn't check the note this morning. It's Friday. Sometimes there's index actions. I'm going to make sure if there's anything that we're expecting to be big that we can find out. But I'm not really seeing anything in particular. I think it's a good thing we got it a Bitcoin. It just lost 118 again.
We are like actually doing pretty well here with our strategies so far here. Tesla, nice move back into again 1330s. So nice little move there for Tesla as we get lighter and lighter on this one. Oscar continues to go down. So does Intel. So far here this afternoon, we've had 2 trades for you. Intel, this is what this looks like, and Tesla. This is what this looks like. So far, so good. We'll watch out for Intel. And Oscar, by the way, right now, just getting crushed right now to the downside. So we'll watch Oscar or Intel. Maybe Intel's a little more exciting. But for now, if you do scan that QR code that you can see on your screen, you will become a member of the eSignal family. And that's because it is your first month for free. So you scan that QR code, you get the platform, you see if you like it. Let's go. Tesla right now, almost $1 in the money. The eSignal app store has over 50 plus brokers that you can connect to. So no matter which platform you're using, they'll most likely have an answer for you right there. So make sure you do scan it, get over there. Again, wow, Tesla. All right, more money being made on Tesla than that QR code. But right there it goes, man. We're now $1 in the money on that one. Man, taking, Sharif had mentioned to me, he's like, great, take a week off. It's been fantastic. You're on such a heater, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, that kind of makes people not want to take it off. But at the end of the day, man, refresh will be good. But there goes Tesla. We don't have a negative stock today, man, on the board for myself. We've got Amazon. I think we're both having quite a day. Intel as well. We just put that on board right there. Oscar Health. Do we need to talk about it? No, we do not. We've already done that. The TQs, I mean, they were great this morning. We got stopped out right there, but still a good trade there early. And then obviously what we've been doing on Tesla right now included a reloaded position, or a DCA, I should say, because we only got it at 10%. So we added another piece, same piece there twice. We just got that fill as well. So there it is, man. Now we are officially that $1 in the money. What's up, Max? Right there. I gotta go get a little sip of water here, but there it goes, man. Nice move to the upside. No, it did not. Do not say that, Jam Loki. You guys know that
XRP moved.
Yeah, you guys know that I just bought Ripple at $2.20 and talked about it live on the show. So this is what I'm talking about. I mean, the heater is now on the show, and it's also on, I guess, in our PAs as well, because there goes ADA as well. Cardano up to 75. Let's go. And then XRP I'm guessing here, I don't know if it did go to $3. I'm just going to double check that. Yes. Wow. Okay. What a move there for Ripple today. 12%. Nice move up there for XRP, of course, the coin XRP, the company Ripple. But there it goes. Nice move there into $3. Yeah, buddy. Almost back to all-time highs. So this is a banger there for anybody in the crypto space. Okay, again, congratulations anybody that rode any of this stuff to the high side, man. XRP doing, again, amazing work there in the crypto space today for any bulls. So congratulations, man. We were talking about XRP Army and all that kind of stuff. So wow, everything's sort of turning up right now, whether or not it's the trading, whether or not it's crypto and all of that. But we're just having a good time here. And sometimes when you have a good time, you know, good results come, and it's just the positive vibes continue to flow around here. What was that we just got out of right there? We got out of something, Oscar? No, okay. Oh, did Intel tick lower? Oh boy, that's what it was. Wow, what's up, Brendan? Hope you're doing well as he's chilling out there in our podcast room. What's up, Brendo? But there's a nice move down there as well. So look, man, we've talked about a lot of different things today, plus giving you these trades. So hit the like, hit the subscribe, man. And Mike Peter Ryder, that is a fact, Jack. These trades are bangers today. Niels, you were just in one, I think?
Well, I'm not happy with Affirm.
Oh, Affirm.
Look, I can show you.
I'm gonna go get a
No, Affirm literally went double to the downside just now. Like I thought, you know, we talked about this one in here. If you're just tuning in now, obviously there was a story here to cause this and all the fintech names. JP Morgan saying that they're going to have to, fintech names are going to have to pay up for client data. So at the moment, it looked like we're making a double bottom. All of the other ones were breaking through, so we got out. Didn't find my way back into Affirm, but we're still bleeding over. I did say I would look up to see if we're expecting anything on an imbalance. There might be a small one on Mobileye. It's the S&P total market. Mobileye is a small upweight. It's entirely possible something happens there, but it's small enough. I think it's like $1.7 million, which is not huge, because Mobileye is only a $29 stock. So I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal on MBLY, but I'm going to have that one up just in case. It's actually breaking. One of the reasons why it's interesting to me is if I see something that's supposed to be a potential buy on the index or in an index at the end of the day in the imbalances, and it's at the low of the day, well, it gives you a good opportunity, because if it does come out as expected, a lot of times your risk is to the low and it's already been selling off. So I'm going to have this one up for sure. Anish there. I don't really know. I mean, we talked about BBI. Maybe I'll go back to it in a quick little second. How is Daniel asking, how is Google for a swing position? Let's have a look. Full disclosure, my most recent action on Google was to take off, in my personal account that is, but it's not in a swing account, it was in my personal long-term account, was to actually sell some Alphabet and buy Meta with it. So I mean, it worked out, but it didn't work out because I could have sold something else that wasn't as good as Google. So basically, this is what I've been looking at on the chart for Google. So if I'm swinging in Google, it has everything to do with this trend line, and I'm looking for a break of the trend line higher or a dip into the trend line. I mean, certainly you could just take out this top here at about 182 to play it into the top of the trend line, and I don't know what you'd use for support in that particular case, because you're not going to buy it here, stopping there to take that profit. Like, you could be front running the move, breaking the trend to buy it in here, maybe, but I'm looking for the dip buy in Alphabet into this trend line. This is just a daily chart. It's pretty easy to draw the trend line on the daily chart. I love the upward channel. I think Google maybe got underestimated a little bit. Everyone was let's just say way too concerned with, oh, they're losing on search because ChatGPT is coming out with their own browser. And just like Amazon with the early Prime Day bad results, what was the reaction when we sold on that OpenAI browser news? Bought right back up, just like the Prime news. Bought right back up. It's telling you something. The big money's trying to get it back into a lot of these Mag 7 names because they're catching up. So I think it's a pretty good channel. I like working off trends, and this has got a very, very clean one here on Google. So that's about 170. I don't know if we're getting back down there. You can use the 200-period moving average as an entry off that as well. As a day trade, breakout 182. Yeah, the breakout on a day trade to those highs, that's fine. But on a swing, I don't like the risk to reward. That's all. Just going back to Oh, did BBA finally go? I wrote SSR as if it did get SSR, but if it doesn't, then it's not as fun because it's so much juice if it does go. It's exactly where it was before the last time we talked about it. I don't even know if we get locates for free. It's pretty late in the day. It's about 3:40. As Sean already mentioned, when you double up and pull back, the last time it did this, well, where'd it go? Where was your prior? It was like a head and shoulder. It tried to bounce at $5. So why wouldn't it try to bounce down here at 450? That's what makes a lot of sense to me. I think you go wait for it to get in here, bounce off that 50 period or 450, take your shot there. It didn't work here. You had to wait for it to consolidate, but why not? That'll be the 50 period moving average. I wouldn't. I look at that pattern and it's like, why would I touch it until it either shows the bottom or it gets to that 450? So that's what I'd be paying attention to as well. UNH up there. I haven't looked at UNH at all today. I'm still looking for an entry into a firm, which is probably not going to be one because it's 5 minutes till the imbalances come out. And when you're that tight to the imbalances, I don't want to short the low of the day. So yeah, I'll slap a fail for not hanging on to a firm. Looks like it was much weaker than actually I even initially thought on that headline.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, these headlines are what they are for now. We're going to get a piece out of Tesla. We're very, very light on it now. We have less than that 10% left right now on Tesla. I mean, we got what we needed, man. We talked about, hopefully it can get to 314 by close. Well, that's what it did. So when it came up there, we got some 70s and we got some 80s, and that's it. So that's a wrap, Jack, right there on Tesla. So that's a good one there. We'll continue to watch that. Intel's doing better than we could have thought, so we take some more out there. We have about 15% or so left of Intel. As we get ready for those imbalances, so they're going to be coming out very, very soon. We'll see what's going on. It doesn't look like there's going to be too much action, despite it being a Friday. Sometimes you get some options availabilities there, so we'll wait to see what that comes up there as well. Yeah, man, just some news that's popping in here. I did hear NEGG. I was going to say NEG, and I don't know. I guess that's what it is. There's a move there. We'll find out there, but there's some nice action up right there.
Lion just halted.
Something just got halted. Oh, Lionsgate, that's what it was.
Lionsgate just halted.
Yeah, so Lionsgate Studio right now, maybe some interest from somewhere there, so we'll find out what's going on there. Halted upside.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Oh, somebody's weighing an acquisition.
Apollo, I believe they said.
Yeah, so right there. So again, I think there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, you can see some of the media. People are trying to, fall hand over fist over some media properties, right? And so Netflix, we've seen a move down in Netflix. Obviously, if Lionsgate, not that they're going to be the same as Netflix, but if they get a bid there as well, Lionsgate, maybe that does help out some of these places. So Warner Brothers, Discovery, things like that. We've seen Disney make moves to the high side as well. 124 was the most recent high. That probably could have been talked about a little bit more, but Disney up top, and we did this, man. We zoomed out and was telling everybody about this 124. I'm holding it over here. It's going to be over here somewhere. That 124 that came and went again. So see where my cursor is? Oh, I was a little bit off, but there it is right there. So we went all the way back to last April to talk about this with you guys. And so a good little play there for anybody long Disney. Maybe you got out, as we had talked about there, for some of those profits. But yeah, man, there goes Tesla right back up to 314 again. So, just some of the talk today. Again, we weighed those tariff pauses, or that new release there, 35% into Canada. It started the day off pretty negatively, but we did rebound on that, and now we're getting some Fed speak throughout the day. Hasn't really helped that much. I think this was it Goolsbee right here that was just talking again, brought the market down. As soon as he left, the market went right back up. We didn't hear too much from Trump today or anything, so the market pretty choppy, but at the end of the day, right now we're at the same levels we were at back at 10 o'clock. So just a little bit of an up and down. VWAP holding. It looks like it'll be a positive look there for today. But yeah, so far so good, man. I mean, very, very positive. We'll end the week with not a red mark on all 5 days. So that's really good. Again, leaving on a heater. It's been great. CoreWeave has also got downgraded.
The bleed is real. I remember saying
going lower, right?
I was skeptical it would go double digits, and it's going to go double digits. Well, it's close enough.
Yeah, this one might be Did Big Bear, did you look at that? Did it go double digits?
It did. Big Bear just barely tagged it. So it's going to be SSR on Monday, which is it's not a positive thing for the stock. It's just sometimes a good momentum. I know we're going to, just one quick thing. There's CoreWeave. The bleed. This is now, I'm not going to bother counting. There's like one or two positive days in the last couple of weeks. It's there's no end in sight that's obvious to me until you get to about $100. So we're going to look shorts on this stock. And pretty much, you don't get this much agreement usually on the desk here that something is a short, as you did with something like a CoreWeave. Let's go to Adair.
Yeah, it's funny, Sean, you just said that Trump didn't speak much today. Well, he just started speaking at that Texas event about an hour and 40 minutes after this was supposed to begin. He did just start speaking. Like I said, this is about the situation in Texas with the flooding. So it's not necessarily likely to be market related, but it's always worth knowing when he's speaking in case any market related questions do come up. I will be listening to this. Back to you.
Thanks, Adair. 1 minute to go until the imbalances come out. The only thing that might be a little something, as I said, is potential you could have a small buy imbalance, relatively speaking, on Mobileye. I'm going to have that one up. If it does come out a couple million to the buy side, that'd be good. But Verizon early look was sell of 2.5 million and gap of 1.4 million. That's about it. And yeah, like the other thing too is there was massive, well, not massive, there were big imbalances yesterday on Intel and all of the Mag 7. Like all of them. They were all buy side. NVIDIA was the biggest at about, I don't want to say 3 to 3.5 million shares on NVIDIA. And then there was a good pairing event that you could take the 355 trade on. So with 20 seconds to go, we'll leave it here. We'll check out the imbalances as they're about to come out in about 10 seconds.
That's right now $1.30, man, on that one. Ringing registers all over the place. Wow, what a good move there this afternoon on TSLA. Oh boy, over under on that next week as Obi will be filling in for me. But there goes Tesla in 2 and 1, and now the imbalances are now out. Maybe it comes back in a little bit, which it looks like it does. But what a move there at the end of the day for TSLA up to 314. We got that fill, and that was great. Remember what we were sacrificing here, a quarter on this trade to make 125 cents. So not too bad right there. And then Intel, man, again, boom, downside right there for INTC. So we'll end the week just basically on fire right here, like so much. So we're really happy with that. Yeah, shout out to Roadrunner in the chat. I talked about this yesterday. I actually tweeted it out. I bought some Berkshire here at the 200 period moving average. So when that shows up, you'll see it, but it's right around here. Yeah, so I can't remember the exact price. It was a couple days ago we tweeted it out. It must have been a little bit underneath that because it wasn't at Monday. But we're long Berkshire right now. We've been long for a minute, but we bought more. So we bought more there on Berkshire back into the 200 period moving average ahead of bank earnings. Bank earnings starting next week. So again, you'll see that with Neil and Obi. There should be some good fun happening there with the boys next week. So yeah, just that's about it for me, man. You know, Intel just continues going. We tweeted that out. Go make sure you do follow me. Again, I'm going to stop out of it all right now at 46, I guess, if we get it. There it is. So we get the 46s to end that trade. So right there, it's another one. And we'll just props it up to everybody because that's what we do around here. And yeah, so far so good on that trade. We'll just continue to sort of watch to see what winds up happening now as we get into the close with, you know, basically the imbalances now out. The only thing we have left is Oscar, and that's been great, and then Tesla as well. So we'll go 4 for 4 there today, all pretty big. Amazon, Intel, Oscar, TQs, and Tesla. Sorry, 5 for 5 there today. So a successful one. Neil and Obi will be taking the reins next week. I'll be with Adair on the close with Steve Tileman. So that should be a heck of a lot of fun. So make sure you do join us all then. And for now, that's about it for me. Tesla kind of reversing. I'm going to put an offer at 314 just to get out.
Great look on Tesla. David sends a gift towards you in the better half spa day. It's not spa day, but Beantown, you can do whatever you want to do down there. We got a couple of super chats. And then David, and then Brother Howard, gift for the vacay. We'll hit the like on that one for sure. If there was a big imbalance, I would have told you at 350. Yeah. But there was nothing out there. And then Mobileye came the wrong way, everybody. So like if something happens at 350, like we're not going to ignore it. But there was nothing except for a couple of Toronto banks looking pretty interesting as well. But look, obviously, yeah, it might be a nothing burger. I'll still eyeball this in case there's a flip. Like if Mobileye flips from a sell to a big buy, I'll still have it up because it's at the low of the day. And there's an opportunity there to be had. I think we finished the thought. We more or less finished the thought on CoreWeave. But I think if you're not, like every single morning to come in and pay for shorts on CoreWeave and try to find a short. You know, and whether you have muted success on it, like today, we only got about, I'd say like 40% of the move on CoreWeave. You don't have to do anything. But if you're looking to follow the trend on this, you're looking to the short side. I shouldn't speak like you have to be doing anything, but you should be looking to the short side, just the way that it is going right now. I keep seeing everyone talk about UNH, which we have not pulled up at the high of the day and still going. You know the problem with UNH? What are we doing? Like, what's going on here? Like, if this was going to do that rebound everyone was looking for, why hasn't it done it yet? This has been an absolute nothing burger. Like, anyone that bought that crazy last dip, you're not out of the money. Like, everybody that bought it is in the money. It's just not doing anything. I can't think of a stock that was so volatile and violent that is now less active in the market than UNH. It could just mean the next good move is going to be spectacular, but until it starts to show some life, I just don't know what we do with UNH right here. Keel in the chat saying maybe they're waiting on earnings. I don't know. That's a good. That could be a good reason. It needs a catalyst. I'll be all when it starts moving again. I'll be all over it. I took a swing on this, but it's not making any money. You're not. Look, like I said, if you bought the day after the dip, you're in the money on this stock. But I'm considering that a fail because if you bought anything on May 16th, you're doing a heck of a lot better. That's how I should be referencing this. A lot of people like that long trade, and yeah, while you probably made a little loss something on it or might be in the money, the market has been busting out, so it really hasn't been all that successful in my opinion. Let's go to Adair. Oh, too late.
Both of these are on watch as we do get apparently India Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau is releasing the preliminary report on the Air India plane crash. I haven't seen any details of the report, but just worth noting, keep an eye on these stocks. Back to you.
All right, we've closed out our Oscar trade there as we just punch out at 30. I mean, the downside was pretty much over with there. So, yeah, good trade there, 15 down to 14.30, basically makes the day. But we do have other trades again, of course, and we'll wait for next week when we do have JP Morgan kicking off on Tuesday. You know, the big earnings starts next week. So we're back in it, man. We're back in the flow of things. We had Levi earlier. Okay, come on, Tesla. Just end it right now, man. We're you know what? Forget it. I'm just going to punch out. We'll punch out at 57. It doesn't really matter. We don't want to get too greedy. There it is. Oh, there it goes. Okay, yes, sir. So there it goes then. To end the day, we are now flat. Big day alert for sure today as the market doesn't do much, but we did hit it for you at the end of the day with Intel and then with Tesla. So good one there. Pretty happy with the performance in those names. And again, thank you so much for everything today. No problem, Silverado Blue. You're welcome. And again, thank you, Brother Howard and David in the chat for your kind words and your super chats. We will have a great time. I just told Marissa, man, I'm bringing home a bottle of something, so it'll be a nice little white something, maybe a Chablis or something like that. We'll be relaxing.
What do you guys think?
We're having Indian food, but we're going out for that, so we'll be.
Oh, you bring a bottle to the.
No, I was just gonna drink it before we go.
Oh, gotcha.
So, but maybe afterwards. Now, I actually forgot that we're going out. But we have a busy morning. We got to be up tomorrow around 6 or so to be up north to pick up our kids for 9 and 10. So that should be exciting. So we're up early tomorrow, so no rest for this one as well. Thank you, Roadrunner, again.
Enjoy that Tesla.
Yep, we'll enjoy that tonight.
Were you gonna drive the?
No, we're not driving it up. Yeah, we're driving the big truck up there, so we'll have some fun with that. But yeah, only 3 minutes to go now. I'm not really closing out any positions. We're done. Just make sure that everything is ready to go. Thank you, Roadrunner, for that as well. So I'll just hit a thank you on that, and we'll make a note of that and say thank you very much. So thank you, Roadrunner, for that super. Here it is, right here. The super chat. I should show it to you guys on the show right now. But Adair and I will be joining you guys momentarily for the market recap show. So yeah, for everybody here, thanks again, and we'll see you in 7 trading days.
Exactly. And of course, we'll be right back and we'll do our best to fill in those shoes. And shout out to, don't forget your passport.
Yeah, for sure not.
That's one.
We'll not be forgetting. We can bring the kids with us too, so they always want to know.
I copped to this, it was 2 years ago, and we're doing our annual trip to spring training. And we're leaving on the weekend. It was supposed to leave like the Saturday morning or something. And I'm literally taking the subway to my train home when I realized, that's when I found out my passport had expired. And I'll tell you right now, people will complain about dealing with like immigration and going to the passport office and whatnot. Look, man, it wasn't the flight I was taking in the morning, but I was on the flight that afternoon having dinner with my wife and daughter that same night when I thought I was going to miss it by a couple of days. And they were absolutely fantastic as far as I'm concerned.
They can get it done.
They do a great job and can get it done in one day. So like a lot of people give grief for a lot of those services. I'm like, man, they couldn't be better. But yeah, always double check to make sure it's not. And look,
you can do it now 10 or 15 years the past.
Yeah, you just get the longest one, so you're not even having to worry about it. You can get the Nexus too, which allows you to go in. I don't do that, but go to the States, so much easier. For sure. 1 minute to go. There was nothing, like I said, I was only looking for a Mobileye to be a bid. It did pair off the sell, but you can see like it's not there for a buy, and nothing is all that significant either, everybody. So there really wasn't much of anything outside of the banger on Tesla, and then anything you took in the fintech space probably worked out for a short. Should have mentioned this. If you happen to spot a fintech name that didn't bleed this afternoon, maybe worth a good look. It's something to scan for. Anytime we see this, like what held up really well? I mean, Robinhood didn't really break. I mean, it went red, but it didn't break fresh lows. So that could be a good sign. What did SoFi do? I was in SoFi that was strong. That kind of continued to the downside, but still held up 1%. We know what PayPal did. We know what Affirm did. I'm not going to go over those another time here because it was kind of obvious. But you want to see how things react to news. And as I say that, Bitcoin back above 118,000. I think it was a bit of a disappointment with Bitcoin in that it was mostly sideways. But sometimes you make such a big move, it's not that far that you have to go. Let's get the camera over to Dare. We got about 10 seconds left here. What an unbelievable week it's been. There's going to be a lot of volatility coming right through, especially in the crypto market. Let's ring it, Adara. Thank you so much. I really hope, K-Fry, that the Bitcoin wall is not 120. I want to see 125. I've stunk offer it up around there and hopefully get some out there. I do see Aura Alpha mentioned that Circle made a move. I have not looked at that stock, so out of my own curiosity, I do want to see what Circle has done. We'll see. Whoops, my level 2 is frozen, so I'm not going to. It doesn't really matter. Look, everybody, I want to give a big special. We had obviously some fun in the midday because it was Taco Friday, everybody. So a big shout out to all the super chats that we got, everyone, all the love that we got over that. And we said we'd have some fun and we had tacos and it was good fun. And a big shout out to our entire team. But remember, you don't have anywhere to go. Why? Because we still have a banger of a market recap show brought to you by GlobalX and their product Beta Pro. And it's going to be, we have Steel Timon, special guest coming through. Of course, we've got Adair. Sean is going to have a fantastic vacation. I know it, 7 days. We'll do our best. Of course, always going to do a great job filling in like he always does. Your market recap show is going to start. We're going to go over all the crypto names for sure. FinTech, everything is there for you. Maybe even some questions you get in there in the chat. Let's go up to the desk. It's Sean, it's Adair, special guest Steve Talman, your GlobalX market recap show.
Great time. What taco did you wind up having?
I got a beer.
Ooh, oh, quesadilla.
Yeah,
Oh, look at you, so
What did you end up
fancy.
getting?
Neil just ordered like the trifecta, so I think it was one of each.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Into there. The fish one was my favorite, of course, so we
Fish is
definitely.
solid. The fish tacos at Gus are really good as well. I've had that. Grilled or fried?
Just
Whatever it was.
eaten. I don't remember.
Yeah.
I didn't look at it. I would think it was probably grilled, but I don't know. I don't know. I didn't see it, but it was all sort of torn up there. So it was a good one though. All right. So yeah, right now, what do I have? USO up here right now as well. SLV, silver pulling back in. I don't need necessarily a 1 minute chart, but here we go today. Thank you for joining us one more time. Let me see. What do we have?
And
a
the
date chart in
Beta
there
Pro by GlobalX Market Recap Show.
Yeah, exactly.
'Cause
This
that
market
is
recap show
what
is
this
brought
show
to you
is.
by Beta Pro right there on the chat. Make sure on the screen. Make sure you do scan that QR code. Thanks for reminding us there. Adara for that one. Yeah, silver today. I want to talk about that. We didn't get too much involved with this on the main show there, but there goes silver today breaking through. So there it goes, man. Yeah, wow. Good move upside there for SLV. It's sort of been a little bit of the laggard here as we've continued to watch out silver versus gold and whatnot, but there goes SLV today making new moves through the roof. We didn't have too many intraday stories there today. I see that note from you due to lack of intraday stories, but the Qs going out near all-time highs again today, although we did have a little bit of a move down 0.24%. You know, the NASDAQ chopped around. Some of the moves today, if we can call over the stock heat map just real quick. Again, we'll just go over some major names that were moving around. I mean, Google 1.45% as we had that downside push by Google based on on the ChatGPT and OpenAI search bar and potential search engine there. I think that does hit Google's business. We've talked about that over and over again. So I think it's a bad sign for Google, but it doesn't mean that that's the only lever they have to push. We also have Amazon right there. That's okay, Neil. You can take that hot sauce, no problem. Yeah, man, take the hot one. If it was any good, take them all, man. Amazon right there down, today. Walmart down, Costco as well. Yeah, there it is. Hey, come on. Yeah, come on the show. There
I don't have a mic on.
Okay.
But I want to say, like, this hot sauce
is good.
It's good. But
this is the hotter one.
This is the hotter one, but it's like a 6 in terms of.
Okay. And the other one's like a 2 or 3. Okay, have a good week with Obi. Yeah, man. Yeah, we will. We will.
Say hi to the fan for me.
We will for sure. Yeah, get home safe there. Don't tear your other Achilles on your way home. Okay, so that would be bad, right?
That's quite the drastic turn there, Sean.
Yeah, it's called content. All right, so there's Meta right now, 1.34% to the downside right now as well, as we talk a little bit about that one. Tesla up 1.17%. Yeah, I mean, pretty much like as you're looking across all the sectors, and we'll go over the ETF watch in just a minute, but you know, I think it was maybe technology, some of the names that were held up upside. AMD today for the chip space up 1.57. NVIDIA pulled back a little bit at the end. Apple down today as well. Broadcom down. So it's kind of like a mixed bag as we look. Even these services names, Oracle off of all-time highs, they're down today. Meta, Salesforce, man, these software as service plays, I don't know, some of them are coming off. Have you seen Snowflake lately? Talk about software coming back in. Look at Adobe, down 2% again today. Palo Alto, right? There's the move down on PanW, not trading that well there on Pan. Adobe also downside, right? We thought they had some misses on their earnings, but that continues to be a problem. As Figma coming, I don't know if we heard about when that's coming, but Figma coming very soon to a NASDAQ near you probably. And that was Adobe sensed that they were eating some of their lunch. They tried to buy them for $20 billion. That got denied. We'll see what they come to market with, Sigma. But PanW, Salesforce getting hit to the downside. Fortinet again, and there's CrowdStrike. So, you know, as we talk about some of the valuations, some of these names have PAs that are like ridiculous, right? I mean, some of these PEs in the 100 mark. So you got to watch out for that coming to the downside. This is what we're talking about today. Not too many in the green sector, right? We had some marijuana still upside a little bit. I don't know, up 1.7%. Again, just some talk there about new members that are being appointed, some favoring some of the cannabis laws that they're trying to get through there. So we'll see if that ever gets sort of that approval. Today, we actually didn't look at any uranium names, which is kind of weird today. I didn't look at SMR or Okla or anything, but they started to go up to the upside with uranium up 1.3%. Some of the worst ones today, Jets ETF, but we know why. Just a cool down, man. Yesterday we had that big move with Delta, and they had great earnings there. With AAL upside, so they're coming back down a little bit there with the Jets ETF. TAN, of course, is going to be the solar names as well coming through. But some of the bigger stories today, Amazon pushed higher. I'm just trying to read some of these reports that we had there. Yeah, cloud service names downside. Weakness in tickers like Netflix continues, right? I mean, what's up with that? As Netflix giving some back, pulling right back into the 50. Let's buy some Netflix next week if it continues to go down. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But realistically, it was an IBIT kind of a day until it wasn't. I mean, as far as a day, yes, there's the break. We talked about Bitcoin getting to those all-time highs, but as a trade today for IBIT, let me pull this into a 10-minute chart, give us a little, this should give us all day for sure. Pretty flat. Let's go into a 5-minute chart, actually. That should look a little bit better for us right there. IBIT today started the day at these highs, kind of ended where we started, right? The only move today for Bitcoin was actually down. No higher moves today. It came in. Its highest spot there was last night as these charts stopped. Actually, that's 5:40 a.m., I believe. Nice move there to the upside, or that's p.m. Yeah, 7-11. What day is today? 11, yeah. Okay, so that's actually this morning.
It's 7-11 day.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Did you go to 7-Eleven?
No, I'm going to go after work.
I think you can just bring, is that the one where you can bring any cup and get it filled up?
No, that's bring your own cup day. That's a different day. I don't think bring your own cup day is it's usually a little bit before 7-Eleven. It's usually during like the school year.
What are they doing today then?
I think they're just giving you free Slurpees.
Oh, free Slurpees?
I don't know. That's what Irvine said. Either way, I have rewards, so I'm not worried about paying. You can get, if you accumulate enough points, you can actually get them for free. But that's besides the point.
I did see it. Sometimes we'll go, I don't get the Slurpee, man, way too much sugar for this guy, but the kids sometimes will spoil them and they get one every once in a while, not too often, but I was $2 for like any size Slurpee this summer, so it's like they're getting out of hand there. Yeah, free Slurpee on 7-Eleven, says Mike DeRider. So yeah, and some of the crypto stocks were actually in focus today, right? We talked about some of those names today, including, right, I mean, the big move up there for XRP, right? So Ripple today really gets going there against the US dollar. So boom goes the dynamite, up 12%. And there's the move on the daily for XRP. Again, used for payments, Western Union. There's going to be many more names involved now. I'm going to do some research there, probably not this weekend, but when we get back to see what's going on. And this is almost back to all-time highs again. And you guys know XRP Army, what's up? We were loading this up down into there, selling our Ethereum, getting into Ripple. We did it live on the show, so it's nice to see that bouncing upside as well. We have Cardano, sort of my baby from a long time ago. That's finally starting to go, but again, I'm expecting it to get right back up to 120 before I even think about selling. So a lot of room to go on Cardano. It might not get there, man. Supply is a problem with a lot of these coins, right? So average daily volume right there, 32 million. Today going out at 125. So big time movements there. Only 26 billion on that. That's Cardano, the other one that we wait for. And again, we had Michael Noss on earlier, and of course, he's looking at where is Solana futures. I don't want that. I want Solana versus US dollar. So Solana, there it goes, type it in all the way. There it is, Coinbase. So again, Michael was looking at this $300 mark for that, talking about a double potentially coming there for Solana. And again, this is where we build on top for all those smart contracts. A lot of the meme coins being built over here on Solana. So we'll wait to see if we can get back up there. I think no way some of these things get that high again. And if they do, man, I am dumping out on that one. So yeah, man, jam low-key, man, 52 cents there for your level on XRP. Let's go. That's a good one there. Yeah, I feel like that's true of Cardano, man. Maybe I will get out of there and go into something else, as Cardano's kind of just been flat there. So you're watching, I can see on your screen there, President Trump talking. Saying anything worth value to report back?
It's nothing related to the market at all. Melania's here too. The whole gang's here.
Melania's
They're just
there.
in Texas talking about the tragedy happening in Texas. We, of course, extend all of our sympathies to people who are dealing with that in Texas right now, people who know people who are dealing with it in Texas right now. The only news that I've seen, apparently Apple reportedly set to win the rights to stream F1 in the US, but we already kind of got the sense they were going to do that. F1, not the movie, but actual Formula One, though. It is funny that they released that they have this Apple F1 movie, and then they casually want the rights as well. It's a pretty smart segue for AAPL.
Yeah, we were talking about that. I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday, when there was rumors that Apple wanted to get into the F1 game. And I think that they'll probably wind up doing that, pay for those rights. They paid for the rights on MLS and things like that. So, all right, some small cap movers today for those of you that are interested. INKT today, of course, therapeutics name. They get that report. I can just click on here and see exactly what that was. Therapy cures, testicular cancer. So there it goes right there. 530% there after cell therapy curing. Okay, testicular cancer. Wow, that's that would get you up 700%, which it was up at one point there today. So, we champion anything that's cancer related, as all the money and all the time and all the lives that this has affected. We hope for the best for all of these companies, but INKT has seen nothing like this in its past. And these companies definitely benefit from lower rates, because as they, have to borrow money to develop these cures and these therapies. So that's great to see there on INKT. Okay. $150 million a year for Formula One, that's all?
I don't know that.
That doesn't seem that much. I just heard that right now out of my ear. $150 million to stream the rights. That doesn't seem like enough. Okay, SLNH today against Soluna Holdings, another move higher there today. So we'll find out. So there's 36% for no reason for excitement. So I don't know what's going on there. But top tier Bitcoin miner. All right. So there it goes.
It's a day two move.
Yeah, day two move. So there goes SLNH there as well. And of course, near the end, I thought we had a nice move for Workhorse there today as well. Yeah, actually, I kind of started off early as well. Workhorse up another 49% today. Nice move there for Workhorse, but they got beat up for a while. Now above $1. We'll see if they can wind up surviving Workhorse. So those are just a couple names there. And then what surprised me today, and it was your trade of the day, it was all over the sticky note, of course, it was Amazon, and we waited for 222, and man, did we get that. We got 222.50. It didn't get into 222, but they had a nice move up there today. As Prime Day, what did you guys buy on Prime Day? Prime Day now now over, well, July 11th, I guess, is the last day, so you have a couple more hours to get into some Prime Day deals. I didn't really see too much, although I saw some Amazon. I was trying to look last night just for fun, and I didn't spend enough time on it, but I didn't really see anything there as well. Just to talk quickly about some of those crypto plays, Bitcoin didn't really do too much during the day. We talked about that, but it did have that run. I could see again, I mean, people can do whatever they want with their money. That's for sure, right? I mean, that's the one thing that's the best. I got to move my face a little bit because this Bitcoin chart will be blocked there, Fabian, just for a second. But is that, yeah, that is Fabian over there. Fabian's we have a special announcement to make. I mean, I can talk about it a little bit right now. Fabian is doing a lot of work here with a charity. What's the charity called? Oh, do you want me to show that picture that you sent me? Okay, hold on a second. Fabian has hair down to his rear, I would say right now, and that's probably close, right, Fabian? And he's going to be donating right here. So we set up a GoFundMe. You guys can get into it now, but we're going to be doing this very, very soon with Fabian. There's my guy Fabian right there. We're going to try to get 10 grand for this guy. GoFundMe, Shave for a Smile, funding wigs for kids. So that's, I mean, let's go on that one. Bang, bang, bang on that one. He's going to shave his head live here. We're going to get the charity to come in. Hopefully, we're working on a few things. So we're just showing this early as we go for charity here. There's some kids, and again, we talked about cancer and different things that wind up happening to kids, whether or not they've had surgeries and whatnot, donating that to make a proper wig. So
it's really we had
Fahad do that earlier. His donation was to going back, I think it was, I can't remember. It wasn't wigs for kids, but it was something similar.
It was a charity or something.
It was a charitable event as well. So we want to say thank you to Fabian for doing that, and that's going to be here live on the show. So as that happens, that's in the upcoming times. We're going to wait to get that. Make sure we're doing everything right and safe and clean and all that, because apparently when you're there it is. What's up, Fabian? Yeah, look at that. It's all coming off, baby, right there. I know.
That's wild.
He's going to be handsomer than ever. Once Fahad shaved his head, he's never gone back. He used to have huge hair. Now he's always that like little, one or whatever on your shaver there. So a quarter of an inch or so. So shout out to Fabian, going to be the handsome devil that he is with no hair very soon. And we want to say thank you to that. And this is what we're doing, man. The Chilean nightmare becomes the Chilean king real fast right there. So that should be a lot of fun. All right. Anything else coming before we call on Steve over here?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just so you guys know, there's nothing too crazy happening. Dr. Phil was just talking at this Texas event, but nothing market moving. Also, Maroon05 wants to know what indicators you use in your chart while trading. I know you use VWAP, and I know you use some MAs as well. Is there any other indicators you use before we bring Steve on?
Yeah, so it's the same things that are on this chart right here, right now. It's a 200-period moving average. I use it on all time frames, to be honest with you, as well as, I mean, look, it worked out pretty good here on Amazon today.
Oh, yeah?
Right back in there. I don't think it would have been there when Amazon was there, but when you look back, it was fine.
It's always retrospective. I find
that's the thing, especially with EMAs, when you look back at it, it's like, oh, why didn't I trade that? But at the time, but anyways, 200, thanks, great question. I use SMAs, I don't know, just because instead of exponential. But yeah, just very, very simple like that. Simple man, simple averages. 200 period right there, and the 50 period moving average. So I use them on all time frames and just try to make it as simple as possible. But for me, Adara, they have to match with support and resistance levels.
Yeah.
I just don't take it just because. It's
I'm
when
the
they...
same.
Yeah, when they all kind of line up is when, it's kind of like when you get the average daily volume, right? We don't want to trade stocks unless they're kind of trading more volume than normal on that one.
Yes.
There it is. Thank you so much, David. But one thing I have to tell you guys is, obviously we know that YouTube and Google takes a percentage of these super chats. What I'm going to say is there's 20 bucks for you, Fabian, but what we're going to do is save these, okay? I did not, that's part of why I didn't want to let the cat out of the bag. But David, thank you so much for that. There is going to be an episode. We'll probably spend a couple days during a week where we will be promoting this, and we'll want you to go to that GoFundMe. So most of the money can get donated that way. But thank you so much for that, man. We will say, obviously my hat's off to you. Again, I can't donate any hair, but thank you so much to David for that one, and we'll be donating financially to help Fabian.
Trump just called the reporter evil. Sorry to cut off the donation.
That's it? Evil's not that bad.
I didn't really hear the question but I need to go back to find out what that question was. Either way, he's answering questions right now, guys. I just wanted to mention that before Steve comes on, and if there's anything massive or market related, I will obviously drop what is being said in the chat. You guys know how I do. But for now, I guess we're going to thank our special guest or bring him on maybe.
Yeah, we do have our special guest. Well, he's been on here many times, but this course segment, once again, brought to you by Global X and Beta Pro. It's called Trader Talk, and it's today with Steve Tileman. Let's bring him in. Mr. Tileman, how are you doing on a day like today as we head into the weekend?
Oh, I am doing great. All of the Bitcoin names are ripping. I am as happy as a clam. How about you today?
Yeah, same way, man. I mean, it's been such a great moment for many traders here live on the show today. I mean, whether or not, but the thing is, we actually talked about that. Bitcoin didn't actually do much intraday. I mean, a lot of that movement, of course, happened overnight. How do you wind up trading that? Do you hold some coins on exchange, and that way you can sort of maybe trade it in and out because it's a 24-hour market? And we know, ETFs like IBIT or ETHA or some of the other names that you and I have talked about here on the show, of course, maybe not open other than Blue Ocean or some overnight trade. Do you, you don't have to answer this if you don't want to, but do you hold any coin on exchange to trade when these moves happen? Or do you wait maybe for the next day and trade some of these ETFs?
Well, I'll be honest. For me, Bitcoin plays are almost always swings. So I have my Bitcoin that I'm not touching, and that just keeps on climbing. And then I'll take intraday or swing trades off of things like MicroStrategy I'm in right now, and a few other names. But for the most part, I just buy either the beginning or the end of the day if it's a longer term move, and otherwise just wait for my levels intraday and let the swing work.
Yeah, MicroStrategy. I remember, that's right. You and I, we had talked about that before. We always get questions about MicroStrategy, and there it is right now, breaking through as well. Does it concern you at all that MicroStrategy, I guess MicroStrategy is at all-time highs right now. I mean, we got that little blowout right there. There are some traders that were saying that it doesn't follow Bitcoin, but I think today, obviously, that's quite clear that it does. We've now kept on going higher there. Nice little 3% move in MicroStrategy as opposed to, what did we get in IBIT? Well, we actually got 4% there in IBIT at the end of the day today. So yeah, good call there on MicroStrategy. I have to ask you about a few things, because when we had you on last week, we were talking about Big Bear AI, and we had talked about how much we had liked that name. There's a couple other AI names that you had brought to our attention, of course, and very popular ones as well, including, of course, SoundHound you brought to our attention, and there was C3 AI. And look, this is not as swing trades, we're not going to necessarily get out of them in a couple days. But what's your opinion here, especially on a SoundHound that's maybe pulled back the most there from 13 back down to 11? Are they still looking like buys to you? Have we changed maybe our tone a little bit on some of these? I know I'm still a bull, so we can go back and forth about that. But yeah, right now, I think these might be getting into areas where maybe we take a shot and average in here if we don't have any, or maybe start a little bit of a position on some of these names. What's your take on some of the AI plays this week?
Absolutely. So I positioned in SoundHound myself, and when we swept that previous high, I was trimming out. Let me pull that chart up. So let me show you what I've been doing. So we got this break of market structure on the breakthrough here. My target was, I was getting long, I forget exactly where, somewhere in this pivot, around 1050, I want to say. And I took half of my position off at 1265. I'm now watching this gap here. I think it's going to be really interesting to see if we can hold the 9 EMA here. That held pretty cleanly. We also have confluence with the back test of this kind of double topping structure before, and the gap as well. So if it can flag out here for a couple days, I would love to get in. If it reclaims, sorry for the messy chart here, but if it reclaims this green hourly trigger, so right around $12 probably, will be where I'll be looking for kind of a failed breakdown and a flag break on this guy.
Okay. All right. Sorry, we had a little bit of a problem with the volume there. I did hear what you were saying at the end, and that you had trimmed some of that position there, 1265. So a good little look there. And we were showing your chart, so thank you for that, Steve, as well. Okay, we touched a little bit on crypto. Today for the NASDAQ, I mean, we sort of went through the chart. It looked like a very, very mixed board there today. You know, some of the tech names winners, some of the tech names losers. We had Amazon getting to the high side there a little bit, AMD outpacing NVIDIA again. Anything about that relationship? I mean, AMD's been on a nice little run as of late, and obviously so has NVIDIA. AMD still has $100 to go before we get back to all-time highs over there. I'm not sure that's going to happen, and if that does, then I wonder where NVIDIA will be at that time when the whole, you know, if AMD ever gets back to 240, then yeah, watch out for obviously for NVIDIA's price at that point. But do you like anything other than those two names? Or we could talk about either one of those. It just seems like the semis have definitely been helping us in the last little bit. I think they're up 30% for the month or something like that. So we've had a big move in the SMH and the SOX-L. Broadcom, Intel had a decent move today. Is there any sort of a chip name that maybe you've been talking about, some of your former traders or other traders that you're dealing with right now? Anything you look at in the chip space?
Yeah, it's an interesting space. I'll be honest, this is a move that I missed the most of. I missed basically the entire move of the past month in chips. It just hasn't really been on my radar. There are a few names that were lagging that I would like to see push out of their bases, but I've also got burnt so many times trying to buy these laggards in a sector that's maybe just starting to peak. So personally, I like sophomore a little more, but I do like A-Lab is a very interesting one to me.
Okay.
Stera Labs. It's got a really nice base forming. It's just taking forever. So I've been getting chopped back and forth around break even from 93-ish for about 3 weeks now while the other chips have been making their move. So this is one that I'm watching for that, but it's not a super high conviction setup just because it hasn't been acting right when the rest of the chips were.
You know what, that A-Lab there, yeah, on the daily chart, I have it up as well right here. I mean, that's actually looking pretty good. You're right, a lot of consolidation happening there. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about Astera to comment about where I think that one's going. But yeah, great look there, holding the 200 and holding the 50 period. So for that one, you get a stock blitz. There we go, nice move on that one, Steve. As we get we got a couple cool little bumpers and graphics happening right there. So that's stock blitz. And we just had the Trade the Pool ad up there, of course. You're with Trade the Pool, an analyst over there at Trade the Pool. Everybody can scan that QR code right there, right now. Grab 10% off as we go. So thank you so much for being on with us here again today. I don't know, man. We talked about some metals. We got that surprise tariff on copper. I think it was Monday or Tuesday, where President Trump was like, yeah, I think we'll go about 50% on copper. I feel like he just pulled that out of the air. We did have a move in copper, but I don't know if you saw silver today, if you heard me talking about it, maybe you did anyways. Wow, what a move up there for silver. I actually don't really know what the catalyst was there, but when we're talking, especially with a guy like yourself, and we're looking at charts, does the catalyst matter? I mean, there it is, a breaking out on the daily chart. I even go over here on the weekly chart, and yeah, it's just looking even better there. Let's check out the monthly, how that looks, and right into there. This is what I was looking for, Steve. We go all the way back. This is 2012 right there. At that point, I only had one kid, but right into there, silver breaking through some of those levels right now. Do we like this for a continuation? Is it a profit spot? What do you think about SLV or silver miners or anything in the space as SLV right now looking like it wants to break out as well?
Hey, you mentioned, do we like it for continuation or is it a take profit spot? I think it's both.
Okay.
So we have a major pivot, like you mentioned, from 2012. These are areas where it's very important to keep an eye on what's happening. We also have the top of what looks like a Livermore accumulation cylinder, I think they're referred to, where it just kind of grinds up in one of these upwards kind of expanding patterns. We hit the major target here. We have to watch and see if it can hold. I think it's probably going much higher. I think this looks reminiscent to gold when it was doing that massive, I'll pull that up real quick, that massive like 15-year cup and handle.
Right.
This whole structure right here. So I think we kind of surged up and we hit the cup. Let me pull silver back. We surged up and we hit this cup. I kind of ignore this blow off move here. I think maybe it will be a short-term take profit spot as we start to flag out. You can't bet against this the strength though. So I'll be looking at some of the stronger miners and seeing if we can get some continuation on there. AEM in particular looks pretty nice to me. It's getting a nice consolidation look here. It's holding a flattened daily trigger. This blue line here is very important for me. So this one's setting up and it's on my watch list for next week for sure. Great idea looking at silver space there.
Yeah, I think that was a good one. I was just looking today. I was like, oh my gosh, that itself was up 4%. You don't see it too often, especially with gold kind of, gold's up 1% today, so another good one. I was going to ask you, because I know that you work with a lot of traders, and I was going to say, like, what is the one common sort of mistake or maybe trait that traders have that you feel like you help them correct? Like what is their one thing if a trader came to you and was frustrated with some of their trading, other than bringing it back down to the basics, and maybe that is the answer, but what is something that a frustrating trader, because often we get on the show, it's like, great, they can see maybe I'm making money or Steve's making money or has all these great calls or Adair or any of us, or making or losing. But what is something, if I could say, what is one or two sort of ideas that a trader can work on in order to become a little more successful? I know it's very individualistic, but maybe on a broader discussion.
Such a great question. So I think that there are a few kind of psychological aspects that kind of impact all of us. Like you said, everybody has their own kind of Achilles heel. But what I see the most is fear and greed. And so if you can manage those two emotions, which I think is one of my strong points, that can be a big game changer for your game. It was for me. For me, I could always see the patterns pretty well, but it was so hard to stick to a game plan, right? So personally, my system and what I like to use really focuses on confirming that a move is bullish and then waiting for a back test into some key level to actually enter. So by framing a trade like that, you're not sad when it breaks out, you're happy, and you're just waiting for your setup where it comes back down to your risk level. Yeah, I think that's the best thing I could give to traders, just working on that fear and the greed.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, after watching you now on the show for many, many weeks, can tell that you're very, even keeled and very, positive and a great positive attitude. And again, looking for things to happen. If they don't, we get out. If they do, we continue the plan, right? I think developing a plan and then sticking to it, and that's something that's definitely worked for me, even as an experienced trader. Sticking to a few names, making sure that certain setups are hit, and when they are, we go for it. And and just suffer the fate of, unfortunately, in the stock market, every time you're hitting a buy key, basically someone else is hitting a sell key. So you're always going back and forth, and especially with a lot of the algos that are in there right now, we got to take advantage of how we feel emotionally as humans instead of just trading against these machines, of course, which do not have any emotions. All right, Steve, man, we're getting ready to wrap it up, man. My kids are away. They're at a summer camp this week, and this is my last day alone with the wife. So we're going out. We're going out for Indian food tonight, so we're really excited for that one. What would be a dish if you were going out with a significant other or something like that? What cuisine would you guys favor? Thai food, or what's something that you would go look for on a Friday night?
You read my mind. I was literally about to say Thai food. That sounds so good. I might have to go there after after my little. We're doing the webinar, by the way.
Right, that was my next.
You guys like the stuff we're talking about psychology? We're talking about that on our webinar in about 10 minutes over at Trade the Pool. So I'd love it if you guys could come and join me and hang out.
Perfect. There it is right there. That was my next question. Where can they find you? We do know that you have a new Twitter handle. We tried to look around, but I don't think you posted anything on it, have you?
Not yet. This week's been absolutely crazy. I'll get some good tweets out for you this weekend. I promise, guys. Give me a follow. You won't be disappointed.
There it is. We have it actually at the bottom right now, Steve. So go find it right there. You've got your own little bumper now with everything there. So go find Steve at Trade the Pool. Pretty cool stuff. And you're live in 10 minutes. So again, to you and everybody over there, I don't know if Mitch is going to be there, who's going to be there today, but say hi from their friend Sean and the whole team here at Trader TV Live. And again, thank you for everything that you guys do. And we'll make sure that everybody goes out and checks out Trade the Pool. And your handle on X, just nothing there yet, but he'll post very, very soon. Thank you again, Steve.
Thanks so much. Have a great weekend.
Ciao, that's Steve Tileman. Great guy.
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, we didn't cut over to Adair there. She was listening to Donald to say if anything had happened, but
nothing has really happened. Other than him calling that reporter evil, that was really the only thing that happened of note. He actually has
Be rude.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry, Donald. But you haven't even answered most of these questions, Don. It's mostly been Ted Cruz, or at one point Dr. Phil said some things. So, yeah, Trump
isn't Dr. Phil one of the...
He's related to the administration. So is Dr. Oz.
Right, one of them is... I know, it's so wild, man. You know what? You know who they should hire, like Department of Justice or something? They should just get Judge Judy. Get Judy Scheinlin in there. She could be like the,
I don't think she'd do it, but I love Judge Judy. And I would love to just...
Sometimes the wife and I will just sit down, and it's like, if there's nothing on, I've even watched Judge Judy episodes like multiple times.
Yeah, because it's so entertaining. And A, the cases are funny, and B, her just being over everything at all times.
Yeah. She has the answer to everything.
She's a good sense of humor about life. I like her.
All right, we're having an absolutely great time here. So I'm gone for the next 7 days. So shout out to Obi and Neil to be taking the reins. Adara, do you have any time off next week? Next week, are you have any time off? Or
No, it's the week after.
Right, the week after.
Yeah.
Okay, so Daryl will be here, Sharif will be here, Joe, I think, and the team.
I'm not going to see you for 2 weeks, I just realized, because when the day you come back is the day I leave.
Lucky you, I guess. You don't have to worry about me for a minute, but okay, no, that's all good. So yeah, enjoy your day. How long are you gone for?
Gone for 3 days.
Oh, 3 days. Okay, going back home or just
Yes,
chilling?
actually going back.
Perfect. That's the best thing
Yep.
to do. Okay, I was thinking. Normally, you know, we end the show with something cute and fun to do. We did the last time I was on, which I think it was yesterday, wasn't it? We talked about our favorite foods. We just asked that again. We've talked about tacos and things like that. But because today is 7-Eleven Day, if you were to get a Slurpee, this is the Slurpee machine. What kind of flavors are you doing?
I do swamp water all the time, every time. You gotta have some like caffeinated, it's me. I gotta have some caffeinated related ones.
Yeah.
Any kind of like the orange, whatever crushes, I'll do those. I don't like banana, I don't mess with. Like something.
There's banana Slurpees? I didn't even realize that.
You make them, I don't mess with them.
No.
But yeah, I mean, if it's like swamp water though, for sure. What about you? What would your
Well, I used to get them all the time. Not all the time, but like
enough,
yeah, when I was younger, especially after baseball games, things like that. I don't know if they still have it, but I like the Sprite or 7-Up one.
That's what I was thinking. They don't have them much anymore. Certain places do, but those.
Is there Mountain Dew ones?
Okay, so they have Mountain Dew, but now I've noticed more often than not. I'm in Sev a lot, guys. It's fine. Like I don't get Slurpees a lot, but in the Mount, they have like a blue. They've got different flavored Mountain Dews.
Yeah. Okay. All right, man. Thank you so much to everybody again for today. Thank you, Fabian, for that. We got a special announcement about Fabian. We already talked about that. That's going to be really cool coming up. And thank you to everybody. Today was the drill episode. We had a lot of drilling going on between 8:30 and 9:30. We want to thank everybody for your patience on that one. But you should see what's behind that curtain. That didn't sound that good, but there's a lot of stuff happening behind there. It's going to be real fun for that as we get ready to sort of display and show you what Studio 8 is going to be all about, bigger and better coming. So thank you to everybody. Go have a great weekend. That's Adara. I'm Sean. I'll see you in a couple weeks.
See you guys.